Chapter 1. Post-apocalyptic survival system. I'm so hungry. How could I be so hungry? Didn't I just fall asleep after having my fill? Sue opened his eyes, glanced around, and then instantly froze his body. He found that all around him were corpses and nearly congealed blood, and the air was filled with a sickening smell of decay and blood. Is this the end of the world? When I woke up, had the world turned catastrophic? Sue originally felt very much like vomiting, but his body didn't react at all, as if it had already gone numb. Beep. The post-apocalyptic survival system has been successfully activated. Souls are fusing. As a voice rang out in his mind, Sue lost consciousness at once. When he regained consciousness, he realized that he had been transported to another time and space. In this time and space, 7 days ago, a global catastrophe occurred and we entered the end times. Because the global disaster occurred around 7 or 8 p.m. on Saturday. At that time, he was doing part-time cleaning work in the cafeteria on the second floor of the school to support his studies. I managed to survive the early stage of the disaster by hiding in the kitchen with a few classmates and the cafeteria workers, so I wasn't bitten to death by the infected. But the food ran out, so everyone had to come out together to look for it. Unfortunately, before they could leave the cafeteria, they were suddenly attacked by infected people and all were bitten to death by them. Sue was reborn because he had traveled through time. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Sue's breathing couldn't help but become a little heavier. This is already a world that truly eats people. There's no food, no water, no weapons, no shelter. It's so hard to survive. Fortunately, I got the system myself. Post-apocalyptic survival system. He can sign in anywhere and will receive all kinds of rewards after completing the sign-in. The system introduction states that the rewards obtained are directly related to the sign-in location. In addition, he can also obtain survival points, which can be used to upgrade his items. This means that not only can he live, but he can also live exceptionally well, becoming the best person in the post-apocalyptic world. Could there be anyone else living a better life than oneself? Thinking of this, Sue couldn't help but touch his already deflated belly. Solving the current hunger problem is the top priority. System sign in. Sue silently recited in his heart. Beep. Check-in successful. Get a portion of food. The moment Sue heard the system prompt in survival point 2, he saw a plate come out in front of him. Just like the food I got from the cafeteria before the end of the world, there were both meat and vegetables, as well as fragrant rice and a bowl of meat soup. Hungry Sue quickly grabbed it and then moved closer to take a bite of the rice directly, because he was just too hungry. While walking and eating, Sue came to the counter of the disinfection cabinet, took out a pair of chopsticks, and quickly scooped up food into his mouth. From time to time, Sue would hear some distant screams. Obviously, some survivors were found and bitten to death by the infected. The infected people in this world are somewhat like zombies turning into walking corpses, but they're also somewhat different from zombies. Firstly, the appearance of the infected person will deteriorate, resembling that of an ape. Secondly, infected individuals only consume the heart and brain of normal humans. They do not eat other parts of their body. Moreover, not all humans who are bitten or scratched by an infected person will become infected. Only about 20 of people will become infected. The number of infected people accounted for 60 of the total population before the disaster. Now, the outside world is dominated by the infected, and the survivors can only linger on. To live well, is Sue's most fundamental wish at present. Only by being alive can one have the right to pursue other things. He quickly ate up all the food on the plate and even licked it clean, because his body is just too hungry. Now, I only have one chance to sign in every day. I have to cherish it and can't sign in casually. However, the system initially rewarded 3 sign-in opportunities, which was quite generous. Sue stood up. One could only sign in once at a place, and sign-in was no longer allowed in the hall of the cafeteria. However, the kitchen and the storage room are separate spaces that can be checked into. There are some words in the upper right corner of Sue's vision, so he took a glance. Sue survival points. 2 remaining check-in times. 2. 1/10. Note: after completing 10 check-ins, the number of daily check-ins can be increased. After reading it, Sue couldn't help but ask, System, can survival points be used to enhance my combat power? No, survival points can only be used to upgrade items used in reality, such as weapons, materials, vehicles, shelters, and other physical objects. Su-yi nodded. With this upgraded function, it would be more beneficial for his survival. Outside, another scream came. Su-yi walked towards the place where he had fallen, where some things were scattered. He picked up a kitchen knife from the ground, preparing to use it as his first weapon. Of course, just a kitchen knife won't do. Fortunately, he can use survival points to upgrade this kitchen knife. At the thought of it, a line of text appeared on the kitchen knife. You can use 2 survival points to upgrade this kitchen knife to a stainless steel machete. Upgrade. Su-yi didn't hesitate and upgraded directly. Without weapons, Su-yi really didn't feel at ease. Even though he had never used a machete to deal with anything before, having weapons would make people feel at ease. Beep. Upgrade successful. Su-yi found that the kitchen knife in his hand had instantly turned into a 40-centimeter long machete, looking extremely sharp. System Black technology is just so powerful. Anything like this is fine. Taking a deep breath, Su-yi gained more confidence. If one can't survive even with a system, that would be really too ridiculous. You can't stay here for too long. Although there are no infected people now, it doesn't mean they won't reappear. The 4th floor is the fitness center. Let's sign in there first. Maybe I can get something to enhance my physical fitness? Perhaps there are still survivors on the 4th floor. Before having sufficient strength, it's better to first find some people with strong capabilities to stick together for warmth. Soon, Su-yi picked up a mask and put it on his face. Because no one dealt with the corpses, they gave off a disgusting stench. His body has been in such an environment for 7 days and has become somewhat accustomed to this foul smell. But if you wear a mask, the smell will be somewhat reduced. Su-yi walked carefully towards the outside. After 7 days, humans have summed up some characteristics of the infected. Infected individuals are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood and can detect it from a great distance. The sense of smell of the infected person is average, and their hearing is comparable to that of humans, but their vision has been weakened significantly. The bite force of the infected person is very strong, like that of a wild beast. They have sharp claws and can easily tear open the bodies of survivors. Besides, their power has become much stronger. Fortunately, the speed did not increase. Instead, it decreased to some extent. They lack endurance and are not suitable for long-distance running. Their explosive power is also average, but they're very strong, probably twice that of an ordinary human, and some are probably even stronger. Humans can take advantage of their speed to evade attacks from the infected. The prerequisite is that the number of infected people is relatively small and they are not surrounded by them. So after reaching the door, Su-yi didn't rush out. Because the infected person will make some slight click-click sounds, this can be used to determine if there is an infected person around. Leaning against the wall at the door, Su-yi listened to some commotion. Chapter 2. A reward in the form of a body enhancement agent. At that moment, Su-yi suddenly heard some sounds. They were not the noises made by the infected. Rather, it was evident that someone was speaking in hushed tones. Just then, someone descended from the upper floor, indirectly confirming that there were no infected individuals above. Only a few survivors. Su-yi's spirits lifted as he tentatively leaned out and whispered, "Hey, is anyone up there?" "Yes, there are people," came an excited voice. "Belonging to a young girl." "Then I shall ascend," Su-yi declared, gripping his machete and promptly making his way upstairs. The staircase was littered with corpses, and putrid bodily fluids were oozing everywhere, necessitating utmost caution. A slip could easily attract the attention of the zombie-like infected. As he turned the corner of the staircase, Su-yi spotted a few individuals standing at the entrance to the 3rd floor, armed with makeshift weapons such as sticks, their expressions wary as they regarded him. A quick glance revealed a total of 6 people, 4 women and 2 men, all strangers to him. However, one of them was recognizable. She was the renowned belle of their school, Lingyu. Yet, at that moment, her complexion was ashen, bearing the signs of malnutrition, with sunken eye sockets. It was clear that in the past 7 days, they had not had much to eat. This was hardly surprising, given that the gymnasium likely contained only snacks, protein powder, and milk, but no staple foods. Unlike the kitchen where Su-yi and his companions had previously stayed, which still had rice, potatoes, and some vegetables, enabling them to fill their stomachs during the initial days. "Are there any infected in the cafeteria below?" a boy inquired, noticing that Su-yi did not appear to be particularly starved, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "No, I just came from the cafeteria," Su-yi replied, continuing his ascent. The group did not impede his progress. "There is no food left upstairs. It's of no use for you to go up," Lingyu kindly cautioned. "It's all right. I wish to go up to observe and perhaps take a shower," Su-yi responded as he continued upward. "Wait a moment. Is there anything to eat in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor?" another girl asked. "No, you might try checking the cafeteria on the 1st floor." Su-yi said before ascending without further conversation. These individuals had no food and looked so weak that they lacked the strength to band together. Thus, Su-yi abandoned the thought of forming a coalition with them, placing his hopes instead on the sign-in at the gymnasium. Soon, he arrived at the gym. At the entrance lay a pile of equipment and corpses, clearly the work of the individuals he had just encountered. Su-yi squeezed through a gap and entered the gym. He quickly surveyed the area and silently invoked System, sign in. A notification chimed. Sign in successful. You have received a body enhancement agent. Survival points, 3. Upon hearing he had obtained a body enhancement agent, Su-yi was filled with elation. The timing of this enhancement was impeccable. This frail body had severely hindered his survival in this apocalypse. System used the body enhancement agent. In an instant, Su-yi felt a myriad of warm currents surging through his body. After a while, he noticed some dark impurities appearing on his skin. He sensed his body becoming significantly lighter, accompanied by a newfound strength. His hearing and vision seemed to have sharpened as well. Not wanting to test his newfound abilities just yet, Su-yi was primarily focused on taking a shower, as he felt sticky and uncomfortable. Following the signs, he located the bathroom. Additionally, he discovered a clean set of athletic wear in a pried-open locker and immediately proceeded to shower. After 7 days without bathing, combined with the impurities he had just expelled, he had become quite odorous. After enjoying a refreshing hot shower, he donned a clean athletic attire and slung on an empty backpack. Upon exiting, he found that Ling Yu had returned to the gym at some point. Is there something you need? Su-yi sensed that Ling Yu had come specifically to seek him out. Although Ling Yu was exceptionally beautiful, igniting an impulse to pursue her, Su-yi was not inclined in that direction at that moment. Despite having recently eaten a hearty meal, his body had been hungry for 2 days, and he still felt famished. At this point, any food would be far more enticing than Ling Yu's allure. Do you have a way to take me away? My car has plenty of snacks, and it's less than 150 meters from here. Ling Yu stated her intentions directly. Su-yi squinted, glancing at Ling Yu. Why me? He queried, curious as to why Ling Yu sought his assistance. Was it because he currently appeared rather dapper? Because your physical condition seems to be quite good, and you likely possess the strength to procure the snacks. I only require 1/3. The rest belongs to you. Moreover, I can take you to find my aunt. She is in a special operations team, armed and with people, and has established a shelter. I know the location, Ling Yu replied with remarkable composure. Su-yi found himself intrigued by Ling Yu's words. Indeed, the military had established shelters, and on the first night of the apocalypse, they had received several messages disseminating their locations. However, they had been surrounded by the infected and lacked the capability to escape. Su-yi understood that some would attempt to reach those shelters. With Ling Yu possessing a vehicle, an opportunity presented itself. As long as the roads were not heavily obstructed, it was feasible to drive away. I can only take you. My capabilities are limited, Su-yi decided. Too many people would introduce more variables. Ling Yu frowned upon hearing Su-yi's statement. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely nodded, agreeing to his terms. She was not a saint. Remaining behind would either result in starvation or compel her to risk venturing out in search of food. Yet, those few individuals had been relying on water to stave off hunger for several days now, and they lacked the strength to protect her. Su-yi, on the other hand, appeared to be in significantly better condition, likely due to having just run out of food, as he had just emerged from the cafeteria where food was undoubtedly plentiful. Once Ling Yu nodded in agreement, Su-yi decisively stated, regardless of what we encounter, do not make a sound. Any noise will attract more infected. Rest assured, I understand. I won't hold you back, Ling Yu affirmed, gripping the sharpened metal rod tightly, her expression serious. What about them? Su-yi still worried about the intentions of the others they had encountered earlier. They are searching for food in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. Let us hurry downstairs, Ling Yu suggested, knowing full well that there would be no food on the 2nd floor. It was baffling how anyone could feel secure following such individuals. It was far better to take a chance with Su-yi. Let us go. Su-yi wasted no time and directly descended the stairs. As they passed the 2nd floor, Su-yi overheard them complaining. He then proceeded to the 1st floor, gripping his machete tightly. Infected might be lurking below, and he had to act with caution. The presence of corpses and bodily fluids on the staircase necessitated a slow and careful descent. A faint sound reached Su-yi's ears, causing his expression to change. He turned to Ling Yu, signaling her to be silent, and mouthed the words, "They're infected." Ling Yu's face turned pale, her teeth clenched as she nodded, tightening her grip on the metal rod. Should we go back? Su-yi was reluctant to retreat. This place offered no food, and staying would only lead to starvation. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, he continued his descent. Soon, he spotted an infected individual. The creature had its back turned to him, swaying slightly, and displayed no other movements. Su-yi controlled his breathing, striving to keep his breath steady and quiet. Then, he approached the infected. Hunting the infected was a necessary step he had to take, Otherwise, how could he survive in this apocalypse? Chapter 3. The path is blocked 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter. He continued to close in. He raised his machete, gripping it tightly with both hands, and then swung it toward the nape of the infected. A head was severed cleanly, detached from its body. Surprisingly, it required little effort. A smile of exhilaration emerged on Su Yi's face as he recognized the effects of the enhancement serum, which exceeded his expectations. The infected did not collapse. Their bodies merely stiffened, remaining upright. Su Yi quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed no other infected nearby. He retreated and beckoned to Ling Yu. She hurried downstairs, only to be confronted by the body of the decapitated infected. Decapitating someone is no simple task. Historically, executioners were robust individuals, often struggling to achieve a clean cut. Su Yi appeared rather slight and frail, which astonished Ling Yu. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. Su Yi was already making his way outside. There were 3 more flights of stairs to descend, and Ling Yu followed closely behind him. "Wait for us," a voice called from the second-floor window. Though it was spoken softly, Su Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing it. Quickly, he urged Ling Yu, concerned about being encumbered. "This way." Ling Yu ran, equally intent on escaping the threat of others. In this apocalyptic world, she was no savior. Her primary concern was her own survival. Su Yi caught up to her, his stamina noticeably better than that of Ling Yu, who had gone days without food. They reached the ground floor swiftly. "Hurry," Su Yi exclaimed, grasping Ling Yu's hand as they dashed toward the parking lot. A red Audi R8 came into view, and Su Yi recognized it as Ling Yu's vehicle. She had the keys and pressed the remote as they approached, unlocking the car with a beep. They jumped in and sped away. "All right," Ling Yu acknowledged, understanding Su Yi's concern about her potentially bringing along those others. As they quickly entered the car, Su Yi glanced back and saw the group had reached the ground floor and were sprinting toward them. Ling Yu successfully started the car without incident. "There's a car ahead with its door open. They might follow us," she noted while reversing. "Don't worry about it, just drive," Su Yi instructed. "What about the snacks? Where are they?" He was wary of being deceived. The box in the back held fries, a carton of milk, and a variety of snacks, which she had intended to take back to her dorm. Although Ling Yu was local, she occasionally stayed at the university dormitory. Su Yi climbed into the back, eager to confirm the contents of the box. "The infected have spotted us and are coming our way." Ling Yu's voice trembled as she drove onto the road. "Hand me your backpack and charge forward. They are monsters now. Just ram through them." Su Yi opened the box, revealing a treasure trove of chips. He opened another box filled with assorted snacks, and finally a carton of milk. He removed his backpack, secured his seatbelt, and began stuffing his bag with milk and snacks. Ling Yu mentioned a refuge, but who knew if it had fallen? Even if it hadn't, the armed forces that would likely be severely limited. The apocalyptic disaster had struck suddenly, without warning. No country had managed an effective counterattack. Otherwise, they would have already begun clearing the infected. Su Yi also worried about the road conditions, fearing they might not reach the refuge. Thus, they needed to be prepared to abandon the vehicle at any moment. "Can you drive?" Ling Yu pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Su Yi couldn't help but wonder if signing in on the car would grant him driving skills or something else. "Not yet. You keep driving," he replied. "I'll feed you." Su Yi sensed that aside from her fear, Ling Yu was also hungry. He stuffed milk and chips in her backpack, tossing another box of snacks into the passenger seat. With a bottle of milk in hand, he returned to the front, buckled his seatbelt, and opened the chips, offering some to Ling Yu. Ling Yu proved to be a capable driver, skillfully avoiding the throngs of infected as they made their way toward the school gate. Su Yi alternated between feeding her chips and milk. After a while, he noticed a silver-gray car tailing them in the rearview mirror. However, it was unsteady, indicating the driver was inexperienced, likely forcing their way into the chase. After all, most of them were university students, and only a few had driving licenses. "Oh, it's completely blocked ahead." Ling Yu's expression turned grave. "Can we ram through?" Su Yi glanced back and saw the infected closing in behind them, just a few hundred meters away. "I fear it won't work. The airbags will likely deploy, and the impact might render us unconscious. Too risky. Unless we have a high-clearance vehicle. Movies and reality are not the same. I don't recommend ramming through. We could take a detour or abandon the car and crawl past." Upon hearing Ling Yu's explanation, Su Yi made a decision. There's a dormitory building nearby. Its possible survivors have barricaded the road. We should abandon the car and climb over. Ling Yu's eyes brightened at his suggestion, for it seemed plausible. If not survivors, who would block the road with 4 or 5 vehicles? "Pull over. The car might still be useful," Su Yi advised, lifting his backpack from the back seat. Upon hearing him, Ling Yu accelerated and parked the vehicle to the side. They each grabbed their backpacks and exited the car. Su Yi took the remaining box of snacks, knowing it could be vital sustenance, and they couldn't afford to discard it. "I'll go first," he said, securing his backpack and handing the box to Ling Yu. The vehicles ahead were piled high with debris, making it challenging to climb over. Stepping back a few meters, Su Yi sprinted forward and leaped onto the car's roof. His agility had improved, allowing him to scale the vehicle successfully. Ling Yu was quick to respond, immediately passing the box to him. Su Yi then pulled her up onto the roof. Hurry, they might come crashing through, Ling Yu warned as she jumped onto the roof of the next car. Su Yi followed closely behind, and they quickly traversed the gap. Once on the ground, they ran forward. After covering some distance, Su Yi and Ling Yu spotted a group of infected ahead. A loud crash echoed from behind. Su Yi turned to see that the cars had not been cleared. What now? What do we do? Ling Yu stammered, her teeth chattering. Chapter 4. Climbing into the girls' dormitory. Accelerate up that slope. The dormitory is just above. If we can climb the drain pipe to the second floor, we will be safe, Su Yi calmly instructed as he eyed the infected. Ling Yu bit her lip and took a step forward, but Su Yi grasped her hand tightly. In the past, she would never have allowed a boy to hold her hand so freely. Now, she was grateful that Su Yi had not abandoned her and was willing to pull her to safety. Although Su Yi appeared thin, his physical strength was impressive, and he ran with remarkable speed. Ling Yu had lost interest in the others behind them. The two sprinted and quickly reached the slope Su Yi had mentioned. At this point, the distance between them and the group of infected was less than 5 meters. If they failed to climb the slope in one go, the infected would catch up. The thought sent a chill down Ling Yu's spine. However, her body was swiftly dragged up the dirt slope by Su Yi, arriving outside the dormitory building. There, he tossed the box over a metal fence and began to climb. Ling Yu followed suit. The fence was not particularly tall, just over a meter, merely a semblance of security. Consequently, Su Yi easily vaulted over. It was likely that the entrance had already been sealed off by those inside the building, so I planned to ascend directly to the second floor. Su Yi spoke while searching for a suitable spot. The windows on the first floor were fortified with anti-theft grills, but the second floor had none. Once we reached the second floor, we could enter the dormitory. Ling Yu lifted the box and followed Su Yi, casting aside all other thoughts, intent on staying with him. This cold boy, clad in a mask, exuded strength and was undoubtedly someone one could rely on. In this apocalyptic world, all that once was had vanished. Merely surviving was the greatest blessing. To endure in a world teeming with monsters, one must possess formidable combat prowess. This boy could sever a monster's neck with a single stroke, a feat that surpassed 90% of others. Even if it meant exchanging her most cherished possessions for shelter, she would find acceptable. Death stripped one of everything and brought immense suffering. Ling Yu did not wish to perish. She desired to live. Even if life was fraught with hardship. Let us ascend from here. Forget about the box for now, Su Yi said, climbing directly upward. His speed was remarkable, powered by his considerable strength. In less than 10 seconds, he successfully scaled the second floor and leaped into the corridor. As Su Yi climbed a short distance, Ling Yu wedged her metal rod into her backpack and followed him. However, her current physical condition was lacking, and she could only manage a brief ascent. Hurry! The fence is about to collapse. Su Yi glanced back and then turned to assess the dormitory situation. The door was shut, and no infected individuals rushed out. Only then did Su Yi crouch in the corridor, extending his hand towards Ling Yu. She had reached halfway up, but the infected had already toppled part of the fence and were charging towards her. Don't panic, just a bit further, and I can grab you, Su Yi said, glancing at the approaching infected with a hint of concern. Could they climb? If they could, the dormitories on the first floor with anti-theft windows would be the only safe haven. Ling Yu, summoning all her remaining strength, inched upward. She had gone several days without food, leaving her significantly weakened. Under normal circumstances, she would have quickly reached the second floor. After all, Ling Yu was a person who regularly exercised, possessing better stamina than most girls. I've got you. Su Yi grasped Ling Yu's backpack, pulling her upward. With his assistance, she found it much easier to climb to the second floor. Once Ling Yu was dragged into the corridor, she collapsed onto the ground. Su Yi observed the infected below, who could only rage helplessly, their heads tilted upwards. He breathed a sigh of relief. They could not climb, and for now, he was safe. You stay here and eat something. I'll check the dormitory. This was a girls' dormitory, and girls often hoarded snacks, so there might be some provisions inside. Although Su Yi had filled his backpack, such a small amount of snacks would not last long. To survive, maintaining combat readiness was paramount, and that required being well-fed at every meal. Food was the essence of survival. Thus, collecting it was of utmost importance. Proceeding cautiously, Su Yi quickly surveyed the surroundings. It was a 4-person room, and he climbed the bed ladder to check if anyone was residing there. Finding all 4 beds unoccupied, he descended. At last, there was a bed to sleep in tonight. They had also entered and run to the opposite dormitory. Ling Yu, observing the movements of her previous companions in the corridor, promptly informed Su Yi. She understood that those individuals must harbor deep resentment towards her. If she were to encounter them again, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Ling Yu was acutely aware of the darker aspects of human nature. During these days, had it not been for her efforts to rally other girls, she would have been at the mercy of those men long ago. The apocalypse had arrived, and order had crumbled. Without constraints, the malevolence within people magnified. In the past, moral and legal boundaries existed, but now, with nothing left, individuals acted without hesitation. As long as they did not provoke us, it would be fine. After Su, he replied. He began searching for food. Ling Yu stuffed chips in her mouth while moving further inside. At that moment, Su Yi discovered a bag of steamed cakes. A true treasure that would fill one up. Additionally, he found several chocolate bars and some spicy strips. I'm called Ling Yu, what is your name? She inquired curiously. Introducing herself. Su Yi, he responded, changing his position to continue his search. So cold, Ling Yu thought. Reflecting on her status as a campus belle with a good reputation in school, feeling slightly rejected. However, upon seeing her reflection in the makeup mirror, she understood. After going 7 days without a proper meal, she was looking quite disheveled, her charm diminished. To protect herself, she had refrained from bathing during these 7 days. And she certainly reeked. It was no wonder she was met with disdain. Coming to this realization, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile. Soon, the 4 positions were thoroughly searched by the two. Su Yi found a packet of steamed cakes, 6 chocolate bars, half a jar of orange gummies, a pack of spicy strips, and a blue liqueur. Ling Yu discovered 5 apples, a pack of seaweed, a box of chocolate pies, and a pack of condoms. The dormitory was now without power, and the charging banks were depleted. Otherwise, she could have charged her phone to see if she could contact her aunt. Ling Yu stuffed the items she found into an empty backpack as she spoke. Su Yi opened a wardrobe, hoping to find clothes that would fit him. The temperature had begun to drop, and his attire felt somewhat inadequate. Some girls might bring back their boyfriend's clothes for hand washing, so Su Yi hoped for a stroke of luck. Hearing Ling Yu's words, he replied, My phone died 3 days ago. There's no network or signal. I even tried using the radio function, but received no signals. Huh. Instant noodles. I found an entire box of instant noodles. Su Yi's excitement surged upon spotting a box in the cupboard. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why he could see many cup noodle containers in the trash, but could not find a single cup in the dormitory. It turned out to be stored in the cupboard. Ling Yu also reopened the wardrobe to continue searching. However, after checking the remaining 3 wardrobes, she found nothing else. Even the men's clothing Su Yi had hoped for was absent. Ling Yu found some clothes in her size and headed towards the bathroom with them. Su Yi organized the items he had gathered and moved to the dormitory door. He heard a noise outside, as if something had been knocked over. Pressing his ear against the door, he could hear a series of clicking sounds. Clearly, there were infected individuals outside the corridor, and their numbers seemed substantial. Until he understood the situation, Su Yi would certainly not venture outside. Staying in the dormitory was relatively safe, and there was plenty of food. They could easily last 3 to 5 days. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Su Yi opened another drawer, discovering a box containing a men's watch. It appeared to be a gift a girl had prepared for her boyfriend, but had not yet presented. Su Yi noticed the watch had several functions and slipped it onto his wrist, glancing at the time. 4:38 p.m., with darkness approaching swiftly. Su Yi cast a swift glance at the dormitory building, curiosity illuminating his features. He pondered what he might gain from signing in at the girls' dormitory. Would it be a beautiful maiden, or perhaps some feminine products? Naturally, Su Yi would not squander the opportunity to sign in here. The chances to sign in are cumulative, and he was not inclined to waste them in a place like the girls' dormitory. Presently, his most coveted locations for sign-in were the armed police team, the archery hall, the boxing gym, and the fitness center, places that could enhance his weaponry and combat skills. However, he was unable to venture out for the time being, uncertain if the school's pathways were sealed off. Moreover, it seemed that there was an archery club at the school, of which Su Yi knew little, and he intended to inquire about it from Ling Yu once she finished her shower. Perhaps there were other martial arts clubs as well. With this thought, Su Yi began to formulate his next course of action. He unwrapped a cigarette, took out a pack, and made his way to the balcony. Typically, he rarely smoked unless offered by his roommates, but the original owner of his body did not smoke. After lighting a cigarette, Su Yi observed that some of the infected below had dispersed. The remaining infected crouched, their heads swiveling as if they were sniffing something. Su Yi surmised that they must be detecting the scent of blood. He could not help but change his expression. Women, after all, are creatures that bleed every month. Thus, his choice to visit the girls' dormitory was indeed unwise, and he resolved to leave as soon as possible. If there were many female survivors, this place would continuously attract the infected surrounding it. If the infected numbers increased, escape would become impossible unless something could neutralize the scent of blood. Otherwise, the female physiological cycle could be deadly, drawing hordes of infected to launch an assault. After smoking a few cigarettes, Ling Yu emerged from her shower. The balcony featured a full-length mirror, and as she dried her hair with a towel, she scrutinized her reflection. Post-shower, she appeared much more refreshed, yet her skin seemed in poor condition. During her shower, she had noticed that she had lost considerable weight, with several areas shrinking. Do you know if our school has an archery club? Su Yi did not turn around, merely flicking the ash from a cigarette. Yes, I'm the vice president of the archery club. Unfortunately, my bow is at the club. Ling Yu tossed her long hair and continued drying it. Su Yi was taken aback, not expecting Ling Yu to be the vice president of the archery club. And even more surprising was the fact that his previous incarnation had been unaware of this. After all, Ling Yu was a prominent figure at the school. Such information should have been common knowledge. Actually, I joined only half a month ago and have hardly used the bow. Ling Yu continued the conversation. Is the archery club far from here? Besides the archery club, are there any other martial arts clubs in our school? Su Yi's previous self had been an otaku, only interested in fictional characters, and had little connection to school clubs, possessing scant knowledge about them. Yes, they're all over by the gym, which is a bit of distance from here. Are you wanting to fetch a bow? Ling Yu assumed Su Yi's sudden mention of the bow indicated he wished to acquire it as a weapon. Indeed, the bow is an excellent weapon, capable of long-range attacks without excessive noise. Yes, the risk of long-range attacks is lower than that of close combat, as the infected are significantly slower in speed and reaction than we are. Su Yi naturally would not reveal his possession of a system. Furthermore, the bow undoubtedly has many advantages. Just like the crossbowman in The Walking Dead. How cool. We are a traditional archery club. Our president has a custom-made strong bow, which would be immensely effective for hunting the infected. Ling Yu was swayed by Su Yi's words, regretting not having brought her bow. Otherwise, she could utilize it now. All right, let us see if we can drive to the gym tomorrow. After speaking, Su Yi flicked away the cigarette butt. The gym housed numerous other martial arts and sports clubs, and signing in there would surely yield substantial benefits. Upon returning to the room, Su Yi climbed onto the bed, preparing to sleep. Ling Yu felt a wave of relief upon seeing Su Yi lie down, having initially anticipated he might request something from her. After drying her hair, Ling Yu went inside to fetch some food for the balcony, eager to consume as much as possible before nightfall, ensuring she could retire to bed afterward. With no electricity, the night lacked even a glimmer of light, making it challenging to find her way to bed. What if she mistakenly climbed into Su Yi's bed? She was quite resistant to such a notion, unless there was mutual affection. Chapter 6. The darkness of the apocalypse, however, as twilight descended. Moonlight streamed through the balcony's glass door into the dormitory. Ling Yu, hugging her knees, felt a measure of comfort upon witnessing this, for it allowed her to observe Su Yi's movements. Sharing a room with a boy, such a scenario had never crossed her mind, nor was it something she would accept. Yet, who could have imagined she would find herself sleeping in a dormitory with a complete stranger under such circumstances, even if they occupied diagonally opposite beds? It was the farthest distance possible within the dormitory. She had initially intended to sleep in this position, as it would afford her some reaction should Su Yi attempt to approach her. However, seeing Su Yi sleeping soundly, she gradually relinquished that thought. If she did not sleep now, waking up to Su Yi in the middle of the night would be even more perilous. Resolutely, she lay down and tucked herself under the covers. After 7 days without a proper bed or a good night's sleep, she fell asleep within a minute of lying down. By the time she awoke the next morning, it was around 10 o'clock. Su Yi sat on the bed, perusing a book. Ah, how comfortable. I slept so well. Ling Yu exclaimed joyfully as she sat up and stretched. Due to her short attire, a glimpse of her fair waist was revealed. Let us consider when we will head to the gym. Su Yi set down the book and glanced at Ling Yu. Although the place appeared relatively safe, he was concerned about the possibility of the girls in the building experiencing their menstrual cycles, which could lead to a gathering of the infected below. Thus, the sooner they departed, the safer it would be. Once they reached the gym and completed their sign-ins, he could part ways with Ling Yu. This place is very safe. Can't we rest for a couple of days? Ling Yu felt that her body had yet to recuperate, and accompanying Su Yi to the gym at this time seemed rather risky. Safe? Su Yi rose from the bed and continued. You must know that the infected are highly sensitive to the scent of blood, right? This is a girl's dormitory, so the scent of blood will not be scarce. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu's expression shifted. She understood exactly what Su Yi was alluding to. The menstrual cycle is a natural occurrence for every mature woman, lasting about a week. You won't abandon me, will you? Ling Yu began to panic, realizing she could not alter her physiological nature. It could be delayed, but it could not be entirely eradicated unless her uterus were removed. However, the current circumstances did not allow for such a solution. If it were possible, many women would be willing to undergo the procedure for the sake of survival. Su Yi regarded Ling Yu, contemplating seriously. At that moment, Ling Yu was on the verge of tears. Without Su Yi, she was uncertain how she would manage to survive. Indeed, this dormitory was temporarily safe, but that was merely a fleeting state. The food she possessed was limited. She could last only a week before running out. The prospect of any national force coming to their rescue was now impossible. Their only option was self-rescue. Without food, she would ultimately have to take the risk of venturing to other dormitories to scavenge for supplies. However, she could not guarantee that every dormitory was safe or stocked with provisions. Just as Ling Wei was about to speak, Su Yi interjected. Let us observe your performance. If you possess sufficient strength, we may formalize our collaboration. Su Yi believed that the scent of blood could indeed be concealed. Ling Yue, overwhelmed with joy, hastily declared, "I'm not a mere ornament. I can box, I can shoot arrows, I can drive, and I can cook. I am capable of many things." Surviving alone was exceedingly difficult, and she was wary of encountering others. Trust was a luxury she could not afford. In this post-apocalyptic world, who could predict the madness or depravity of others? The genre of end-of-the-world narratives in films and literature was plentiful. Although Ling Yue was not particularly interested, she had perused some. The darkness of human nature was profoundly frightening, and she did not wish to repeatedly test the morality of others. After spending an evening with Su Yi, Ling Yue felt he was a trustworthy gentleman. After all, no one could foresee what tomorrow would bring, and engaging in reckless actions was becoming commonplace. In the past, many men had coveted her body. Now, she anticipated even more direct and brutal advances. "Help! Help! There has been a murder! Help me!" Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. "No, you dare hoard food from us, you wretched creature. To your death. Seize her and throw her to the monsters. How dare she conceal food from us? No, please. I can search for food in another dormitory. Do not cast me aside. We can simply feast on you." A thud resounded. Ling Yue felt a chill run down her spine. They had killed their own roommate and intended to devour her. How could they do such a thing? But could she save her? Where was she located, and how could she reach her? If she arrived, would she possess the capability to rescue her? And if she did, what then? Would she survive alongside her? A myriad of thoughts surged through her mind, each swiftly dismissed. Surviving herself was a feat. How could she entertain thoughts of rescuing another? Such naivety would surely lead to Su Yi's abandonment. Contemplating this, she stole a glance at Su Yi's expression. It was only the 7th day, and they were already contemplating cannibalism. Was there any difference between them and the monsters outside? Su Yi murmured softly, preparing to organize their belongings. The items they could carry were limited, necessitating careful selection. He concluded that he could only carry one backpack to avoid encumbering his movement. If his mobility were restricted, the danger would intensify. Stop daydreaming. This is the apocalypse. Do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. If one's heart is not sufficiently resolute, survival is impossible. He began to organize their supplies, aiming to maximize the utility of what they could take. One backpack would be worn directly, while the other could be stored in the vehicle. After Su Yi spoke, he immediately began to pack his backpack. He placed chocolate and a pack of cigarettes in his pocket, while other high-calorie foods were stowed away in the backpack, along with some milk. The rest was hastily crammed into the second backpack until it was bursting. Ling Yue also began to organize her supplies, placing food in one bag and other essentials, such as sanitary pads, in another. Once everything was arranged, Su Yi took a bottle of perfume from the table, preparing to conduct an experiment. If the results were favorable, it would benefit their future endeavors. In Chapter 7, Can the Scent of Blood be Masked? Su Yi procured a needle used by girls for acne and pricked his finger, allowing drops of blood to fall onto a piece of paper, which he tossed downwards. As the paper neared the ground, several infected individuals below became instantly excited, clearly drawn by the scent of fresh blood. Ling Yue peered over the ledge, observing the unfolding scene, still unaware of Su Yi's intentions. "Look, that infected one is approaching. It must be over 10 meters away, and yet it can smell it?" Ling Yue's complexion turned pale. Su Yi had only dripped 4 or 5 drops of blood, yet it attracted infected individuals from such a distance. Su Yi remained silent, intently watching below. Blood could attract the infected, and this could be exploited to divert them, creating an opportunity for escape. The distance was not merely 10 meters. Ling Yue noted the appearance of several more infected, her expression growing increasingly dire. If she were outside and happened to be menstruating, she would attract a horde of infected, leading to a gruesome demise. Su Yi kept his gaze fixed on the infected, observing their reactions. As time passed, the excitement among the infected gradually subsided. Su Yi glanced at the time and calmly stated, 18 minutes. That is how long the blood's allure lasts. And this is merely a few drops. A larger quantity would likely extend the effect. After speaking, Su Yi retrieved the needle again and handed it to Ling Yue. Without hesitation, she pricked her own finger. Su Yi took the paper and instructed her to squeeze out more blood. "Squeeze more," he commanded coldly. Meanwhile, screams echoed from upstairs. "They're coming. It's your fault. Why did you kill that wretched creature and release the scent of blood? Now they are coming. What should we do? Are we to perish here? No, I refuse to die. Let us crawl to the next room. There might still be food there. How do you know the door to the next room is closed? What if there are cannibal monsters there too? Quiet. They want tea, get in. Our dormitory door is iron and sturdy. Don't make a sound. Carry the person into the bathroom and wash away the blood. They 1T break down the door." Su Yi surmised that the group was likely located on the 3rd or 4th floor. The infected below had not detected the scent of blood, but many from the upper floors had. Su Yi heard noises in the corridor outside, as well as commotion on the stairs. Clearly, they were drawn upstairs by the scent of blood. Is that enough? Ling Yue glanced at Su Yi. The paper was now soaked with blood. That will suffice. He placed a bead into the paper and rolled it into a small ball. He tossed it towards another corner of the building, estimating a distance of about 10 meters. Soon, the nearby infected began to approach the bloodied paper. The infected below also caught the scent and immediately moved towards it. Have we diverted them? Shall we leave now? Ling Yue's spirits lifted as she surveyed the situation below. This place was terrifying. The girls had lost their minds. Wait, let us not rush. The experiment isn't finished. He wished to ascertain whether the perfume could mask the scent of blood. This was the reason he initially sought the perfume, to see if it could mitigate the scent of blood. After all, he could not remain unscathed forever. Surviving in the apocalypse necessitated preparing for various contingencies, including the possibility of injury. He stated that the experiment was not yet complete, prompting Ling Yue to obediently fall silent. In this world, compliant women were somewhat more valued. He calculated the time, eager to discover how long this bloodied paper would remain effective. Hey, handsome, do you have any food? A voice suddenly called from the third floor. He looked up to see a girl peering out. Anything edible will do. I'll comply with anything you ask, as long as I get a morsel to eat. I'm absolutely starving. Go, take out all the chips from inside. He instructed Ling Yue, as they had no intention of taking the chips, their backpacks already brimming with other food. If I were to take these potato chips, I would need an additional backpack. However, that would hinder my movements, posing too great a risk. It is better to forego them altogether. Instead, sharing this food with others without incurring any danger is something He can accept. The recipient is just next door on the third floor. So He effortlessly tossed the chips up, 6 cans in total, all thrown successfully. Thank you. If you wish to pursue me, feel free to come at any time. Lu Ran, keep my promises, the girl expressed her gratitude, eagerly tearing open a can of chips and stuffing them into her mouth. Lu Ran? He found the name somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Her voice was rather soft, a reflection of her frail state. He did not respond. He had done what he could, and he did not genuinely intend to pursue her merely for the sake of these chips. The duration of 29 minutes felt quite prolonged. He glanced at his watch, revealing a hint of relaxation on his face. I will conduct one final experiment. You go and cut the sheets to tie them together. We will use them to slide down shortly. He assigned a task to Ling Yue and then pricked his finger, commencing his last experiment. He squeezed some blood onto a piece of paper and then sprayed it with perfume. After spraying it, he crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it toward a nearby, infected individual. The infected person sniffed around but did not exhibit any particular excitement. It seems effective. The perfume appears to have some impact, though I'm uncertain how long it will last. He muttered to himself. He continued to observe, as Ling Yue would need time to tie the sheets. 15 minutes passed without the infected detecting the scent of blood, indicating that the perfume's fragrance effectively masked or destroyed the smell of blood. With this observation, he felt much more at ease. At the very least, it served a purpose. Given his limited resources, this was the best experiment he could conduct. Hey, handsome, where are you off to? Lu Ran inquired curiously. Staying in the dormitory is much safer. Why would this handsome guy choose to leave? He offered no reply. He had no intention of revealing his motives. Even if Lu Ran posed no threat, caution is never a fault. Making a mistake could very well be fatal. How could he trust a stranger? Even with Ling Yue, he felt unable to place his trust in her and remained on guard. Chapter 8. No cannon fodder allowed Ling Yue tied 2 ropes together, believing that this would ensure greater safety. Soon, He secured the ropes over the railing, confirming their sturdiness before tossing them down. You go down first, be careful, and I will throw the items down for you to catch. He instructed as he donned his backpack. By sending Ling Yue down first, he ensured she could not sever the rope midway, although the distance to the ground was less than 5 meters, allowing for a swift descent. He opted for caution and let Ling Yue go first. All right, Ling Yue agreed promptly. She understood that He did not trust her. However, she recognized that they had only met yesterday. Despite their shared escape, their bond was still fragile, and it was entirely reasonable for him to harbor doubts. Her feelings towards Yi were different. From the outset, he had offered her assistance, which fostered her trust in him. Now that the infected below had been diverted, the risk of descent was minimal. Should danger arise, she still had the option to climb back. With Yi's help, she maneuvered onto the balcony and decisively slid down. Although she created some noise, it did not attract the infected. Once safely on the ground, Yi tossed down a backpack. Ling Yue caught it adeptly. The two exhibited a remarkable synchronization. After both backpacks had been thrown down, Yi promptly leaped over the railing, landing on the ground. Upon reaching the ground, Yi drew his machete and picked up the backpack from the ground. The two then climbed over the fence, preparing to return to the street below and drive to the gymnasium. At that moment, the infected had noticed their presence and began to converge upon them. Just then, a clattering sound resonated from above. Come here, you monsters! Look over here! Lu Ren shouted while banging on a stainless steel pot. The infected below were instantly drawn to her, tilting their heads and abandoning their pursuit of Su, Yi, and Ling Yu. The gymnasium, Su Yi suddenly uttered. Lu Ran's eyes brightened. She understood that Su Yi was revealing his intentions. Yet, she was somewhat puzzled. Was the gymnasium truly a worthy destination? There was no food there. What purpose would it serve? Although the gymnasium was vast, how long could they survive without sustenance? The river. There is a river behind the gymnasium. Are they planning to leave the city via the river? Indeed, that must be it. Lu Ran felt a surge of joy as she believed she understood Su Yi's objective. Once I regain my strength, I will also leave from there. Su Yi and Ling Yu had already vanished from her sight, as her vantage point was limited, obscured by trees. Su Yi and Ling Yu had climbed onto a vehicle blocking the road, with no sign of infected on the other side. Her car remained parked by the roadside, untouched and undamaged. The two successfully entered the vehicle and placed their belongings inside. Let us go to the gymnasium. There should not be too many people there, Su Yi remarked, pulling out a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Earlier on the road, he had dispatched an infected individual head-on, necessitating this moment of relief. Simultaneously, Su Yi realized that his machete was somewhat short. It required an upgrade. To enhance it to a 1.2-meter Tang Dao, he needed 6 survival points, yet he currently possessed only 3 and could not upgrade it. However, once they reached the gymnasium, he could register. Upon completing the registration, not only would he receive rewards, but he would also earn survival points, enabling him to upgrade his machete to a Tang Dao. Today, he had 3 opportunities for registration. As long as they reached the gymnasium, he could utilize all 3 chances. Naturally, this would provide sufficient survival points to upgrade his machete. As they encountered some infected along the way, Ling Yu deftly avoided them. After about 20 minutes, their vehicle arrived directly at the entrance of the gymnasium. Our archery club is on the 7th floor, but the door is blocked, Ling Yu observed, glancing at the glass door of the gymnasium, which was piled with debris, clearly indicating the presence of survivors inside. I can climb in from the back. I have done it before and it is not difficult. Let us drive around to the back. It will be easier, Su Yi suggested, pointing the way. Soon, Ling Yu maneuvered the vehicle to the rear of the building. The car scraped against a wall, but she paid it no mind. In this apocalyptic world, who was concerned about minor damage? Climbing onto the roof of the car, Su Yi tossed his backpack inside before climbing it himself. The floor of the lobby bore traces of blood, but no corpses were in sight. You two, raise your hands, otherwise we'll have to shoot. A voice abruptly rang out. A group of individuals emerged from the corner of the lobby, all holding bows, warily watching Su Yi and Ling Yu. Wang Fong, you have quite a bit of nerve, aiming a bow at me. Ling Yu suddenly reprimanded. Ling Yu? Is that really you? I'm so glad you're alive. Wang Fong exclaimed joyfully as he ran toward Ling Yu. Put your weapons down. Everyone, lower your bows. Let's find a way to join them, Su Yi whispered. His objective was to register. Once he completed the registration, he would devise a way to depart. These individuals appeared to be well-fed, their spirits high. Notably, they were all male. There was not a single woman among them. Hence, Su Yi remained cautious around them. Ling Yu responded swiftly to Su Yi's words, remarking in a low voice that only he could hear, they seem rather off. I do not like them. With a smile that appeared genuinely joyful, she added, Wang Fong, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. We have some food in our backpacks. You may share among yourselves. Su Yi could not help but admire Ling Yu's acting skills. She performed so convincingly that he found himself questioning whether the persona she presented before him was genuine or merely an act. Excellent. We have just run out of food, he said. This is Wang Fong. He glanced at Su Yi, his eyes betraying a hint of malice. He is Su Yi, who hid with me in the cafeteria. We barely escaped to this place. The outside is teeming with man-eating monsters. The more survivors we have, the better, as we need strength to gather supplies. Ling Yu introduced Su Yi. Upon hearing her words, Wang Fong fell into contemplation. He had to concede that Ling Yu had a point. To survive, they must venture out to collect resources. Remaining here would ultimately lead to death. Only by amassing sufficient supplies could they hope to survive. It was clear that they required expendable individuals for their endeavors, and Su Yi seemed suitable for that role. I am feeling rather unwell and need to use the restroom. Su Yi suddenly interjected. Jia, please take this brother along. Let us see what delicacies we can find, Wang Fong instructed, casting a glance at another male companion. No need. I know the restroom is on the 2nd floor, Su Yi replied, pressing his abdomen as he hurried towards the staircase. Wang Fong's expression darkened, but with Ling Yu present, he refrained from reacting. Unless he was prepared to eliminate Su Yi directly, he would bide his time. In Wang Fong's view, this frail Su Yi was easily manipulable. Should he prove disobedient, a few blows would suffice to bring him in line. If all else failed, enticing him with women would surely win him over. However, his focus remained on Ling Yu. Previously, he had been a devoted admirer of hers, but he understood that she was beyond his reach. Now, amid this apocalypse, personal strength held paramount importance. With sufficient power, one could achieve anything. including winning over any woman they desired. The women they had under their control, when starved for days, will become more obedient than dogs with just a morsel of food. Wang Feng harbored genuine feelings for Ling Yu, and thus he wished for her acknowledgement, hoping she would fall deeply in love with him. Su Yi, however, did not ascend to the second floor, but instead sprinted directly to the seventh. He encountered no one along the stairs, and thus reached the seventh floor effortlessly. Upon arrival, he located the archery club. The door was unlocked, and Su Yi stepped inside. "Is anyone here?" he called out while moving further in. The interior was divided into several sections: an office area, a storage area for bows and arrows, and an indoor shooting range. Noticing that the shelves and cabinets in the bow storage area were empty, Su Yi proceeded to the shooting range. "System, sign in," he mentally commanded. A chime signaled his successful registration, and he received an archery experience package along with 5 survival points. "Indeed, I have acquired archery skills." Su Yi smiled with delight. He had anticipated the possibility of gaining archery training upon signing in, but the reality of it brought him genuine excitement. This newfound skill would enhance his survival capabilities. Additionally, he was pleasantly surprised to find he had accumulated 5 survival points, more than he had expected. It was time to sign in at the adjacent free fighting club. Upon entering, Su Yi noticed that the free fighting club was situated next to the archery club, with a fencing club tucked away in a corner, which he also wished to check out. As he exited, Su Yi found himself back at the bow storage area. This space was relatively isolated and devoid of any prior sign-in markers, indicating that he could register here. Should he sign in at this location? Su Yi contemplated the potential of obtaining a bow. Truthfully, he desired a bow, but he was wary of the group downstairs. If he acquired one, it could easily be confiscated by them unless he planned to leave immediately, disregarding Ling Yu. "System, sign in," he decided. A chime confirmed his successful registration, granting him 1 cubic meter of storage space and 20 survival points. Su Yi could scarcely believe his ears. Storage space? He had actually obtained storage capacity. "This is astonishing," he exclaimed inwardly. With a mere thought, the chocolate from his pocket was transferred into the storage space. This storage capability was not limited by the shape or size of objects. Anything could be stored as long as the total volume did not exceed 1 cubic meter. This maximized the utility of the storage space, eliminating any waste. Such a phenomenon was practically unimaginable in reality. The system was incredibly powerful and advanced technology. "This is fantastic. It will make things so much easier," Su Yi rejoiced. Although just 1 cubic meter, it was substantial enough to hold several backpacks worth of supplies. He also noted that the more beneficial the items were for survival, the greater the survival points awarded. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Su Yi approached the office area, where he spotted a miniature model crossbow on a desk. A sudden realization struck him as he walked over to pick up the diminutive crossbow. "Titanium alloy model. Ling Yu," he read aloud, noticing an inscription on the base of the display. It appeared to be Ling Yu's desk. Su Yi also picked up 10 exquisitely crafted crossbow bolts and loaded one into the crossbow. Though small, the crossbow functioned just like a real one and was capable of shooting with considerable force. He aimed at the desk, and the bolt embedded itself 2/3 into the surface. With another thought, a line of text appeared on the titanium alloy crossbow. "You can use 30 survival points to upgrade it to a powerful crossbow." Su Yi was instantly exhilarated, never expecting that upgrading was indeed possible. A glance at the upper right corner revealed his current status. Su Yi, survival points, 28 sign-in attempts, 1, 310. He only needed 2 more points to upgrade the crossbow. Storing the model crossbow in his storage space, Su Yi took out a cigarette, lit it, and exited the archery club. Free fighting versus fencing? Su Yi opted for fencing first, considering its practicality, as long as one wielded a sharp sword. It was a highly effective skill for dealing with both humans and infected individuals. Thus, he made his way to the fencing club. The door was also unlocked, and he entered without hesitation. The layout mirrored that of the archery club, beginning with an office. Su Yi searched the office thoroughly, but found nothing of value. He then proceeded to the area designated for swords and protective gear. All of the swords were épées, lacking any real utility, which explained their abandonment. Su Yi picked one up and concentrated. You can use 30 survival points to upgrade this to a samurai sword. He attempted to store it in his storage space. Lacking sufficient survival points for an upgrade, he decided to wait until he had enough. Next, he grabbed a set of protective gear and examined it. You can use 10 survival points to enhance the gear strength. After some consideration, he stored 2 sets in his storage space. Su Yi then headed towards the fencing training room, preparing to sign in there. Upon pushing the door open, Su Yi beheld a group of individuals huddled in the corner, devoid of any garments. Without exception, they were all young women, each bearing bruises, some in such a dire state that not a single part of their bodies was unscathed. As Su Yi entered, these girls trembled uncontrollably, yet managed to force faint smiles upon their faces. It was evident that they had been terrorized into submission. Su Yi was taken aback by the sheer brutality of the boys, and his thoughts drifted to Ling Yu. Had she remained, her circumstances would likely mirror theirs. No, Due to her beauty, the torment she would have endured would have been even greater. Chapter 10. Do not expect others to rescue you. Su Yi's fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound before he gradually relaxed them. Such atrocities likely unfolded in every corner of the globe. If women do not rise in defiance, such encounters will become all too common. Furthermore, once the first instance occurs, countless repetitions follow. This is the cruel reality of the apocalypse, alongside the monstrous creatures lurking outside. Those nearby may also embody demons. Despite his body having been enhanced and acquiring experience in archery, Su Yi was still outmatched, facing over a dozen scoundrels. Even if you were to rescue these girls, what would it change? Would they truly survive? Moreover, Su Yi was plagued by another question. What had the people in the gym been consuming over the past 7 days? This was a gymnasium devoid of food supplies. Unlike dormitories where many stockpiled snacks and instant noodles. For the first few days, one could survive on water, but 7 days without sustenance was simply incompatible with their current state. They must have eaten something daily. What then had they consumed? Su Yi dared not inquire, fearing the answer he dreaded. System, sign in. Closing his eyes, he silently recited. Ding, sign in successful, obtained fencing experience package. Survival points, 5. Upon completing the sign in, Su Yi turned and left. The opportunity to sign in had been exhausted, and he would have to wait until tomorrow for another chance. Please save us. We beg of you. One girl cried out as she realized Su Yi had not come to torment them, but instead had turned to leave. Quickly concluding that he was not one of their tormentors, but rather a newcomer. Su Yi halted, facing the girls as he spoke. This is now the apocalypse. Do not expect others to rescue you. You must learn to save yourselves. You, how can you be so heartless, lacking even a shred of compassion? Another girl chimed in. We are but girls. How can we possibly stand against those boys? You are just as cowardly as we are. Su Yi was rendered speechless by their remarks. He felt a sense of relief that he had not intervened. Had he done so, they might have blamed him for arriving too late or for not ensuring they were properly fed. With over 20 girls, if they united, they could at least stand a chance against their oppressors. Without uttering another word, Su Yi departed. He was certain that they lacked the courage to leave this place. After exiting, he made his way toward the staircase, eager to explore what clubs were located below. In this apocalyptic world, the more abilities one could acquire, the better. The gymnasium remained relatively safe. No infected individuals had breached its defenses, allowing him to stay for several days, signing in at all suitable locations to obtain what he desired. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he encountered Ling Yu and Wang Fong, who were ascending. Su Yi, did you not say you would check out the archery club to see if you could practice? Ling Yu exclaimed, joyfully waving a pink bow in her hand. Su Yi recalled that this was the bow Wang Fong had previously carried. To his surprise, it belonged to Ling Yu. Wang Fong, have someone fetch a light bow for Su Yi to try, to see if he possesses any talent, Ling Yu suggested, glancing at Su Yi. She trusted him completely and hoped he would swiftly master the shooting techniques of the traditional bow. His machete had already been confiscated by Wang Fong, leaving him weaponless. However, Ling Yu intended to devise a way to reclaim it for him. Ideally, she wished to leave the gymnasium that very night and find a way to join Su Yi at her aunt's place, a sanctuary in this chaotic world. After all, the infected outside could be slain. Aside from large-scale destructive weapons like missiles, nothing was more effective than firearms. Mastering the use of guns equated to mastering safety. Wang Fong's expression shifted. He harbored disdain for Su Yi and wished to prevent him from acquiring shooting skills. Yet, he also did not want to provoke Ling Yu's ire. Ajuan, your bow is the lightest. Let the newcomer try it, and teach him how to shoot while we head to the yoga club on the 6th floor. The 7th floor is filled with women, and Wang Fong preferred to keep Ling Yu from discovering anything amiss. Very well, you may go, Ling Yu readily agreed. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss on the 7th floor. After all, she had an office in the archery club, and Wang Fong was urging her to the judo club instead. Thank you for your assistance, Su Yi replied with a slight smile, gesturing for them to proceed. Yi Junbin, expressionless, led Su Yi upstairs toward the archery club. Upon entering the archery club, Yi Junbin detected no abnormalities, as they had already taken everything of value. As a fellow alumnus, I advise you to be wary. Ling Yu is the girlfriend of our leader. Do not harbor any unrealistic fantasies, Yi Junbin warned. Su Yi paused momentarily, then replied, I am aware, and for now, survival is paramount. That's good to know. Now, try your hand at archery and see if you possess any talent, Yi Junbin said, handing Su Yi the bow. He stood silently behind Su Yi, offering no guidance. Su Yi feigned incompetence for over 10 minutes, claiming he lacked talent, before following Yi Junbin back downstairs. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi surveyed the clubs on the 6th floor. Aside from Taekwondo, the others were dance, art, photography, and yoga, all of which held little value for him. Thus, Su Yi concluded that the only clubs of worth were mixed martial arts and Taekwondo. The absence of a traditional martial arts association left him feeling disheartened. How did you perform? Were you able to hit your target? As soon as he entered the yoga club, Ling Yu eagerly inquired about his progress. Not at all. I lacked any talent. After shooting for so long, not a single arrow hit the target, and my hands are a bit strained. Yi Junbin interjected before Su Yi could respond. What a pity. It seems you're better suited for the machete. Here, let me return this to you. Wang Fong feigned disappointment as he handed Su Yi his machete, patting him on the shoulder. Thank you, Brother Wang. Su Yi gratefully accepted his weapon. Gulme, I will take you to rest. I just discussed with you that we should go out tomorrow to gather supplies. We cannot remain hidden in the gymnasium indefinitely. With that, Wang Fong wrapped an arm around Su Yi and led him away. It was evident that Wang Fong intended to keep Su Yi and Ling Yu apart and was preparing to use Su Yi as a pawn to gather resources the following day. In a necessary moment, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate Su Yi. Wang Fong believed that once Su Yi was out of the picture, he could more swiftly win Ling Yu's favor. Chapter 11. Who Cannot Act? Su Yi was taken to the corner of the anime club, a relatively clean but small space. Upon entering, Wang Fong shot Su Yi a disdainful glance. Su Yi, have you ever been with a woman? The food was brought by Su Yi and Ling Yu. He was not foolish enough to use it to lure Su Yi. Regardless of the era, power, beauty, wealth, and fame remained the pursuits of many men. Wang Fong had little else to offer, but he could certainly present women. After all, he had confined over 20 women in the fencing club on the 7th floor. Any one of them could be used to entice Su Yi, and it would not be considered a loss for him. In Wang Fong's view, those superficial women were only fit for venting desires. After a few encounters, they would lose their appeal, making them most suitable for winning over subordinates. Moreover, once given away, they would be sustained by the recipient. If Su Yi truly possessed remarkable abilities and could gather resources, Wang Fong would not mind having Su Yi stay on indefinitely to serve him. No. Su Yi swallowed hard, displaying a greedy expression. Acting? Who couldn't do that? Those young men could easily use digital effects. With his good looks, his acting should be commendable. Tomorrow, if he performed well, Wang Fong promised to arrange a woman for him, allowing him to indulge as he pleased. As he spoke, Wang Fong patted Su Yi's shoulder, his gaze growing increasingly lascivious. Rest assured, I will definitely collect more resources tomorrow, Su Yi declared, thumping his chest in assurance, appearing eager. You will surely succeed. You seem particularly bold yet meticulous. The outside world is filled with monsters, yet you dare to escape to the gym with Yuer to gather supplies. This will certainly be a breeze for you. Wang Fong smiled happily, though it was merely a facade. In reality, gaining his trust in Su Yi was quite challenging. After all, venturing outside was perilous and could lead to death. Some individuals, paralyzed by fear of being bitten by monsters, had resorted to suicide. At this moment, Wang Fong found it hard to believe anyone would willingly venture outside to gather food unless there were substantial rewards. You should rest well here. These 2 buckets of instant noodles will be your meal today. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for someone to accompany you to collect supplies. Upon entering, Wang Fong had brought 2 buckets of instant noodles, hoping to gauge Su Yi's reaction. Brother Wang, these noodles are too small. They won't suffice. Su Yi immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Wang Fong maintained his smile, suppressing his inner anger, and replied calmly, This is only lunch. It should be enough. Don't worry. There are 2 more buckets for dinner, and I will have someone bring them over shortly. I, Wang Fong, am always generous to my own people. I would never let anyone go hungry. The reason I can be the president of the archery club is precisely because of this virtue. That is why everyone votes for me. Only then did Su Yi nod in satisfaction, stating, That will suffice. 2 buckets are enough for 1 meal. Given the current conditions, I understand. Wang Fong patted Su Yi approvingly and remarked, You are sensible and straightforward. Very well. Rest well and conserve your energy. Tomorrow we will venture out to gather resources. With more supplies, we need not worry about hunger. After Wang Fong left, a shadow crossed his face. Once outside, he instructed someone to deliver the instant noodles to Su Yi while keeping a watchful eye on him to prevent any erratic behavior. Su Yi glanced at the time. It was only 11:32, and lunch would be served shortly. Lacking electricity, there was no way to boil water for the noodles, so he would have to eat them dry. His room had a window, allowing him to observe the situation outside. There were more than 30 infected individuals outside the stadium, clearly unaware of any blood scent, wandering aimlessly in the square. Overall, the number of infected in this area was relatively low. Su Yi pondered another direction, contemplating the river behind the stadium. He wished to scale the wall and escape the school, following the river to safety. Resources within the school were limited, while those in the city were abundant. With the population drastically reduced, the stores and supermarkets in the urban area were well stocked. One could acquire plenty of supplies if they were daring enough. Without sufficient resources, survival would be impossible. If the survivors in the school did not leave soon, they would eventually starve. Perhaps some could sustain themselves on meat for a while, but that could easily lead to infighting, causing people to view those around them as potential food, driving them to madness. Su Yi certainly could not accept consuming human flesh, so he resolved to leave as soon as he signed in the following morning, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention. Living among a group of demons left him in constant unease. After finishing the 2 small buckets of noodles, Su-Yi laid down to rest. Sleep would elude him, yet he remained still in the corner. This spot was not easily targeted by hidden arrows. If someone intended to attack him, he would likely notice. Su-Yi held no trust in Wang Fong, so he remained vigilant of both Wang Fong and the others. However, the most frustrating aspect was Ling Yu. She longed to be by Su-Yi's side, but Wang Fong would not permit it. He was fully aware that Ling Yu would not dare to confront him, using this to test her patience. Ling Yu indeed refrained from defying him, as the boys in the area were all under Wang Fong's control, and she could not rally them to her side in such a short time. Additionally, she noticed that the boys looked at her with direct, aggressive gazes. Without Wang Fong, those boys might have already acted inappropriately towards her. She realized profoundly how perilous it was for girls in the apocalypse. Not only did they have to guard against the biting infected, but they also had to be wary of men who openly displayed their desires. During a restroom break, she managed to find Su-Yi. Seeing him unharmed, Ling Yu felt a wave of relief. In truth, she suspected that Wang Fong and his group, much like some girls in the dormitory, had begun to consume their own kind. There was no food in the gym that could sustain 20 people for 8 days. Aside from cannibalism, she could not fathom how Wang Fong and the others had survived thus far. They certainly did not appear to be starving. In Ling Yu's eyes, this place resembled a den of devils. Unfortunately, she and Su-Yi had no means of communicating. Whenever they spoke, others were present. Thus, Ling Yu resolved that at dawn, she would quietly leave. If Su-Yi were sufficiently attuned, he would also escape from here. She had planned to drift down the river to the city after escaping the stadium, seeking out her aunt and father. She believed they would be together, and returning to their side would provide her with a sense of safety. Everyone else, apart from Su-Yi, was too terrifying, potential demons lurking beneath a facade. Every minute felt like an eternity for Ling Yu. Therefore, after dinner, she claimed to be tired and wished to sleep. Ling Yu did indeed rest during the first half of the night, but awoke in the latter half. The moonlight provided enough illumination for movement, making it convenient to act. Chapter 12. Shooting the Beast Wang Fong. Ding, sign-in count. 1. After midnight, Su-Yi heard a notification. He had slept so soundly the previous night that he had missed it. Now he realized that sign-in opportunities would be granted once the clock struck 12. Sitting up, he noticed someone standing motionless at the door. Clearly, the person watching Su-Yi had fallen asleep against the wall. Su-Yi turned away and retrieved the hand crossbow from his storage space. With a thought, he mentally commanded, "System, upgrade the crossbow." In an instant, the hand crossbow morphed into a regular-sized crossbow, and the tiny quarrels transformed into 10 full-size bolts. Being made of titanium alloy, the crossbow was exceptionally lightweight. It also featured an ordinary scope, making it a formidable weapon. At the very least, it could easily surpass most traditional bows. Su examined the bolts. They were sharp and would likely penetrate both human and infected flesh with ease. Kill. To be honest, Su-Yi was not mentally prepared for that yet. Only in self-defense would he consider it. The process of drawing the crossbow was somewhat strenuous. However, this crossbow had a foot stirrup to assist with the draw. Su-Yi's physique had been enhanced with stimulants, rendering a foot pedal unnecessary. He effortlessly drew back the bowstring and fitted it with a crossbow bolt. Once completed, he stored it within his spatial inventory, allowing it to materialize in his hand with merely a thought, a convenience he greatly appreciated. With a machete in hand, Su-Yi proceeded towards the entrance. He aimed to check in at the martial arts club. Upon completing the check-in, he could conceal himself on the first floor or even hide in a vehicle outside, awaiting dawn to escape via the river. Stealthily, Su-Yi exited without rousing the individual who had been watching him. Just as he reached the staircase, he spotted a familiar figure. Quickly, Su-Yi approached and placed a hand over Ling Yu's mouth. "Wait for me in the hall on the first floor. I will come down shortly," he whispered into her ear. He had not anticipated their coincidental timing. As he emerged, she had also stealthily made her way out. The presence of her bow indicated her intention to flee that very night. Perhaps she had discovered something significant, or perhaps she was merely seeking him out. Ling Yu's lips moved silently beneath his hand, unable to utter a sound. The proximity caused her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Su-Yi felt a tingling sensation in his palm, withdrawing it abruptly before ascending the stairs. They were currently on the 6th floor, and reaching the upper level was all that remained. Su-Yi quickly ascended to the martial arts club. As he traversed the corridor, he overheard some commotion. Clearly, some boys were indulging in antics with the girls at the fencing club. Many students in university were night owls. It was quite normal to be awake at this hour, especially with it being just past midnight. Su-Yi cautiously entered the martial arts club and made his way to the training room. "System, check in," he mentally commanded. A notification chimed. "Check-in successful. You have received a martial arts experience package. Survival points, 5. After receiving his reward, he promptly exited the martial arts club and made his way downstairs. Concerned that his footsteps might disturb others, Su Yi treaded lightly and slowly. Ling Yu paced anxiously beneath the window where they had entered, clearly worried as she did not understand why Su Yi had gone upstairs and feared he might be discovered by Wang Fong and his cohorts. Ling Yu, what are you doing here alone? A voice called out, causing her to freeze in place. Wang Fong, do I need to report my actions to you? Ling Yu retorted defiantly. Having resolved to leave, she felt no need to maintain a facade of cordiality with Wang Fong. Just as she prepared to draw her longbow from her back, Wang Fong and his two lackeys had already knocked their arrows, aiming them at her. Don't move, or I fear their arrows will pierce your body. You wish to flee. Why not stay with me? I can protect you. Wang Fong was perplexed as to why Ling Yu wanted to escape. He believed he had shown no weaknesses that would make her perceive him as threatening. Protect me? Huh. You just want to take advantage of me. Don't disguise your intentions with pretty words. Ling Yu shot him a glare, aware that she had lost any opportunity to retrieve her arrows. I've liked you for a long time. Everyone at school knows. Yes, I desire your body. But that's because I care for you. Isn't that normal? Wang Fong's demeanor shifted as he insisted. Ling Yu, the world has changed. Outside. There are monsters that devour humans. Stay with me, and I will protect you, treat you well, and provide you with the finest things. As he spoke, he moved closer, unwilling to let her escape, determined to possess her. In his mind, once a woman was conquered, it was easy to win her heart. If Ling Yu remained, he would have been willing to invest time to win her over. Unfortunately, he felt compelled to resort to brute force. Monsters outside devour humans. Do you not do the same? Ling Yu retreated a couple of steps, waiting for Su Yi's arrival. After all, Su Yi had instructed her to wait downstairs, and he should be arriving soon. These men were certainly no match for him. Wang Fong's body stiffened, his pupils dilating. How do you know? That was a secret they dared not share with Ling Yu. Yes, we have consumed some flesh, but we did not kill anyone. She took her own life. We did it to survive. Must we all starve to death here? His expression twisted into a snarl as he lunged at Ling Yu. She had uncovered their secret, and now he felt compelled to either force her to partake in cannibalism or subdue her as he had done with other girls. All he wanted was to capture Ling Yu and bind her to him. Crouch down. Su Yi's voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Ling Yu instantly reacted, dropping to the ground. A crossbow bolt whizzed through the air, piercing Wang Fong's neck. Wang Fong clutched his throat, gasping for breath. His two henchmen quickly turned to see Su Yi charging towards them. Their arrows were aimed at him, but he executed a swift slide, evading the arrows and toppling one assailant. As the other attempted to draw his bow, Su Yi struck him in the abdomen, eliciting a scream of pain. Then, Su Yi delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's head, seizing his bow. Quickly, climb out the window. The infected will soon catch the scent of blood. Su Yi called out as he noticed Ling Yu retrieving his crossbow bolt. Chapter 13. Do I not crave? Without hesitation, Ling Yu ascended the cement base, tossing her bow outside before vaulting after it. After incapacitating the last opponent, Su Yi stripped them of their quivers and bows, including Wang Fong's longbow and quiver, storing them all in his spatial inventory. Oi, huri, the infected are coming, Ling Yu urged as she entered the vehicle. Su Yi swiftly climbed out and scrambled into the car. As soon as he got in, Ling Yu pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the wall. The thought of cannibalism horrified her. She felt fortunate to have escaped. Su Yi, thank you. You saved me once again. Without you, that beast would have captured me. That kind of monster deserves to perish. Su Yi mused that as humans, one should maintain a moral compass. Cannibalism was no different from savagery. Experiencing his first kill left Su Yi deeply unsettled. Everything felt amiss. His mind replayed the image of the crossbow bolt piercing Wang Fong's neck, the blood spraying forth. Even after Wang Fong fell, his body continued to convulse. Those vivid scenes relentlessly assaulted his consciousness. Su Yi, get out of the car, quickly. Ling Yu shouted as she parked behind the wall, noticing Su Yi lost in thought. Infected were approaching, and under the moonlight, visibility was poor. She worried there might be hidden infected nearby. Hearing Ling Yu's voice snapped Su Yi back to reality. He exited the vehicle, leaped onto the hood, and swiftly climbed over the wall. Beyond the wall lay the river. Come up. Su Yi extended his hand to help her. Ling Yu ascended the wall with Su Yi's assistance, where sharp stainless steel pipes protruded, posing a danger of injury. Once atop the wall, Ling Yu glanced at Su Yi, seeking his guidance. Shall we jump into the river now, or wait until dawn? She felt significantly weaker compared to Su Yi and naturally inclined to follow his lead. Let's wait until dawn. The situation in the river is quite complex. Those timid cowards in the gym certainly won't venture out. As long as we avoid the infected, we'll be safe. Su Yi believed that jumping into the river at this moment was rather perilous. If the chosen spot was inappropriate, an injury upon descent could lead to significant complications. A careless fracture could prove fatal. Healing from such injuries could take 100 days, and in this apocalyptic era, having one's mobility restricted would make survival exceedingly challenging. Su Yi, will humans infected by the virus turn into infected beings? What about animals? Ling Yu turned to glance at the river behind her, her voice laced with concern. I suppose it shouldn't be the case, Su Yi replied, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Who could tell if animals might also become infected or mutated, regardless of the possibilities? They had no choice but to confront the situation. After all, Su Yi resolved to eliminate any threats to his life without hesitation. He pondered whether any among humanity might mutate and gain superpowers, as often depicted in films and novels about the apocalypse. Watching the infected beings approach slowly, Ling Yu fervently wished for extraordinary abilities. Hearing her words, Su Yi instinctively touched his nose. Although he was not a mutant, he possessed a system that was even more formidable than superpowers. Of course, he understood that this was merely a form of hope for humanity in the face of an insurmountable apocalypse. Yet, at this moment, he yearned for such extraordinary capabilities, as they would ensure his survival in this harsh world. Ling Yu gazed up at the moon in the sky. The events involving Wang Fong had deepened her understanding that relying on oneself was the most dependable course of action. Human hearts are inscrutable, difficult to decipher. Moreover, it was not just about placing trust in others. Others could not entirely trust her either. Just like Su Yi, who remained ever cautious around her. The infected beings, as they stood now, were not particularly terrifying and were quite manageable. Su Yi regarded the infected below, feeling that they had lost much of their fearsome nature. Ling Yu rolled her eyes and remarked, for a master like you, it's easy, but for others, it's an entirely different matter. A single strike to sever an infected's neck is not something everyone can accomplish effortlessly. Even with targeted training, such skills cannot be acquired overnight. Su Yi felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing the back of his neck, knowing that he had been injected with a body-enhancing serum. Currently, his strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of an average human. With such prowess, the infected were indeed not daunting to him. However, for an ordinary person, killing an infected might require several strikes, and before they could sever the neck, another infected could leap upon them, piercing their chest. Was it truly that simple? Hence, Ling Yu's commentary was warranted. She was confident that even elite special police forces would struggle to match Su Yi's ease. After a moment of silence, Su Yi pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After all, there was little to do while squatting here, and the infected below had not yet departed. Otherwise, they could have returned to the car to wait until dawn. Just as he lit the cigarette, Ling Yu snatched it away. She took a puff and coughed violently, causing several infected below to stir excitedly, their claws flailing as they attempted to reach the two. Unfortunately, they lacked the ability to climb. Don't waste it. My cigarette has been ruined by those beasts, Su Yi said, reclaiming the cigarette and placing it back between his lips. Ling Yu felt a flush rise to her cheeks, recalling the moment in the gym when Su Yi had covered her mouth. At that time, they had been very close, akin to a pair of intimate lovers. Previously, she had never shared such an experience with a boy. Su Yi, if I follow you, would you agree? Ling Yu suddenly asked. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. Tilting his head, he noticed the enticing curve of her hips as she squatted. Are you not going to look for your aunt and family? Su Yi exhaled a smoke ring, contemplating Ling Yu's suggestion. Was he attracted to her physically? Undoubtedly. She was not only beautiful, but also possessed flawless skin and an exquisite figure. Her title as the school's flower was universally acknowledged, not merely a label bestowed by a select group of boys. Countless boys at school found themselves captivated by her, and Su Yi was no exception. However, while attraction was one thing, everyone knew that Ling Yu was a challenge to pursue, akin to the difficulty of courting a top-tier celebrity, something only achievable in dreams. Now, her question seemed to offer Su Yi an opportunity to realize his desires, stirring genuine feelings within him. Chapter 14. New information received. Ling Yu sighed and shifted her position slightly. Remaining in a squat for too long could lead to numbness in her legs. Of course, I want to search for them. However, I fear something may have happened. If nothing went wrong, they should have sent someone to rescue me. It has been 8 days. This sudden upheaval had come without warning. Those around her could transform into infected beings in the blink of an eye. Perhaps they had already become infected. Although Ling Yu was reluctant to accept this reality, reason compelled her to acknowledge the likelihood of such events. After all, she was the only daughter in her family, and her father was surrounded by capable bodyguards. If nothing had happened, it was inconceivable that they would not seek her out. Yet 8 days had passed while remaining in the same city. Though the school was situated in a suburban area, it should have been relatively easy to reach her school via the river, unless something had gone awry. With 60% of the global population transformed into infected beings, she did not believe that her parents would be immune to such a fate. Moreover, her aunt's messages had not mentioned her parents, which likely indicated that something had indeed happened to them. Nevertheless, having just narrowly escaped a life-and-death situation, Ling Yu had gained some clarity. Therefore, she felt compelled to cling to Su Yi's support. It was only by sticking close to him that she felt secure and grounded. Su Yi flicked away the cigarette, but, his gaze returning from afar, he would not linger in one place for too long, as he needed to sign in at new locations. He could not afford to waste time in ordinary areas for sign-ins. He might not even stay in the city for a year. To grow stronger, he must explore every corner of the city in search of suitable places to sign in. You can accompany me for a while, but I intend to traverse every part of the nation, so I cannot always bring you along. Traveling across the country? Are you serious? Ling Yu blinked, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and disbelief. Upon seeing Su Yi nod in affirmation, Ling Yu was at a loss for words. Brother, this is the apocalypse. With over 4 billion infected beings scattered worldwide, you're talking about traveling everywhere? Are you insane? Yet, she noted that Su Yi's expression did not betray any hint of jest. He spoke with utmost sincerity. In this apocalyptic world, the notion of returning to the previous state, where one could simply sit at home and gaze at distant places, was utterly impossible, since the world had already descended into chaos. One might as well live with a sense of freedom. Who knows which will come first, an unforeseen event or tomorrow? Having never explored the vast landscapes of his homeland, the idea of roaming freely now, without the need for tickets, seemed rather appealing. The more he pondered, the more he found it delightful. He wondered if signing in at places like Wudong Mountain, Shaolin Temple, or Longhu Mountain might grant him some exceptionally powerful techniques. Oi, do you find my charm so insignificant? Ling Yu asked, somewhat displeased. Insignificant? Not at all, Su Yi responded, glancing at her. It's quite considerable, actually. Upon noticing the direction of Su Yi's gaze, Ling Yu's face flushed crimson. Then, why did you refuse me? Do you not desire it? Ling Yue felt as if she had experienced social death after speaking. She had audaciously uttered such shameless words. Suddenly, Su Yi leaned closer to her, startling Ling Yue to the point of nearly losing her balance. What are you doing? She stammered, her heart racing. What do you mean? Of course. Su Yi replied with a teasing grin. Ling Yue, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared particularly alluring, her cheeks tinged with a light blush. She felt a genuine longing, yet it was a longing that had to remain unexpressed, especially with the infected lurking below, eager for their hearts and brains. Su Yi's playful demeanor rendered Ling Yue speechless, and she felt an overwhelming desire to hide beneath the water's surface, fully aware of his intentions. After a moment, she gradually regained her composure, her gaze hardening with determination. In this apocalyptic world, was there truly a need to cling to the past? As Su Yi had pointed out, who could predict whether misfortune or tomorrow would arrive first? She resolved to live freely, without regrets, while maintaining her principles. With newfound courage, Ling Yue stole a glance at Su Yi. Honestly, he was quite handsome, albeit somewhat delicate. However, the strength and capability he exhibited were entirely unrelated to his appearance. Her feelings of gratitude and affection made him appear even more attractive, and the air of mystery about him rendered him even more captivating. The more she observed him, the more her heart fluttered. Who said only men desired women? Women could equally yearn for the men who stirred their hearts. At that moment, Ling Yue found herself drawn to Su Yi. Su, it seems they've left, perhaps distracted. Ling Yue observed that the infected below appeared to have caught a scent and suddenly turned towards the gymnasium. Su Yi noticed as well and casually remarked, perhaps they caught a whiff of blood. There might have been internal conflict, or maybe someone disposed of Wang Fang's body. Regardless, their departure was a blessing, allowing them to retreat to the car and wait for dawn to escape. Otherwise, spending the night perched on the wall would be quite uncomfortable. After a brief interval, Su Yi leaped onto the car's roof and then back down to the ground. You should get some rest. I'll keep watch for a while, he told Ling Yue before pulling out his phone to charge it. Given that they were abandoning the car, depleting the battery was of no consequence. Upon seeing this, Ling Yue quickly retrieved her own phone. I can't believe I forgot the car had charging capabilities. How foolish of me, she lamented, prompting a chuckle from Su Yi. It was entirely understandable, given the drastic changes in their world. The sudden shift had thrown life off its usual course, and it was only natural to take some time to adapt. As the charging symbol illuminated her phone, Ling Yue found sleep elusive. Many modern phones operated on solar energy, maintaining low power consumption. While making calls might be impossible, receiving messages was still feasible. Just 2 minutes later, her phone buzzed to life. Ding, ding, ding. A message. I received a message. It might be from my aunt, Ling Yue exclaimed, her spirits lifting, though she kept her voice subdued out of caution. Oyi, intrigued. Leaned in to see what she had received. As she opened the text, she quickly scanned through 3 identical messages. She then handed her phone to Su Yi for him to read. Upon seeing the contents, Su Yi's expression shifted dramatically, as the messages revealed a new crisis. Chapter 15. Someone has set a trap. The mutated animals were now far stronger than the infected. Su Yi, can we still go through the river? Ling Yue furrowed her brow, anxiety creeping in. The messages mentioned only a few animals had mutated, so there's no need to panic. Additionally, the survivor camp is expanding, located at the city government. We can still head there. Perhaps your aunt and family are there too. Unlike me, my family is back in my hometown, and I can no longer reach them. Su Yi, a traveler from another world, felt little emotional attachment to the parents of this body. Furthermore, they were ordinary people, and their chances of survival were slim. If animals have mutated, could humans also be at risk of mutation? Ling Yue deftly avoided the heavy topic, aware that her parents might have become infected. Discussing it would only lead to sorrow without any practical benefit. The presence of mutated creatures was now the variable affecting their survival. Theoretically, that was the case. But who could guarantee that these mutations were beneficial? What if they became highly aggressive, akin to the infected? This situation was truly precarious. After all, they themselves had not mutated, nor had they encountered any mutated humans or animals. Let's not dwell on it. We need a rest. Tomorrow, we must continue our journey. Su Yi suggested, placing the phone in front of him and reclining his seat. Ling Yue felt a pang of uncertainty. Could he truly sleep so easily? After staring at her phone for a moment, she eventually lay down. There was little else to do. The phone's apps were useless without a network. Before long, fatigue overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. When she awoke, daylight had already arrived, but Su Yi was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged within her as she glanced at the empty back seat before hastily exiting the car to search for him. Relief washed over her when she spotted Su Yi atop the wall. Ready to depart? Let us check what supplies you still have in the car, he said, jumping down to retrieve some items. After a brief search, he found 2 bottles of water and a bottle of car air freshener. It seemed Ling Yue's car was too immaculate. Lacking any clutter, the two climbed over the wall, descending a distance before leaping into a pool in the river. They began drifting downstream. The river was sufficiently deep, allowing them to float along, though the water was heavily polluted and reeked. Yet, in the face of danger, they had no choice but to endure. Holding their breath and tilting their heads back, they tried to keep the water from touching their mouths. After drifting for over half an hour, they came to an abrupt halt. A large group of infected had completely blocked the river. Su Yi, why are there so many infected in the river? What do we do now? Ling Yue clutched Su Yi's arm, her eyes scanning for a place to climb. Su Yi turned and began to ascend. There were stone steps leading up to the riverbank. The river was lined with concrete, making it nearly impossible to climb out without ladders or ropes. Hurry! Maybe he noticed us, Su Yi urged. As for why the infected were in the river, it could be due to something attracting them or someone having pushed them in. The latter scenario was particularly concerning. Few sane individuals would lead a horde of infected into the river, as everyone instinctively avoided them. The resistance of the water hampered both Su Yi and Ling Yue, as well as the infected. They reached the stone steps and quickly scrambled up. Just as they reached the top, Su Yi's expression darkened. 2 individuals emerged from an alley, armed with modified nail guns, and aimed directly at Su Yi and Ling Yue. The elder brother is truly remarkable. Indeed, there are survivors emerging from the river. It appears they are 2 university students. The woman is exceptionally beautiful, far more so than those we have captured. My, her figure is quite alluring. I am tempted to touch it. The 2 men leered at Ling Yue in a most despicable manner, as her clothes clung to her form, accentuating her enticing physique. One of them brandished a nail gun menacingly and barked, "Boy, raise your hands and do not move. This is a gun, a lethal weapon. If you wish to live, behave yourself. If you're sensible, you can join us. There is meat to eat and women to toy with, understand?" Su Yi was utterly taken aback, realizing that a trap had been laid to ensnare them. He could ascertain with absolute certainty that they sought women, not men. If they truly desired his cooperation, they would not utter such derogatory remarks about Ling Yue in his presence. Once they reached their camp, they would undoubtedly dispose of him. He and Ling Yue were together. How could he allow them to toy with her and still consider joining them? Anyone with a semblance of sanity would not believe their words. Moreover, to claim that joining them would provide sustenance? Surely, they meant to consume human flesh. Would they toy with women only to devour them afterward? These individuals were more terrifying and revolting than the infected. How could Su Yi let such beasts threaten him? With one hand raised in surrender, he pleaded, "Brother, I have chocolate to offer. Please spare my girlfriend. Bring it out quickly." One of the men exclaimed with glee, extending his hand towards Su Yi. As he approached, pressing the gun to Su Yi's head, he demanded, "All right, I'll retrieve it." Su Yi produced the chocolate from his storage space, withdrawing it from his pocket. The sight of the chocolate made the man's eyes gleam with delight. Just as he reached for it, Su Yi swiftly swung his other hand, wielding a machete, and severed the man's hand in one swift motion. Before the other man could react, Su Yi had already aimed his blade at his arm. The act was executed with astonishing speed and precision. Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching Ling Yue in the process. One of the men let out a horrific scream, while the other was rendered silent, clutching his neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Chapter 16. Su Yi's decisive kill. Ling Yue stood in shock, unable to fathom the rapid and gruesome retaliation from Su Yi. Witnessing such carnage left her momentarily dazed. "Grab a gun. Let us go," Su Yi shouted. Having dispatched the fleeing man, Ling Yue finally snapped back to reality, her face pale as she glanced at the severed hand on the ground, suppressing the urge to vomit. Before she hurriedly picked up 2 nail guns from the floor, Su-yi rummaged through the bodies for ammunition, aware that mere possession of firearms was futile without bullets. After a thorough search, he found a total of 9 bullets and several nails. Disappointed by the scarcity of ammunition, he instructed, "Let us move this way." Taking a gun from Lingwei, he dashed upward. They had barely run for a few minutes when a group of people appeared behind them. Gunfire erupted. Su-yi and Lingwei managed to evade the shots. Spotting an alley, Su-yi decisively pulled Lingwei into it. This area was a shanty town, densely packed with makeshift homes, resulting in a complex terrain. With both of them stained in blood, the infected soon caught the scent of their presence. "Hand over the gun. Remove your jacket, quickly," Su-yi shouted as he spotted 2 infected ahead. He raised his weapon and fired. Bang! 1 bullet struck the first infected in the head. Thanks to the archery experience he had acquired, Su-yi's shooting accuracy was commendable. The second infected was within 5 meters, making it an easy target. Otherwise, with this minimally modified nail gun, a headshot would have been improbable. After firing, Su-yi did not reload. Instead, he took the other gun handed to him by Lingwei. Bang! Another shot felled the second infected. Lingwei had discarded her bloodied clothing and wiped her face, removing some of the bloodstains. Just as she was about to dispose of the clothes, Su-yi snatched them from her. He tossed the garments onto the corpse of the infected and dashed into the alley where the infected had emerged. "Here, the door is open. Let us go upstairs." Su-yi joyfully discovered that a house's door was ajar. Without hesitation, he strode inside. Lingwei followed suit, promptly shutting the door behind them as pursuers were still on their trail. As soon as the door was secured, they heard voices outside. "Keep pursuing. We must eliminate those 2. No one can save them, not even the King of Heaven. I must kill them. Boss, they left their clothes here. They must be trying to lure the zombies. We don't know where they've hidden. Search every building. Kill the men, and the women will be left for our amusement." Upon hearing their departing voices, Su-yi decisively locked the door. The first floor was a hall with 3 electric bikes and some scattered belongings. Su-yi handed both nail guns to Lingwei. Using firearms would only expose their location. Gripping his machete, Su-yi ascended to the second floor. The house was compact, measuring only 50 to 60 square meters, with 2 rooms on the first floor. The absence of infected was a relief. Otherwise, the scent of blood would have been unmistakable. Upon reaching the second floor, Su-yi found that both room doors had been pried open. Inside were 2 bedrooms, ransacked, with clothing strewn about, revealing no valuable items. It was unclear if the assailants had done this. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he encountered a similar situation. The 6.5 stories of the house had all been looted, leaving no food behind. The half-level balcony served as a kitchen, equipped with 3 stoves and 3 refrigerators. Unfortunately, the fridges were empty, with only a few grains of rice scattered in the kitchen. "Su-yi, what should we do now? Those people are still searching for us, and there is no food here." Lingwei expressed her concern, realizing that their supplies had been taken by Wang Feng's group, and they had escaped without provisions. "Do not worry, the houses are closely packed. We can jump from the balcony to another house to search for food." Su-yi reassured Lingwei before heading downstairs. "We are both covered in blood. Let us find some clothes and take a shower to wash it off." Lingwei nodded, her mind racing with images of Su-yi's brutal actions, making her stomach churn. Yet, she refrained from succumbing to nausea, understanding the necessity to adapt to their grim reality. After descending, Su-yi pushed open one of the 6th-floor rooms. The decor was heavily influenced by anime, adorned with numerous figurines. This room appeared to be largely intact, the door not having been forced open. A rack was filled with various cosplay costumes, and the walls displayed photographs of the owner donning the outfits. The pictures were undeniably beautiful, showcasing excellent editing skills. Ah, a true girl. The wardrobe is filled with normal clothing. "Lingwei, find something to wear here. I will go downstairs for clothes and a shower." There was a bathroom just outside the room, one on every floor except the first. Su-yi reached the 5th floor, locating a thick outfit suitable for the cooling weather, as New Year's Day was fast approaching. Fortunately, the building is equipped with solar water heaters, allowing Su-yi and Lingyu to enjoy a comfortable hot shower, cleansing themselves of the lingering scent of blood and the foul odor from the river. After changing into fresh clothes, Su-yi picked up one of the nail guns. With minimal modifications, its power was rather average. As a thought crossed his mind, words materialized before him. You can upgrade it to a standard handgun for 20 survival points. 20 points for merely upgrading to a basic handgun? Su-yi furrowed his brow in discontent. Such an expenditure of survival points seemed excessively wasteful. After all, ammunition was required, and he was left with only 9 rounds, which also needed nails to function. There was little merit in the upgrade. Even with 3 survival points, he would not squander them on this. After loading the bullets and nails, Su-yi prepared to store them in his inventory. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to retrieve the 2 buckets of instant noodles left over from the previous night. Taking them out would expose his storage space. a closely guarded secret he wished to keep from anyone, including Lingyu, who was not yet his partner. Human nature is fragile, and Su-yi preferred not to be ensnared by others. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly heard Lingyu softly calling for him. Come in. Su-yi set down the two nail guns. Lingyu entered, wrapped in a bath towel adorned with an illustration of two anime girls sharing kiss. Was this a deliberate temptation? Miss, there are still people looking for us outside. We cannot afford to indulge in romance right now. Su-yi, I found food. A lot of it. Lingyu exclaimed excitedly as she rushed to his side, reaching out to pull him up. As Su-yi sat on the floor, Lingyu had to bend down to grasp him. In doing so, she inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her alluring figure. It was ample, pink, and undeniably tempting. Su-yi could not help but lick his lips, feeling a warmth spread through his body. He sensed that Lingyu was being intentionally provocative. Surely, there was time to dress before engaging in deeper conversations. Thus, he pushed aside his thoughts. You should change into something else. It is wonderful that we have food. I will see if I can find a backpack. Su-yi said, tucking the gun into the small of his back before beginning to search for a backpack. Stealing glances at Lingyu was out of the question. Her legs were exceptionally long, while others could wrap the towel around their knees. It barely reached halfway down her thighs. Moreover, her skin was particularly fair with a rosy undertone. Her legs were strikingly straight, the kind that one could not stop admiring once they began. Lingyu bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. She did not expect Su-yi to possess such self-control. However, this only strengthened her resolve to capture his heart. If she did not see such a man, someone else might. With a playful stride, she ascended the stairs. She understood Su-yi's stance. With the right opportunity, she could win him over. The thought of conquering Su-yi sent her heart racing, her body feeling increasingly invigorated. Upon returning upstairs, Lingyu noticed two large drawers pulled out from beneath the bed, all filled with instant noodles from various parts of the world, different brands and types. Packaged cup or bowl noodles. There was an abundance, resembling a noodle shop. It was evident that the previous occupant, be a girl or a cross-dressing man, had a profound love for instant noodles, collecting a diverse array of flavors and brands. She had roughly counted at least 30 varieties. In the cupboard, she found a new pair of stockings and seductive lingerie. The inner layer was enticing, while the outer layer was modest. Being beautiful and well-dressed in the outside world could easily attract trouble. She also discovered a lightweight ski jacket, perfect for warmth and convenience, crafted from waterproof and windproof materials. She left the door ajar, showing no worry about Su-yi bursting in. Perhaps she even hoped for his intrusion. Unfortunately, Su-yi did not take the bait. After searching several rooms, Su-yi found 3 backpacks and made his way to the 6th floor. Su-yi, what do you think of this outfit? It's modeled after a character from Assassin's Creed, and it's quite well made. Would you like to try it on? Lingyu excitedly presented an ensemble. Su-yi glanced at her and responded, Do I appear to be a typical young adult? He was a traveler, not the original owner. Such attire was unsuitable for him. I think it looks great, and you are handsome. It would surely suit you well. Why not give it a try? Lingyu insisted, believing Su-yi would look particularly dashing in it, especially with the bow she had for him. Let us pack the food. We must prepare for relocation. Su-yi tossed a backpack to Lingyu and moved towards the instant noodles. With such a plentiful supply, he felt a sense of security. He did not wish to waste the opportunity for a reward on food. It was better to gather a substantial amount for his storage space. With 1 cubic meter of capacity, he could store quite a bit of food, sufficient for 10 to 15 days of sustenance for one person. Alas, there was no electricity. Otherwise, he could have simply enjoyed instant noodles. The kitchen upstairs has a gas cylinder for boiling water or cooking noodles, Su-yi remarked as he quickly filled a backpack. Unlike Lingyu, who was particular about her flavors. The gas cylinder has gas? Lingyu exclaimed in surprise. Su-yi couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Lingyu came from a wealthy family and likely had never encountered a gas cylinder. Go upstairs and check if anyone is on the balconies of the other apartments. I will finish packing this backpack and join you. With that, Su-yi handed a nail gun to Lingyu. She nodded, not overthinking it. Once Lingyu ascended, Su-yi hastily filled another backpack with instant noodles, ensuring to store the remaining noodles in his storage space. He then carried both backpacks upstairs. I checked. There is no one. Perhaps they have gone searching elsewhere. Lingyu reported eagerly upon Su-yi's arrival. That's good. Keep watch while I prepare the noodles. Su-yi brought a few additional packages of noodles upstairs. He had not eaten dinner the previous night and was quite hungry. Lingyu was in a better position, having had some food, but breakfast was still absent. After a short while, a pot of delicious noodles was ready. The aroma was intoxicating. For the first time, he realized instant noodles could be so fragrant. Lingyu swallowed hard, having long been tempted. When one is hungry, even the simplest food seems delightful. Su-yi served her a generous bowl, noting that despite her recent meals, she still appeared somewhat emaciated. Half an hour later, the pot of noodles was completely devoured by Su-yi and Lingyu. Su-yi noticed his appetite had significantly increased, consuming the equivalent of 2 regular meals in one sitting. He suspected this was due to the body-enhancing serum he had injected, as greater strength required greater energy. Suddenly, their phones chimed. Text messages. Su, Yi, and Ling Yu promptly retrieved their devices, eager to check the new messages. Attention, all survivors. Do not consume the flesh of the infected, as doing so will turn you into one. The Yuntian City No. 1 shelter is open to every survivor. We welcome you to join us in combating this disaster. The address is located at the former city government. Upon reading the information, Su Yi couldn't help but frown. Is it possible that people are consuming the flesh of the infected? The meat appears blackened and severely dehydrated. Astonishingly, there are still individuals who resort to eating the flesh of the infected. Are they not afraid of becoming infected themselves? Chapter 18. Have you ever considered gathering followers? With a complicated mood, Su Yi switched his phone to silent and put it away. It was evident that the camp had discovered individuals consuming the flesh of the infected, and subsequently found that those who partook had transformed into the infected themselves. Perhaps many had engaged in this act. He wondered whether the flesh of mutated animals was also inedible. Su Yi murmured to himself, initially contemplating trying the meat of a mutated animal if he were to hunt one in the future. However, after receiving this text message, he hesitated, fearing the potential consequences. Unless he could be certain that consuming it would entail no adverse effects. Shall we take a break and leave, or should we spend the night here? Ling Yu also switched her phone to silent, despite the battery only lasting a few days. Did you see that signal tower over there? Su Yi walked to the balcony and pointed towards a distant signal tower. I see it. Are you thinking of the solar power module? Ling Yu recalled that Su Yi had just brought up a toolbox, leading her to believe he intended to dismantle something. Su Yi snapped his fingers and smiled clever. That device will be beneficial for us. With it, our phones can remain charged indefinitely. The distance to the camp is still considerable, and the journey may not be safe. We need to continuously receive updates. Otherwise, we might miss critical information. Ling Yu approached Su Yi and took a deep breath. If it's too far, we can find a suitable place to stay. Currently, there are fewer people and abundant supplies. Gathering enough provisions for the two of us to last a few months should be quite manageable. Ling Yu believed that as long as she and Su Yi relied on each other, survival would not be overly difficult. Su Yi was strong, and the weaknesses of the infected were quite evident. Furthermore, since the infected requires sustenance, it stands to reason that if they were to starve, they would perish as well. Perhaps in a few months, many of the infected would die of hunger, and by then, we would be safe. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Su Yi shook his head. She was too optimistic. She underestimated the severity of this global catastrophe. From the moment Su Yi received the information regarding animal mutations, he understood that returning to the world as it was before the apocalypse was no longer feasible. However, there was no need to dishearten Ling Yu. Doing so would only affect her mindset. If her morale were to collapse, it would not bode well for Su Yi either. Having experienced several life-and-death situations together, they had gradually established a measure of trust. Naturally, Su Yi wished for Ling Yu to survive well. Throughout life, one cannot go without friends. The world has collapsed, and both friendship and love must be rebuilt. Su Yi yearned for familial bonds as well, but his father was not in this city. He was in a small county in another province. Of course, Su Yi would return a visit. If his parents were still alive, he would ensure they lived without worry. Let's go. Strap on your backpack and be cautious. I'll go first, and once it's clear, you can toss this backpack over. As he spoke, Su Yi slung his backpack on and handed the third one to Ling Yu. Climbing onto the railing, Su Yi grasped the toolbox and leaped onto the opposite balcony. The gap was just over a meter, so it was relatively easy to jump across. The buildings here were designed without obstacles. After landing on the opposite balcony, Su Yi assessed the surroundings. Ling Yu threw the third backpack to Su Yi before jumping over. As Su Yi reached the third building, an infected person burst out. It must have been trapped on a balcony. Otherwise, it would not have remained there. Su Yi swiftly approached and dispatched it, severing its head. The infected can only be killed by decapitating them or destroying the nerve center of their brain. After eliminating the infected, Su Yi instructed Ling Yu to toss the backpack over. Thus, the two continued to move across the balconies until they finally reached the one with the signal tower. Upon arrival, Su Yi first conducted a thorough inspection to ensure safety before retrieving the nail gun, bullets, and nails. He demonstrated how to load the bullets and nails, then handed them to Ling Yu. Keep watch at the door to prevent anyone from sneaking up on us from the stairs. Ling Yu nodded earnestly, rest assured. I will guard the entrance and not allow anyone to ascend. Afterward, Ling Yu removed her backpack. She still carried a bow and arrows, which could also serve as weapons against adversaries. Normally, they would not be discovered unless someone happened to enter the building to search or spotted them from another balcony. Su Yi continued to open the toolbox. There is also the possibility that their lair is in this building. If that is the case, there is nothing more to say. The solar panel was quite large, but fortunately, it was made of flexible material, allowing it to be rolled up. Otherwise, it would be cumbersome to transport. The solar panel was connected to a storage battery, which was a graphene battery. This battery resembled the portable 220V power sources found on Su-Es Earth, encapsulated in a black box. The battery technology in this world was more advanced, with a larger capacity and multiple output voltage modes. Before the apocalypse, stealing such batteries would result in a 5-year sentence. Now, no one was monitoring Su-E. If he could take them, he could dismantle all 4 sets of batteries here. Before long, Su-E had successfully disassembled 2 sets. One set was naturally placed in a storage space. Although it occupied some space, Su-E deemed it worthwhile. The instant noodles were not fully packed, making room for a set of batteries. Throughout this process, Ling Yu remained vigilant at the stairway. Thus, she failed to notice Su-E placing a set into his storage space. Approaching Ling Yu, Su-E set down his belongings and remarked, "I'm done disassembling. Let us find a suitable exit. Are we leaving now? Other places might not be safe either. There could be others who resort to slaughtering their kind. This area is too distant from the city, and our strength is insufficient. Su-E, have you never considered gathering a following? Even those lowly individuals can do it. Why can't you?" Ling Yu believed that departing now was still too perilous, and 2 people could hardly contend with others. If there were dozens of people, the situation would be entirely different. Furthermore, traveling together to the official shelter should be appealing to many. Many might not even be aware that phones could still receive information or that the government had established shelters. If they knew, they would likely band together and head to the shelter. Chapter 19. Discovering a survival artifact. Su-E conceded that Ling Yu made a compelling argument. If they banded together to approach the government, many would undoubtedly join them. The authorities still held a degree of credibility, and most people were inclined to trust them. Su-E's strength was formidable. If he were to display a more intimidating demeanor, he could indeed command others' respect. Those who gathered followers typically did so through strength, food, or allure. Of course, some resorted to faith and brainwashing. In times of chaos, various fallacies easily take root and sway people's hearts. To be truthful, I find little interest in such matters. I am somewhat averse to social interactions, much less managing a group of people. Certainly, in order to reach the shelter, I believe it is feasible to gather a group of individuals to embark on this journey together. We must check in at various locations, which are evidently unsuitable. At the very least, Su-E has not perceived any edifices of worth. The ordinary residential buildings and the street-side shops offer nothing but commonplace snacks and clothing. Checking in at these places is merely a squander of the once daily opportunity to do so. Presently, Su-E must endure for 5 more days to complete the requisite 10 check-ins. At that point, he will be granted 2 check-in opportunities each day, thus expanding his options. If you find it troublesome, you can entrust the management of personnel to me. You need only to focus on me. As she spoke, Ling Yu cast a flirtatious glance at Su-E. She felt more secure when wielding a weapon and accompanied by subordinates. The infected outside are indeed not difficult to eliminate. With the right weaponry, they can be dispatched effortlessly. The infected possess little intelligence, driven solely by their instincts. A few drops of blood can lure them into a well-designed trap. The most terrifying aspect, ironically, is humanity itself. Whether in the gymnasium or here, the crises they face are instigated by humans. It is undeniably ironic. First, eliminate the leader of this group, then subdue the rest. Su-E reached a resolution. Since these individuals wish to eliminate him, he must retaliate. It is not in Su-Yi's nature to withdraw like a turtle when bullied. Upon hearing Su-Yi's decision, Ling Yu was instantly elated and indignantly remarked, "Good. Those who dare to set traps to harm others must be dealt with. They may have already captured many girls using similar tactics. Therefore, their leaders deserve to perish." Ling Yu inherently harbored a sense of justice, unable to tolerate those who prey on the weak. During her school days, she often stood up for those who were bullied. Due to her affluent and powerful family, no one dared to challenge her when she defended the oppressed. In the past, she relied on her parents' influence to assist others. Now, she could rely solely on her own strength to help, which invigorated her spirit. Su-E turned to Ling Yu and said, "You observe here and remain cautious. I will go downstairs to see if there is anything useful." Ling Yu nodded, handing one of her firearms to Su-E, but he shook his head in refusal. Ling Yu then removed her hunting bow, set it aside, and paced to the edge of the balcony. She did not recklessly peek out, but instead listened attentively. If someone were searching nearby, there would surely be some commotion. Su-E, satisfied with Ling Yu's cautious demeanor, turned and descended the stairs, preparing to gather supplies to confront that group. As he descended, he drew his crossbow and knocked an arrow before proceeding downstairs. Locating their camp during the day would not be simple, but it would be considerably easier at night. They likely had no electricity, but it was improbable that they would not light a fire at all. As long as there was light, finding them would be much easier. Upon reaching the ground floor, Su-E heard noises coming from one of the rooms. The door was locked from the inside, with bloodstains on the doorknob. Su-E pressed his ear against the door to listen, only to hear a clicking sound. Inside was an infected individual attempting to break free. Su-yi twisted the doorknob and discovered it was not locked. Consequently, he set down his crossbow and retrieved his machete. When he pushed the door open, he felt resistance. With force, he shoved the door open, revealing a male-clad infected lying on the floor. As it attempted to rise, Su-yi's machete came crashing down, severing its head and silencing it instantly. Su-yi then began to search the area. It was evident that this infected had recently bitten another person in the room, who had managed to escape, leaving the infected trapped inside. This implied that the room had not been searched, and valuable items might still be found. The space was a small suite, approximately 50 square meters. The small living room, which also served as a dining area, was in disarray, littered with broken dishes and shards of glass. The table had been overturned. It was clear that a struggle had ensued between the infected and the survivors, resulting in a chaotic scene. Su-yi quickly surveyed the surroundings and noticed two rooms, a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage area. He proceeded to the kitchen and opened a refrigerator. A foul odor wafted forth, as the contents had rotted due to the lack of electricity. As he opened other cabinets, he discovered a small bag of rice and several rolls of noodles. These were valuable resources, and Su-yi transported them to the living room. He then entered one of the rooms to continue his search. To his delight, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure, a drone. Upon entering a room, he found an open black case containing a drone. This was the latest model from the world's premier drone brand, ferocious, valued at $880,000. A quasi-military grade device capable of carrying 30 kilograms with a battery life of 4 hours. In Su-yi's memory, he had seen advertisements for this drone, the extinction. It was equipped with a sophisticated noise-canceling system, ensuring minimal sound during flight, remaining silent beyond 5 meters. This individual must have been unboxing it just before the disaster struck. Su-yi carefully extracted the drone. It was relatively compact, slightly larger than the DJI Matrice 200V2, weighing merely 18 pounds with 2 large batteries. The extinction featured a dual gimbal design and could accommodate a fixed lens with support for up to 3 lenses. Its maximum transmission distance was 15 kilometers, allowing Su-yi to scout movements within that range. This device was undoubtedly a miraculous asset for survival in the apocalypse. With the extinction in his possession, locating those who set traps would become significantly easier. Su-yi could hardly believe his fortune in acquiring such a remarkable artifact. As he retrieved the extinction, he discovered 4 black suitcases beneath the large case. Upon opening them, he found one containing 4 spare batteries, another filled with lenses, including a thermal imaging lens. The third was a large-screen remote control, significantly larger than the original integrated screen. The last was not a case, but a charging manager that ensured stable voltage while also serving as a portable power source, capable of charging 6 batteries 4 times when fully charged. With so many items, he would require a cubic meter of space to accommodate them all. While undeniably a miraculous tool, it was cumbersome to carry. Su-yi couldn't help but lament that, although it was excellent, it was inconvenient to transport. Even with a team, it would be challenging to carry. If only he had a compact drone similar to the DJI Mavic, it would be manageable. Su-yi gazed at the extinction resting on the bed and resumed his search of the room. A person wealthy enough to purchase a extinction would surely be a drone enthusiast. Perhaps he had other drones. Upon opening a cabinet, Su-yi spotted a pink, technologically sophisticated case adorned with the Fei-shun wing logo. Goodness, this individual must be affluent. They even possessed a limited edition pink Fei-long. The Fei-long, akin to the DJI Mavic 2 but more advanced, was one of Fei-shun's flagship products. Without hesitation, Su-yi lifted the pink Fei-long case. Weighing no more than 10 pounds, it was relatively light. The case itself was made of pure titanium, a material not cheap. The official price of a limited edition Fei-long is 660,000 yuan. Upon opening, one discovers a pink drone, 6 batteries, a remote control, a charger, and 2 sets of propellers. The Fei-long is equipped with 2 cameras, a fixed thermal imaging lens, and a detachable high-definition lens. Its transmission range reaches an impressive 8 kilometers, showcasing its formidable capabilities. Unlike the cumbersome extinction, the Fei-long is highly portable. Su-yi carried the Fei-long to the hall and closed the door behind him. He genuinely desired to take the extinction with him, as its utility would be invaluable, especially when he sought to venture alone in the future. Unfortunately, Su-yi's storage capacity was limited. Thus, he planned to check into the small suite storage room later that night, hoping to secure additional storage space. Upon entering another room, Su-yi discovered only some candies and cola, lacking any significant value, as it belonged to a young girl. Eventually, he reached the storage room, illuminating it with his phone as he searched for useful items. To his disappointment, he found only miscellaneous items such as wine, shoes, a ladder, and a toolbox. After some thought, he decided to clear out the space, as he intended to check in after midnight. He didn't want any items to interfere with his potential rewards from checking in. What he needed most was storage space, whether for the Jingshin drone or for food supplies. During his tidy up, he did uncover some useful items, a power strip and light bulbs, which he collected. Once he secured the storage space after checking in, he could stow these items away. After completing these tasks, Sheed carried the phone to the entrance and began his search downstairs. He found that the entire ground floor had already been ransacked by others, yielding no valuable findings. Consequently, he returned upstairs with the Fenfeilong. Why are you carrying a pink box? What is it? Asked Ling Yue with curiosity. It's a drone, Shi replied as he set the box down and opened it. A drone? That's fantastic. We can use it to locate those scoundrels' camp, Ling Yue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yes, it will be immensely helpful. Shi responded as he installed the propellers and batteries. The operation was straightforward and simple. Upon powering it on, he discovered that the battery still had 80 charge, making it fully operational. He pressed the power button on the drone and activated the remote control. Although it was designed for ease of use with an intelligent flight system, Shui still wanted to practice. The noise was quite loud. As Ring Yit had little experience with drones, she noted the significant noise once the Feilong ascended. Shui also realized that this sound might attract attention. After a while of maneuvering, he became familiar with the controls, confirming its user-friendly operation and smart flying mode. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from downstairs. They had indeed been discovered. Boss, they're up there. They found a drone. One of the assailants shouted. Fool! Who told you to shoot? If you hadn't fired, we could have approached silently and taken them out. Another scolded. Silence, you idiots. Storm the building. The rest of you, head that way. Sheed activated the infrared function and quickly assessed the number of individuals below, 9 in total, actively moving about. Ling Yurt crouched beside him, nearly pressing against him to see the screen, exclaiming, This drone is incredible. We can observe their movements. As she watched them attempt to breach a nearby building, she teased. These fools think we're in that house over there. Shi maneuvered the phone to hover above the targeted building, elevating it to gain a broader view. Let us position ourselves on that balcony for an ambush, he suggested, handing the remote control to her before rushing through the balcony door. After retrieving his crossbow, he returned to the balcony. Here, use this crossbow and give me your bow, he instructed, handing her the titanium alloy crossbow. Although Shuyi had never witnessed Ling Yue shoot, she had mentioned her brief stint at the archery club, implying her skills were inferior to his. He had acquired an archery experience package, making him quite adept in comparison. Wow, you really struck gold finding this. Thank you, Ling Yurt said, planting a kiss on his cheek. Hey, this is a loan, not a gift. Although Shiida's storage space contained 3 additional bows and various arrows, retrieving them was impractical. Thus, he opted for Ling Yurt's bow. Let's go to that balcony. We'll take them out one by one, he urged, strapping on the quiver before leaping to the opposite balcony. The distance to their target was less than 10 meters, ample enough to eliminate them. They had brought nail guns, but she considered them inferior to his compound bow, not to mention the sniper Crothiat now wielded. He hesitated to part with such a valuable weapon, having spent 30 survival points to upgrade it. Crouched behind the balcony railing, they observed the screen. Soon, 4 figures appeared on the adjacent balcony. Shui signaled for shot and knocked an arrow, drawing it taut. I'll take out the one in red. You choose another, he whispered. Lingyer nodded, biting down on a crossbow bolt, preparing to switch. In a swift motion, Shui rose, aimed, and released, executing the shot with the finesse of a seasoned archer. After the first arrow flew, he immediately knocked another and targeted a second individual. Ling Yurt, however, took longer to aim, finally pulling the trigger. As her bolt struck the target's head, she noticed another arrow pierce the back of an adjacent assailant, with 2 gunshots echoing. They ducked down just in time. They had successfully eliminated 2 and wounded 1. The first victim fell from the balcony, meeting his demise, while the second, though hit in the back, had not struck a fatal blow to his heart and turned to fire back. Xu Yi drew his dual pistols and fired, both shots finding their mark in the man's chest. The 2 assailants collapsed, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Are they even human? Xu Yi mused, having achieved a triple kill in mere moments. Could he be the legendary warrior? Unfortunately, they would never hear the answer. As they lay dying, their chests stained crimson. Xu Yi crouched down to reload his ammunition. Thanks to their proximity, he had managed to dispatch the remaining 2. Ling Yue had loaded her crossbow. Her fingers marked red from the bowstring. Through the drone screen, they observed the 2 remaining figures convulsing on the balcony, blood pooling around them. Ling Yue glanced at Xu Yi. Awestruck, you are truly powerful, Xi. You possess extraordinary abilities, don't you? Otherwise, such strength would be inconceivable. You have never drawn a bow, yet every arrow you release finds its mark. You are a university student, and even if you are a national defense student, your prowess is astounding. I surmise that humans can indeed mutate and acquire extraordinary powers. Ling Yue's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Yi, as though she were about to undress him right there and climb atop him. Su Yi opened his mouth at a loss for words. His performance was undeniably exceptional, far beyond what an ordinary university student could achieve. Indeed, I possess certain abilities. Lingyue immediately pressed her lips against Su Yi's, casting him a flirtatious glance. There is no need for explanations. I understand you may still harbor doubts about me. However, anyone with a modicum of intellect would discern the truth after spending a few days in your company. Furthermore, I do not believe you need to conceal your strengths. We are in an apocalyptic era where power is paramount. It is your greatest asset. The more you reveal it, the more others will admire you, seeking to ally with you for protection. I understand your concerns about being captured for experimentation, but when your strength is formidable enough, who could dare to seize you? Now, you ought to showcase your extraordinary abilities and swiftly gather some followers. As for those with ulterior motives, simply eliminate them. Why should you bear the burden of fighting alone when others can assist? In these desperate times, countless individuals are willing to risk their lives for mere scraps. Lingyue continued to express her thoughts, believing Su Yi to be overly cautious. Caution is commendable, but it must be tempered with discernment. At times, one must be assertive, even exaggerating one's strength. Su Yi glanced at Lingyue, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of her points. Strength cannot be hidden. After all, his power, speed, and reflexes far exceed those of an ordinary person. It is only logical for others to speculate whether Su Yi has undergone a transformation, acquiring extraordinary abilities, especially given the prevalence of mutated infected beings outside. When did you begin to harbor these suspicions? Su Yi caught a glimpse of Lingyue's fervent gaze. Initially, I simply perceived you as exceptionally capable. There is no need for doubt. My feelings for you stem from your strength, which offers me a sense of security. Lingyue candidly admitted that her affection for Su Yi was rooted in his formidable prowess. It was only when you drew your bow that it dawned on me. You had never engaged with a hunting bow before, and Wangfang's subordinates claimed you lacked the talent for archery. The only explanation is that you have either mutated or awakened. Su Yi rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had underestimated the intelligence of others, assuming them too naive. However, he was neither awakened nor mutated. He merely possessed a system. Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the air, sending a shiver down Su Yi's spine. For the sound was far louder than any ordinary feline could produce. On the remote feed, Su Yi beheld a black cat, its size akin to that of a tiger, biting into one of the corpses on the opposite balcony. A mutated beast. Su Yi's pupils contracted as he covered Lingyue's mouth. At that moment, Lingyue also caught sight of the remote feed, her eyes widening in disbelief. A cat the size of a tiger? The two dare not move, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This creature was evidently formidable. Just then, the door of another balcony was kicked open, and several figures rushed out. Lao Liu, Shai Oye. A Bing in glasses, where are you? In response, colossal shadow loomed. The black cat crouched low, leaping towards them and launching an immediate attack. The sound of gunfire erupted, and those individuals retaliated decisively. Yet, it soon devolved into a cacophony of screams. Su Yi and Lingyue witnessed the entire scene, observing the mutated black cat effortlessly dispatching the 5 individuals. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a minute. As the cat severed their necks and tore their bodies apart with its claws, the mutated black cat sustained numerous gunshot wounds, blood oozing from its body. As one of the individuals wielded a makeshift shotgun, firing a barrage of steel pellets, while another employed a standard handgun, firing 6 rounds, all of which struck the mutated black cat. Even so, they failed to bring it down. It was astonishingly powerful, far surpassing a tiger. Were a tiger subjected to such an onslaught from a nail gun, a makeshift shotgun, and a standard handgun, it would have been incapacitated long ago. Yet the mutated black cat remained unyielding, claiming the lives of those individuals. It was utterly ruthless. Su Yi and Lingyue stood frozen, fearful of becoming its next targets. Though Su Yi possessed considerable strength, he felt woefully inadequate against a mutated beast. Perhaps he could manage to kill it by sheer luck, but he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. In this apocalyptic world, medical resources were virtually non-existent. Sustaining serious injuries equated to a death sentence. Lingyue regarded Oyi, refraining from any impulsive actions. After all, animals possess acute hearing and could easily detect sounds. Su Yi could only communicate with Lingyue through his gaze, silently asking what they should do next. He formed words with his lips, but uttered no sound, signaling for her to wait until it departed. Once it has feasted, it would likely leave. If necessary, they could also use the drone to lure it away. With that thought, Su Yi glanced at the screen. The battery level stood at 53. If they maintain a hover for too long, it might not last. Su Yi decided to maneuver the drone over to another balcony, hoping it might successfully draw the mutated black cat away. As the drone moved, the black cat merely glanced up before returning to its gruesome feast. Su Yi watched the mutated black cat bleed profusely, and a hint of relief washed over him. Perhaps it would succumb to blood loss? If it died from excessive bleeding, that would be ideal. Soon, under Su Yi's control, the drone alighted atop a concrete water tower on another balcony. From this vantage point, they could still observe the mutated black cat. To conserve battery, Sue-E deactivated the high-definition camera, leaving only the infrared camera operational. Utilizing the infrared camera would allow him to ascertain whether the mutated black cat had succumbed. A drop in its temperature would indicate its demise. Consequently, Sue-E activated the temperature measurement function. It must be said that the power of technology is formidable. Given enough time, perhaps within a decade or so, humanity could eradicate the infected and mutated beasts, restoring peace to the world. Lingyue nestled beside Sue-E, resting her head on his shoulder and intertwining her arms with his. They appeared as a couple in love. Lingyue felt a profound sense of security in her embrace of Sue-E. In the past, she had fantasized about finding a boyfriend to share romantic moments with, watching sunrises and sunsets in picturesque locations. Yet, she never anticipated that she would find herself nestled against Sue-E in such perilous circumstances, with a terrifying mutated black cat lurking behind them, capable of taking their lives at any moment. However, Lingyue felt no fear, for Sue-E was by her side. Suddenly, Sue-E reactivated the drone. A few minutes prior, the mutated black cat had finished eating and lay down to sleep. Its temperature had only decreased by 3 or 4 degrees, leading Sue-E to believe it might indeed endure. However, just moments ago, the black cat's temperature began to plummet rapidly. Thus, Sue-E resolved to investigate further. If the black cat had truly perished, they would be safe and could escape this ordeal. The formidable nature of mutated beasts prompted Sue-E to reconsider certain matters, weighing whether to leave in haste or remain hidden for a few days. He could indeed sign in, but he also needed to visit specific locations to do so. However, the opportunity to sign in only increased once a day, which was far too infrequent. Even if he has arrived at some extraordinary locations now, the frequency of his sign-ins remains woefully insufficient. It would be more prudent to linger for a while, accumulating some sign-in opportunities and survival points. Additionally, he might forge alliances and form a small team. Lingyue's assertion holds merit. The arduous tasks can be entrusted to others. As Fen Filong approached, the temperature of the mutated black cat continued to plummet. It had already dropped from an initial 45 degrees to a mere 15 degrees. Such a drastic decline led Sue-E to believe it was on the brink of death. Lingyue had released Sue-Yi's arm, yet she remained close, fixated on the screen. She observed the originally red, mutated black cat gradually turning green, its temperature declining rapidly. Soon, Fen Filong was mere meters away from the mutated black cat. When it was just over a meter away, the mutated black cat lifted its head slightly, seemingly attempting to rise. However, it did not stand, it merely stirred. It was dead, it was about to die, Sue-E exclaimed with delight. Sue-E handed the remote control to Lingyue and then drew out his machete. Be careful, Lingyue cautioned, gripping the remote while aiming her crossbow at the mutated black cat. Sue-E nodded and leaped onto the opposite balcony, swiftly approaching the mutated black cat before delivering a decisive blow to its neck. The creature twitched a few times before falling still. Sue-E let out a sigh of relief and swung again, severing the mutated black cat's head completely. Only by decapitating it could Sue-E feel at ease. Lingyue joined him, glancing at the severed head of the mutated black cat. To her astonishment, the size of the cat post-mutation was staggering, comparable to that of tiger. After examining the wound, she remarked, Sue-E, the meat appears quite normal and fresh. It should be edible, right? Perhaps consuming it could enhance our strength? Lingyue yearned for power, believing that only by growing stronger could she remain by Sue-Yi's side. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, beauty held little value. It was capability and strength that mattered. Sue-E would certainly not be enamored by mere aesthetics, especially considering that Luran, the new belle of their school, was slightly more beautiful than she. Lingyue was aware of her existence, but chose not to voice it then. After all, she was already struggling to survive. How could she save others? Sue-E possessed the ability to help, but showed no inclination towards Luran, merely offering her some chips that could not be taken away. This further demonstrated that beauty meant little in Sue-Yi's eyes. Lingyue, unwilling to be cast aside by Sue-E, resolved to grow stronger. The corpse of the mutated black cat ignited a spark of determination within her. Chapter 23. Lingyue's Frenzy. That may not be the case. What if consuming it turns one into an infected being or leads to unforeseen side effects? Sue-E was not willing to take such risks. This was a mutated beast, not an ordinary animal. He jumped to another balcony, scavenging for their nail gun, bullets, and nails. Although he had no use for them, they could be utilized by others. Since he intended to recruit followers, a lack of weaponry was unacceptable. Ultimately, Sue-E arrived at the body of a deceased individual equipped with a standard-issue pistol. He still wore a bulletproof vest and a blast helmet. However, Sue-E doubted that this gear was his. He suspected it had been acquired through nefarious means. Without hesitation, he stripped off the bulletproof vest and blast helmet. They were stained with blood and needed to be soaked and cleaned before being worn again. After thoroughly searching the body, Sue-E found no bullets. Thus, the police-issued handgun was no more than scrap metal. He also discovered a hunting rifle, along with some gunpowder and steel pellets. However, mishandling these could lead to an explosion, posing significant danger. Unless Su Yi was willing to use survival points for upgrades. Lingyue, what are you doing? Upon returning from his search, Su Yi found Lingyue gnawing on the head of the mutated cat. He immediately drew his machete, aimed at her. Have you lost your mind? Do you really want to become like those infected creatures? I want to see if eating this meat can make me stronger. That's what all the books say, Lingyue replied, chewing on the raw flesh before swallowing it. Eating raw meat made her nauseous, but she held back, forcing herself to endure in pursuit of strength. You are insane. Have you forgotten that message? Do you wish to turn into a monster like those infected beings? Su Yi exclaimed. Fiction is fiction, and reality is reality. You've truly lost it. Lingyue wiped the blood from her mouth, revealing a gleeful smile. Su Yi, you care about me. You're concerned for me, right? You've developed feelings for me, haven't you? I want to grow stronger. I want to survive. Su Yi, I want to live. If I remain as I am, surviving will be exceedingly difficult, and I would only be a burden to you. Yes, I might become a monster, but I believe my luck won't be so dire. Perhaps I can become stronger. She gestured at the meat, which looked fresh and was indistinguishable from that of normal animals. The raw, fishy odor was potent. Oi, you should go back. I will stay here. If I truly become a monster, you must kill me. With that, Lingyue raised the cat's head once more and tore off another piece of raw flesh. Witnessing Lingyue's deranged demeanor, Su Yi's lips moved, yet he uttered not a word. Had he not possessed the system, perhaps he would have succumbed to madness like Lingyue. There were some methods to deal with infected humans, but against mutated beasts, one was utterly powerless. Even with firearms, defeat was inevitable, leaving one in despair. It was evident that Lingyue had been deeply affected. System, is it permissible to consume the flesh of such mutated creatures? Su Yi mused internally, hoping for a response from the system. Alas, half a minute passed without any reply. Su Yi, could you assist me in cleaving this head open? I wish to sample the brain. After consuming a portion of meat, Lingyue felt no adverse effects, which led her to believe that perhaps eating meat was not the issue. Su Yi took the head of the mutated cat and placed it on the ground. Since Lingyue had already eaten from it, any consequences had become unavoidable. Thus, he resolved to allow her to experiment to the fullest. Gripping his knife with both hands, Su Yi struck down forcefully. The bone was remarkably tough. He had to strike numerous times before finally splitting it open. His blade was nicked and dulled in several places. Lingyue pried open the brain of the mutated cat and retrieved something from within. Oh, this pearl, she exclaimed, discovering a yellow orb. She squeezed it gently. It had a certain softness. With a gleam in her eye, Lingyue popped the pearl into her mouth, believing it might alter her fate. Su Yi, you should leave now. You can replace the batteries in the drone and observe me from a distance. If I turn into a monster, you must kill me. Su Yi remained silent, quietly taking the drone and leaping across several balconies until he returned to the building where he had discovered Jing Shun. After replacing the batteries, Su Yi returned to the small suite with all his belongings. Using the solar-powered portable charger, he replenished the batteries of Fin Feilong and also plugged in Jing Shun's battery for charging. Once he completed these tasks, Su Yi remotely activated Fin Feilong, guiding it to land near Lingyue. On the screen, Lingyue lay beside the body of the mutated cat. She flashed a V sign to the camera, then donned a hat, adjusted her posture, and closed her eyes, awaiting a result. Su Yi sighed silently and retrieved some rice from the jar, using a pressure cooker to prepare some congee. He rummaged through the refrigerator, finding several unopened packets of pickled vegetables, which he rinsed and brought back to the living room. After a brief tidying up, Su Yi took out his phone, hoping to receive information about mutant beasts that could be consumed. He indeed felt a fondness for Lingyue. Her performance throughout their journey had been commendable, proving she was far more than just a pretty face. A girl of such capability and beauty was not easy to possess in any world. Naturally, Su Yi wished for Lingyue's safety. As long as she remained unharmed, he would be content, regardless of her growth and strength. She lay there, undisturbed, and when the porridge was ready, he had his dinner at 5 o'clock. There was still no sign of activity from Lingyue, and if not for the fact that he could see her temperature remain stable, Su Yi would have feared the worst. He had lost interest in the survivors' camp, and, after finishing his meal, took the remote control into a small room, climbed onto the bed, and shut his eyes to sleep. At midnight, he would be able to sign in again. Lingyue's surroundings were calm. Perhaps the meat of the mutant animals was indeed safe to consume, with no adverse effects. After all, she had been digesting it for several hours and should have absorbed it by now. If something were to happen, it would have already occurred. Perhaps when Su Yi awoke, Lingyue would still be as before. The possibility of consuming mutant animal meat would indeed be good news, as meat is vital for providing ample protein and energy. Su Yi was in dire need of meat, yet he had yet to find even canned meat. Thus, he sincerely hoped that the flesh of these mutant creatures would be edible, allowing him to gather some for storage. The answer might reveal itself with the break of dawn. Chapter 24. Had he truly gained abilities? In the dead of night, Su Yi was suddenly jolted awake by a dreadful scream. Ling Yu. He sat bolt upright, fearing that the scream belonged to her. Quickly, he grabbed the remote control, only to find the screen engulfed in darkness. It had run out of power and shut down. Checking his phone, he discovered it was 3:25 a.m. He swiftly turned on the flashlight and dashed to another room. The blades of a extinction drone were already installed. Su Yi removed 2 batteries from the charging station and attached them to the remote control. With the batteries in place, he took the extinction drone and prepared to head to the balcony, intending to use its night vision mode to assess Ling Yu's condition. The drone's camera had a night vision function, a feature that justified its classification as a quasi-military drone. Before heading out, Su Yi abruptly turned back into the storage room. System, sign in. The sign-in process was quick, taking only a few seconds. Sign-in successful. He received 3 cubic meters of storage space and 30 survival points. 3 cubic meters of storage space? Su Yi was overjoyed, never expecting to gain such a vast storage capacity. Additionally, receiving 30 survival points was a significant boon. This sign-in had truly been worthwhile, validating the time he spent clearing the storeroom. The screams outside continued, prompting Su Yi to rush to the balcony. After setting up the extinction drone, he hastily launched it into the air, directing it towards Ling Yu's location. It was indeed nearly silent, producing almost no sound. Su Yi felt a mix of emotions. While it was delightful that the extinction drone performed so well, his concern for Ling Yu's situation weighed heavily on him. From a great height, he spotted Ling Yu's figure before the drone reached her. She was rolling on the balcony, seemingly in great pain. Checking her temperature, he noted it had surged to an alarming 50 degrees. Her actual body temperature was likely even higher. If a human were to reach such a temperature, they would be in dire straits. Watching Ling Yu on the screen, Su Yi clenched his fists. Beyond merely observing, there was little he could do. Perhaps. You will soon transform into a monster? Do not worry. I will ensure you find peace and a place to rest in the earth. With this thought, Su Yi retrieved a chipped machete from his storage space. With a thought, text appeared on the blade. Upgrade to a 12-meter tang, Dao, requires 7 points. The additional point likely resulted from the blade's condition. Upgrade. A prompt appeared and then vanished. This notification had not appeared previously. The machete in his hand transformed into a tang Dao that reflected the moonlight, exuding an extraordinary aura. He flicked it lightly, producing a clear sound. Then, Su Yi glanced at the system interface. Survival points. 31 sign-in count. 0, 610, with 31 points remaining. He pondered whether to spend 20 points to upgrade the nail gun. After consideration, he decided against it. It was too expensive and wasteful. Returning downstairs, he now possessed 4 cubic meters of storage space, allowing him to store much more. He placed all the components of the extinction drone into a box and stored away. Additionally, he collected the food from the 3 backpacks they had gathered, along with rice, noodles, power strips, light bulbs, and wires, all into his storage space. He also stored a second solar charging system. After washing the bulletproof vest in the bathroom, Su Yi donned it and put on the blast helmet. On the balcony, he also stored the box for the Fun Fei Long, planning to secure it after resolving Ling Yu's situation. Confirming he had not overlooked anything, he leaned against the balcony, continuing to watch Ling Yu on the screen. She was still screaming and rolling. Although there was some moonlight, Su Yi dared not act recklessly. It was best to wait until dawn before taking any action. As time passed, Ling Yu's screams gradually diminished. Su Yi noticed her rolling became less vigorous until at last, her screams ceased and she sat upright. Just when Su Yi thought she was fine, she suddenly lunged at the corpse of a mutant black cat, tearing into it with ferocity. He observed that her nails appeared remarkably sharp, effortlessly slicing through the cat's skin as she began to consume its flesh. Had she completely transformed into a monster? Su Yi felt a chill run down his spine, hesitating whether to leave while Ling Yu was still unaware of his presence. Ultimately, he remained still. After what seemed like 10 minutes, perhaps she had eaten her fill, for Ling Yu paused. She examined her nails and, after a moment, walked towards the Fun Fei Long. Is there no power? Ling Yu murmured, pressing buttons and discovering the device was indeed non-functional. Then, she took out her phone, glancing at the time. It was 5:09 a.m., nearly 2 hours until dawn. Su Yi felt a surge of joy upon seeing Ling Yu check her phone. If she had truly turned into a beast, she would not be looking at her phone. Ling Yu, how are you? Are you all right? Upon hearing Su Yi's voice, Ling Yu's face lit up with joy as she replied to the Fun Fei Long. I think I have gained abilities. Isn't out of power? How can you still see? Su Yi's eyes widened in astonishment at her words. Was it truly possible? Had she genuinely acquired abilities? This was incredible. He had not anticipated her success. There is a drone above you. The Fun Fei Long has long since run out of power. Only then did Ling Yu look up, noticing the shadow above her. Is it silent? Yes, but something feels off my ears. Ling Yu realized her ears were moving. Additionally, she sensed her night vision had significantly improved. Su Yi, wielding the Tang Dao and the remote control, swiftly jumped across several balconies to reach Ling Yu's side. What do you think? Do you feel something amiss? I just saw you leap and bite the mutated black cat. I thought you had transformed into a monster. Ling Yue removed her hat, stuck out her tongue, and sheepishly said, I apologize for startling you. I was so famished that I felt I might faint if I didn't eat something, so I pounced on the meat. Is there a particular sensation? You seem to endure quite a bit during the process. Su Yi inquired, noticing that Ling Yue's appearance had not altered significantly. Ling Yue extended her finger, and her nails darkened and elongated, appearing remarkably sharp. Su Yi, it seems I have acquired some feline abilities. My hearing and night vision have improved. No, it is not limited to that. Oyi musit internali. Chapter 25. Come, give it your all. Su Yi observed as Ling Yue's eyes transformed, taking on a beguiling allure. Fortunately, her ears remained normal, and no tail had sprouted. Otherwise, she would have turned into a catgirl. Nonetheless, Su Yi would have been quite pleased if that had occurred. Furthermore, I sense that my reflexes, strength, and speed have all been enhanced. Ling Yue expressed with evident excitement. It appears you have indeed succeeded. Perhaps the key to your newfound strength lies within that orb, Su Yi remarked while preparing to dissect the corpse of the mutated black cat. It has been established that the flesh of mutated creatures is generally safe to consume. Once cooked, it should be even safer. Oyi, should we take this meat with us? Ling Yue surmised Su Yi's intentions upon observing his actions. Yes, this meat should be safe. Currently, meat is a precious commodity. Su Yi elucidated, slicing through the fur of the mutated black cat with his tang dao. Indeed, it is a pity we can only take a portion. Ling Yue was well aware of the value of this meat. No, I can take it all. My abilities are linked to my storage space, and I can probably store 3 to 4 cubic meters of items, Su Yi explained. His true reliance lay in the system, particularly the sign-in system. The storage space was merely one aspect, and revealing it to Ling Yue was acceptable. After all, she was already aware of her own newfound powers. Informing her of his storage space would also be beneficial. Ling Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. This ability is extraordinary. I envy you. A storage space allows for the convenient transport supplies. No wonder I sometimes could not see where you place your machete, she remarked, refraining from elaborating further. This was Su Yi's greatest secret, yet he had now disclosed it to her. Therefore, was Su Yi now entirely confident in himself? This thought brought a smile to Ling Yue's lips. Su Yi's storage space was incredibly advantageous, enabling him to store food. 3 to 4 cubic meters would suffice for an extended period. Moreover, one could consume and replenish simultaneously. This ability is remarkably powerful, regardless of the era. The possibilities are vast. It merely depends on how one utilizes this storage space. Can the space be expanded? Ling Yue suddenly inquired. Su Yi shook his head and replied, I doubt it can be. Even so, it's quite impressive. I too long to possess such a storage space. Ling Yue gazed at Su Yi with envy. Go downstairs and see if there's an induction cooker and gather some smaller pots and pans. Su Yi assigned Ling Yue a task. He currently possessed 2 sets of solar charging devices and planned to disassemble the 2 sets from that location to store them as well. It goes without saying that the storage space would continue to increase. To cook, Su Yi was concerned that 4 sets of batteries might be necessary to prevent insufficient power. After all, there was ample space, and food did not require excessive storage at the moment, as resources were still plentiful in the early stages of the apocalypse. The scarcity in the vicinity was due to prior looting. The residence they occupied had likely not been raided. While Ling Yue gathered supplies, Su Yi began to dissect the corpse of the mutated black cat. The skeleton took up too much space, prompting Su Yi to cut the meat rather than storing the entire body. In half an hour, he had successfully placed all the meat into his storage space, not even neglecting the brain matter. He then replaced the battery in the Jingshin drone and returned it to the box. Should he need it next time, he could retrieve it directly. The Jingshin drone was still required, and its battery was relatively durable, so it could be used temporarily. With other survivors in the vicinity, Su Yi remained vigilant. Su Yi, no one has searched downstairs. There is quite a bit of stuff. Should I go down to retrieve it for the storage space? Or will you? Ling Yu approached Oyi effortlessly, holding Herkurospov, noticing the skeletal remains of the mutated black cat, with the flesh removed. She understood that Su Yi had stored it all. I'll head down. You go dismantle those 2 solar charging systems over there, Su Yi instructed, handing Ling Yue the remote control for the Jingshan. Upon descending, Su Yi found the door to the room ajar. The induction cooker, pots, and other culinary utensils were neatly packed in a plastic box alongside some seasonings. Su Yi promptly stored them in his storage space and also took the rice, oil, and flour nearby. Exiting the room, he turned his attention to others. They contained various food items and seasonings. Su Yi opted not to take those, instead selecting a kitchen knife for survival point upgrades for Ling Yue. By the time he reached the first floor, he had only taken a small rice cooker aside from that. Space was limited, and he needed to reserve some for future use. He could not fill his 4 cubic meters entirely. Currently, he had already utilized more than 3 cubic meters. Once he stored the Jingshin drone and the 2 sets of solar charging systems, only a small amount of space would remain. The storage space was critically insufficient. Su-yi resolved to seek out a larger storage area to sign in, hoping to acquire a more expansive storage space. It must be said that this expandable storage space was indeed delightful. Upon returning to the balcony, dawn had broken. Lingyue had dismantled the 2 solar charging devices and brought them over. Su-yi retrieved the box containing the kitchenware and the small rice cooker. After plugging in the power, he placed some meat into the small pressure cooker, preparing to make a soup from the mutated cat's flesh and cook some rice. Lingyue watched Su-yi perform these tasks in astonishment. Just yesterday, someone had fallen from the balcony, attracting a swarm of infected below, causing a bottleneck in the alley. The upper and lower floors were entirely different worlds. After preparing everything, Su-yi leaped to the opposite balcony, removing his bulletproof vest and explosive helmet. He waved at Lingyue and said, "Come, let us spar and evaluate your strength." Intrigued, Lingyue wished to ascertain her own capabilities. Thus, she jumped to Su-yi's side. This balcony was quite spacious, measuring around 70 to 80 square meters, ample enough for their engagement. "You better be careful. I have trained in free fighting and taekwondo," Lingyue warned Su-yi as she twisted her neck. "Come on, give it your all." Su-yi became even more interested, surprised that Lingyue had trained in free fighting. He wondered how her skills compared to his own, which he had acquired through the sign-in system. Chapter 26. Delicious Mutated Beasts. Lingyue shed her outer layer, assumed an offensive stance, and took a deep breath. With a powerful push from her legs, she leaped into the air, her fist aimed at Su-yi's head. A loud thud echoed as Lingyue was sent flying, having been struck in the abdomen by Su-yi's kick. "Too weak, try again." Su-yi beckoned to Lingyue with a finger. "Huh!" Lingyue sprang to her feet, charging towards Su-yi with fervor. Yet again, she was sent flying. Unwilling to concede, Lingyue repeatedly lunged at Su-yi, though the frequency with which she was struck diminished. It was evident that she was gradually acclimating to her own strength, speed, and reflexes. However, a certain disparity still lingered between them. To date, Su-yi had not been touched by Lingyue even once. Moreover, he had yet to employ his swordsmanship. Otherwise, Lingyue would have faced a more dismal defeat. After an hour of grappling, both were drenched in sweat. "Are you all right?" Su-yi extended a hand to the fallen Lingyue. "I'm fine. Just a bit of a bruise," Lingyue replied, grasping Su-yi's hand to rise. Seizing the moment, she pressed herself against him. "You seem taller," she remarked. Su-yi wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer. Indeed, Lingyue noticed, then took the initiative to kiss him. They exchanged kisses for a while before parting. They had to separate, otherwise they would suffocate. "You seem quite adept. Any stories behind that?" Lingyue teased, lightly pinching her tingling lips. "Indeed, I could regale you for days. But you, on the other hand, are rather inexperienced," Su-yi replied with a smirk. "Of course, this is my first kiss." Lingyue pouted. While she was curious about Su-yi's past, she was indifferent. If one were to dwell on the past, they could not forge a future together. "Understood," Su-yi said, playfully squeezing Lingyue's shapely form before picking up the bulletproof vest and helmet from the ground. "Let's go have breakfast. After we eat and shower, we shall seek out those survivors." With that, Su-yi returned to the balcony across the way. Their abilities had grown considerably, and they felt confident in dealing with ordinary people, especially now that Su-yi donned a bulletproof vest and a blast helmet, which provided additional security. As he opened the pot, a savory aroma of meat wafted toward them, causing both Su-yi and Lingyue to swallow involuntarily. "It smells wonderful. I've never encountered such a fragrant broth before," Lingyue remarked, taking a deep breath. "Indeed, it is delightful. Perhaps we have simply not savored meat in a while." Su-yi mused as he added salt from seasoning box and ladled out 2 generous bowls. Lingyue obediently served herself rice, eager to savor the exquisite meat broth and the flesh of the mutated beast. "This is absolutely delicious, beyond belief," Su-yi exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, the meat is particularly delectable. It feels as though my tongue might disappear into it." "Su-yi, we are so fortunate. In a world filled with monsters, we can still enjoy such exquisite soup, meat, and fragrant rice." Lingyue transformed into a chatterbox, unable to contain her excitement. "Goodness, I have eaten so much. I devoured 3 large bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of soup." After indulging, Lingyue patted her round belly, preparing to wash the dishes. Since Su-yi had cooked, she felt compelled to contribute. She could not let him bear all the burdens. "Our appetites have indeed increased, likely due to our enhanced physiques. Furthermore, after over an hour of fighting, we expended significant energy." Su-yi pondered that under ordinary circumstances, they should not require such large quantities of food. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to sustain themselves, especially in a world where food was scarce. Once she finished cleaning the pots and pans, Lingyue neatly arranged them, watching as Su-yi stored them in his spatial compartment. The sudden disappearance filled her with wonder. After ensuring nothing was left behind, Su Yi replaced 2 batteries in the silent drone before they began their search for survivor gathering points. They discovered a large villa surrounded by numerous obstacles. With only one entrance and exit, 2 individuals were stationed on the balconies of adjacent houses, presumably keeping watch. Due to their elevated flight, no one noticed the silent drone hovering above. Once the drone was suspended, Su Yi and Ling Yu stealthily approached the nearby balcony. Ling Yu held a crossbow, while Su Yi wielded a longbow. Using a nail gun would alert others, so employing the hunting bow and crossbow was the wisest choice. They quickly advanced, utilizing the drone's live feed to evade the watchful eyes on the balcony. Soon, they arrived at the neighboring balcony. Shall we eliminate them? Ling Yu leaned in to whisper to Su Yi. No need. We can coerce their surrender. You position yourself behind me and prepare your crossbow, Su Yi instructed. Clad in a bulletproof vest and blast helmet, even if they opened fire, Su Yi would remain unharmed, suffering only minor injuries at most. Ling Yu signaled an okay with her hand, then readied a crossbow bolt between her teeth. In truth, it would be quite simple to eliminate them. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, they could leap onto the opposing balcony and swiftly dispatch them. Su Yi could use a machete, while Ling Yu could employ her own claws. Raise your hands, or I shall pierce your skull with an arrow, Su Yi suddenly proclaimed, standing up to threaten them. The 2 sentinels froze in place, then promptly raised their hands in surrender. They were unarmed, possessing only 2 kitchen knives. Conversely, Su Yi and Ling Yu were armed with a crossbow and a longbow, an intimidating sight. Many had already perished in their stronghold, those who had defied orders and acted with arrogance. The remaining individuals were considerably more compliant. Very well, keep your hands on your head, Su Yi commanded. While Ling Yu leaped over the balcony to the opposite side, Su Yi followed suit, and they moved in perfect synchrony. How many people are here? And what weapons do you possess? Su Yi set down his bow and began interrogating the 2 captives. There are currently 29 individuals remaining. 19 of them are women, and 10 are men. Brother, we are all good people, coerced by a band of robbers, one of them replied, his eyes reddening with emotion. It was unclear whether he was genuinely distressed or merely acting. Do you know of a group led by someone named Zhuang, who was armed with a nail gun and wearing a vest like mine? Su Yi inquired, gesturing to his attire while drawing a nail gun from his back, pointing it at the man's head. Thud! The man immediately knelt before Su Yi, trembling. Chapter 27. Breaching the villa's stronghold, the kneeling individual quivered, realizing that the bulletproof vest Su Yi wore must have belonged to someone he had slain. That must be Zhuang Laoda. He is the one who coerced us to stay here. Otherwise, we would have sought refuge at the official shelter. Another quickly added, Brother, we are truly being forced. That Zhuang is no human. He brandishes a gun and seeks out survivors, even threatening a beautiful police officer, stealing her firearm, and killing many people while harming numerous women. He is utterly inhumane. Brother, you possess great strength. You must eliminate Zhuang. He is a monster, even consuming human flesh. What distinguishes him from a beast? Su Yi narrowed his eyes, noting the 2 men's quick responses. How many of Zhuang Lao Da's lackeys remain in your gathering point? If we are to eliminate them, we must cleanse the place thoroughly. There is just one left. Brother, I can help you lure him out, and then you can shoot him with an arrow, and we will be free. One of them raised his hand, eager to prove himself. Very well, impress me, Su Yi consented. Was he fooling himself? Su Yi held no concern, for these individuals were far too weak. Killing them would pose no challenge, especially with Ling Yu by his side. Rest assured, brother, the only one here with a nail gun is that individual, while the others are merely coerced. They are not Zhuang's subordinates. The individual smiled obsequiously at Su Yi, then retreated a few steps before turning and descending the stairs. You watched him as I descended to eliminate that man. Saying this, Su Yi sheathed his bow and drew his Tang Dao. To slay that man with the Tang Dao directly would be the most formidable display, ensuring they comprehend the extent of his combat prowess. Thus, by overpowering them, they would lack the audacity to scheme against him. The other person, taken by surprise, did not expect Su Yi to abandon the bow in favor of the Tang Dao, rushing down instead. Was he insane? Was he seeking his own demise? Even clad in protective gear, he would sustain injuries. Chuangu, he's back. Zhuanggu has returned. Come out quickly. The deceiver, unaware that Su Yi had followed him down, presumed that he was concealed above, aiming with a crossbow. With the sound of his shouting, a slight figure soon emerged from the villa, wielding 2 nail guns, flanked by 2 others. However, the latter bore no firearms, only steel knives. The man referred to as Chuangu furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism. Have they truly returned? The boss and the others have been gone for a day, without sending anyone back. Indeed. They were blocked by the infected outside, and are devising a way to lure them away, the deceiver insisted earnestly. Outside, indeed, the area was swarming with infected, obstructed by debris, or they would have stormed this safe zone long ago. Chuangu glanced at the distant infected, clawing and howling, his brow knitted in concern. These monsters are also mad, I cannot fathom from where they emerged, blocking our escape. As he spoke, he approached Su Yi's position. Drawing nearer, Su Yi, cloaked in darkness, tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, then charged forward. Upon seeing an individual clad in a bulletproof vest and wearing a riot helmet, Chuangu initially rejoiced, exclaiming, "Boss." But he quickly realized something was amiss and aimed the nail gun at Su Yi. Bang! With a swift stroke, blood erupted as Chuan Ji's head was severed from his body. The infected outside went into a frenzy, screeching in horror. The deceiver, now terrified, soiled himself in panic. Such brutality! How violent! One stroke was all it took to decapitate a man. Such gruesome sights were rarely seen even on television. The two men with knives, paralyzed by fear, knelt before Su Yi. "Big brother, spare us. We are not bad people." Su Yi retrieved the two nail guns from the ground and collected the bullets and nails from their bodies. He discovered a whole box containing 100 bullets. The abundance of ammunition surprised Su Yi. No wonder he required a pouch to carry them. "Su Yi, impressive." Ling Yu called out to him. Su Yi's earlier maneuver had been exquisite. He had deftly evaded the nail gun's projectiles, darted to the side of the attacker, and with a single swing, severed the man's head. Ling Yu knew she could never replicate such a feat. Su Yi cleaned the blood from the Tang Dao, thoroughly satisfied with the weapon's sharpness. Not a single nick marred its blade after the decapitation. Sheathing it behind him, Su Yi picked up the two steel knives from the ground. These were crafted from automotive steel, possessing formidable hardness. "Get up. Let us dispose of the corpse for the infected," Su Yi suggested, believing it prudent to leave the body for the infected rather than leaving it in the courtyard. All right. The two men exchanged glances and stood, moving toward the fallen body. Ling Yu also descended, her eyes gleaming with excitement. They had finally secured a stronghold, enabling them to hasten their journey to the No. 1 shelter in the city. Regardless of whether her parents or aunt were in danger, Ling Yu yearned for personal confirmation. With newfound abilities, her confidence soared. Su Yi and Ling Yu entered the villa, with the two scouts leading the way. Soon, they arrived at a small room on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, they found a person bound to a chair, facing away from them. Her mouth appeared gagged, emitting only muffled sounds. "Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you." Ling Yu had proposed prioritizing the rescue of the police officer, believing that her gratitude would unite them in their efforts to take control of this place. They naturally required more personnel. The police officer, being professionally trained, possessed skills and courage beyond the ordinary, undoubtedly an invaluable ally. Thus, Su Yi instructed the two men to lead him in rescuing the officer. Hearing Ling Yu's voice, the captive fell silent. Su Yi approached to untie her, while Ling Yu moved to remove the gag. Aunt, how could it be you? How did you end up here?" Ling Yu was stunned, not expecting her aunt, Ling Shuang, to be the one bound. Ling Shuang, equally astonished, had not anticipated that her savior would be her niece, as close as a sister. Chapter 28. "You are free water. Please give me water." Ling Shuang had been starved for 3 days, receiving only a meager amount of water daily. Zhuang, the leader, sought to compel Ling Shuang into submission through such cruel means, forcing her to humiliate herself before him. Thus, Ling Shuang refrained from immediately explaining to Ling Yu. Her singular desire was for water, to regain her strength to explain everything. Su Yi produced a large bottle of milk and handed it to Ling Shuang. Upon seeing her short hair, Su Yi paused momentarily. "Is she truly not your sister?" Ling Shuang appeared quite youthful, making it hard for Su Yi to believe she was Ling Yu's aunt. "My aunt is only 5 years older than me, and indeed resembles my sister," Ling Yu clarified, her heart aching as she watched Ling Shuang devour the milk. "She must have come to rescue you, but was ensnared by the infected in the river, leading to her capture by that Zhuang." Su Yi voiced his conjecture. Ling Shuang, fervently drinking the milk, lit up, raising her hand and giving Su Yi a thumbs up. Clearly, Su Yi's deduction was correct. "Aunt, my parents, they're safe. All safe," Ling Shuang reassured, continuing to drink. Starved and parched, she craved sustenance. At that moment, Su Yi handed Ling Yu a package of steamed cake. "Be cautious. Do not let your aunt overindulge and harm her health. I will step outside to handle matters here. You stay inside." With that, Su Yi exited, closing the door behind him. The two outside felt apprehensive. Upon Su Yi's emergence, one asked, "Boss, I know where the food is stored. It's in Zhuang's room, usually guarded by Chuan Ge. First, show me where the others are imprisoned." "Did you not mention there are 10 men? What are the other 5? Thus far, Su Yi had only encountered 5. One had been decapitated by him, while 2 had gone to dispose of the body. They had ventured out to gather supplies and search for survivors, whether their children or wives were under control. Zhuang coerced them into collecting food. Early this morning, Chuan Ge dispatched them, expecting their return by noon. Su Yi nodded, acknowledging that this indeed constituted a method of controlling others. However, he could not comprehend why such a crude approach was employed. Guided by the two, Su Yi kicked open a door. The lock had been reinforced, yet it posed no hindrance to Su Yi. He severed the iron chains with his Tang Dao and forcefully kicked the door in. Ah! The captive screamed, evidently startled. Inside were women and children, some clothed, others not. Su-yi also noticed that those who were dressed were bound with ropes, while those without clothing were free. You are free now. Hurry and put on your clothes. Then come out for some food, Su-yi remarked before turning back and forcefully opening the door across the hall. Inside, an astonishing array of food was piled high. The two individuals who had gone to dispose of corpses returned, having heard Su-yi's movements, and came over to collect food. Su-yi stood at the doorway and spoke briefly before seeking out provisions. He found several boxes of steamed cakes along with milk, which he moved to the entrance. There was simply too much food. Even if Su-yi emptied his storage space, he could not contain even a tenth of it. It was evident that the collection of food by Zhuang Laoda was extensive, sufficient for their survival for an extended period. Perhaps the food here was not the only supply. Other rooms might also harbor hidden provisions. After all, he had imprisoned the people, so there was no concern about theft. Brother, is all this food just for me? Su-yi received 2 boxes of milk and a bag of steamed cake, somewhat incredulous. You two will share. This is merely lunch, and there will be dinner as well. Stick with me, and you will not go hungry, Su-yi explained, then took out another portion. Brother, you are a bodhisattva, one of them exclaimed. Those brutes never regarded us as human, giving us only a meager amount each day, and demanding we carry this and that. Indeed, brother, compared to those people, you're a living bodhisattva. Rest assured, my life from now on belongs to you, Lin Wenkai. I will do whatever you ask, as long as I am well fed each day. Me too. My name is Wan Ran. Brother, feel free to command me. If I frown, I will be devoured by monsters, said one of the corpse carriers. Su-yi remained silent, quietly lighting a cigarette. The 4 men quickly tore open the bags, divided the cake, and sat against the wall, devouring it ravenously. They had indeed been starving daily, primarily surviving on water to fill their bellies, as Zhuang Laoda intended to exhaust these individuals before completely subjugating them. After a while, a woman emerged from the opposite door, peering out with eyes filled with fear. Su-yi glanced at her and said, "Come over to collect food." In pairs. She seemed surprised at first, but quickly regained her composure. Xiao Shui, come here. Moments later, she appeared, leading a 6 or 7-year-old child to Su-yi. 1/2 for each of you. Su-yi handed her a bag of steamed cake and 2 bottles of milk. The woman quickly glanced at the men sitting on the ground, who were voraciously consuming their food. She swallowed hard and accepted the items. Thank you, boss, she stammered. The little girl chimed in. Thank you, brother. All right, go eat over there, but don't rush. You might choke, Su-yi said, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. The woman swiftly pulled the girl aside, tore open the bag, took out a piece of steamed cake, and handed it to the child, also inserting a straw into the milk. Xiao Shui, eat up. Your father will be back soon, and you can be together, she said, patting the girl's head, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, Animo, you should eat too. We have so much cake, the little girl sweetly insisted. Hum. Mo Xiaohong rose and called out, Sisters, come out to collect food, in pairs. Don't rush. Everyone will get their share. After receiving it, eat outside. Don't block the passage. Upon hearing Mo Xiaohong's words, Su-yi couldn't help but take a second glance at her. This woman was quite extraordinary, remaining remarkably calm and possessing commendable psychological resilience. After finishing her instructions, Mo Xiaohong led Xiao Shui into the corridor. With her encouragement, women gradually emerged from inside to collect food. Many appeared anxious, even after receiving their provisions, as they were concerned about the future. Chapter 29. Why stop after a while? Ling Yu and Ling Shuang also descended. Upon seeing the gaunt figures crouched in the corridor eating, they understood how starved these individuals had become. Those people were truly scum. Thankfully, you two eliminated them. Who knows how much more suffering there would have been otherwise? Ling Shuang remarked coldly. Ling Yu thought of the people in the school gym and replied, there may be many such individuals. Ling Shuang agreed. Without law, there is no restraint. Things that were once unthinkable have now become rampant. Su-yi, thank you for saving our Xiaoyu. I want to say much more. In the future, I, Ling Shuang, will follow your lead, she said upon seeing Ling Yu. There is no need for formality. We're merely helping each other. Su-yi smiled slightly, genuinely pleased for Ling Yu. Not only had she reunited with her aunt, but she also learned that her parents and family were safe. At the same time, Su-yi understood that it was highly likely Ling Yu would not accompany him on future adventures. He realized that their relationship could only be a brief romance before they parted ways. Sister Shuang, what is the situation at the official shelter? Su-yi inquired, directly addressing everyone present. Upon hearing his question, all eyes turned to Ling Shuang. The situation is good. There are now over 6,000 survivors at the shelter. The management is relatively stable, and the survivors are doing well. No one is starving. I was just thinking about how to lead everyone to the shelter. I came along the river, and the journey was mostly smooth, except for here, where we encountered those perverts who blocked the river with infected individuals. So, We can still lead people down the river to shelter number 1. Ling Shuang finished speaking in one breath and then looked at Su Yi, knowing that her niece, Ling Yu, had already bound her heart to him. Do you wish to go to the official shelter? Su Yi glanced at the men squatting in the corner. Brother, whatever you decide, we support you, Lin Wenkai said eagerly. Wan Ran nodded vigorously, adding, yes, we will follow you, brother. The people at the official shelter may not be as generous as you. I want to follow you. Ling Yu, come with me for a moment. Sister Shuang, I leave this place to you, Su Yi said, handing 2 nail guns to Ling Shuang. For the sake of food, some people could do anything, and Su Yi had to be cautious. Just now, he sensed something more from Ling Shuang's words. The management being relatively stable implied that it wasn't truly stable. There must have been struggles. In this apocalypse, are there still those vying for power? Such a shelter, is it truly safe? Ling Shuang took the nail guns from Su Yi and said, be careful. Su Yi then made his way downstairs, with Ling Yu quickly following. The two reappearing on the balcony where they had entered. Have you told your aunt about our abilities? Su Yi looked into Ling Yu's eyes. This answer would determine Su Yi's next course of action. No, it's our secret, our means of survival. Not even my parents know. I wouldn't disclose it easily. Su Yi, I'm not foolish. This is the apocalypse. Human nature has become darker, and our experiences prove this. How could I be naive enough to reveal everything? I didn't even mention the drone. I only said you were from the archery club and the free fighting club, and that you had practiced martial arts since childhood and are very strong. Hearing Ling Yu's words, Su Yi stepped forward and embraced her slim waist. I suspect the official shelter is not stable. Internal conflicts may be quite severe, and survival is not easy. Otherwise, why would your little aunt venture out alone to find you? Furthermore, I discovered 2 submachine guns in a room, both devoid of ammunition, presumably belonging to your little aunt. Our secret should indeed remain undisclosed. As he spoke, Su Yi revealed the 2 submachine guns for Ling Wei to examine. The absence of bullets may pose a challenge for others. It would not deter Su Yi. He believed he could utilize survival points to enhance the ammunition of a nail gun, upgrading it to that of a submachine gun. Both firearms were equipped with silencers, significantly increasing their value. Using guns against the infected is undoubtedly the most expedient approach. A shot to the head ensures their demise. Then, do we still need to go to the shelter? Ling Yue felt a twinge of confusion. Of course, not only do we need to go, but we must also seize control of the shelter, Su Yi asserted, kissing Ling Yue. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Su Yi then retrieved the silent drone, which had expended much of its battery and was no longer necessary for surveying the vicinity. While Su Yi was gathering the drone, Ling Yue adjusted her attire. Su Yi, I thought you lacked ambition. With our extraordinary abilities, why can't we manage the shelter? We possess strength. Why should we be subservient to others? Why should we toil for someone else? You are absolutely correct. We should ensure the shelter remains under our control. Following this, Su Yi gently pinched Ling Yue's cheek. He could not remain in one place for too long. If one can continuously grow stronger, why halt? Moreover, possessing formidable strength allows one to come and go freely, safeguarding those they wish to protect. Once the first shelter is fully under control, it would signal Su Yi's departure from the city. 3 months. Su Yi planned to remain in this city for no longer than 3 months. After that, his power should suffice for a return to his hometown. To ascertain whether his parents still lived in this world, I will give it a try. It should be similar to managing a company, Ling Wei remarked, just as she was about to kiss Su Yi when she heard a noise. With determination, she seized the crossbow resting on the railing and aimed it towards the distance. Come out. I've already heard you. You few, step forward, or we shall not be merciful. Ling Yue's ears twitched, prompting Su Yi to involuntarily think of cat ears. Chapter 30. Join our team indeed. It resembled the essence of a cat. Furthermore, Su Yi had not perceived any sounds, suggesting that Ling Yue might possess the abilities of a mutated cat. Her footsteps were exceptionally light, nearly inaudible. This was not a deliberate act. It seemed to be instinctual. Su Yi pondered whether, should he encounter a mutated beast, consuming the pearl within its brain could grant him such abilities. After a moment, several individuals emerged from 3 balconies away, all raising their hands in surrender. Who are you? And how did you come to our stronghold? Are you newcomers? We are responsible for gathering supplies, inquired a scruffy middle-aged man, hands raised high. Su Yi lowered Ling Yue's crossbow and declared, we have already eliminated Boss Zhuang and his crew. This stronghold is now under our command. If you wish to see your families, bring us the supplies. The expressions of the newcomers shifted dramatically, astonished that 2 youngsters had managed to vanquish Boss Zhuang's despicable gang. It was well known that Boss Zhuang was armed with a nail gun, a hunting rifle, and a police pistol. Did they truly kill Boss Zhuang? The gunfire from yesterday was during their confrontation. Did just these 2 individuals take down 11 of them? That is terrifying. Su Yi surmised that these individuals likely lacked firearms. At most, they possessed knives. Soon enough, they approached Su Yi and Ling Wei, carrying 5 burlap sacks. Sui opened one sack, revealing food, rice, flour, and various snacks. The middle-aged man, bowing in a submissive manner, said, "Brother, this is the food we gathered over the past 2 days. We've cleared the nearby area. To collect more, we will need to venture farther. Boss Zhuang had promised us that once we gathered these supplies, he would spare our families. What he promised has nothing to do with me. Do you wish to go down and have a chat with Boss Zhuang? I can facilitate that." With that, Sui brandished a handgun and cocked it. "Misunderstanding, brother, this is a misunderstanding. That is not my intention." The middle-aged man promptly knelt. "Ah, you are well aware of the truth. Very well. Rise. Our methods differ from those of such scum." Sui turned and walked away, leaving the food unaddressed. Ling Yue followed Sui, feeling that his earlier claim of being unskilled in such matters was merely a pretense. He had executed the situation flawlessly, establishing authority while leaving no trace of his intentions. This strategy would certainly instill a sense of caution in them. A gun without bullets could accomplish such a feat. How could someone like him not understand how to command others or manage subordinates? He must simply be too lazy to exercise control, leaving the 5 bewildered individuals behind. Sui and Ling Yue descended the stairs. "What should we do now, old man?" A man in his 30s glanced at the middle-aged man, momentarily uncertain. "What else can we do? Aren't you concerned for your families? Let us go and take the supplies down. No matter where we go, there will always be those willing to gather food." The infected outside were not particularly fearsome. They were relatively easy to handle. As long as we are bold and meticulous and cooperate effectively, we can always manage. However, humans were another matter entirely. Dad! Dad! As Meng Qitong reached the bottom of the stairs, he heard a voice calling for him. "Xiaoxue!" Meng Qitong exclaimed, tossing the burlap sack to the ground in excitement. "Moments latte." Meng Shui rushed down the stairs and leaped into her father's embrace, brimming with joy. Meng Qitong held his daughter tightly, glancing up to see Sui on the second floor, lighting a cigarette, seemingly unconcerned about his daughter's descent. "Brother," Mo Xiaohong called, hastening down the stairs. "Husband, uncle, Yuzhu." Several others shouted as they rushed downstairs to reunite with their families. The remaining individuals silently gathered by the corridor, observing the 10 people embracing below. How enviable. In this apocalypse, having family is a profound blessing. Those women with lost loved ones wept at the sight. Some had perished from infected bites. Others had transformed into the infected, and some had been slain by fellow humans. Ultimately, they were left alone. Seeing this scene, tears streamed down the faces of the women. Sui felt a pang in his heart, reflecting on his parents in another world, as well as those in this world, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Ling Yue caught Sui's gaze and then picked up a megaphone. This megaphone had been retrieved by Ling Shuang from the room where supplies were stored. Just the day before, she had overheard Boss Zhuang using a megaphone to coax a woman into moaning, an act that was utterly perverse. Therefore, she decided to retrieve the megaphone to address everyone. She announced several matters. "We are preparing to head to the official shelter. Those who wish to join us are welcome to become part of our team. Our group does not accommodate the feeble or the cowardly. Joining us will entail confronting the infected, regardless of gender. If you choose not to join, we will not impose. The majority of food here can be left for you. Those who join our team will be treated fairly. We will ensure you do not go hungry and will not treat you as expendable. That is all. Please give us your answer by tomorrow morning." With that, Ling Yue put away the megaphone. "Boss, I want to join. I want to join." Wanran immediately stepped forward to express his intentions. To hesitate would mean missing the opportunity to be the first loyal subordinate. Thus, he decisively stood up, knowing that Sui and Boss Zhuang were not of the same ilk. Following Sui, he would at least ensure he would not starve. After so many days of hunger, Wanran felt he could no longer endure it. The other 3 quickly voiced their agreement, all resolved to follow Sui. Just 2 individuals could defeat 11. How formidable must such strength be? Why would one not cling to the thigh of such a powerful ally, instead of remaining here to await death? There was plenty of food here, but it would not last forever. Eventually, it would be consumed. What would happen after that? One would still have to venture out in search of sustenance. Surely, the official shelter would provide greater stability than staying here. The number of infected outside was growing, and if they lingered, it was only a matter of time before the barriers would be breached, leading to their inevitable demise at the hands of the infected. Chapter 31. Nothing is more important than life. All right, you will accompany me to the basement to clear out the storage room. Sui agreed to their joining and then assigned a task. That evening, Sui also intended to sign in once more, as their storage space was critically insufficient. He wished to acquire additional storage. The Villa's storage room was quite spacious, and Sui hoped to obtain a larger space, akin to having a mobile warehouse. No one questioned Sui's motives for clearing out the storage room. Everyone was preoccupied with contemplating their own futures. Should they stay or join Sui in leaving? Was staying truly safe? What would happen when the food ran out? Joining meant facing the infected together. For them, it was an exceedingly difficult choice. Xiaoya, come here for a moment, Ling Shuang called, making her way toward the food storage bedroom. Lingwei followed, surmising her aunt was about to discuss something similar to what her sister would say. Once inside, Ling Shuang promptly closed the door. Xiaoya, have you and Su Yi discussed this matter? Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed. Although she was already 25, she had never been in a romantic relationship, possessing only a superficial understanding of matters between men and women. Not yet. Annie, why have you become so inquisitive? Lingwei replied, feeling somewhat bashful, even though they had previously shared everything. Curiosity, curiosity. By the way, was the announcement just made a result of your discussions? This was the question Ling Shuang truly wanted to ask, as the previous inquiry was merely a means to gauge the depth of Lingwei's relationship with Su Yi, given that they had spent 3 to 4 days together. Yes. After answering, Lingwei immediately pressed on, Annie, what do you believe is the most important thing right now? Of course, it is to survive. Nothing is more vital than life itself. Ling Shuang replied without hesitation. Ling Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Her aunt still possessed a clear perspective. In this apocalypse, the most fundamental need was survival. Our actions are also aimed at survival, to ensure everyone lives. Remaining here will inevitably lead to death, whether from bites or betrayal by those around us. Annie, you surely know that the infected are highly sensitive to the scent of blood. The scent of blood excites them, causing them to become agitated. With so many infected gathering outside, do you know why? Ling Shuang considered for a moment, then her expression changed, for she was also a woman. Because of menstruation? Ling Shuang ventured an answer. Lingwei nodded, tearing open a pack of QQ candies and popping one in her mouth. Exactly. I have observed that there are only 2 or 3 at present. As time passes, synchronization will occur, and the infected will undoubtedly rush in. Therefore, I'm also saving their lives. This world is no longer suitable for the weak. Annie, how many can you protect? Does the shelter not require survivors to venture out to gather supplies? The earlier one gathers resources, the easier it is. It becomes increasingly difficult later on. Even if one wishes to become self-sufficient, they must survive the preceding months. Moreover, I suspect the infected are gradually becoming stronger, making them increasingly difficult to handle. Not to mention the existence of mutated beasts. Annie, if we wish to survive, relying solely on our own strength is insufficient. We require our own team. We are now in a dark age. Many previous notions have become obsolete. We must learn to adapt to this era to survive and allow more people to live. Please consider this carefully. I can roughly guess what you wish to say. But do you truly believe one can still survive as before? After speaking, Lingwei left, yearning to be by Su Yi's side. Even if it was just to watch him or hold his hand, she would feel immense happiness and reassurance. Upon arriving downstairs, she saw the 10 individuals in the courtyard conversing with Su Yi. Have they joined as well? Lingwei inquired, glancing at the little girl beside Su Yi. Feeling a surge of joy, the 5 individuals daring to gather food outside indicated they possessed the ability to confront the infected. This fact surpassed her own capabilities, as she had yet to kill an infected. With their addition, the team had gained core members. Yes, they are not foolish. Remaining here equals a certain death. Oye de market. Ruffling Meng Shui's hair. What is your name? Lingwei crouched down, offering a QQ candy to Meng Shui. My name is Meng Shui. I'm 7 years old. Sister, you are so pretty. Are you my brother's girlfriend? Meng Shui asked with wide, curious eyes. Yes, how do you understand these things? Lingwei was at a loss for words. Su Yi chuckled, saying, children today mature quickly. It is not necessarily a bad thing. It is the clueless ones who are troublesome. If there were unruly children, they could sometimes endanger the whole group. Thankfully, Meng Shui is well-behaved and sensible. Most of the items moved from the underground storage room consisted of rice, millet, and potatoes, foods that have a longer shelf life. In fact, Ba Shuang's group had previously instructed the Villa's residents to clear out the storage room, removing the fine wines to make space for these supplies. Su Yi directed them to stack the food in the hall upstairs, without further plans for the moment. Lingwei, understanding, refrained from asking questions. After playing with Meng Shui for a while, others began approaching Lingwei, expressing their desire to join her team. Lingwei did not disclose to them that leaving this place was quite simple. One merely needed to exit from the balcony to reach the downstream area of the river. There were hardly any infected there, allowing them to follow the river downstream. In 6 or 7 hours, they could reach the vicinity of shelter number 1. Only by making them believe that the outside world was perilous would they possess the courage to join at such a time. When faced with the infected, they would dare to pick up weapons. After all, she did not specify that they would leave tomorrow. She merely asked them to make a decision by then. Before departing, it was imperative to allow these individuals to muster their courage. Outside, countless infected individuals roamed, effectively barricaded, presenting an excellent opportunity for practice. An increasing number of people joined in, resulting in the storage room being swiftly cleared out. By evening, only 5 individuals remained, seemingly intent on staying behind. Lingwei respected their choices and refrained from persuading them. After all, they were adults responsible for their own decisions. She was not a savior, incapable of redeeming the world or rescuing everyone. Chapter 32. Regaining storage space after dinner. Su-yi instructed his team to dismantle the villa's entrance using a high-temperature spray gun found within. Once taken down, it transformed into elongated poles. A pickup truck parked nearby contained a cutting machine and a generator, brought by Boss Zhuang and his crew, who were workers in the renovation business prior to the apocalypse. After relocating the cutting machine and generator to the storage room, Su-yi began modifying the poles into weapons of more suitable length, sharpening them as well. At this moment, everyone understood Su-yi's reason for clearing out the storage room to manufacture weapons. In a single night, he crafted 30 sharp iron spears. Once completed, he instructed his team to clear the storage room once more and then sent everyone off to rest. Observing the iron spears, Lingyue felt they would prove effective and inquired, Su-yi, should we take these spears to the entrance to slay the infected tomorrow? Su-yi nodded in agreement, understanding her thoughts. Without practice, encountering the infected might lead to paralysis from fear. If they lacked the bravery to confront such threats, there was no reason to bring them along. They would only depart once they were adequately prepared. Opportunities for practice would be scarce beyond this point. Starting tomorrow, you will lead them in slaying the infected. Be cautious not to reveal your full strength, Su-yi advised. Lingyue nodded, recognizing Su-yi's intention to allow her to showcase her abilities and establish authority. All right, go get some rest. Tomorrow will likely be arduous. As he spoke, Su-yi gently ruffled Lingyue's hair and placed a kiss on her cheek. And you? She asked, wrapping her arms around him. I'll keep watch. There are too many infected outside, and I can't rest easy without monitoring, he explained. I'll catch up on sleep when you're out hunting the infected tomorrow. Lingyue, leaning closer, whispered in his ear, don't you desire that? Her face flushed crimson down to her neck, feeling both shy and exhilarated. She sensed a change within herself, torn between desire and propriety. Very well, go to sleep obediently, he replied, playfully swatting her behind, noting its delightful resilience. Indeed, it was challenging to maintain control, but the safety of their stronghold took precedence. Su-yi was not at ease, entrusting the night watch to others. All right, I shall rest. Please ensure your safety. Lingyue decisively kissed him before heading upstairs. Ling Shuang had already retired, and the rest of the stronghold's occupants followed suit, having endured restless nights filled with hunger and fear. Now well-fed, they could sleep soundly, unwilling to wander outside. Su-yi and Lingyue had not tasked them with night watch or any other duties. The night was far from tranquil, filled with the cries of the infected. As Su-yi awaited the arrival of midnight, he kept a vigilant eye on the throngs of infected outside, which continued to gather ominously, posing a potential breach. After dinner, he had also instructed the team to reinforce the barricades. If they could survive the night, Lingyue would lead their efforts to clear out the infected the following day. Su-yi was unbothered by the prospect of lingering here for a few days, as he had yet to accumulate 10 opportunities for check-in. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resorted to smoking to pass the hours. Ding! Check-in count 1. Just past midnight, a notification chimed. A smile crept across Su-yi's face as he activated the flashlight on his phone and made his way to the storage room. Taking a deep breath before entering, he commanded, System, check-in. He wondered if he would obtain additional storage space. Check-in successful. Awarded 6 cubic meters of storage space. Survival points, 60. Upon hearing the reward, Su-yi could hardly contain his joy. 10 cubic meters. He had acquired a remarkable amount of storage space, validating his earlier assumptions that the larger the check-in area, the more expansive the rewards. With measured steps, he exited the storage room and returned to the hall, not rushing to store food just yet, as 6 cubic meters would suffice for ample provisions. Next, he intended to use his check-in opportunities to enhance his abilities. While having ample storage space was advantageous, augmenting his strength was paramount. In a world rife with threats, mere storage would not suffice. Time passed gradually, and dawn began to break. Despite a sleepless night, Su-yi felt invigorated, likely a benefit of enhanced capabilities. Soon, Lingyue and the others rose in succession. After washing up and gathering food, they finished breakfast by 7:30. Lingyue urged Su-yi to rest, assuring him that he need not worry about other matters. In the stronghold, aside from Meng Shui, everyone had received an iron spear. Even the last 5 individuals were persuaded to join, recognizing that with only 5 women remaining, survival prospects were bleak. The infected were not fearsome, a sentiment well within their grasp. Allow me to demonstrate. Dispatching the infected is not particularly arduous, Lingyue declared, thrusting her spear into the forehead of an infected. Their muscle and bone strength was inferior to that of humans. With determination, they could achieve similar feats. Now you try. She encouraged a girl nearby. What is there to fear? They're all barricaded and cannot harm you. If you cannot confront the infected, you won't last long. She urged. Aim, and thrust with conviction. If you cannot bear to look, how can you possibly kill them? One by one, they began to overcome their fears. raising their iron spears to strike at the infected. They soon discovered that the infected were, indeed, manageable foes. If one thrust was insufficient, repeated strikes would suffice to dispatch them. As night fell, they continued their assault on the infected, taking turns. Overall, Lingyue was quite pleased with their performance. They had slain over 100 infected throughout the day. However, the number of infected outside did not dwindle. Instead, it continued to grow as more infected approached their location. Chapter 33. Upgrading is controllable. Su-Yi awoke from his slumber around 2 in the afternoon, having slept soundly. After consuming some bread, he proceeded to take a shower, enjoying the benefits of a solar water heater. Post-bath, he glanced at the system interface. Su-Yi survival points, 91 check-in count, 0710. He retrieved a box of ammunition, and with a thought, 2 lines of text appeared before him. You may use 10 survival points to upgrade to 58mm bullets. The opportunity to utilize 20 survival points for the upgrade to a 58mm armor-piercing round was indeed a possibility I could act upon. Thus, Su-Yi contemplated his options. The system indicated 50 survival points required to upgrade to 10 standard grenades, 300 survival points for a rocket without launcher, 500 survival points for a precision-guided bomb. The system, quite impressive, allowed a single bullet to be upgraded to a missile. However, accumulating 500 survival points would take me a decade, if not more. Su-Yi swiftly made his decision. With 10 survival points, the 100 small projectiles from his nail gun transformed into standard bullets, compatible with the submachine gun and pistol he had scavenged. This upgrade cost merely 10 survival points, a modest expenditure. In Boss Zhuang's room, he had also discovered 5 boxes of ammunition, yet he refrained from upgrading them immediately, deciding to wait until necessity arose. Survival points should not be squandered frivolously. He believed they should be reserved for critical moments, emergencies where they could be a matter of life and death. After extracting the firearms and properly loading the bullets, Su-Yi stored them in his inventory. Once these tasks were completed, it was already 3 p.m. Upon opening the door, he heard some commotion. Lingyue was still leading a group in practicing the extermination of infected individuals, showing no signs of fatigue. Silently, Su-Yi lit a cigarette and ascended to the balcony of the adjacent room. With no one on guard upstairs, he decided to explore the nearby balconies, intending to use his drone to survey the area and identify locations worth visiting for resource collection or registration. Lingyue noticed him and merely nodded in acknowledgement, displaying her understanding by refraining from inquiring about his intentions, thus sparing him any sense of constraint. Upon reaching the balcony, he swiftly traversed several ledges and deployed the stealth drone. He was keen on discovering a safer route for potential evacuation, as the opposite bank featured a newly constructed community still under development, with few infected present. However, there was no bridge connecting to the other side. The alleys below were teeming with infected, making passage via the balconies the safest option. After clearing some obstacles, he found traversing the balconies quite manageable. After an hour of exploration, Su-Yi returned to the camp. Upon his return, he found everyone slumped on the ground, exhibiting signs of exhaustion. Only Lingyue remained spirited, continuing her hunt for the infected. The corpses have piled up outside, forcing them to climb to higher positions. I believe we need to lure them away and clear the bodies, she stated, retrieving her long gun with a commanding demeanor. Indeed, we must, Su-Yi agreed, nodding. If this continued, there was a genuine possibility that the infected could infiltrate their stronghold by nightfall. Who has a bloody sanitary pad? Remove it and toss it far away to divert their attention. Su-Yi scanned the group. 2 women, blushing, raised their hands. You 2 go find a plastic bag and collect it for me. The rest prepare to move the bodies and block several passages with them to control the number of infected. After a while, Su-Yi ascended to the balcony with a plastic bag. Moments later, the infected began to turn and move away. Lingyue was the first to leap into action, with others following suit. It was imperative to clear the corpses. Without doing so, their stronghold would remain vulnerable. Moreover, after a day of training, their fear of the infected had diminished. With Lingyue leading the charge, hesitation was not an option. The consequences of inaction were dire. Previously, Boss Zhuang's group had lost several members due to disobedience, feeding some to the infected as punishment. Everyone move quickly. We need to seal off this passageway, Su-Yi urged as he sprinted from another building. All paths had previously been blocked, but now they had been breached. Therefore, he planned to pile all obstacles in the alley from which the infected had just departed. So move the bodies while others gathered various debris. In mere minutes, they constructed a formidable barricade. Subsequently, they reinforced 2 additional alleys, creating extra buffer zones for their stronghold. As these tasks concluded, night fell. Everyone returned to the villa, utterly exhausted. Su-Yi distributed food to each individual. Aside from bread and milk, they each received a pack of sausage. It was essential to consume meat after such exertion. Once the rations were divided, Su-Yi took Lingyue to the balcony under the pretense of keeping watch, but in truth, they sought a private moment to dine together. Earlier that afternoon, he had prepared dinner, a pot of rice and another of mutated beast meat. This remained their secret, one Su he was not yet ready to disclose. Ling Yu shared his sentiments, not wanting her aunt, Ling Shuang, to be aware. She understood that should Ling Shuang learn of this information, she would promptly report it to her superiors. With no nation to pledge allegiance to anymore, her loyalty had shifted. While she would inform her parents, Ling Yu kept this from Ling Shuang. Su-yi, have you noticed that consuming ordinary food makes us feel hungry quickly, while the meat of mutated beasts does not? Ling Yu pondered aloud as she ate. Su-yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have observed the same. Perhaps the meat of mutated beasts contains a greater energy content. Continuously consuming it might even enhance our strength. Ling Yu sipped her soup and burped contentedly. I wonder if shelter number 1 has encountered other mutated humans. Do they possess abilities similar to yours? Ling Yu speculated, believing Su Yi's transformation was distinct from her own experience with a mutated cat brain bead. This question was one Su Yi could not answer, as he had not undergone any mutation or evolution, but rather gained system. Chapter 34. Abnormalities at Shelter No. 1 Ling Yu, aspiring to take control of the shelter, naturally hoped no mutants would appear within its confines, as this would pose greater obstacles. One mutant might be manageable with her and Su Yi joining forces, but multiple would complicate matters. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the two lingered on the balcony for a while. Once their jaws ached from the prolonged conversation, Su Yi suggested Ling Yu retire for the night. After a full day of combat, she indeed needed a rest, though they had not engaged in deeply profound exchanges. Their relationship had evolved to a point where they could be completely candid with one another. Su Yi returned to the villa, setting a chair on the second floor, and took out his phone to pass the time. The night was uneventful, but soon, infected breached the outer barriers, approaching the area in front of the villa. Fortunately, the infected were still unable to climb. Once Ling Yu and the others awoke and had breakfast to confront the infected, Su Yi would retire for the night. Days passed in this manner, 3 in total. Su Yi desired to leave earlier, yet the group required additional training time for their physical recovery. Ding! The sound of signing in echoed, invigorating Su Yi. Today marked the 16th day of the catastrophe, and Su Yi had spent 9 days in this world. He glanced at the luminous screen displaying his status. Su Yi, survival points, 81 sign-in count, 710. It was high time to depart. He had lingered for 4 nights already. He had intended to leave yesterday, but due to Ling Yu's discomfort from her menstrual cycle, he had opted to stay an additional day. Just then, an unusual sound pierced the air outside. Su Yi furrowed his brow upon noticing an infected individual scaling the barriers and infiltrating the villa area. Fixating on the scene, he soon spotted a second infected person attempting to breach the premises. Without hesitation, Su Yi seized a loudspeaker and shouted, "Wake up, everyone! The infected are breaking in." The first to respond was Ling Yu, who shared a room with Ling Shuang, both of whom had neglected to lock their door, just like everyone else. Moreover, they all slept in their clothes to preempt such unforeseen circumstances. "Get up, everyone! It's time to prepare for battle," Ling Yu called out, rallying the group. Su Yi unsheathed his Tang Dao and rushed inside the villa, swiftly dispatching the 3 intruding infected. The others awakened, quickly grasping the situation without panic. A testament to their training over the past 4 days. "Grab your backpacks and weapons. We must evacuate," Su Yi declared before dashing into a room on the first floor. During his previous excursions, he had gathered several backpacks, knowing they would need provisions for the journey ahead to avoid hunger in case of emergencies. Upon entering the room, he began filling his storage space with essentials such as rice, flour, noodles, and potatoes. After packing 5 cubic meters, he ceased. As the others descended from upstairs, each donned a backpack and wielded a firearm. Meng Qitong held his daughter closely, his face etched with worry. It was evident that the infected had evolved further, now capable of climbing. As one infected individual breached their defenses, Ling Yu acted without hesitation, impaling it with her gun. "Let us head to the balcony," Su Yi instructed, gesturing for everyone to follow him. He was the last to enter, locking the iron door behind him. "Let us huddle here for the night. We will evacuate at dawn," he stated, taking his position by the door. The moonlight was dim, rendering nighttime evacuation impossible, so they awaited the morning light. "Xiao Yu, you should rest. I'll keep watch with Su Yi," Ling Shuang offered, positioning herself behind Su Yi. "Sister Shuang, you should rest. I can handle it here. If anything happens, I will call everyone," Su Yi insisted, prompting Ling Shuang to be led away by Ling Yu. Throughout the night, while infected continued to scale the villa, none could breach the door guarded by Su Yi. Any who approached met their demise at his hands. As dawn broke, the sun dispelled the darkness, and by 7 o'clock, everyone gradually awoke. After breakfast, they congregated on the balcony. "I have already scouted the route. Follow me," Su Yi announced, stepping over the balcony and beginning to move. The group trailed behind him, heading downstream towards the river. They had longed to escape this dreadful place, which felt like a waking nightmare. The daily hunt for infected left them utterly exhausted, and the stench was particularly nauseating. Having prearranged a safe route and set up obstacles, their journey down was remarkably secure. Soon, they reached the riverside and swiftly descended into the icy waters using a ladder. Despite the chill, their spirits burned bright with hope for the official shelter, which promised safety. Half swimming, half drifting, they advanced quickly downstream. Along the way, they encountered several infected, all of which they dispatched with ease. By 3 in the afternoon, they successfully arrived at the dam mentioned by Ling Xuang. Ling Xuang, let us go check it out, Su Yi suggested, removing his longbow from his back, ready to ascend the stone steps to assess the situation. After so many days, the status of the shelter remained unknown. As the others climbed up the riverbank, they began to remove their clothes and wring out the water. Upon reaching the top of the stone steps, they surveyed the street below, which lay still and silent, devoid of any human or infected presence. It appeared safe, but then Ling Xuang gasped a tank. Su Yi turned to see a tank approaching in the distance. How could a tank be here? Is the military coming to rescue us? Ling Xuang speculated, her gaze fixed on the tank's path leading towards the shelter. If that were the case, surely the shelter would have sent a message to the entire city, yet they had received nothing. Su Yi cautioned against excessive optimism. The presence of a tank did not guarantee military support. However, it was plausible that, despite 40 of the population turning infected, the military, equipped with weapons, could easily regain control of the situation. Once stability was restored, they would likely begin evacuating survivors. I will inquire further. After all, I am a special police officer, Ling Xuang resolved, eager to clarify the situation rather than speculate. Wait until the tank leaves, then you can investigate the shelter. That would be more prudent, Su Yi advised, gently restraining Ling Xuang. Chapter 35. The military of the apocalypse. Ling Xuang acknowledged Su Yi's caution with a nod, agreeing to his suggestion. The three retreated, observing the tank leading the way, flanked by 2 armored vehicles that indeed appeared military in nature. Yet, Su Yi remained unconvinced. To put it plainly, he did not trust others. The shelter seemed to be experiencing some issues. Once they reached safety, they would hide in a nearby building until Ling Xuang confirmed the shelter's safety before proceeding. Does anyone have objections to this plan? Yi waited. As soon as his words fell, a voice emerged. Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. We shall follow your lead without dissent. Some may have been flattering. It was not entirely insincere. After all, they had spent considerable time with Su Yi and Ling Yu, recognizing that following them ensured daily sustenance and protection from humiliation. A leader like Su Yi was indeed a rarity in such chaotic times. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the words spoken. After experiencing the tyranny of Zhuang Laoda, the shift to Su Yi and Ling Yu felt like a transition from hell to paradise. Their trust in Su Yi and Ling Yu was unequivocal. In recent days, Ling Yu had led them in slaying the infected, instilling the belief that possessing strength was the best guarantee for survival. All right, let us move, Su Yi declared as he re-emerged onto the street. Quickly, they dashed into a nearby shop. It was a clothing store, but the shelf had been entirely stripped bare, given its proximity to the shelter. Supplies had been rapidly depleted at the onset of the crisis. The nearby streets were similarly emptied. This is a walkie-talkie I found a few days ago. I'm unsure if it will work once you enter. Also, here is a handgun with 7 bullets, Su Yi said, handing Ling Xuang the walkie-talkie and the firearm. You should speak only for yourself and refrain from disclosing our existence. First, ascertain the situation and confirm that there are no issues before contacting us. Su Yi conveyed his instructions with utmost caution, for it pertained to his safety. Rest assured, I will not bring harm to you. Ling Xuang felt that Su Yi was overly suspicious of the authorities, excessively cautious. However, given that Su Yi had saved both her and Ling Yu's lives, she was willing to comply with his requests. Once Ling Xuang departed, Ling Yu approached. Shall we use a drone? Su Yi shook his head, stating that he was still unaware of the situation at hand and could not rashly deploy a drone. Let's hope for peace, Su Yi remarked. And then he and Ling Yu entered the shop, seeking refuge with the others in a corner as they awaited the outcome. As Ling Xuang made her way to the shelter, she observed numerous individuals patrolling. Zhang Yang, Zhou Gai. Upon recognizing the familiar figures, she called out, Ling team. The 2 men were immediately filled with joy, having believed her to be long dead after her departure many days prior. They had not expected her to return unscathed. Just as they were about to rush forward, they were halted. Halt! You are abandoning your posts. A man in military attire intervened. The 2 immediately ceased their movements and saluted, reporting, Sir, our captain, Ling Xuang, is outside. The officer furrowed his brow, recalling, and inquired, Is she the female special police officer who left the camp 8 days ago in search of her family? Yes, sir, that is her. She is our captain and possesses greater strength than us. Zhang Yang explained somewhat obsequiously. To have survived outside for so long indeed requires considerable skill. You may return to the team. Inform her of the current situation at the camp and the new regulations. Thank you, sir. Zhang Yang and Zhao Kai immediately saluted before hastening towards Ling Xuan. Captain, it is truly wonderful that you are safe. We were worried that something had happened to you. Zhang Yang exclaimed joyfully upon reaching Ling Xuan. What circumstances did you encounter? What is the current situation at the shelter? Has the military taken control? Ling Xuan glanced at the individuals present, puzzled. Shouldn't Zhang Yang and the others be out gathering supplies or clearing infected individuals rather than standing guard? Indeed, our shelter has been taken over. More than 500 people arrived, and the management has transformed into the leadership of the Apocalypse Army, Zhao Kai quietly informed her. Apocalypse Army? Leadership? Ling Xuan's pupils dilated as she immediately sensed something amiss. A proper military force would certainly not alter its designations arbitrarily. The name Apocalypse Army could not possibly belong to a legitimate military unit. They had betrayed us. It was clear that they had indeed defected. Otherwise, how could they adopt such a name? Su Yi's concerns were indeed justified. The shelter had undergone significant changes. Leave? It seems we cannot depart now. The soldiers over there are still watching us, as well as Zhao Kai and Zhang Yang. If I dare to make a move, it would jeopardize them and their families. What about my parents and my brother and sister-in-law? Are they safe? Ling Xuan hurriedly inquired, anxious to learn of her family's condition. They are fine. Although the camp has been attacked by mutated beasts several times, they were all repelled, and the people in the shelter are safe. Captain, here are the new regulations. Please review them carefully. The officer of the Apocalypse Army just stated that you can rejoin the team. After rejoining, you will be responsible for security, and at least you can receive a ration sufficient to support a family. As he spoke, Zhang Yang produced a piece of paper and handed it to Ling Xuan. Ling Xuan glanced at it, her brow furrowing even more. She did not pay much attention to the rest, but her eyes were drawn to the word kill. While it is not unreasonable to enforce strict measures in chaotic times, the severity of these punishments was excessive. Concealing weapons, death. Hoarding food, death. Forming factions, death. Disobeying orders, death. After reading, Ling Xuan felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Joining such a shelter would merely make her a tool for those in power. Regret washed over her. However, with her family still inside, she had no choice but to comply. Thus, she drew the gun from her possession and handed it to Zhang Yang. He silently accepted Ling Xuan's sidearm and led her through the entrance. Outside the shelter stood a low wall, which would rise higher as supplies became sufficient. Although the Apocalypse Army was exceedingly harsh, they did possess formidable firepower capable of repelling powerful mutated beasts, ensuring everyone's safety. Eating less and living with greater hardship were trivial matters. As long as they persevered, they would endure. Once the Apocalypse Army cleared the city of infected individuals, normal life could resume. Chapter 36. The Evolver report, sir. I only have a sidearm left. The rest of my weaponry has been lost. Ling Xuan approached the man and saluted. I am Li Rui, the deputy commander of the Apocalypse Army. Welcome back. He then offered her a military rifle, saying, This shall be your weapon. You are now the captain of Security Team 3, entitled to 4 rations daily, and will report directly to me. It was evident that Li Rui sought to win Ling Xuan over. After all, survival in the apocalypse required more than just oneself. One needed numerous subordinates to thrive. Furthermore, although Ling Xuan wore a bomb-proof helmet, her beautiful face could not be concealed. He had yet to encounter such a stunning woman. Ling Xuan was taken aback to discover that this individual held a high rank within the Apocalypse Army. His gaze exuded an unsettling possessiveness. Are these truly soldiers? Ling Xuan felt that these individuals were hardly soldiers. Yet, could she question them? No, for her family remained within the shelter. Everyone else had acquiesced. What could she alone change? Only now did she comprehend the profound meaning behind Su Yi's words. The world was not the only thing that had changed. So had human hearts. Thank you, Commander. I will use the firearm in my possession to protect those behind me, Ling Xuan stated as she accepted the rifle and saluted. Zhang Dafu, take Captain Ling to see her family and procure 4 rations for her. After completing those tasks, lead her to Security Team 3 so she can familiarize herself with the operational procedures. With that, Li Rui turned and departed, needing to inspect the entire camp. Just yesterday, they had repelled several mutated beasts, and there was a gap in their defenses that needed to be sealed quickly. Otherwise, his violent leader would not let him off easily. Ling Xuan understood that the intention was to separate her from her former subordinates. Yet at present, she had no alternative. Follow me, a deep voice commanded. Without hesitation, Ling Xuan followed, making her way into the depths of the shelter. Now, she could only hope that her family remained safe. Brother, I just returned from outside, and am not yet familiar with the current state of the camp. How is our commander? Is he strong? Ling Xuan inquired, genuinely curious about the situation. Very strong. The commander is an evolver, and no one can match him. Zhang Dafu replied with a hint of envy and admiration. Evolver? Ling Xuan had not anticipated encountering such terminology. Indeed, after the catastrophe, a select few individuals underwent evolution and gained immense strength. Our commander is one such being, Zhang Dafu said with a sense of pride, noting that this was not a secret, but rather something that needed to be widely publicized. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and promptly pressed on. How strong? Can he hunt mutated beasts? Zhang Dafu glanced at Ling Shuang, appearing somewhat displeased. The commander can repel mutated beasts with his bare hands. However, killing them is challenging. They're not deterred by bullets, and even if shot, the bullets are merely forced out by their muscles. Ling Shuang's pupils narrowed, and she remarked, the mutated beasts I left behind weren't this terrifying. Have they grown stronger? Indeed, the commander has indicated that the power of the mutated beasts is increasing. Therefore, we must allocate greater combat resources to eradicate them. Today, the commander has ventured out in a tank to confront the mutated beasts. Fortunately, their numbers are limited. Otherwise, this encampment would be overrun in a matter of days. Upon hearing this, Ling Shuang's brow furrowed tighter. If the mutated beasts are not eliminated, the safety of the sanctuary cannot be guaranteed. Their strength is formidable, rendering bullets ineffective against them. No wonder they resort to using tanks against these creatures. During the journey, Zhang Dafu shared much information. Currently, there are 130,000 survivors in the camp, most of whom were brought in by them. Ling Shuang then understood the reason behind the change in the sanctuary's management. It was only natural for the end-of-world military to take control of the sanctuary, given their larger population and greater strength. After all, engaging in combat with them would yield no chance of victory. Ling Shuang could hardly fathom the significant changes that had transpired in such a short time since her departure. Soon, Ling Shuang was led to a bustling area. Many individuals were digging into the earth, while several armed personnel in bulletproof vests stood guard. This was land reclamation. The soil here is fertile, and the commander deemed it suitable for vegetable cultivation. Zhang Dafu provided a brief explanation before he began calling out the names of Ling Yu's parents. Ling Shuang knew her own parents were already in their 70s and were not suited for such labor. Hence, they had other responsibilities. Xiao Shuang. Ling Chun's eyes reddened upon seeing Ling Shuang. He had originally thought she had perished, as she was the only one who left without any company. Big brother. Ling Shuang rushed over and embraced Ling Chun. Xiao Yu is fine, but I cannot disclose this now. Ling Shuang whispered quickly, her words barely audible to Ling Chun. As long as she's safe, that's all that matters. We are all fine. Ling Chun joyfully patted Ling Shuang's back, grateful that his daughter was unharmed. He guessed the reason for her secrecy, knowing that the current sanctuary operated under a regime of oppression, having lured many children into servitude. With his daughter's beauty, if she were to enter this place, it would be akin to stepping into a den of wolves. Initially, Yi Ji was taken aback, but she soon grasped the implications of her husband's words. Their daughter was safe. However, she could not speak of it. Thus, she too approached, excitedly embracing Ling Shuang to receive confirmation of the news. Where are my parents? Ling Shuang inquired, having not seen them. They are engaged in cleaning duties to secure some food, Ling Chun explained, somewhat embarrassed. After all, he felt ashamed that he could not provide for his elderly parents. I am now the captain of Security Team 3, receiving 4 rations a day. They shouldn't need to work anymore, right, Brother Zhang? Ling Shuang turned her head to ask. She realized she no longer held any authority, as it lay firmly in the hands of the end-of-world military. Zhang Dafu shook his head, saying, this matter is beyond my say. It requires the commander's approval. In this camp, everything is dictated by the commander. Zhang Dafu believed that with Ling Shuang's beauty, gaining entry into the upper management should not pose a problem. After all, she possessed not only beauty but also capability. A woman like her would undoubtedly earn the commander's favor and special treatment. Chapter 37. Inside the sanctuary, my stomach feels a bit uneasy. May I use the restroom? Please wait for me here. I still need to see my parents. Ling Shuang rubbed her belly, testing her discomfort. Zhang Dafu hesitated briefly before nodding. Considering Ling Shuang's family was present, he believed there would be no issue. Be quick. I have other tasks to attend to, Zhang Dafu emphasized. Thank you. I will return shortly. With that, Ling Shuang clasped her belly and hurried toward the distant building. Since everyone was occupied with work, the restroom was deserted. Once inside, Ling Shuang promptly retrieved her walkie-talkie. Sui, can you hear me? Loud and clear came Su Yi's voice through the device. This area is under the control of the end-of-world military, and they enforce strict food regulations. Those caught hoarding food face execution. They also impose rigorous controls on personnel. Even those in their 70s and 80s must work to sustain themselves. Moreover, women's status in the sanctuary is likely very low. Beautiful women may become mere playthings for others. Additionally, the leader of the end-of-world military is an evolved being capable of battling mutated beasts and forcing them to retreat. Today, they have taken tanks to confront the mutated beasts. Xiao Yu, your parents are safe. I will take good care of them. My time is limited, so weigh your options carefully. I will act as though I have never encountered you. After speaking, Ling Shuang flushed the toilet. Understood, take care. Su Yi's voice replied once more. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and exited the restroom. Outside, She removed her helmet and splashed some water on her face, then patted her cheeks. Ling Shuang, this is the end of the world. The old ways of living must be discarded. You can do this. Stay strong. After encouraging herself, Ling Shuang departed. Did everyone hear that? Su Yi surveyed the group, aware the walkie-talkie's volume had been loud. Boss, whatever decision you make, I will follow you. Wan Ran declared resolutely. Seeing him raise his hand, others quickly expressed their agreement. They had come to the sanctuary seeking a stable life, but Ling Shuang's words suggested otherwise. After her return, she might find it impossible to leave again, only able to seek opportunities to relay information discreetly. Without the walkie-talkie, they might wait several days for any news from Ling Shuang. Hoarding food warrants execution? That is ruthless. Are they any different from Leader Zhuang? The end-of-world military hardly sounds like benevolent figures. We should retreat from this block and find a neighborhood to hide in. This area has likely been thoroughly searched. While food may be scarce, safety should be assured. Ling Shuang had just arrived and had not fully grasped the situation, so it would be prudent to observe for a couple of days. Those who agree with my decision, raise your hands. If you disagree, you may seek refuge in the sanctuary, but you must not disclose our situation. Su Yi scanned the group, and every hand was raised in agreement. All right, let us move. Everyone, follow closely and quickly. With that, Su Yi hurried to the door. He and Ling Yu did not exchange words, making a decisive choice instead. Ling Yu remained silent throughout, even though she was merely a few kilometers from her parents. She understood that if she revealed herself, meeting her parents would not be as easy as she hoped. The statement about beautiful women possibly becoming playthings seemed directed specifically at her. Su Yi's decision was sound. Finding a nearby neighborhood to lie low would allow them to gather more intelligence. The food they possessed would sustain them for 3 to 4 days without issue. That duration would be ample to contemplate whether to align with the sanctuary. The group circumvented to the back of the block and entered a neighborhood. As Su Yi had surmised, the area had already been ransacked. Apart from a few open doors, the rest had been smashed in. There were no signs of infected corpses, only heaps of charred bones piled high. Clearly, they had gathered and burned the remains of the infected. Men in this room, women in that one. Do not wander around unnecessarily, nor visit each other's quarters. If I were to learn that you are coercing them, I would resort to direct castration. Su Yi issued a warning, hoping that these individuals would not stir up any trouble at this moment. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on them, Fong Ran volunteered. Hongjia, take this. Su Yi produced a nail gun and handed it to Mo Xiaohong. Ling Yu had informed him that Mo Xiaohong had been performing exceptionally well these days. Previously a corporate executive, she was also an avid fitness enthusiast, making her a valuable ally in Ling Yu's eyes. Thank you for your trust, boss. Mo Xiaohong expressed her gratitude, surprised that Su Yi would grant her a nail gun, although it contained only one bullet. Its primary purpose was not to confront anyone, but to signify Su Yi's stance. Without uttering a word, Su Yi quietly approached the third suite, which belonged to him and Ling Yu. Can you see anything? Su Yi opted for the higher vantage point to observe the situation within the shelter. Yes, the defenses inside are quite tight. They are armed, and with our limited numbers, we may not be able to accomplish much, Ling Yu replied. Her vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals, being at least twice as acute, allowing her to clearly discern the interior. Su Yi glanced out the window and then turned to Ling Yu. Your vision has improved significantly. I find myself envious. Perhaps I should hunt a mutated cat and consume its brain. Indeed, my eyesight has indeed sharpened, but it is unfortunate that I cannot see my parents. Ling Yu said as she embraced Su Yi. I belong to you now. What is there to envy? If necessary, we can hunt other mutated beasts so that you may also acquire such abilities, she added, tightening her embrace. Su Yi gently stroked Ling Yu's soft hair and remarked. Sister Shuang mentioned that the leader of the End Times army is an evolved being. He likely did not gain his abilities through mutated beasts. Perhaps, currently, no one else obtains abilities in the same manner as you do. Through Ling Shuang's intelligence, Su Yi confirmed that someone had indeed evolved and gained formidable powers, capable of battling mutated beasts and driving them back. Such strength was likely beyond his current reach. It appeared that he needed to quickly find a suitable place to register. I wonder if anyone can obtain power in this manner. Ling Yu turned and caressed Su Yi's cheek. Chapter 38. They're dealing with mutated dogs. Su Yi refrained from discussing this matter with Ling Yu, as conclusions cannot be drawn through mere dialogue. A loud explosion echoed from a distance. Are they confronting mutated beasts? Ling Yu glanced toward the entrance. Su Yi ruffled Ling Yu's hair and said, I will investigate. You stay here. Ling Yu nodded. Be careful and return soon. Su Yi handed her a submachine gun along with 30 rounds of ammunition. Without hesitation, Ling Yu accepted it. Su Yi gave Ling Yu a quick kiss and hurried downstairs, sprinting towards the street. If those individuals were unaware that mutated beasts could grant powers, Su Yi might seize a significant opportunity. After running for a while, Su Yi produced the Jing Shin drone. Once it reached a certain altitude, he could observe the conditions of the nearby streets. I see it. Su-yi spotted the tank, controlling the drone to fly toward that direction. Simultaneously, he accelerated toward the area where the tank was located. The streets were evidently cleared, with vehicles pushed onto the sidewalks. This was likely the work of the End Times Army, unrelated to the previous shelter number 1. After sprinting for several minutes, Su-yi arrived near the tank. All the while, it continued to fire, indicating that the mutated beasts had yet to be eliminated. Su-yi took refuge in a convenience store, which had also been scavenged, leaving only a few shelves and counters, along with a floor strewn with banknotes. Everything else had been taken away. Su-yi positioned himself behind the counter, controlling the drone. Fortunately, such a device was available. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a difficult predicament. I wonder if it could be upgraded to possess an invisibility feature. Su-yi muttered as he zoomed in with the camera. Is it a mutated cow? No, it's a bizarre, mutated dog, the size of a cow. Su-yi furrowed his brow upon seeing the mutated creature on screen. Such a formidable beast was no wonder they required a tank to confront it. Additionally, he noticed that its hind legs were bound with iron chains. Not far away, a towering figure wielding a large knife was fixated on the mutated dog. Su-yi discerned that this individual was exceptionally tall, likely exceeding 2 meters, and was entirely muscular. Could this be the leader of the End Times Army? Su-yi mused, taken aback by the imposing figure. Boom! The tank fired again, yet the mutated beast evaded the shot, with the shell striking a nearby building instead. However, the mutated dog let out a miserable howl. The shockwave indicated they were utilizing the explosive force strategically. As Su-yi spoke, the leader of the End Times Army suddenly charged forward, swinging his massive blade at the mutated dog. The strike landed squarely on the creature's back, eliciting a series of agonized yelps, clearly inflicting severe damage. Hey, beast! The leader of the End Times Army leaped high and delivered a decisive blow, severing the mutated dog's head. Impressive, unmatched. Su-yi felt the stark contrast in strength between himself and the leader upon witnessing this display of power. You vile creature, you took the lives of my 8 subordinates, he exclaimed, kicking the dog's head, sending it out of the enclosure. Suddenly, a loud cat's cry resonated from a distance. On the rooftops, 2 mutated cats appeared, each larger than a tiger. The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Retreat, quickly!" Clearly, he recognized that he was no match for the 2 mutated cats. He decisively chopped off a large chunk of the mutated dog's flesh, not daring to take the entire carcass with him. Thus, they swiftly retreated from the compound. Su-yi observed as the 2 mutated cats leaped from several meters above, pouncing on the dog's remains. Their withdrawal was prompt. The leader of the End Times Army jumped onto the tank, positioning himself atop it as they retreated toward the shelter. A few minutes later, Su-yi exited the store and hurried toward the direction of the mutated dog's severed head. Evidently, the leader of the End Times Army was unaware that the brain could grant people abilities. Otherwise, he would not have kicked the head off in a fit of rage. However, he knew that the flesh of mutated beasts was edible. After consuming the meat for an extended period, Su-yi felt that it might indeed enhance one's strength. Soon, Su-yi located the position and stored the mutated dog's head in his spatial inventory. As for the 2 mutated cats, Su-yi deemed them too formidable to engage. They were certainly far stronger than the mutated cat he and Ling Yu had previously encountered. Su-yi chose not to provoke them and decisively left the area. Sign in. Su-yi's sole desire was to sign in. Only by enhancing his strength would he be adequately equipped to confront these mutated beasts. He retrieved his phone and opened the navigation app. Thanks to the city's offline map, it was still operational. The satellites above were still functioning. Su-yi's goal was to locate places such as boxing gyms, fitness centers, or taekwondo studios. He directly searched for boxing gyms, yielding numerous options. 5-star Taekwondo, 14717, Wei Road. High Dog Boxing Gym, for 7784, Tian Road, Building A. Flying Man Muay Thai Gym, 1232, XINXN Road, 5th floor, 3rd level. Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Building 6, Wudong Community. Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym, Wudong Community? Su-yi recalled having seen this name on the map as locator not long ago, and thus chose it. Indeed, the distance was merely over 300 meters. Following the navigation, Su-yi swiftly arrived at the Lu Fuqiang Boxing Gym. This gym was located in the basement, and upon entering, Su-yi noticed numerous photographs adorning the walls. They were, after all, just pictures with celebrities, and he did not pay them much attention. The internal martial art, Juji Bung? The Bung Quan resembled an arrow released from a bow, relying entirely on the propulsion of the back foot. It harmonizes the kidney essence with liver wood, allowing the shoulders to relax and the elbows to hang, leading to a natural equilibrium of energy. Juji Bung, a synthesis of 9 schools of Bung Quan, utilizes the art of breathing to unleash the full potential of Bung Quan's power. After reading the introduction, Su-yi found it rather impressive. Upon entering the gym, he beheld a plethora of training equipment. Should he sign in here? What if this so-called internal martial art, Juji Bung, turned out to be mere deception? Would he not be at a loss? Nevertheless, he thought, he would have to try such a place sooner or later. One must have faith in the system. With that, he closed his eyes. System, sign in. If he truly received what he desired, his choices would surely change in the future. If internal martial arts genuinely existed, their power would certainly surpass that of ordinary martial techniques. Chapter 39. The rewards are abundant. Sign in successful. Receive the Juji Bung experience package. Ding. Obtain 1 pay yuan dan. Survival points, 70. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Yi nearly leaped for joy. Juji Bung, pay yuan dan, 70 survival points, each one underscoring the correctness of Su Yi's decision. System, accept the Juji Bung experience package. As the words left his lips, Su Yi felt as if a film was playing in his mind, and his body moved involuntarily. After several minutes, his body finally came to a halt. Subsequently, Su Yi retrieved the pei yuan dan. It was a green pill, and upon taking it out, he immediately understood its purpose. It enhances vitality and energy, boosting one's strength. Truly a marvelous item. Su Yi promptly placed the pei yuan dan in his mouth and swallowed it. The effects of the pei yuan dan would not be immediate. It required some time for the medicinal properties to be absorbed. Su Yi approached a sandbag and struck it with a powerful punch. The bag exploded under the force of his blow, seams bursting open as sand flew out. Incredible. Su Yi was immensely satisfied with Juji Bung, not expecting such ferocity. Regrettably, nightfall was approaching, and he could not venture too far for another sign-in. He resolved to sign in twice more in the vicinity. Otherwise, after midnight, he would only have one additional opportunity. Such a loss would be regrettable. Survival points, 151 sign-in opportunities, 810. After glancing at the screen, Su Yi once again took out his phone. Fair Muay Thai Gym, over 5,000 meters away. This one it is. Su Yi immediately activated the navigation and sprinted forth. His speed had increased once more, a delightful sensation. Su Yi realized that his pace had reached that of an electric vehicle. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, he found himself standing before the Farron Muay Thai Gym. Before entering, he noticed several infected individuals through the glass door. Upon seeing him, they appeared quite exhilarated. Su Yi drew his Tang Dao and opened the glass door. Instantly, the infected lunged at him, only to be met by the sharp edge of his Tang Dao. With swift and decisive movements, several infected heads rolled away in the blink of an eye. Su Yi felt akin to the martial arts masters depicted in films, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. With his sword in hand, he ascended the staircase. Soon, he reached the second floor, where more infected awaited. Su Yi effortlessly dispatched them and stepped inside. Upon inspection, he discovered that this was a gym. System, sign in, Su Yi silently invoked. Ding, sign in successful. Received a mid-level body enhancement potion. Survival points, 30. With a thought, a green vial appeared in his hand. This one is mid-level. Did I receive a beginner potion last time? Is it because this gym is larger and better equipped? Su Yi pondered, temporarily stowing the potion away. Night was fast approaching. Should he inject this potion now, his body would expel numerous impurities, rendering him unable to return without a shower. Exiting the gym, Su Yi ventured upstairs. For the upper level also belonged to the Farron Muay Thai Gym. The door was open, and there were no infected within. Su Yi stepped inside to investigate. He noted that this area was unmarked, indicating he could sign in here. If it were marked, he would have seen an X symbol, signifying that sign-in was not permitted. This space was likely designated for teaching Muay Thai, featuring 2 boxing rings and additional equipment. After confirming his observations, he mentally commanded, System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Received a Muay Thai experience package. Ding, obtained 1 Changgu Dan. Survival points, 40. Su Yi smiled in delight, then recited, System, accept the Muay Thai experience package. He involuntarily closed his eyes as his body began to practice Muay Thai. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes. Su Yi retrieved a yellow pill, and a rich medicinal aroma enveloped him, strengthening the body and bones. What an excellent item. Moreover, its effects combined with the pei yuan dan could yield unexpected results. System, you are truly remarkable. Su Yi promptly consumed the Changgu Dan, swallowing it before exiting the hall. There was still one more level upstairs. He was curious to discover what lay beyond, especially since he had 1 sign-in opportunity remaining. Su Yi survival points, 221 sign-in opportunities. One upon viewing the display, Su Yi realized that after midnight tonight, he would be able to acquire 2 sign-in opportunities. This knowledge bolstered his confidence. For instance, he no longer felt overly anxious about the leader of the Apocalypse Army. Given a few days, Su Yi was confident he could track him down and crush his skull. This was the self-assurance that strength instilled. Hastily ascending the stairs, Su Yi spotted many infected individuals through the glass door. Instead of drawing his weapon, he opted to open the door directly, wishing to test his skills against them unarmed. Bang! With a single Juji Bung, Su Yi found the head of the infected exploding upon impact. Incredible, how powerful. He couldn't help but curse, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he aimed a punch at another infected. Slow. He realized that the movements of these infected were exceedingly slow. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced strength and speed, coupled with quicker reflexes. Their actions appeared sluggish in comparison. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch resulted in a shattered skull, astonishing even himself. He felt that these infected were remarkably weak. With his current abilities, he believed there was little danger in being active outside at night. With such strength, could the leader of the Apocalypse army truly match him? Observing the numerous infected with exploded heads scattered on the ground, he contemplated a contest with the leader of the Apocalypse army. If he could defeat that leader, securing the shelter would be highly feasible. Once the shelter was in his grasp, he would be able to sign in freely throughout the city. He aspired to venture beyond the city. However, doing so might lead him to encounter more mutated beasts. After all, urban wildlife was scarce. Outside the city lay a kingdom of animals. Without formidable strength, one could not venture forth. Moreover, the creatures outside would inevitably invade the city sooner or later. Hence, capturing the shelter was of utmost necessity. Shaking off his thoughts, He surveyed the hall, understanding that this place was dedicated to learning. A comprehensive combat center, it was indeed a venue for mixed martial arts. He was well aware that mixed martial arts competitions allowed participants to employ a variety of techniques, including boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, taekwondo, karate, judo, sanda, and jeet kune do, earning the title of the decathlon of combat sports. What rewards could he expect from signing in at such a venue? Chapter 40. The Attack of the Mutant Rats on the Shelter. System, register. Ding. Obtained a mixed martial arts experience package. Ding. Acquired the skill of Dragon Step. Surviving points, 100. 100 survival points? The greater the number of survival points, the more valuable the items received from the sign-in, enhancing his chances of survival. After some contemplation, decided to accept the Dragon Step first. The experience package for mixed martial arts would likely require considerable time to fully assimilate, and by then, night would have fallen. System, accept Dragon Step. No sooner had he spoken than images flooded his mind, and his body began to move. He darted left and right, up and down, his form remarkably agile, gliding through the hall like a swimming dragon. What impressive technique! With his skill, even if he faced the mutant beasts, it would not be so easy for them to harm him. After leaving the hall, he swiftly descended the stairs. At the entrance, he found a bicycle. Gripping the chain, he yanked it forcefully, snapping the lock. Then, he retrieved the Jingshin drone and rode the bicycle towards the shelter, riding at a brisk pace. Reached the neighborhood where Ling Yu and the others resided in under 20 minutes. Ling Yu had been worried about especially as night fell. If it grew dark, he might not return. Their phones had no signal, making communication impossible. Thus, Ling Yu anxiously awaited him at the foot of the building. Upon spotting riding up, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, the unmistakable sound of a machine gun. Quick, let us head upstairs. Knew something was amiss at the shelter, prompting the gunfire. The shots became increasingly rapid, indicating that more people were joining in. The mutant beasts must have launched another attack on the shelter. They hurried upstairs and burst into the room. The gunfire continued, forming a near-constant barrage. Were those? Inside the room, others exclaimed as they witnessed the creatures besieging the shelter. They were not infected. They were mutant rats. Ling Yu became somewhat agitated, her pupils shifting. Perhaps due to her acquiring some abilities from the mutant cat, she showed an unusual reaction to the mutant rats. Her nails involuntarily elongated. Only when grasped her hand did she regain her composure. There were at least a dozen mutant rats. Frowned as he estimated their numbers. How could there be so many? Wasn't it said that mutant creatures were rare? Ling Yu's face was etched with concern. Her parents were inside the shelter, and she feared for their safety against the mutant rats. The information we received was issued by the shelter. They may not have comprehensive data. Observing the situation closely. Don't worry, their firepower is formidable. They should be able to defend against them. Clearly, this isn't their first encounter with such events. Then, the lights below flickered on. With the darkness settling in, visibility outside was compromised without illumination. Why as the gunfire started to thin out? Ling Yu noticed the decrease in intensity of the shots and furrowed her brow. Patted her shoulder, offering comfort. Stay calm. Let us head downstairs and assess the situation. Aimed to take control of the shelter. If the mutant rats breached it, many lives would be lost, an outcome he wished to avoid. Moreover, the flesh of mutant beasts was consumable and highly beneficial to humans, and He needed it to bolster his own strength. Hearing E's words, Ling Yu's spirits lifted. If they acted together, there might be a chance to rescue her parents. After all, Ling Shuang was still inside. Stay here and don't act recklessly. The mutant beasts are powerful. With that, and Ling Yu stepped outside and descended. Upon arrival, They quickly approached the shelter. Bullets! I need bullets. I'm out of ammunition. Me too. Hurry and give me some bullets. Boom. A grenade exploded, sending one mutant rat flying. However, the creature was not dead. It screeched and stood back up, charging toward the shelter. We're about to be overwhelmed here, requesting backup. Grenade! Throw grenade. I'll fight you beasts. Ling Yu's complexion turned ashen as she watched the mutant rats being suppressed by gunfire. Why aren't they afraid of the bullets? The mutant cat could be killed. Yet these can't be. The lack of ammunition would soon render their defenses ineffective, and if the rats broke in, her parents would be in jeopardy. Perhaps the mutants had evolved, or their mutations varied. After all, the infected could evolve. Su-yi drew his Tang Dao and handed a walkie-talkie to Ling Yu. How's it fair? Why can't we humans evolve? Ling Yu made a sarcastic remark before pressing the talk button. Hello, can you hear me? She attempted to contact Ling Shuang, hoping to gain insight into the situation within the shelter. Just then, Su-yi spotted a figure charging out from inside. It was the leader. Perhaps they could hold the line. The leader, wielding a massive sword, charged into the throng of mutant rats and swung his weapon. However, he failed to strike any of them. The mutant rats seemed to grow even more excited, rushing toward the towering figure. Come on, beasts, let me finish you off. His voice boomed like thunder as he swung his fists, knocking back the charging mutant rats. Yet, there were simply too many, at least a dozen. He alone could not contend with them all at once. Brothers, their defenses are weakening. Charge in and slay the beasts. A group surged forth to assist their leader. Ling Shuang did not respond. Should we go help? Ling Yu gazed at the distant battlefield, watching as individuals were thrown or knocked down by the mutant rats. Her eyes reddening. Her nails continued to elongate. However, she refrained from acting impulsively, waiting for Su-yi's decision. If Su-yi did not speak, she would not charge forward. That would be akin to pressuring him into a decision. Chapter 41, The Breach. Go. Su-yi observed as the leader was overwhelmed by several mutant rats and made a decisive choice. If he did not intervene now, the shelter would surely fall, and those inside would likely perish. At that moment, Su-yi could only lead the survivors to escape. Yet, would fleeing mean they would not encounter other mutant beasts? He needed to charge in to gauge his own strength and have a chance to save these people. Su-yi dashed toward the leader of the Apocalypse Army with incredible speed, reaching him in mere seconds. He swung his Tang Dao at the neck of a mutant rat. Su-yi smiled faintly as he beheld the rat's head severed from its body. So he was indeed stronger. The blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of mutant rat corpses. After dispatching four, Su-yi realized his Tang Dao had become slightly dulled. It can only be said that the bones of the mutated rats are exceedingly hard. Even after curling up, Su-yi still managed to sever the head of one with his formidable strength. The blade, however, was rendered completely useless. Abandoning the weapon, Su-yi delivered a powerful punch to the mutated rat that had clamped onto the neck of the Apocalypse Army leader. With a resounding crack, the rat's cervical vertebrae were shattered by the force of the Jojibong, causing its body to collapse onto the leader. Are you all right? Su-yi inquired as he pried open the rat's jaws and extended his hand toward the leader. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life. My life, Qinli, is now yours, he exclaimed, pressing down on the wound on his neck while grasping Su-yi's hand to rise to his feet. Meanwhile, Ling Yu was mounted on another mutated rat. Her hands plunged into its chest as she extracted its heart. She then lunged at yet another mutated rat. It turns out I'm not strong. It's just that these mutated rats are too feeble. But why do they not fear bullets? If they are unafraid of bullets, they shouldn't be this weak, she pondered, noticing how effortlessly she dispatched them. Just as Su-yi was lost in thought, several mutated rats charged toward him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Jujibong. The incoming rats were sent flying, landing on the ground with pitiful cries. In 2 minutes, all the mutated rats lay sprawled on the ground. Some were dead, while others were alive but devoid of any fighting capability. It seems there exist evolved beings far more powerful than I, Qinli thought as he gazed at Su-yi, his eyes reddening. Although the hard shells of the mutated rats had vanished, their offensive and defensive capabilities remained abnormally high. Yet, Su-yi single-handedly eliminated over 10 mutated rats. Had he been in Qinli's position, he would not have possessed such strength. He realized that if Su-yi wished to kill him, it would be a simple task. His evasion skills were even more terrifying than those of the mutated cats. In a confrontation, he might not even land a hit on Su-yi. We won. We have triumphed. This detestable horde of mutated rats has been annihilated. Some members of the Apocalypse Army began to cheer, having battled these creatures for 4 days. They had feared they would perish today. But 2 powerful evolved beings had emerged to save their lives. It could be said that Su-yi and Ling Yu were the saviors of the entire Apocalypse Army. Saviors, you are the benefactors of our Apocalypse Army. From now on, we shall follow your commands, Qinli said, looking at Su-yi with admiration and gratitude. First, attend to your wounds. Those uninjured, clear the battlefield and bring the corpses of these mutated rats inside. Saying this, Su Yi picked up Qin Li's great sword and began severing the heads of the mutated rats. He intended to collect these heads, for they might contain brain pearls that could grant abilities. Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Ling Shuang's voice rang out from the crowd as she rushed to Ling Yu and embraced her. Aunt, what about my parents? Are they all right? Ling Yu asked anxiously. Ling Shuang nodded quickly, replying, they are fine. Everyone is well. There has been no attack from mutated beasts in other areas, and the camp is very safe. The Rat King is not here. Damn it, it escaped again. Qin Li suddenly shouted in anger. Su Yi frowned and inquired, what is this Rat King? I can assure you that all the mutated rats attacking you are here. Just then, a commotion erupted from within the camp. Help! Help! Someone please! A huge rat! Help! The crowd's expressions shifted. They had not expected more mutated rats to infiltrate the shelter. You all stay here, Ling Yu come. Su Yi declared as he stowed the rat's head into his storage space, shouldering Qin Li's great sword and charging toward the interior of the shelter. Ling Yu said nothing, her speed reaching its peak. She realized that Su Yi had surpassed her in speed. Continue to clear the battlefield and be alert for new mutated rats, Qin Li said, leaving behind those words and disregarding his half-bandaged wounds as he decisively pursued Su Yi. It was evident that Su Yi was unaware of the existence of the Rat King. As long as the Rat King remained, it would regroup the mutated rats and launch another assault on the shelter. As Su Yi burst inside, the crowd was in a panic. Many trampled underfoot, and chaos ensued. He utilized his jumping ability to approach the center, each leap soaring nearly 2 meters high. When Ling Yu entered, she witnessed Su Yi's method of advancement and wished to emulate it, but found herself limited to jumps of just over 1 meter, making it difficult to vault over others' heads. Ling Chun, Yi Zihi, where are you? Ling Yu called out her parents' names as she rushed in, focused solely on rescuing them and safeguarding them. She could not afford to think of anything else. Xiao Yu, it's Xiao Yu's voice. Wife, where are you? Ling Chun realized that his wife had been swept away by the crowd. Ling Yu's keen hearing allowed her to catch her father's voice. She leapt, stepping onto a person's shoulder and bouncing toward her father's direction. She discovered she could adeptly navigate by stepping on others' shoulders, much like a nimble cat. Yi Zihi, where are you? Ling Chun shouted, trying to locate his wife. Suddenly, Ling Yu heard a faint voice. She quickly dashed toward the source and saw a person curled up on the ground, hands clasped over their head. Without hesitation, she leaped beside them, using her hands to push the surrounding crowd away. Mom. After clearing the crowd, Ling Yu scooped up her mother. At that moment, Qin Li also arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the panicked throng, his brow furrowed. Chapter 42. The abilities of the mutated rats. Everyone stop. No one is allowed to run. Anyone who dares to flee, I will smash their head with a single punch. Halt! Everyone stand still. Do not move. His presence in the shelter was indeed imposing, and his booming voice quickly silenced the crowd. Help those who have fallen. Someone is already dealing with the mutated rats. Why are you running? Anyone who moves again, I will crush them, and I mean it. With that, Qin Li charged forward, seizing a person and lifting them high before slamming them to the ground. Indeed, he smashed them to pieces. The others were instantly terrified into immobility. Good. Everyone stand at attention. Those on this side make way. Anyone who dares to act out of line, I will expel you from the shelter and let you feed the infected. So you better keep a close eye on each other. When they first arrived at the shelter, Qin Li had publicly crushed several uncooperative individuals, so everyone was well aware of his brutality. Furthermore, he was a man of his word. When he said he would crush someone, he would not resort to a gun. Mom, are you all right? Ling Yu paused in a spacious area, holding her mother tightly. I'm fine. Yizi Imranjit Ling Yu had emotions overwhelming. She had not anticipated that her daughter would miraculously appear to save her. Mom, Ling Yu returned the embrace, and the two held each other tightly for a moment. Nothing could compare to the joy and excitement of reunion. In this apocalypse, the mere fact that one's family was alive was a tremendous blessing. Ling Yu felt incredibly fortunate. After a while, they released each other. Ling Yu naturally heard Qin Li's words. Mom, stay here and do not move. I will go help Su. I worry he may be in danger alone. Without waiting for her mother's consent, Ling Yu dashed out. In the crowd, everyone monitored one another, ensuring that no one acted out of line. After all, Qin Li was a man who followed through on his threats. And if anyone's recklessness led to their expulsion from the shelter, it would spell death for all. No one wishes to be expelled, nor does anyone desire death. Moreover, the danger has now subsided. The mutated rats are no longer charging forth. Upon Qin Li's arrival at the scene, he discovered a pile of human corpses heaped together. 7 or 8 mutated rats were besieging Su Yi, with several already lying defeated nearby. Su Yi was relentlessly throwing punches, sending the mutated rats flying. However, unlike their counterparts outside, these creatures did not collapse under the force of Su Yi's blows. Their bodies were covered in a scale-like armor. seemingly capable of absorbing a significant amount of impact. Now, Su-yi understood why so many firearms struggled against these mutated rats. The defensive capabilities of their scales were astonishing. Bullets were utterly ineffective against them. Nevertheless, the power of a 9 Extremes collapse was still formidable. As long as Su-yi managed to grab hold of the mutated rat and unleashed a series of punches, he could eventually kill it. The ones outside had met their demise in this manner. Subsequently, the mutated rats resorted to a more evasive tactic. Unfortunately for them, Su-yi possessed the dragon step technique, making it impossible for them to land a bite. Instead, he seized an opportunity, caught one of them, and mercilessly dispatched it. Ling Yu also arrived on the scene, immediately pouncing on one of the mutated rats without hesitation. Her sharp claws raked across the creature's body, sparks flying upon contact. Then, she adapted her strategy, launching continuous attacks. Qinli did not join the fray. Instead, he observed from the sidelines, searching for the presence of the Rat King. Su-yi was capable of withstanding the onslaught of these mutated rats on his own. He recognized that Su-yi possessed a unique ability. Hence, locating the Rat King was crucial to resolving the situation. Simultaneously, he noted that Ling Yu's combat prowess was not inferior to his own, and her agility surpassed his significantly. Qin Li's evolution leaned toward strength, and in terms of reflexes and agility, he was comparable to an average person. However, his imposing stature made him appear even less capable than an ordinary individual. Thus, he envied Su-yi's versatility. The military referred to such individuals as all-type evolvers, the kings among evolvers. Yet, he found Ling Yu perplexing, as she resembled a cat. Could there be cat-type evolvers? Although he believed himself to be stronger than Ling Yu, in a real confrontation, she could potentially outlast him. Suddenly, Qinli noticed the pile of corpses shifting and rushed towards it. He sent the bodies flying. "Boss, over here. The Rat King is in the burrow. We must eliminate it, or it will return." Qinli shouted, sprinting towards Su-yi, hoping to distract the mutated rats attacking him and provide Su-yi with a chance. At that moment, Su-yi observed the mutated rats retreating in haste, quickly burrowing into the ground. What did the Rat King look like? The mutated rats could dig tunnels and had organized others to draw fire, indicating a high level of intelligence and strategic thinking. Such a being could not be allowed to survive. Su-yi felt a lingering unease. It was covered in scales, with particularly large eyes that seemed to radiate light. Qinli described. "I will pursue it. You all handle things here," Su-yi declared before leaping into the burrow. The tunnel was spacious enough to accommodate the dragging of bodies. "Su-yi, stay safe," Ling Yu called out, picking up a large sword from the ground, preparing to behead the remaining mutated rats. She believed Su-yi wanted her to stay behind to collect their heads. If brain pearls were present, they could grant abilities. The strength, speed, and reflexes of these mutated rats were formidable. If humanity could harness such power, they too could grow strong. After decapitating the heads, Ling Yu found herself envious of Su-yi's storage space. The ability to store items made collecting such trophies incredibly convenient. 11 heads of mutated rats, each roughly the size of a human head, were far too cumbersome for one person to carry. Just then, Ling Shuang appeared urgently. "Xiaoyu, are you all right? Have you killed all the mutated rats?" "It's all fine now. Su-yi has gone after the Rat King. These mutated rats are no match for him." After entrusting the heads to Ling Shuang, Ling Yu hurried off to find her parents, concerned for her mother, who had been trampled, uncertain if she had truly escaped unscathed. Chapter 43. The fierce battle with the Rat King. Su-yi crawled through the tunnel, which was barely over a meter high, making it impossible to stand upright. He soon realized that these tunnels connected to the sewer system. Fortunately, he had not lost the trail. After more than half an hour, Su-yi arrived at an underground chamber. This appeared to be an ancient tomb. Using his phone's flashlight, he illuminated the surroundings, confirming that he was indeed within a tomb's passage. Squeaks echoed in his ears. The rats had evidently detected his presence and were charging towards him. Su-yi drew a steel knife and met them head-on. As he traversed the passage, he entered a tomb chamber. There were several eternal lamps, likely reignited after the air was restored by the excavation of the mutated rats. With these lamps, Su-yi could clearly see his surroundings. Approximately 20 pairs of eyes glowed ominously. The mutated rats remained restrained, seemingly cautious. Suddenly, a sharp squeak pierced Su-yi's ears, sending a jolt of pain through his mind. The Rat King. He spotted a larger mutated rat, roughly the size of Tiger. "Roar!" Su-yi shouted, swinging his knife towards the Rat King. He needed to interrupt this sonic attack, otherwise he might meet his end here. To his dismay, just as the knife was about to connect, it veered off course. Nonetheless, it disrupted the Rat King's sonic assault. Su-yi found himself wielding a submachine gun, locking onto the Rat King. What kind of ability was this? Magneto? Su-yi realized the bullets were immobilized, unable to strike the mutated Rat King. To be honest, he envied such a power. Hearing the sound, all the mutated rats ceased their restraint and lunged at Su Yi. He punched one mutated rat away and drew his steel knife again. System upgrade to Tang Dao. Survival points, 15. The knife in his hand transformed instantly, and Su Yi swung it at an oncoming mutated rat. In midair, its head was severed cleanly by his blow. He slashed left and right, dispatching 6 mutated rats before the Tang Dao became unusable. Thus, Su Yi drew another knife and upgraded it to a Tang Dao once more. With the enhanced Tang Dao, he swiftly eliminated the remaining mutated rats. Su Yi had sustained some injuries, having been bitten several times, but fortunately, no flesh had been torn away. Now, only the Rat King remained in the chamber. Discarding the second broken Tang Dao, Su Yi retrieved his final steel knife. A thought crossed his mind, and new options appeared before him. Use 15 survival points to upgrade to a fine steel Tang Dao. Use 100 survival points for a super alloy Tang Dao. He opted for the super alloy Tang Dao. Su Yi immediately made his choice, regretting not having considered the previous upgrade, wasting 30 points on the ordinary Tang Dao. He noticed that the Tang Dao in his hand was now sleek and dark, with increased thickness and width. Come on, let's see what my new blade can do. Su Yi beckoned to the Rat King. Throughout the encounter, it observed him, its gaze seemingly filled with disdain, as if it viewed him as inferior. Ha! A mutated rodent unexpectedly emitted a sound reminiscent of laughter. Su Yi's pupils constricted, and he charged forward, overwhelmed by an eerie sensation. It felt as though the creature embodied a human rather than a mere animal. Upon approaching, Su Yi sensed an invisible barrier preventing him from advancing, as if this was its source of confidence, hence its disdain towards him. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to draw nearer. I refuse to believe that my blade cannot breach your defenses. Undeterred, Su Yi swung his alloy machete relentlessly, each strike infused with his utmost effort. He lost count of the number of blows he delivered, his body drenched in sweat, every inch soaked. The mutated rodent king sat upon a bronze chair, remaining stationary, its expression shifting from contempt to a grave seriousness. Su Yi recognized the absurdity of the situation. Yet the creature's gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to humanity, almost indistinguishable from that of a person. Its eyes were large, even larger than those of a human. Strength? Su Yi had nearly exhausted all his energy, feeling as though every ounce of power had been drained. Were it not for the warmth swirling in his abdomen, he would have faltered. He sensed that his body was rapidly absorbing the properties of a potion. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved a mid-level body enhancement serum and injected it directly into his chest. Strength surged back instantly. With a roar, Su Yi leapt and struck down toward the mutated rodent king. The creature let out a piercing screech as his machete struck, inflicting a wound upon it. However, Su Yi was also sent flying by an unseen force. Rising to his feet, he wiped the sweat from his brow. I thought your defenses were impenetrable. Huh, you've been wounded, haven't you? Do not fret, your demise is imminent. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself at the mutated rodent king like a cannonball. With fervor, Su Yi's blade rained down upon the creature. Though still obstructed, he had closed the distance to within 5 centimeters. The mid-level enhancement serum had restored his vigor, and the warmth in his abdomen intensified. He realized his body was voraciously absorbing the serum's potency, nourishing and fortifying his bones. With another strike, the mutated rodent king sustained yet another injury, squealing in pain and retreating. Su Yi would not grant it the opportunity to escape, blocking its path and continuing his relentless assault. Gradually, the creature bore more and more wounds. The duel between man and rodent unfolded in a blur, the two weaving through the tomb for an indeterminate duration. Su Yi suddenly erupted, delivering a decisive blow aimed at the mutated rodent king's head. This strike met no resistance, cleaving through its skull. The mutated rodent king lay dead. Su Yi, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gripped by an overwhelming hunger. Dragging himself to the fallen creature, he pried open its skull and extracted its brain matter. A purple orb emerged, which he promptly consumed. The extraordinary powers of the mutated rodent king likely stemmed from this very orb. Just as Ling Yu had gained the abilities of a mutated cat by consuming its brain orb, he too could acquire the powers of the mutated rodent king through this orb, could he not? After swallowing the orb, Su Yi retrieved a set of cooking utensils, slicing off some flesh from the mutated rodent king. After rinsing it with mineral water, he prepared a large pot of stew and boiled some rice. Having skipped dinner, he had battled for several hours. He then took out milk and bread, settling down beside the corpse of the mutated rodent king to eat. Once satiated, exhaustion enveloped him, and he succumbed to sleep. "Xiaoyu, have you found Su Yi?" crackled a voice over the intercom. "No, he's not in this corridor. I don't know where he has gone." Ling Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, struggling to maintain her composure. "Do not worry. Su Yi is formidable. He can easily slay the mutated rodents and will surely be fine," came Ling Shuang's comforting words. Yet, this did little to ease Ling Yu's anxiety. Although Su Yi was powerful, The absence of the mutated rodent king left her uncertain about its strength. How could she find peace without locating Su-yi? Suddenly, Ling Yu caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. Meat? Her keen sense of smell quickly identified it as the scent of meat stew. It was unmistakably the aroma of the flesh of a mutated beast. Su-yi must have been cooking it. Having not eaten dinner and having fought for so long, he must have been famished, resorting to cooking underground. Elated, she pressed the talk button, declaring, I may have found Su-yi. Xiaogu, please return to the shelter to care for Grandpa, Grandma, and my parents. I might be delayed in returning. Are you certain? The intercom responded with Ling Shuang's uncertainty. Absolutely. I can smell the aroma of Su-yi cooking. Yes, it was definitely the scent of food. He must have slain the mutated rodent king and prepared it. Ling Shuang surveyed a vast tomb corridor, convinced that Su-yi resided within. Moreover, the aroma of meat had intensified considerably. As Ling Yu stepped into the tomb corridor, radio signals faded away. Perhaps the distance was too great, given the inherent limitations of their communication devices. Using the headlamp she had brought from the shelter, she illuminated her surroundings, noting that the area resembled an ancient tomb. Following the corridor, she entered the tomb's interior through an opening, only to find the ground littered with corpses. Su-yi, Ling Yu called out, for the only sound was the hissing of the pressure cooker, devoid of any other noise. This indicated that Su-yi must be nearby. Not hearing a response, she searched the area. Su-yi, spotting Su-yi slumped against the carcass of a mutated rodent. She rushed towards him. Su-yi, just as she feared he had come to harm, she heard the sound of snoring. Asleep? Tears of joy filled her eyes. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that his chest was rising and falling, a clear sign that he was indeed asleep. Scattered plastic wrappers and 3 milk cartons assured her of his slumber. Turning, she exited, returning to the outside. Xiaogu, can you hear me? I can hear you. How is Su-yi? Ling Shuang asked anxiously. He is unharmed. The mutated rodent king has been slain by him. However, he is utterly exhausted and has fallen asleep after eating some food. Xiaogu, please inform everyone that I will remain here to care for Su-yi. Once he awakens, we will return. All right, take care of yourselves. I will head back to prevent Qin Li and the others from worrying. Ling Shuang released a breath of relief. After all, Su-yi was a benefactor to the shelter, especially to the military personnel, who were extremely grateful to him. Thus, she felt compelled to relay this good news promptly. After concluding the conversation, Ling Yu returned to the tomb chamber. The enticing aroma was irresistible, and she decided to sample a bit. She opened the rice cooker, scooping out a bowl of rice. It was now past 9 in the evening, and she had barely eaten anything before coming in search of Su-yi. The mouth-watering scent of meat wafting throughout the tomb was simply unbearable. She poured some water over the pressure cooker to cool it down, and upon opening it, the fragrance intensified. Placing her headlamp on the ground, its light illuminated the tomb's ceiling, brightening the chamber considerably. Lingwei added a pinch of salt and ladled out a generous bowl of soup. After blowing on it to cool, she took a sip. It was delicious, even more so than the soup made from the flesh of mutated cats. Her eyes transformed into crescent moons, and a wave of joy washed over her. Cooking in an ancient tomb, it seems, is an experience unique to you. As she spoke, Lingwei glanced at the peacefully sleeping Su-yi. He was sleeping so soundly, occasionally letting out a soft snore, that she couldn't bear to disturb him. After finishing a large bowl of rice and a hearty serving of mutated beast soup, Lingwei felt a warm sensation envelop her body. Indeed, the meat from the mutated rat king was more energizing than that of the mutated cat. She gently touched her belly, resting her hand on her knee and propped her chin up, gazing at Su-yi. Emptying her mind, Lingwei focused solely on Su-yi. Her heart swelled with sweet feelings. Previously, she had heard people speak of the feeling of being in love and found it absurd. How could merely looking at someone bring happiness? After all, he was just a man. No matter how handsome, could he truly evoke a sense of joy? Now, however, she understood. It genuinely brought her immense happiness and sweetness. Though it seemed ludicrous, it was her own heartfelt experience. Ding. Sign-in count. 2. The sound echoed in her mind, startling Su-yi awake. He opened his eyes and sat up. Su-yi, you're awake. Lingwei blinked her large eyes. Su-yi glanced at Lingwei, then stood up, asking, How did you find this place? Are your parents doing well? Yes, they are fine. Only my mother's foot is slightly sprained. But my father and grandparents are all in good health. My aunt is taking care of them. You must be hungry. I'll serve you some rice and soup. It's still warm, she replied, standing up to fetch the meal for Su-yi. He picked up the alloy tang knife from the ground, and once she finished serving, he handed the knife back to her. I ate the brain pearl from the mutated rat king. You should split open the remaining mutated rat heads to see if there are any more brain pearls. With that, Su-yi began to eat. In truth, he had also been awakened by hunger. The bread and milk were insufficient for their needs and would soon leave them starving. Only the flesh of mutated beasts could sustain them for an extended period. Chapter 45. The astonishing reward of 10,000 survival points. Oi, I can't find any brain pearls. After splitting open a mutated rat's head, Lingwei discovered it contained no brain pearl. Let us check the others, Su Yi suggested. Taking a bite of meat, Lingwei proceeded to split open a second mutated rat's head and extracted a milky white brain pearl from within. This one has one, but it's milky white and slightly smaller than the one I ate last time. She displayed it. Perhaps the brain pearls differ among various mutated beasts. The one I consumed was lavender and the size of an egg. It seems not every mutated beast possesses a brain pearl. Only a select few do. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Lingwei nodded in agreement and continued to slice open the remaining mutated rat heads. 3 pearls was too few. After finishing, she had only discovered 3 brain pearls. Su Yi retrieved 13 more mutated rat heads from his storage space, prompting Lingwei to continue her work. She then found 2 additional brain pearls. This one is a mutated dog's head. You should cut it open and see. Su Yi produced the head of a mutated dog. Though curious, Lingwei refrained from questioning and simply sliced it open. Nothing. After finishing the last sip of soup, Su Yi remarked, "It seems not all mutated animals have brain pearls. Only some possess them. I wonder what the mechanism is behind their formation. It would be great to understand some patterns." Lingwei handed all 5 brain pearls to Su Yi and began to tidy up the bowls and pots. "Let me check this tomb chamber," Su Yi stated, picking up the headlamp from the ground, ready to explore. This place appeared to be more than just the main tomb chamber. There should be side chambers as well. I wonder what I will receive if I sign in here. Previously, he had never considered signing in within a tomb. Now that he was here, he certainly could not let the opportunity slip by. With the possibility of signing in twice a day, even if the rewards were minimal, he would be content. After all, trying different locations would inevitably expand his options in the future. Before long, Su Yi arrived at the main tomb chamber. Upon entering, he was captivated by a long spear standing in the center. The light illuminated it, causing it to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Drawn in, Su Yi approached the spear and pulled it from its resting place. "It's so heavy," he exclaimed, realizing the spear's weight was extraordinary. The Overlord spear? He noticed inscriptions on the spear's body, clearly reading Overlord. He wondered about the material. It certainly could not be iron, as iron lacks such density. After all, this was not Earth, but another world. This must be the burial place of an ancient warrior, for how else could one find an Overlord spear here? System, sign in. He wished to discover what rewards awaited him at this location. Ding, sign in successful. You have received the 7 kills spear technique. Survival points, 10,000. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock. 10,000 survival points? How could it be so much? He was taken aback. What level of prowess must this spear technique possess? Was it possible that the system had made an error? Previously, when he acquired the 9 extremities collapse of the internal martial art, it only added 70 points. Yet this 7 kills technique offered an astonishing 10,000? Given the magnitude of the reward, Su Yi couldn't help but question the system's accuracy. System, accept the 7 kills spear technique. In his mind, a fierce warrior materialized. The warrior then spoke: Greedy Wolf kill, Giant Gate kill, Lucy Yuan kill, Literary Star kill, Honest Virtue kill, Martial Star kill, Breaking Army kill. Host's mental capacity is limited. Please select one technique for fusion. Goodness, what ye acclaim it. The 7 kills were indeed named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Was this spear technique truly within the realm of martial arts? The significance of 1,000 points indicated its extraordinary nature. I choose Greedy Wolf kill. Su Yi decisively selected the first technique. Fusion commencing. As the warrior's voice faded, Su Yi felt every muscle in his body tense up. Then he moved. In the tomb chamber, the spear moved like a dragon, exuding an impressive aura. After 10 minutes, Su Yi returned to normal. His muscles ached as if he had undergone hours of rigorous training, leaving him slightly unsteady. Observing the marks left on the walls and the dust in the chamber, he realized the true power of the Greedy Wolf kill. His current physical condition did not allow him to wield the Greedy Wolf kill effectively. Although it was powerful, it was not yet suitable for him in combat. Once employed, it would leave him weakened. Moreover, the 7 kill spear technique transcended ordinary martial arts. It required the cultivation of killing intent, necessitating Su Yi to gather such intent through battle. The recent fusion had granted him not only the Greedy Wolf kill, but also the killing intent method, a special technique designed for cultivating killing intent. To Su Yi, this killing intent method resembled an alternative form of Qigong. Su Yi, are you alright? Lingwei rushed over, noticing Su Yi leaning heavily on the spear, as if about to collapse. She had heard the commotion when he unleashed the Greedy Wolf kill, which sounded as if a building were being torn down. Upon arriving, she had seen Su Yi wielding the spear with alarming power, and she dared not approach, fearing she might be inadvertently harmed. It's nothing, just a bit exhausted. A moment of rest will suffice. Su Yi explained briefly before plopping down onto the ground. Fortunately, he had consumed both the Yuanqi Dan and the Qianggu Dan. Otherwise, he might have already fractured several bones by now. The Qisha gun technique is exceedingly powerful and domineering. Su Yi harbored doubts that the creator of this technique could have been a mere human, at least not an ordinary one. He sensed that even an evolved being like Qin Li might struggle to wield the Qisha. Moreover, if a single Tantra technique is already so formidable, how powerful would one become upon mastering the entire Qisha? Thus, the system awarded a survival point of 10,000. You should venture to unseal that ancient tomb and discover what weapons lie within. This is the resting place of a top-tier general, and there may be other divine weapons hidden inside. As he spoke, Sui grasped the long spear and slowly rose to his feet. The owner of the tomb must undoubtedly be extraordinary to possess the Qisha gun technique. Regrettably, there seems to be no historical figure in this world that corresponds with this general. After all, he had inherited all memories and was quite knowledgeable about the history of this realm. Chapter 46. Ingeniously crafted armor. Ling nodded and assisted Yi to the edge of the stone coffin. She then directly pushed aside the coffin lid. Illuminating the interior with her headlamp, she found a dry corpse clad in exquisite armor. Removing this armor should yield significant defensive capabilities. Yi urged Lingyu to proceed. Apologies, dear General, Lingyu remarked as she deftly climbed inside. After some effort, she successfully removed the armor. This armor was surprisingly light and supple, its material unknown. Its design differed entirely from ancient armors, consisting of a top and trousers that bore resemblance to modern pants. Hey, Oyi, it seems there's another set in this bag, Lingyu exclaimed, lifting a cloth bag and extracting a crimson ensemble that was equally lightweight, likely crafted from the same material. This set appeared to be female attire, perhaps intended for a beloved woman. Alas, it seemed he had none, otherwise it would not have been left in his coffin. Lingyu searched the stone coffin again, but found nothing else of interest. After emerging from the coffin, she placed the lid back on, mindful of not leaving the grave unsealed after taking its treasures. Here, try this on and see if it fits. I believe this armor can withstand the onslaught of mutated beasts. Lingyu was unreserved and began to don the armor herself. The design of this armor was ingeniously crafted, akin to chainmail, being a single piece. Soon, Lingyu had it on, though it felt slightly oversized. It would be better if it could be tightened a bit. Sui approached and touched the soft armor. The phoenix emblem on the shoulder could pivot. Upon turning it, he found it indeed tightened the garment. Ingenious craftsmanship. How could ancient peoples be so skilled, even incorporating a waist adjustment? Lingyu exclaimed in delight. She then turned the phoenix on the other shoulder, and indeed, the armor tightened on that side as well. Incredible. I adore this armor. Lingyu beamed like a child, not only because the armor was exceptionally effective, but also because it was a match set with Su Yi's. Couple S armor from a romantic general. How charming. Unfortunately, there were no matching weapons. However, she had grown fond of Su Yi's Tang Dao. Its weight was just right, and it was exceptionally sharp. She wondered if Su Yi would gift her the Tang Dao after acquiring the long spear. Come, let me help you wear this. Lingyu picked up the black soft armor from the ground and began to dress Su Yi. Initially, Su Yi intended to upgrade Lingyu's soft armor, but the system required 5,000 points, which he promptly relinquished. Although he had just acquired 10,000 points, spending 5,000 to upgrade a piece of armor felt excessive. Fortunately, this soft armor had a tightening feature. Such brilliant design could not be overstated. With Lingyu's assistance, Su Yi donned the soft armor. After slightly adjusting the twin dragons on his shoulders, the armor fit him snugly. This soft armor was remarkably strong and fitted perfectly, allowing for complete freedom of movement while being exceptionally lightweight. Additionally, it featured a hood that could protect his head, proving more convenient than a helmet. After Lingyu donned the attached hood and moved around a bit, she was pleased with its efficacy. Who would have thought that defeating the Rat King would yield us 2 sets of exquisite armor? I wonder how many such ancient tombs remain undiscovered. Regrettably, no information about this general was obtained. Su Yi was eager to learn more about him, having gained so many benefits from the grave. I'll search further in hopes of a discovery. You rest here, Lingyu said to Su Yi, taking the headlamp and Tang Dao to continue her search. Su Yi examined the long spear in his hand, suspecting it might also possess intricate designs. Indeed, he soon uncovered a mechanism. It was retractable, shortening by nearly a meter and could be disassembled into 2 sections. Su Yi truly cherished this spear, but his body was not yet capable of executing the gun techniques, rendering it inconvenient for him to use. He stored it in his spatial compartment. Its weight was substantial, making it cumbersome to carry. However, once placed in the spatial compartment, the weight was entirely negligible. Oye, Huri, there are many weapons here and a wealth of gold, Lingyu called out excitedly. Following her voice and the beam of light, Su Yi entered another burial chamber. Here, he noticed a red X marking, indicating he could not sign in this location. Upon entering, he beheld numerous chests filled with gold bars. He took one. It bore no markings. There was a rack adorned with several swords and knives that appeared remarkably exquisite, particularly their scabbards. Lingyu selected a weapon resembling the Tang Dao, but more akin to a Miao Dao. Its scabbard was red, complementing her soft armor splendidly. Su Yi also retrieved one, drawing it from its sheath, and found it rust-free. Here, let us test it with my Tang Dao, Su Yi suggested, curious to compare their strengths. Ling Yu placed the red knife down, grasped the Tang Dao with both hands, and swung it down at the sword Su Yi held. The sword in Su Yi's hand was effortlessly severed, while Ling Yu's Tang Dao remained unscathed, a testament to its upgrade, costing 100 points. It looks impressive, but is not as formidable as I had hoped, Ling Yu remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. Oyi similit faintly. Collecting the two sword from the rack along with the one Ling Yu had discarded, he planned to upgrade the red blade and gift it to Ling Yu. Let us move. We need to arrange for the bodies to be removed. Returning to the earlier chamber, Su Yi stored the Rat King's corpse in his spatial compartment. Space was limited, making it impossible to bring all the bodies back. Thus, arrangements were needed to have the mutated rats' corpses transported back to the sanctuary. Well then, let us head up, Ling Yu said as she prepared to exit alongside Su Yi. Just then, Su Yi suddenly let out a horrifying scream. The brain pearl. It has cracked, he exclaimed, pushing Ling Yu away. You go outside first. Don't let me harm you by mistake. Su Yi felt as though his stomach was ablaze, the sensation spreading throughout his body. Ling Yu instantly understood and dashed towards the tomb passage. She had experienced such agony before. It felt as though her body was being torn apart. Chapter 47. The abilities of the mutated Rat King. Uncertain of the extent of power one might acquire from the mutated Rat King, Ling Wei found herself intrigued by how formidable Su Yi could become. After all, Su Yi was already significantly stronger than she, and now he had absorbed the brain pearl of the mutated Rat King. Su Yi's heart-wrenching cries echoed for over 3 hours, far exceeding Ling Wei's own endurance. Once his torment subsided, Ling Wei returned to the tomb chamber. Su Yi, much like she had done earlier, was consuming the flesh of mutated beasts, albeit he had cut a piece from the mutated rat with a knife. After he finished his meal, Ling Wei approached him, her curiosity piqued. How do you feel? She inquired, eager to learn about the abilities he had gained. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Yi replied, It is quite extraordinary. I seem to have acquired the ability to manipulate air, much like the Rat King's power. I can condense air near my body to form a shield akin to a barrier, capable of deflecting external attacks. Additionally, my strength and speed have likely increased as well. Overall, Su Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that anyone could utilize a brain pearl. He pondered whether an individual could harness the brain pearls of two different mutated creatures, potentially gaining entirely distinct abilities. Furthermore, he speculated that directly biting into one might yield quicker results. Ling Yue gazed at Su Yi, unable to suppress her curiosity, and posed several questions. Would you like to try? Su Yi glanced at her, then produced a pale, white brain pearl. It was important to note that such an endeavor was fraught with danger. Failure could lead to unbearable consequences. Ling Yue nodded, taking the brain pearl from Su Yi's hand, and asked, Su Yi, don't you feel an urge to consume it? Ling Yue herself certainly felt that impulse. Su Yi nodded, frowning as he stated, I never felt that way before. But after absorbing the energy from the brain pearl and gaining the ability to manipulate air, I now do. Ling Yue acknowledged this, suggesting, perhaps it is because we crave the energy contained within. Without hesitation, Ling Yue placed the brain pearl in her mouth and bit down. A wave of warmth surged towards her stomach, radiating throughout her body. She emitted a sound of sheer pleasure, as every cell in her being seemed to revel in ecstasy, compelling her to make such sounds. Su Yi, the energy, our bodies crave that energy. I feel my strength has increased. Ling Yue licked her lips, seemingly unsatisfied. It feels delightful. You should try one. It truly can enhance our power. Her words were laced with temptation. Su Yi hesitated momentarily before retrieving another brain pearl. The quantity was alarmingly scarce. Using one meant losing one. He placed it in his mouth and bit down, experiencing the sensations Ling Yue had described. It felt as though each cell was receiving a massage, indeed a remarkable experience. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the increase in strength was nearly negligible. He surmised that consuming the second brain pearl felt akin to receiving a physical enhancement injection. Perhaps it was because his body had already been augmented, making the effects of the brain pearl feel less impactful. In contrast, Ling Yue and her companions had not undergone such enhancements, relying on the brain pearls for their abilities, thus experiencing more pronounced effects. Su Yi speculated that the efficacy would diminish with subsequent pearls. However, he had no intention of revealing this, as it was merely his conjecture and not necessarily the truth. After some contemplation, he remarked, it seems that only the first pearl can grant the abilities contained within. Subsequent pearls will only allow for energy absorption. Ling Yue nodded in agreement, affirming, that must be the case, at least for the two of us. We will know more once we observe others consuming one. Su Yi snapped his fingers, already considering potential candidates. Ling Shuang, who possessed solid strength, seemed promising. After her recent ordeal, she would likely stand firmly by Ling Yue's side. They were family, capable of uniting as one. Additionally, Ling Yue's father could partake as well. In this perilous world, no one would refuse the opportunity to grow stronger. Even Ling Yue's mother could benefit from it. Anyone daring to hunt infected beings or confront mutated beasts would qualify for enhancement. At present, he possessed 3 brain pearls. He wondered how many more lay within the heads of the mutated rats in the shelter. Their value surpassed even that of the flesh of mutated beasts. In the past, Su-Yi would have avoided mutated beasts. Now he sought them out, eager to hunt and acquire their brain pearls. Furthermore, it was possible that others were still unaware of the pearl's true potential, leaving them unchallenged for the time being. However, once the knowledge spread, competition would inevitably intensify. Let us depart. Dawn approaches, and your family must be growing concerned, Su-Yi stated before emerging from the ancient tomb. Soon, the two traversed the mausoleum and rat tunnels, returning to the surface through a sewer exit. The distance to the shelter was still considerable. Ling Wei retrieved a signal gun and fired a flare into the sky. This was a prearranged signal for her and Ling Shuang. Upon seeing it, they would promptly arrive by vehicle. The sky was beginning to brighten. Su-Yi and Ling Wei had lingered in the tomb longer than anticipated. After a brief interval, 3 military vehicles appeared. Xiao Yue, Oi! Ling Shuang exclaimed joyfully upon spotting them. With additional hands and vehicles, Su-Yi quickly led them to transport the carcasses of the mutated rats back to the shelter. Upon their return, Su-Yi was met with a warm welcome from the others. It was he who had single-handedly hunted all the mutated rats and pursued the remaining ones, including the Rat King. The most pressing crisis facing the shelter had been resolved due to his efforts. Such a formidable individual was one everyone desired to keep around. His presence ensured the safety of the shelter. They had come to realize that it was not the infected that posed the greatest threat, but rather the powerful and elusive mutated beasts. Previously, they had believed that the giant Qin Li could protect them, yet he had nearly perished the previous night. Su-Yi's strength far surpassed that of Qin Li. The shelter required a powerful protector to ensure its security. Boss, you have slain the mutated Rat King? Qin Li inquired eagerly as he approached Su-Yi after he disembarked from the vehicle. His greatest concern was the Rat King. As long as it lived, he could not feel at ease. It is dead. I cleaved its head, Su-Yi replied, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Qin Li. He wondered how Qin Li would react. Boss, I implore you to take command of our Apocalypse Army and oversee this shelter. From now on, the Apocalypse Army will belong to you, Qin Li declared, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of loyalty. Several others within the Apocalypse Army followed suit, some saluting Su-Yi. Clearly, those who knelt were Qin Li's most trusted allies, united in purpose. Chapter 48. She is my woman. I do not favor the name Apocalypse Army. From this moment forth, it shall be known as the Qixia Army. Su-Yi accepted Qin Li's allegiance, regardless of whether it was genuine loyalty or a means of securing his own position. The experiences within the ancient tomb had unveiled numerous possibilities to Su-Yi. Hence, he might not remain for even 3 months before departing. The mutated beasts within the city were scarce. The true abundance lay in the wilderness. To grow stronger, Su-Yi would need to hunt mutated beasts and gather brain pearls, in addition to signing in at various locations. As long as Ling Yue's family secures the shelter, Su-Yi can depart. Did you hear that? We shall henceforth be the Qixia Army. Why not come and meet the commander? Qin Li Yue. No, the commander is she, Ling Wei. As he spoke, Su-Yi gestured towards Ling Wei, clad in her crimson armor. I have met Commander Ling Yue, Qin Li said, offering a respectful salute, his movements impeccably precise. All members of the Qixia Army, salute. Witnessing such a scene, Ling Yue felt a surge of fervor, as if something was sprouting within her heart. At ease dismissed, Ling Yue's voice resonated powerfully throughout the camp. Boss, what about you? Qin Li gazed eagerly at Su-Yi, curious about the decision he would make. She is my woman. Su-Yi offered no further explanation, simply stating this. Where are the corpses of the mutated rats? Su-Yi inquired, wanting to know the whereabouts of the heads of those mutated creatures. They're in the cold storage. We have placed them all there. Rest assured, aside from you and the commander, no one else is qualified to touch the flesh of the mutated beasts. Qin Li's assertion evidently included himself. As he acknowledged his own lack of qualification, Su-Yi was quite satisfied with this declaration. Absolute power can indeed suppress all. You are an evolved being. Ordinary food can no longer sustain your consumption. We are quite generous with our own. Su-Yi expressed his stance, and then instructed Qin Li to lead the way, while also storing the remaining corpses of the mutated rats. Within the shelter, all balconies were equipped with photovoltaic power systems, ensuring self-sufficient electricity. The cold storage was also self-contained. Located on the underground first floor, it spans 500 square meters, making it quite spacious. In addition to the mutated rats' corpses, it housed various other frozen goods, mostly collected by Qin Li and the previous inhabitants of the shelter. Qin Li, do you possess information that we are unaware of? Sui was eager to learn if there were any exclusive insights regarding the apocalypse that only Qin Li and his group knew. Yes, the military has conveyed some messages to me, instructing us to operate independently in various locations, striving to rescue more civilians, establish shelters, and create a new order. Outside the city, there are more mutated beasts. Our primary adversaries in the future may very well be these creatures. Aircraft cannot take flight. Many avian mutated beasts are even more formidable than warplanes. Moreover, we have known from the outset that the flesh of mutated beasts is consumable and can enhance human capabilities. Additionally, the infected may continuously evolve. By the way, the satellite communication devices are still functional, allowing us to maintain contact with independent military groups across different regions. The military has designated the day of the catastrophe as the first year of a new era, mandating that independent forces report their status to the military every 3 days. This is all the information we currently possess. Su had not anticipated that Qin Li would hold so much knowledge. Are there many independent armies? How many remain in total? Su was keen to ascertain whether independent forces still existed in the area where his family resided. Not many, currently. There are only 27 independent armies. The catastrophe was too terrifying. Many people perished before they could even react, while others were transformed into the infected. Some independent forces consist of fewer than 30 individuals. Our Qisha army retains a relatively larger force. The largest army comprises no more than 5,000. Is there an independent army in Nanmin? Su inquired again. Qin Li shook his head, likely guessing that Su Yi's family might be in Nanmin. Here is the map. It marks the locations of all independent armies. As he spoke, Qin Li produced a map from his pocket and handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi glanced at it, his brow furrowing in concern. Only 2 major cities remain. The rest have fallen entirely. Independent armies are primarily located in smaller cities and even some counties. Yantian City, where they are situated, is a quasi-first-tier city, surrounded by a ring devoid of other independent forces. This is what it means to fight alone. The military has offered no alternative aside from granting them independence. After all, we still need to save our compatriots. Only through independence can there be greater autonomy. Moreover, for development, independent armies require a larger population. One must admit that the military's decision was quite sagacious. Yantian City boasts a total population of 36 million, and the number of survivors should exceed this figure. Currently, they have only searched a few nearby neighborhoods. Other areas are too perilous due to the overwhelming number of infected. There is no choice but to seal off the streets and ensure the safety of this region. Once they have trained more soldiers, they can expand outward to seek other survivors. However, the assaults from mutated rats and other mutated beasts have left Qin Li and his group overwhelmed, leaving them little time to train new recruits. The situation is likely to worsen. Su Yi pondered for a long time before addressing Qin Li. Immediately informed the military that some mutated beasts possess pearls within their heads. Consuming these brain pearls can grant abilities inherent to the mutated beasts. Qin Li's body trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Boss, is this true? This is wonderful. Humanity has hope. With this, we not only have evolved beings, but we can also cultivate a cadre of super soldiers using the brain pearls. Wait, do not rush to report just yet. Summon Ling Shuang and Ling Yue's parents." Su Yi felt the need to proceed cautiously. After dismissing Qin Li, Su Yi glanced at Ling Yue. "You won't blame me for revealing this secret, will you? After all, it was Ling Yue who first discovered it, making it a shared secret between them." "Of course not. Such matters should be known by all. If humanity is reduced to just us, then extinction is imminent. Therefore, I wholeheartedly support your decision. Su Yi, you have done well. I did not choose the wrong person, as we remain human, still possessing humanity and concern for our kin." As she spoke, Ling Yue stepped closer to Su Yi and kissed him directly. Soon, they separated. For Su Yi intended to cook some mutated beast meat. The power gained from the brain pearls should alleviate the need to consume raw flesh, right? Su Yi sought to ascertain this, which is why he had Qin Li summon Ling Yue's family, allowing him time to prepare some meat. Chapter 49, Upgrading to Vibranium Warblade. "Oi, thank you for saving my daughter." Upon arriving, Ling Chun approached Su Yi and grasped his hand. He had already heard from Ling Shuang that Su Yi rescued Ling Yue from school and escorted her safely here. For Ling Chun, even a small favor warrants profound gratitude, let alone a life-saving act. "Not only did you save Xiaoya, but you also saved all of us. I am truly grateful. Should you need me, Ling Chun, just say the word, and I will face any challenge without hesitation." "Uncle, you flatter me. Ling Yue and I support each other. It is not a matter of who saved whom," Su Yi clarified. "The reason I called you here is to see if you wish to possess power, to dare to venture forth against the infected and even the mutated beasts." Upon saying this, Su Yi surveyed the 3 individuals. "Of course, we desire it." Ling Shuang was the first to express her eagerness, her eyes brimming with longing. Both Su Yi and Ling Wei exhibited extraordinary strength capable of countering mutated beasts. Hearing Su Yi's words, it was evident he had a means to help them attain such power. How could she not be excited? In her current state, she felt too frail, utterly incapable of confronting mutated beasts. This left Ling Shuang feeling frustrated and distressed. It was better to venture outside and eliminate those beasts than to remain cooped up in a shelter. Ling Chun also voiced his stance earnestly. If I have the ability to go out, I would not wish to linger in the shelter in a state of survival. Yi Ji cast a glance at her daughter, vividly recalling the moment when her child descended from the heavens, forcefully pushing aside those who crowded around her. She too yearned for the strength to safeguard her beloved daughter. It is commendable. I can sense the sincerity in your words. Here, I present 3 pearls, extracted from the brains of mutated rats, that can endow humans with power, even granting some abilities akin to those of the mutated beasts. Naturally, the process may be excruciating, lasting several hours. Contemplate this carefully. Once you have made your decision, approach and take one, then consume it immediately. As he spoke, Su Yi laid his palm open, revealing the 3 pearls. Ling Shuang was the first to step forward, taking 1 pearl and placing it directly into her mouth. She had unwavering faith in Su Yi's words. Upon biting it, Ling Shuang felt a surge of warmth rush to her stomach, radiating throughout her body. Qinli recorded the entire process, intending to transmit it back to the military. Ling Chun and Yi Ji also approached, each taking a pearl. Like Ling Shuang, they bit into theirs without hesitation. Just as they did, a scream erupted from Ling Shuang's lips. Keep your eyes on them, to prevent any from biting their tongues, Su Yi instructed before turning and entering the ice storage. Inside, there remained a batch of mutated rat heads. Perhaps he could discover a few more pearls. Upon entering the ice storage, Su Yi retrieved the red knife. After drawing it, he immediately began to sever the heads of the mutated rats. He noted that the knife remained quite sharp, though its strength was somewhat lacking. After cleaving through 11 rat heads, the tip of the blade bore a small chip. In ancient times, this was considered quite formidable, as the skulls of mutated rats are exceedingly hard. A person without enhancements would struggle to sever a rat's head with a single strike. To his delight, he had procured 4 pearls, a commendable haul. Su Yi stored the 4 pearls with satisfaction and then inspected the knife in his hand. 50 survival points can be used to upgrade to a super alloy knife. Upgrade. Survival points, 50. Upon seeing the blade transform to a black hue, with no noticeable change in shape, Su Yi contentedly flicked the knife. He then took out the remaining 2 knives, upgrading them to super alloy material as well. These 2 were slightly weaker, costing 80 survival points each. Su Yi glanced at the luminescent screen in the upper right corner to assess his survival points. Su Yi, survival points, 9,991 sign-in times, 1. With 9,000 points remaining, Su Yi felt immensely satisfied. With such a wealth of survival points, he could upgrade numerous items. After a moment as contemplation, Su Yi grasped the red knife once more. 1,600 survival points can be used to enhance to a vibranium knife. The sight of this option made Su Yi's nostrils flare slightly. Vibranium, is it not the fictional metal from Marvel Comics on Earth? Also known as nth metal or sound-absorbing steel, it ranks among the most durable materials in the Marvel Universe. Upgrade. Survival points, 1,600. Su Yi noted a change in the color of the blade, turning a vibrant crimson. Its blood-red hue rendered it extraordinarily resplendent. A fine blade. Su Yi involuntarily swung it, discovering it retained considerable weight. However, for Ling Yu, it should pose no challenge. Thus, he stepped outside. He too would upgrade a knife for himself. Upon exiting, he found Ling Yu still focused on her parents and aunt, while vigilantly guarding against the pressure cooker and rice cooker to prevent them from being toppled. They would soon need to consume the contents to replenish their energy. Here, take a look and see if you like it, Su Yi said as he tossed the knife to Ling Yu. She caught it and drew it from its sheath. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the red blade. She adored it, simply adored it. With joy, Ling Yu stowed the battle knife and leapt into Su Yi's embrace. He would not gift her a mere trinket. Although she was unaware of how Su Yi had acquired such fine blades, she refrained from inquiring further. Probing would only place Su Yi in an uncomfortable position. If it were something he could disclose, Ling Yu knew he would do so without her prompting. Moreover, such matters must remain confidential. The sword from the ancient tomb were lacking, yet the knives here were commendable, the 2 he had given to her parents, and the previous Tang sword for her aunt. Su Yi ensured that they were all equipped with weapons. The super alloy material was sufficient to combat mutated beasts. As for the infected, they were a trivial matter, easily dispatched with a single strike. Their suffering endured for 2 hours before concluding. Once it ended, Su Yi and Ling Yu collected the prepared meat. After consuming the pearls, energy replenishment was necessary, achievable through the flesh of mutated beasts or a new pearl. Since he had already explained the pearl's function, he decided to share all he knew. Even if he remained silent, others would inevitably experiment. Humanity's current strength was woefully inadequate for self-protection. Su Yi's willingness to share the Pearl's capabilities aimed to ensure the survival of more individuals. Hearing his words, Qin Li could no longer contain himself. He had long wished to pose a question. Boss, can evolved beings gain power through the pearls? Su Yi smiled faintly and tossed a pearl to Qin Li. You will know by trying it yourself. Su Yi himself was not an evolved being. Thus, he was unable to answer this question. Allowing Qin Li to experiment was the most effective approach. Taking a deep breath, Qin Li entrusted his phone to Su Yi for safekeeping and then bit down on the pearl. A surge of warmth instantly coursed through his entire being. He felt as though his cells were ripping apart, only to multiply and strengthen. Rather than collapsing, he stood resolutely, silently enduring the agony coursing through his body. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang and the others had satisfied their hunger and regained their strength. What a marvelous sensation. I feel brimming with power. It is simply incredible. Yiji marveled at her fists, feeling as if she could fell a bull with her might. Not only that, I now possess armor. Ling Shuang exerted herself, revealing a layer of black scales that enveloped her body. This is the ability of the mutated rat. You all should possess it as well. As she spoke, Ling Shuang glanced at her elder brother and sister-in-law. Indeed, Ling Chun also exhibited black scales, followed by Yiji, though the appearance was rather unappealing. Ling Shuang felt a profound sense of security. The scales of this mutated rat could withstand bullets, demonstrating remarkable defensive capabilities. Yet, she wondered how long it would last. The endurance of the mutated rat had not been substantial. Ling Shuang touched her scales, enviously eyeing the exquisite armor worn by Su Yi and Ling Yu. The latter appeared visually appealing, unlike her own, which seemed rather unattractive. I have been timing you, Su Yi remarked, retrieving the Tang sword he had previously used and handing it to Ling Shuang. The other two blades were given to Ling Chun and Yiji. Now, all three possessed weapons, and combined with their newfound abilities, they constituted the pinnacle of combat strength within the sanctuary. Armed with super alloy knives, they began to practice at the side. None of them had any prior training in swordsmanship, so their movements were naturally quite stiff. Ling Yu was in a similar predicament. They could not attain the proficiency that Su Yi had through sign-ins to acquire various martial arts. Currently, Su Yi had yet to master any sword techniques himself. The closest he had come was fencing, yet it bore no resemblance to swordsmanship, rendering it futile to teach them. Unless Su Yi stumbled upon a place to learn sword techniques and sign in to acquire that knowledge before teaching it to them. Time is up. Your scales can last for 12 minutes. That is still quite decent. Now, how do you feel? Su Yi inquired as he observed the trio. Feeling a bit hungry, Ling Shuang first expressed her thoughts, noting that this ability consumes a considerable amount of energy. Your abilities far surpass mine. I merely consumed the brain pearl of a mutated cat, which only enhances my speed, strength, and agility, she remarked. Ling Yu gazed at her with a hint of envy, recognizing the advantages of possessing scales and armor. No wonder you move with the grace of a cat in battle. Moreover, your armor is quite striking. Its defensive capabilities seem formidable, she observed, as Ling Shuang approached and gently touched the armor adorning Ling Yu. If given the chance, she would gladly trade for Ling Yu's abilities and armor. She suspected Ling Yu was merely attempting to comfort her. You should rest for a bit. I assume neither of you slept well last night? Qin Li suggested. After all, Su Yi had been engaged in combat, and much might have transpired overnight. We are fine. Not tired at all. Our condition is excellent. Su Yi declined Ling Shuang's proposal. After more than half an hour had passed, Qin Li stood up, expressing his excitement. It's remarkable. I feel my power has significantly increased, and I have indeed acquired the ability of scales. Being an evolver, he did not anticipate gaining the capabilities of a mutated beast. However, he wondered if he could only obtain one type of mutated beast ability. Understanding the extraordinary nature of the brain pearl, he was determined to experiment with others if the opportunity arose, as in this monster-ridden world. No one would ever complain about having too many abilities. The more, the better. Your physique has even shrunk a bit, appearing more robust. Perhaps your reflexes and speed have improved, enhancing your overall combat effectiveness, Su Yi remarked, noting the visible reduction in Qin Li's size compared to before. I'll give it a try in a moment. Qin Li smiled happily as he accepted the pressure cooker from Su Yi and began to eat a piece of meat. After a while, they ascended back up, and Su Yi tidied up before following them to the surface. Qin Li led Su Yi and Ling Yu to the communication vehicle, the only one they currently possessed. Contact the military headquarters, he instructed. Inside, the communication officer immediately initiated a satellite video call, revealing a high-ranking military officer. Report, General Liu. Our Apocalypse Army has crucial intelligence to convey. Qin Li saluted. Proceed with the recording, the officer replied, returning the salute and instructing his team to prepare for documentation. Our Apocalypse Army has been renamed the 7 Kills Army. This is Ling Yu, our new commander, and this is Su Yi, also our commander. Our two commanders have discovered that the brains of mutated beasts yield a pearl, which, when consumed, grants the ability of the mutated beast, transforming one into an ability user. Currently, we possess a limited number of brain pearls and have only found that an individual can acquire the ability of one type of mutated beast. Additionally, evolvers can also utilize brain pearls to gain abilities. I have documented the process. After using a brain pearl, one becomes extremely weak and requires the flesh of mutated beasts or new brain pearls to replenish energy. I will now transmit the video. Deputy Commander Qin Li, report concluded. Upon hearing Qin Li's words, the officer on the other end was taken aback. Very well, very well. We are grateful for the significant intelligence provided by Commander Ling. This information holds immense value for all of humanity. On behalf of the military and all survivors in the Imperial capital, I extend our gratitude to you. Your names will be remembered by all survivors. As he spoke, the officer saluted Su, Yi, and Ling Yu. I will now announce this crucial news. We may reach out to you again shortly. With that, he hastily disconnected, recognizing the importance of the information that could alter humanity's fate. A minute later, Su, Yi, and Ling Yu's phones vibrated. The military not only contacted independent forces in other regions, but also utilized the communication system to disseminate the message provided by Su, Yi, and Ling Yu to all mobile devices, proclaiming them heroes of humanity. Chapter 51. The challenges grow more daunting after leaving the communication vehicle. Qin Li gathered the mid-level personnel from the former Apocalypse Army to convene a meeting. Ling Yu and Su Yi presided over the meeting, accompanied by 3 new members, Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Ji. Everyone, you have received the information, I trust. The brain pearls of mutated beasts can grant ordinary humans their abilities. These 3 are the new commanders of our 7 Kills army. They have consumed the brain crystal of a mutated rat, acquiring its abilities, which allow for an impressive scale armor to cover their bodies, while also enhancing speed, strength, and more. Qin Li began, introducing Ling Shuang and her companions. As from this day forth, they would lead the 7 Kills army. Ling Shuang and the others displayed their scales, though their control was still lacking. Their faces remained concealed. In contrast, Qin Li's performance was commendable, as he could manage the scales below his neck. This ability to control was his greatest satisfaction. Otherwise, being entirely covered in fine scales would evoke fear akin to that of a monster. Now, let us hear from our commander Ling Yu. Qin Li prompted, initiating applause. Firstly, I wish to emphasize that regardless of who the commander is, our purpose remains the same, to ensure the survival of those in the shelter in this increasingly challenging world. While I cannot guarantee much, I assure you that in times of danger, I will be the first to charge forward. I have learned that our base is lacking in cement and ammunition. Tomorrow, we will lead a team to the nearest cement factory, requiring 20 individuals to accompany us. Upon our return, 3 people will have the opportunity to obtain a brain pearl. Going out may result in death, so I hope you convey this message accordingly. Meeting adjourned. Ling Yu refrained from elaborating further, as she had just recently assumed leadership and was not yet fully acquainted with the shelter's circumstances. Commander Ling Yu, may we also participate? One individual quickly inquired, eager to gain abilities. With abilities, survival was possible. Ordinary people could hardly withstand an attack from mutated beasts, let alone retaliate. Initially, their number was 500. Now, only 369 remained, with the fallen being victims of mutated rat attacks. Of course, anyone in the 7 Kills army may participate. However, we have only 20 spots available. Furthermore, the location we are heading to is uncharted, and you should be aware of the dangers. Encounters with mutated beasts are quite common. Only those who perform exceptionally will have the chance to acquire a brain pearl. After stating this, Ling Yu surveyed the group. Going out meant facing death. Outside, there were not only hordes of infected but also mutated beasts and the threat of attacks from other humans. After the meeting concluded, Su Yi and the others drove away from the camp, needing to take Ling Shuang, Ling Chun, and Yi Ji to hunt infected individuals. Although they had gained strength, they lacked experience in dealing with the infected. This was why Ling Yu intended to lead them out to gather cement. They needed to familiarize themselves with combat techniques and their newfound powers. At the same time, Su Yi sought to locate mutated beasts. Inside the armored vehicle, Ling Chun and Yi Ji gripped their long knives, feeling tense, as they had never faced the infected before. Ling Shuang remained composed, though she had previously wielded firearms. She now wielded a tang knife. Suddenly, the machine gun atop the vehicle erupted in gunfire. What is happening? Who fired? Qin Li jumped down from another military vehicle, rushing to the front of the armored car to question one of his subordinates. Infected have appeared on the street. The soldier explained. It is impossible. We have thoroughly cleared this street. How could there still be infected individuals? During the cleaning, Qin Li personally led the team, ensuring every corner was attended to. However, as the infected continue to evolve, they have now acquired the ability to climb. It is likely that infected individuals have crossed over from the roads you sealed off earlier, which explains their presence here. Notify the camp to remain vigilant. There may be more lurking around. Currently, The camp still has some ammunition left. While it is insufficient against mutated beasts, it can still be effective against the infected. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Qin Li furrowed his brow. This is utterly unfair. If the infected can evolve, why can't we as humans? Qin Li cursed in anger, realizing there was little else he could do to vent his frustration. This calamity seems specifically designed to target humanity. 60% of the population has turned into the infected, not to mention nearly 20% have been killed by them. The remaining 20% must now contend with food shortages, the scarcity of weapons, and the threats posed by mutated beasts and the infected. Survival is becoming increasingly arduous. Initially, it was believed that the emergence of the brain pearls would enable humanity to mount a counterattack, yet the infected have only grown stronger. Drive full speed towards the nearest interception point. Su Yi instructed the driver next to him. Along the way, gunfire erupted continuously, as the silhouettes of the infected appeared one after another. Fortunately, the infected speed had not significantly improved, making them relatively easy targets for headshots. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt before an interception point, where several infected individuals were attempting to leap over. Get out and prepare for battle, Su Yi commanded as he exited the vehicle and urged the Ling family inside to disembark. He swiftly climbed atop the vehicle blocking the road and sprinted ahead. Qin Li followed closely, wielding his large blade, aware that the area was swarming with the infected. Boss, should we use grenades to create an opening? Observing the densely packed infected below, which filled the entire street with potentially tens of thousands, he asked. No need, they are far too weak for us. Su Yi replied with a cold smile, leaping directly into the throng of infected. Wow, boss, that's incredible. Qin Li had not anticipated Su Yi's audacity in diving into the midst of the infected unarmed. Even with his large blade, he felt hesitant to engage directly. Su Yi. Ling Yu, having just helped her parents into the vehicle, gasped as she witnessed Su Yi leap into the infected horde. Su Yi's fists danced through the air, obliterating the heads of the infected in his wake. Boss, that's amazing. Now Qin Li understood why Su Yi dared to plunge into the fray unarmed. His fists were harder than steel. It was sheer brutality and stunning prowess. As his fists rained down, corpses piled high. Kill. Boss, I'm joining you. Qin Li felt a surge of adrenaline and leapt to Su Yi's side. Chapter 52. Upgrading to vibranium dual blades. Ling Yu also jumped to Su Yi's side, swinging her red blade horizontally, and watched as 3 heads flew into the air. 1 strike, and 3 infected were decapitated. Let us go. Ling Shuang leaped down as well, followed closely by Ling Chun and Yi Ji, realizing the infected seemed to possess little strength. However, once they engaged, it became evident that it was not the infected who were weak, but Su Yi and Ling Yu who were extraordinarily powerful, especially Su Yi, who fought like a god of death. Had he been armed with 2 blades, they would have witnessed even greater carnage. When they next glanced at Su Yi, he was wielding 2 cutting blades, mercilessly cleaving through the infected. In every moment, he severed the heads of dozens of infected. To him, they were indeed weak and inept. The 2 blades in his hands were made of superalloy material, extraordinarily sharp. Ordinary kitchen knives lack durability and become dull after a short period. The infected, devoid of fear, did not retreat upon witnessing their companions fall. Instead, they lunged desperately, intent on tearing out hearts and smashing skulls. This relentless nature was what made them truly terrifying, especially given their overwhelming numbers. Half an hour later, Su Yi felt a noticeable decline in his combat effectiveness. However, this had little impact on him. For the others, it was an entirely different matter. Lacking technique, they relied solely on brute strength. Their movements were calculated to conserve energy, maximizing their impact with minimal exertion. Consequently, their fatigue accumulated far more rapidly than Su Yi's. As their stamina waned, their strength, speed, and reflexes diminished accordingly. Mom, be careful. Ling Yu noticed this decline and decisively rushed to Yi Ji's side, decapitating 2 infected in swift succession. Su Yi observed that aside from himself, Ling Yu, and Qin Li, the Ling family was struggling to keep up. He quickly cleared a wave of infected around a nearby hamburger joint, pushed open the glass door, and shouted at everyone, "Get inside and take a breather." Everyone promptly rushed in, seeking refuge within the establishment. 40 minutes. It seems your current limit is 40 minutes, which is quite impressive. Better than I anticipated. Su Yi secured the door and wedged a chair against it. The others hastily moved furniture to barricade the walls. This was the only way to hold them off. The sheer number of infected outside made it easy for them to be overwhelmed if they didn't fortify their defenses. I never imagined I could slay so many monsters, Yi Ji remarked, gazing at the infected outside in awe. Indeed, it is astonishing. With the ability to combat mutated beasts, we have become remarkably formidable. If only we had hundreds of ability users, we could swiftly reclaim our city. Ling Chun, shedding his previous despair, was now filled with hope for the future. This is the power that comes with strength. Hundreds? That is far from realistic. It takes dozens of mutated rats to yield just 2 or 3 brain pearls. Furthermore, hunting mutated beasts is no easy task. Ling Yu interjected, tempering her father's optimism. The reality is harsh. Without Su Yi, they would never have become ability users. Additionally, the infected are steadily growing stronger, and perhaps the mutated beasts are evolving as well. The future will only become more challenging, not easier. While they conversed, Su Yi took the opportunity to explore the upper floor. He found no infected and no food. Glancing at the cutting blades in his hands, he felt they were still lacking. He recalled the 2 blades used by Deadpool. The straight blades didn't quite satisfy him. Ling Yu's red blade resembled a Tonto in shape, but was slightly broader. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and words materialized in his mind. Spend 1620 survival points to upgrade to Vibranium Tonto. Upgrade. Su Yi enhanced both cutting blades to Vibranium Tontos. The blades were black, rather than red. Next, he retrieved a quiver. Another thought brought forth the words. Spend 10 survival points to upgrade to a dual sword sheath. Perfect. Su Yi strapped it to his back and secured the 2 Vibranium Tontos to the sheath. Upon entering the restroom, he caught a glimpse of himself and could not help but smile in satisfaction. With such a handsome face and a striking ensemble, it would surely elicit gasps from women. Posing in front of the mirror, he felt a surge of confidence and lit a cigarette, glancing at the display to assess the situation. Su Yi survival points, 5,741 sign-in attempts. 1 withdrawing his gaze, Su Yi visited the restroom. After emerging, he returned downstairs. Luck was on his side. He had found 2 fine Tontos upstairs. Su Yi casually fabricated a reason. So cool. Su Yi, your look is incredibly stylish. Is this a ninja outfit? I want to get a sheath to carry my sword on my back too. Ling Yu was certain that it was Su Yi who had taken the items from her storage space. Observing her daughter rush to Su Yi's side, Ling Chun revealed a smile of contentment. She no longer needed to worry about her daughter's future. Previously, she had contemplated whether to facilitate a relationship between Su Yi and Ling Yu, but it seemed that they were already in a romantic relationship. This is not difficult. I will gather materials for you once we return, Su Yi remarked with a smile. Carrying it on my back is indeed more convenient. Do you drink cola or other beverages? There are many drink powders available here, Ling Shuang inquired, having found some drink mixes. She too found him quite handsome and charming. Unfortunately, this man belonged to Ling Yu now. I'll have a cup of cola, Su Yi said as he approached the bar with a smile. This was a hamburger joint, and regrettably, only the powdered drinks held any value now. Others also requested a cup. Before the apocalypse, they rarely indulged in such items. Now, they felt like a luxury. During their time in the shelter, whether before or during the military's takeover, they had not lived well, as the food available to them was quite limited. Drinks were something they could hardly dream of. Care for a smoke? Su Yi offered a cigarette to Qin Li and then to Ling Chun. It's hard to imagine that we are separated from the infected by a sheet of glass. Yet we sit here smoking and drinking cola, Ling Chun remarked, exhaling a smoke ring and gazing at the throng of infected outside, finding it surreal. This was the confidence that strength bestowed. Qin Li glanced at Su Yi, curious about his experiences that had led to such formidable power. He was aware that Su Yi was merely a university student who had yet to graduate. Naturally, this was Su Yi's secret, and he would not be foolish enough to pry. Without ice, the taste is significantly lacking, Su Yi said. You all take a break. I will handle things, or else the glass will shatter under their pressure. With that, Su Yi turned and ascended the stairs. He opened a window on the 2nd floor and leaped directly into the midst of the infected. Chapter 53. The plea for help from the community. Su Yi discovered that dispatching the infected had become increasingly effortless. Striking them felt akin to chopping vegetables. The vibranium blade was on an entirely different level compared to the previous super alloy Tang Dao. No wonder Ling Yu appeared to be in better condition than himself. It turned out that the divine weapon had assisted her in conserving much energy. Although the 1620 points were costly, they were truly worth it. Su Yi's blade swung wildly, felling infected beings one after another. He cut through the street with ferocity. This is outrageous. The boss's combat prowess is simply astonishing, Qin Li exclaimed, his envy palpable. With such power, he could traverse the world unhindered. This capability could easily be used to hunt mutated beasts and acquire their brain pearls. The strong remain strong. It is as simple and brutal as that. After a series of assaults, Su Yi reached the end of the street. Another street lay ahead, equally teeming with infected. The numbers were overwhelming. Tens of thousands of them seemed endless. Clearing a street was an arduous task. This was merely the infected. Had they been mutated beasts, Su Yi would have been consumed in an instant. Su Yi turned back, cutting down the infected in his path. He sensed that he had slain at least 400 or 500, yet the street remained crowded with the infected. Regrettably, Qin Li and the others had a limited supply of grenades. When they escaped the military camp, their ammunition was scarce, as the army's base was primarily in the suburbs, where mutated beasts were most abundant. At that time, The greatest threat to them had been the mutated dogs, which had claimed many lives. The fact that he managed to lead over 500 people to safety was commendable. However, he believed other forces existed within the city, as sporadic explosions could be heard, likely the sound of detonations. Yet, due to the loss of communication and the absence of drones, they were unable to connect with others. In such a vast city, many survivors remained. Help! Great One, save us! Suddenly, cries for help echoed from a distance. Su-yi looked up to see a group of about 10 people waving their arms and shouting for assistance from a balcony, a few hundred meters away. With his dual blades dancing, Su-yi cut down the infected that lunged at him. The infected surged like a tide. And Su-yi realized that even with his formidable strength, prolonged exposure could lead to being overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. The best strategy against them remained firearms. With tens of thousands of bullets unleashed, they could potentially eliminate nearly 10,000 infected, clearing a street. If grenades were available, the destructive power would be even greater. One grenade could obliterate 40 to 50 infected given their density. Su-yi now yearned to locate an armory to procure bullets, grenades, explosives, and rockets. Then organize the Chisha army to cleanse these infected. Clearing one street would allow them to block another, ultimately purging the entire city of the infected. Ling Yu and the others also heard the cries for help and leaned out from the second floor. Boss, shall we go rescue them? Qin Li exclaimed, leaping down and dispatching several infected with a single strike. Rescue? How? Su-yi glanced at Qin Li, feeling that he was being somewhat naive. If the infected on this street were not cleared, those inside could not be saved. Do you know there are people outside who survive by consuming their own kind? Would you save such individuals? Su-yi posed two questions in quick succession. Qin Li was momentarily taken aback and then awkwardly admitted, I was too excited. My apologies, boss. I understand that such people exist, and I would certainly not save them. We have encountered them before and dealt with them accordingly. Those who resorted to cannibalism had crossed a line. Once inside a shelter, who knew what further depravity they might engage in? Ask them if they have any food left and how long they can hold out. Su-yi instructed Qin Li, as he had the loudest voice. After speaking, Su-yi charged towards the hamburger shop. Ling Yu did not jump down. Instead, she guided her parents and aunt to move the tables and chairs blocking the shop's entrance. Then opened the door and stepped outside. Su-yi had been fighting for half an hour, and they had recovered sufficiently to join him in battle. It was quite taxing for him to contend with the infected from all directions alone. Without the armor Su-yi wore, he would have sustained numerous injuries by now. One person's strength is indeed limited. Even someone with Su-yi's formidable combat ability would find it challenging to escape unscathed from such an infected-filled environment. With Ling Yu's family joining him, the pressure on Su-yi and Qin Li significantly lessened. Seizing the moment, Qin Li called out, Do you have any food left? There are too many infected here. You must hold out a few more days. Not much. Our food is almost gone. Great Ones. If you could throw some food into our community, we could hold out as long as you are willing to save us, the survivors replied. Hearing their words, Su-yi felt that these individuals displayed some restraint, not demanding immediate rescue. Each community was enclosed. If the survivors within were bold and united enough to clear their own infected, they could gather supplies from each household and sustain themselves for a period without issue. Promising them, there was a convenience store ahead, stocked with enough food to sustain them for a while. Su-yi uttered this and charged forward. The four members of the Ling family immediately followed suit. Soon, they reached the convenience store. Su-yi and Ling Yu, along with Qin Li, stood guard at the entrance, while Ling Shuang led Ling Chun and Yi Ji into the store. Instant noodles, we need instant noodles, Ling Shuang declared, starting her search. Over here, there are more than 10 boxes of instant noodles, Ling Chun exclaimed joyfully. Together, the three of them carried all the noodles out. This should suffice for some time. Let us move, Ling Shuang said cheerfully. You three stay in the middle. We will protect you as we go, Su-yi instructed, quickly taking his position. Ling Yu and Qin Li promptly followed, forming a triangular formation to escort Ling Yu and the others toward the residential community. Chapter 54. Seek your own fortune. Upon nearing the community, Ling Yu and her companions discarded the boxes inside. At that moment, someone jumped over the wall from within. What is happening? Why did you come out? Hurry back. Kinli Kastunat. They eat people. They are devils. We cannot save them. They kill. They have killed many. The girl exclaimed in terror. Please, save my brother. He has no strength left to climb up, she pleaded, kneeling before Su-yi and repeatedly bowing her head. Qin Li, break down the wall. Those inside, please step back. Qin Li glanced at Su-yi and then took a deep breath. Scales appeared on his body as he stepped back and charged at the wall. Wow, I can actually do this, he exclaimed joyfully upon creating a hole in the wall. Quickly, get out. Qin Li spotted a boy, lifted him up, and dashed out of the community. Great One, how did you manage to tear down the community's wall? The group on the balcony rushed downstairs to claim the food that Ling Yu and the others had thrown in. They were met with the sight of a large gaping hole in the wall. Ling Yu, you four take the survivors back to the armored vehicle. Qin Li, take position on the wall and await further instructions, Su Yi commanded before slipping through the hole. The 4 members of the Ling family sheltered the 2 survivors in the center and quickly approached the interception point. Great One, let us hurry and block the wall, otherwise those monsters will come in. Great One, what are you doing? The man trembled as he saw the knife before him. You eat people? Su Yi coldly regarded him. Those who resort to cannibalism had crossed a line. Such individuals were not worthy of rescue, in Su Yi's eyes. For survival, they had trampled over the fundamental ethics of humanity. They were unwilling to take risks, yet dared to consume their own kind. Such behavior was unacceptable to Su Yi. We didn't want to, but we had no choice. They had already hanged themselves when we ate. He confessed partially, knowing full well that admitting to murder and cannibalism was unacceptable. Then, may you seek your own fortune, Su Yi said as he shifted the knife to the man's arm, carving away a large chunk of flesh. Blood gushed forth instantly. The man let out a scream, astonished that Su Yi had struck so decisively. The infected outside caught the scent of blood and went into a frenzy. They surged into the community, drawn by the aroma. The man's complexion changed, and he turned to flee. He had no time to blame Su Yi. Survival was paramount. A few had already grabbed the instant noodles, and, upon seeing the infected rush in, they decisively ran deeper into the community. Upstairs. If we can hide upstairs, we might survive. They were oblivious to the reasons behind the chaos, but now was not the time for such considerations. Living was the only priority. Qin Li, atop the wall, finally understood Su Yi's intentions. Luring the infected into the community was indeed a clever strategy. The inhabitants of this community were no longer worth saving. Cannibalism had crossed an irrevocable boundary. Qin Li felt that refraining from killing them was already a form of mercy. The infected, drawn by the scent of blood, surged in, and soon the number of infected on the street dwindled. Clearly, attracting all the infected was a daunting task. Su Yi sprinted to one end of the community and climbed the wall. The walls, constructed of bricks, provided a flat top suitable for walking. On the outside was another street, filled with infected. Perhaps sensing the blood, they converged towards the wall. Su Yi dashed along the top of the wall, a feat he could not have imagined accomplishing previously. However, with his enhanced agility and reflexes, he navigated it with ease. Soon, he found himself opposite Qin Li. Inside the community, curses echoed, damning Su Yi and Qin Li to suffer horrible fates, accompanied by a litany of insults. Su Yi chuckled coldly, raising his rifle. Bang! At a distance of 400 meters, he accurately delivered a headshot. The curses abruptly ceased as the victim tumbled from the building. Just what I needed, thanks. Su Yi slung the rifle back over his shoulder and surveyed the scene outside. The fallen body spilled blood, attracting even more infected into the community. Have you ever tried burning them? Su Yi mused, considering fire as a potential solution, given the densely packed infected. Furthermore, they lacked pain receptors, so even if burned, they would not flee, likely resulting in a massive inferno. Boss, we've tried. These active infected 1T catch fire. Only the completely dead ones can be burned. Kindilamanta. Using explosives also yields mediocre results. Unless their heads are entirely damaged, they 1T die. The best method is to use machine guns. That is how we cleared several streets. Unfortunately, our ammunition is limited. Su Yi opened a pouch and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lighting one before tossing it to Qin Li. Where can we find ammunition in the city? Su Yi directly inquired. Realizing that relying solely on melee combat was far too slow, heavy firepower like machine guns would be more efficient. To my knowledge, there isn't any. To procure bullets, we'd have to venture to the outskirts where the troops are stationed, along with a few other military posts. However, the mutated beasts outside are too numerous, making it very difficult for us to push through. Qin Li replied, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. He had considered fetching ammunition but recognized his limitations. Though they had amassed a considerable amount of food, it wouldn't last long. As for tomorrow's mission to find cement, it seemed nearly impossible. Su Yi glanced at Qin Li, sensing that their plans for the following day would likely be postponed. The sheer number of infected outside made clearing a path exceedingly difficult. Without cement, the shelter's walls could not be repaired, jeopardizing everyone's safety. Qin Li understood the challenge, but had no alternative plans. The only way to ensure the safety of those inside was to fortify the shelter adequately. This won't do. We cannot solely focus on protecting them. The only ones capable of safeguarding themselves are themselves. Taking up arms and fighting is the only way to survive. Su Yi firmly dismissed Qin Li's views. Chapter 55. The Evolver Liu ran. I understand, but we lack sufficient firearms and ammunition. A nation of soldiers is indeed the best approach. Qin Li countered Su Yi's perspective, acknowledging that only they could truly protect themselves. In a world devoid of firearms, the realm of cold weapons has taken precedence. In this era, steel is abundant. Kitchen utensils, automobiles, doors, and windows are primarily crafted from steel. With ingenuity, these can be transformed into weapons. Firearms without ammunition are merely scrap metal. As a soldier, Qin Li harbors a profound attachment to firearms, viewing them as a second life. Naturally, he holds modern weaponry in high regard, acknowledging their formidable lethality and efficacy. It is entirely reasonable for him to maintain such a perspective. He would only contemplate cold weapons if ammunition were entirely depleted. Su Yi, however, is different. He prioritizes practicality and harbors no special sentiment towards firearms. Upon returning, he immediately initiates conscription, urging individuals to wield swords and bows against the infected. With the infected still relatively weak, there remains an opportunity for eradication. Su Yi fears that in a few months, they may surpass humanity in strength. He reflects that following Qin Li's counsel in the morning was a grave misjudgment. Their previous strategy of hunting the infected together at the villa stronghold was undoubtedly the most viable path. If they cannot contend with the formidable mutated beasts, it is unacceptable for them to shy away from the infected. Consequently, they do not deserve to survive, nor to consume resources. A group of able-bodied individuals relying on others for protection and sustenance holds no claim to survival. Exceptions may be made for the elderly or those unable to wield weapons, but the majority in the shelter are youthful or middle-aged, fully capable of fighting the infected. To clear more neighborhoods, a larger workforce is essential. Otherwise, Su Yi and his companions could labor for a year without eradicating the millions of infected in the city. Only with the collective effort of all can they reclaim urban territories and secure greater living space. They cannot venture into the outskirts. Survival necessitates production and agriculture within the city limits. Without land, nothing can be cultivated. Moreover, every community may harbor survivors, suggesting that the population will likely grow. Qin Li does not question Su Yi's words, recognizing their validity. Relying solely on soldiers is insufficient. In such a short span, they have already lost over 200 comrades. If this continues, will there be any fighters left? Recruiting warriors to combat the infected is imperative. Only after cleansing the area can they transport cement and gravel to the shelter for constructing high walls. Let's seal off the breach. Su Yi commands upon witnessing the scattered infected on the streets. Qin Li leaps over the wall and rushes towards their previous hamburger establishment, where the tables and chairs are suitable for blocking the gap. Ling Yu also returns to the streets with her family, joining Qin Li in swiftly sealing off the breach. Su Yi beheads the remaining infected and piles their bodies together, preparing to incinerate them shortly. With thousands of corpses amassed like a small hill, Su Yi instructs, let's block the end of the street before returning to burn these bodies. They proceed towards the street's terminus, searching for suitable materials to obstruct the road: shelves, tables, cash registers, and vehicles. They swiftly position a car at the intersection, effectively barricading that section of the street. Once accomplished, they return to ignite the corpses and decisively withdraw from the neighborhood. Two siblings emerge from the community, consuming food. Get in the vehicle, we are retreating, Su Yi declares, leaping onto the roof of the car without hesitation. This height poses no challenge for him. The others follow suit, including the brother and sister from the community. Upon returning to the shelter, they encounter a crowd outside, seemingly seeking entry. Gaining access to the shelter is no simple task. Numerous questions must be answered, and inspections are mandatory. Su Yi notices nearly 100 individuals, predominantly young girls. Wei! Suddenly, someone in the crowd calls out his name. Ding Yan. Su Yi is astonished to encounter a classmate. He immediately jumps down from the vehicle to approach Ding Yan. Without hesitation, she rushes into his embrace, clinging to him. For her, Su Yi is the most familiar presence. Su Yi feels somewhat stiff, surprised by her exuberance. Their relationship had not reached such a level. It is wonderful that you are alive, Su Yi. We're the last two from our class. Boo-hoo, she sobs. At that moment, someone steps out from the crowd, waving at Su Yi. Benefactor, it is good to see you again. Do you remember me? Su Yi gazes at her and shakes his head, struggling to recall having saved someone so beautiful, even surpassing Ling Yu in allure. I am Lu Ran. You provided me with many potato chips, preventing my starvation and helping me discover my abilities as an evolved being. As she approaches Su Yi, she examines him closely. Compared to before, Su Yi has undergone significant changes. Ding Yan's recognition of him confirms her identity as the recipient of his kindness. You are an evolved being? Su Yi is taken aback, never expecting Lu Ran to possess such abilities. Indeed, my speed is remarkable, she replies, demonstrating her agility by appearing several hundred meters away in an instant. Su Yi's jaw drops in astonishment at her incredible swiftness. It is no wonder she could escort so many to the shelter, relying solely on her capabilities. They're all drenched, evidently having traversed the river. All is well now. Upon entering the shelter, you will be safe. Su Yi reassures Lu Ran and comforts Ding Yan. Let them in without scrutiny. After all, they're my schoolmates. Exercising a privilege, he facilitates their entry. Chapter 56. A more suitable place for survival, with Su Yi's words. The personnel conducting the inspections immediately salute him and move aside the concrete barriers, allowing entry. Xiao you must step up. Do not let Su Yi be taken away. Ling Shuang whispers to Ling Yu, mindful of her brother and sister-in-law's presence. The conversation between Su Yi and Lu Ran has not escaped their notice. An evolved being is destined to become an elite in the shelter, and her remarkable speed will undoubtedly benefit the team, securing Su Yi's attention. Although Ling Yu is nominally the leader of the 7 Kills army, the army understands that the true authority lies with Su Yi. Should Su Yi and Ling Yu issue conflicting commands, the soldiers will undoubtedly heed Su Yi's directives. Additionally, Lu Ran's beauty eclipses even Ling Yu's, presenting an air of delicate charm that naturally evokes a protective instinct in men. Ling Yu bites her lip, remaining silent, astonished that Lu Ran has arrived with over 100 individuals. Her journey must have been fraught with challenges. Furthermore, she notices several girls carrying bows. These weapons may have originated from the boys at the gym, indicating that Lu Ran is anything but ordinary. Qin Li, ensure they are settled. The 7 Kills army will convene for dinner in half an hour, and Lu Ran is to join us. An evolver has qualified to participate in the meeting. So far, he has encountered only 2 evolvers. One is Qin Li, and the other is Lu Ran. Such rare talents are certainly needed by the 7 Kill army. Moreover, Su Yi intends to reform the 7 Kill army by establishing 7 divisions. Tan Lang, Zhu Min, Lu Xiyuan, Wen Chu, Lian Zhen, Wu Chu, and Pajun Ling Yu. Ling Shuang and Ling Chun will each lead a division, while the remaining 3 will be selected from other division leaders of the 7 Kill army. If all goes well, Lu Ran may also become one of the division leaders. The other 2 will likely emerge victorious from among the existing division leaders of the 7 Kill army. Of course, that is not the immediate concern, as he still possesses 3 brain pearls, which he intends to use in a different form to reward 3 individuals. Upon receiving Su Yi's command, Qin Li immediately set out to execute it. While ordinary people sleep in the main hall, the members of the 7 Kill army do not. They each have their own rooms, converted from offices, with mattresses brought in from nearby residential areas. These individuals are acquainted with Su Yi, and since they are all young women, Qin Li knows how to arrange accommodations for them. Young women in the shelter require special care. Otherwise, they are prone to being bullied. Survivors have even spread rumors that they control the young women, coercing them into becoming playthings. If they prevent the girls from being in a designated area alone for their tasks, they will indeed become the toys of the masses. What could Su Yi possibly wish to discuss in tonight's meeting? Ling Yu rushed to Su Yi's side and linked her arm with his. As you have observed today, it is no longer suitable for us to venture out in search of cement. We are utterly incapable of doing so. Hence, we must encourage more individuals to step forward, just as we did at the villa stronghold, enabling more people to eliminate the infected. Remaining in the shelter serves no purpose. Only by having them step forward can there be a chance of survival. The infected will grow stronger, and mutated beasts will also become more formidable. If humanity remains timid, the only outcome will be death. Ling Yu nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing with Su Yi's perspective. The infected are so weak that they cannot even lift weapons. They truly do not deserve to receive food or continue living. They possess capability, but why should they support those who cower? Su Yi lit a cigarette and continued, stating that after the meeting, they would officially recruit personnel to join the 7 Kill army. Those who contribute nothing will receive only 1 meal a day, while those who join the 7 Kill army will be entitled to 4 meals a day and additional supplies. Furthermore, those responsible for tasks such as farming and weapon production will be provided with 3 meals a day. Ultimately, we may need to abandon this place and choose a new location to establish a new shelter. Although this place has an independent power system and a dedicated communication network, it is unsuitable for long-term development and only serves as a temporary stronghold. The upcoming meeting will primarily focus on this matter. Prepare yourself, as you're the commander. After saying this, Su Yi fell silent. Ling Yu pondered for a while and then nodded. She believed Su Yi's arguments were quite valid. This location is indeed not suitable as a shelter. Additionally, she sensed Su Yi's intentions. He does not wish to remain here. He desires to traverse the nation, signing in at various locations. Otherwise, he would not delegate these matters solely to her. However, she remained calm, feeling confident that she could keep Su Yi by her side. That evening, she would show him just how blissful it could be to stay. Come, let us acquire a map and see where would be suitable for establishing a shelter. Once Ling Yu came to this realization, she linked arms with Su Yi and headed towards the 7 Kill army's camp, where maps and sand tables were available. As they had seen that morning, upon entering the battle analysis room, everyone stood and saluted Su Yi and Ling Yu. Do we have a detailed map of the entire city? Su Yi approached the sand table and glanced at it. This sand table featured a 3D projection rather than being hand-built. Yes, switch to the urban map, a responsible person promptly replied. It is a satellite map, very detailed. As Su Yi examined the map, he inquired, very well, do we have any smelting or steel factories in our city? Report. There are 24 smelting-related factories and companies in the city, with 18 situated in the C11 Industrial Park of Yushan District. The responsible person immediately provided the data. Mark the locations. Su Yi's interest was piqued. There is no better place for mass-producing tools and armor than smelting and steel factories. Red dots began to flash on the map, indicating locations, along with routes and distances to those points. Su Yi glanced at it and picked up a stick to illustrate. Lingyu, we can reach here via this river. Then switch to this river to arrive at the upper region, and from the right side, we can pass through to this area. Su Yi outlined a route. Currently, the only feasible option is the rivers. Zoom in on the C11 Industrial Park. Although he had never been to this area, Su Yi had visited Yushan Lake Park, which is relatively close, twice. There were numerous green areas, indicating that the landscaping was quite well done. Upon zooming in, Su Yi observed many factory buildings and empty spaces. Excellent. This is indeed a good location. There should be a substantial amount of steel plates there. We can entirely use them to construct walls to prevent the infected from entering. After a brief glance, Su Yi decided on this location as their shelter. This area lacks neither water nor land, and more importantly, it possesses abundant steel. He felt there could not be a more suitable place. Chapter 57. Is this classmate normal? Commander, this location has mutated beasts roaming. We recently received a satellite map. As he spoke, the individual pointed to the wall, where several photos immediately appeared. In the images, Su Yi observed several massive silhouettes. While mutated beasts are challenging to deal with, they are not insurmountable. As long as their numbers are manageable, I believe we can handle it. There's a park nearby, home to some animals, which is not unexpected. As long as their numbers do not reach hundreds or thousands, Su Yi felt it was still worth taking the risk. After all, they would undoubtedly need steel to fabricate weapons. Without weapons in this area, they would eventually starve. Rather than that, it is better to venture out and take a chance. Lingyu examined the map, stroked her chin, and then said, we could block the river, allowing us to use boats. With steel, we can construct our own vessels for transporting personnel and supplies. Su Yi, you are correct. This place is more suitable for long-term development. We can enclose these areas and cultivate grains and vegetables, ensuring sustained survival. The mutated beasts must be eradicated. For the sake of the brain pearls, we must take the initiative, not to mention clearing the mutated beasts within a 10-kilometer radius of the shelter. Let us hold the meeting here this evening. After speaking, Lingyu glanced at Su Yi. This place is quite spacious and can comfortably accommodate 300 to 500 people. Agreed, it is settled. Now let us return, rest for a while, and prepare some meat to eat. After such prolonged combat, I'm feeling rather hungry. With that, Su Yi exited the battle analysis room. Upon stepping outside, Su Yi noticed smoke rising in the distance. That was where they burned the bodies of the infected. He wondered how many people still lived in this city and how many had succumbed to darkness. Su Yi gazed at the smoke and couldn't help but express his thoughts. Lingyu remained silent, simply tightening her grip on Su Yi's hand. The two returned to the place Qin Li had arranged for them, an internal lounge designed for leaders, akin to a hotel. Other areas were equipped only with emergency lights. While this location had electrical appliances, a refrigerator, and a small kitchen, Su Yi retrieved the flesh of the mutated rat king from his storage space, preparing to cook dinner. Fortunately, the kitchen was well equipped, and he only needed to wash his utensils. To his delight, the refrigerator contained an abundance of vegetables, eggs, tomatoes, and potatoes. I should call my mother to help with the cooking. Her culinary skills are quite impressive, he thought, as Ling Yue, who was not particularly adept in the kitchen, decided it best not to embarrass herself. Nevertheless, she resolved to learn cooking from her mother and prepare meals for Su, believing that delectable food could be a means to win a man's heart. With such a wealth of ingredients at hand, they should not let any go to waste. Su Yi readily agreed, reflecting on the meal he had consumed upon arriving in this world, which paled in comparison to what he had before the calamity. The limited ingredients meant that even with the finest skills, he could not conjure anything extraordinary. Ling Wei wrapped her arms around Su Yi's neck and, after sharing a tender kiss, she went to summon her mother and Ling Shuang. Shortly after, Qin Li arrived, accompanied by Lu Ran and Ding Yan. He settled them into one of the vacant rooms, ensuring their comfort. Lu Ran and Ding Yan did not intrude upon Su Yi. Upon seeing him, they merely nodded before following Qin Li into another room. Once inside, Ding Yan eagerly threw herself onto the bed, embracing the soft comforter, and exclaimed, "This is wonderful. We have finally entered the shelter. No more living in fear." She was astonished to learn that Su Yi had become the leader of this sanctuary, recognizing his formidable strength as likely the most powerful evolved among them. Regrettably, she lamented that their meeting had come too late. Lu Ran, brushing her hair back, began to undress, yearning for a refreshing bath after several days without one. "I envy you both. I wish I were an evolved too," Ding Yan said enviously, casting a longing glance at Lu Ran. "There is no need for envy. You two have the opportunity to become an evolved. Haven't you seen the military's news? This information was provided by Su, Yi, and our Ling Xiaohua. Perhaps he still possesses brain pearls. Why not ask him? Lu Ran suggested, winking playfully. Ding Yin pouted, slightly displeased. What? Are you jealous because I hugged Sui earlier? Upon seeing Lu Ran roll her eyes in disdain, Ding Yin continued, you promised to get me a brain pearl. My relationship with Su Yi is rather ordinary. After 3 years as classmates, we've exchanged fewer than 100 words. Why would he give me a brain pearl? He might be more willing with you. Considering I'm rather plain and fail to pique his interest. Lu Ran laughed at Ding Yan's words. My dear Yinjia, it seems you truly do not understand your classmate. Back in the dormitory, I told him he was welcome to come sleep with me, but he showed no interest whatsoever. As for the brain pearl, I will strive for it. After all, you saved me once, and I wish to repay that kindness. Additionally, now that we're in the shelter, we must adhere to its rules. After dinner, you should inform the others. If trouble arises, we cannot guarantee their safety. With that, Lu Ran tied her hair up and headed towards the bathroom. Ding Yan's eyes widened in shock. She never expected Su Yi to reject Lu Ran's beauty. Is Su Yi normal? How could he refuse someone as stunning as Lu Ran? It seems my average looks have no hope. After a while, lying on the bed, Ding Yin took a deep breath, then quietly sat up and removed her clothing. Her body bore countless bruises, every inch marred. Fortunately, her unyielding spirit had preserved her purity, allowing her to endure until Lu Ran's arrival. Otherwise, she might have lacked the courage to follow Lu Ran in escaping the school to this sanctuary. Relying on Su Yi? No, even her cousin was unreliable. How could she trust a classmate she had little connection with over 3 years? Clenching her teeth, she seemed to recall painful memories. Then, she rubbed her face. Ding Yin becomes strong. Only by growing stronger can you survive and take control of your own life. After motivating herself for a while, she stepped into the bathroom. After dining with the Ling family, Su, Yi, and the others descended the stairs. He called for Lu Ran to join them as they made their way to the battle analysis room. Throughout the journey, Lu Ran remained silent save for a brief greeting. Upon their arrival, members of the Qixia army were already present. Let us begin, Su Yi said, glancing at Ling Yue, who stood up to address the assembly. She surveyed the room, feeling the weight of her responsibility as this was her first time leading such a meeting. Is anyone able to inform me how much ammunition we have left? As soon as she finished speaking, a soldier stood up. Report. We have 754 rounds of ammunition, 76 grenades, and 16 rockets. Ling Yue was surprised that someone could provide her with an answer. This indicated that they would soon run out of ammunition. Today, we ventured out, and the streets beyond the checkpoint are teeming with infected. Some have even developed climbing abilities, surpassing the barriers you set. If all goes as expected, more infected will breach the checkpoint and approach the shelter. What should we do next? A heavy silence fell over the room. They had not anticipated that the infected could scale their carefully constructed barriers. It wouldn't be long before the safe zones they had painstakingly cleared would be retaken by the infected. Their sanctuary could ultimately fall due to lack of resources. Report. We can use our bayonets and daggers to deal with the infected. They're not difficult to handle, a young soldier suggested. Ling Yue fixed her gaze on him, questioning. With so few of us, how many can we kill? To survive, everyone in the shelter would need to take up arms and join in the fight against the infected. Therefore, starting tomorrow, the Qixia army would begin recruiting soldiers. Furthermore, the area was short on supplies and arable land. We have selected the C11 Industrial Park in the Yushan district as our new sanctuary. It houses 18 smelting and steel factories, providing an abundance of steel and materials. We can use the steel to construct sturdy walls and forge weapons. This is not a discussion, it is a notification. Sui and I will lead a team to eliminate the mutated beasts in that area and aim to relocate within 10 days. As Ling Yue spoke, a map projected, illustrating the situation of the area. Additionally, the Qixia army will establish 7 regiments: Tamlang, Juming, Lutzun, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuqing, and Pejuan. I will serve as the commander of Pejuan. While this is my father, Ling Chun, the commander of Tamlang, and this is Vice Commander Qin Li, the leader of Juming. Ling Shuang will lead Lutzun. The remaining 3 will emerge from among you. Here are 2 brain pearls from the mutated rats. Those who can withstand 3 moves under my command will earn the right to claim one. In this apocalypse, strength prevails, and those who obtain the brain pearls may become the remaining 3 leaders. Do you have any questions? With that, Ling Yue scanned the room, awaiting responses. Then, she noticed Su Yi giving her a thumbs up. It was evident that he was quite satisfied with her performance. All right, those who believe they possess sufficient strength to withstand 3 of my strikes may step forward. With that, Ling Yu stepped outside, drawing her battle knife and effortlessly inscribing a circle on the concrete floor. Anyone who could remain within the circle after 3 strikes will be deemed successful. After speaking, Ling Yu tossed the knife to Su Yi. It then dawned on Su Yi that he had promised to craft a few knife straps for them. I'll go. An eager individual was the first to step forward, cupping her fist to Ling Yu and declaring, Commander, I apologize. With that, her fist launched towards Ling Yu. Bang! With a single kick, Ling Yu sent her flying, though she remained uninjured. Continue. Ling Yu surveyed the crowd. I'll go. Another person rushed forward. Soon, countless challengers were eliminated. After over 100 had been dismissed, one individual finally managed to evade 2 of Ling Yu's attacks, blocking 1 and still standing within the circle. Very well, what is your name? Ling Yu inquired with a smile, handing over a brain pearl. Reporting, Commander. My name is Chu Jun, he saluted. Congratulations. You may select a regiment to lead. Ling Yu smiled. Wu Chu, I choose Wu Chu. Chu Jun decisively made a selection. Consequently, he was called aside by Qin Li to consume the brain pearl. The competition continues. After a while, all remaining challengers were eliminated. Surprisingly, there was no one else within the Qi Sha Jun who could withstand 3 strikes from Ling Yu. LV Ran, do you wish to become one of the commanders? Su Yi suddenly asked. Absolutely. LV Ran answered without hesitation. Very well, defeat Qin Li. If you succeed, you shall be one of the commanders. Su Yi gazed at LV Ran with a smile, eager to discern if she truly possessed such capability. Boss, isn't this a bit inappropriate? My strength has increased significantly. What if I accidentally injure her? Qin Li scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed. He could accept fighting Su, but facing such a delicate girl like LV Ran was daunting. Furthermore, it was clear that LV Ran had some sort of connection with his superior. If weapons are permitted, I could easily dispatch him. As for a fist fight, I shall give it a try. LV Ran responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Li shivered. Wow, she is quite fierce. Could she truly kill him so easily? All right, you may begin. Su Yi gestured invitingly, entering spectator mode. He opened his backpack and retrieved a bag of peanuts. Having picked up some snacks at a convenience store earlier that afternoon while blocking the street. Do you think LV Ran can win? Ling Yu inquired curiously as she leaned closer. She had no confidence in defeating Qin Li. There's a chance. Her speed is too fast, leaving Qin Li in a passive position. Su Yi offered a bag of sunflower seeds to Ling Yu and pulled a stool beside him. Ling Yu boldly perched herself on his lap, a rather daring move. Su Yi hadn't anticipated that she would sit on him, suspecting it had something to do with LV Ran. As they conversed, the battle had already commenced. LV Ran attacked directly, showing no mercy. Bang! Qin Li received a strike to his back that echoed loudly, yet he did not budge an inch. Where is she? How can I not even see her? Is she invisible? What kind of ability is this? Qin Li was bewildered, realizing he couldn't even touch LV Ran. He was merely on the receiving end of her strikes. Frantically swinging his fists, he found that LV Ran always managed to strike his back. Now, he understood why she claimed she could easily kill him with a weapon. Indeed, if she wielded a knife, even with his armored body, he would be left battered and bruised. Boss, I concede. There is simply no way to fight back. I wholeheartedly support LV Ran becoming the commander. Qin Li admitted defeat, as he was utterly unable to retaliate. What about you all? Su Yi surveyed the other members of Qi Sha Jun. We agree, we concur. With such formidable abilities, who would dare oppose her? Given that even their revered Qin Li was helpless, it was clear they had no chance. Very well, it's settled. LV Ran, make your choice. Su Yi turned to the now-present LV Ran. When Chu, she declared, who among you endured 2 strikes from Ling Yu? Su Yi produced a brain pearl. Reporting it was I, Su Rui. A soldier stepped forward voluntarily. Henceforth, you shall oversee the military intelligence department. Su Yi tossed the brain pearl to him. This individual was indeed the head of the military intelligence analysis room. Yes, Commander. Su Rui caught the brain pearl and excitedly saluted. For the last pearl, tomorrow, select someone from the civilians who can withstand 3 of your strikes. From now on, strength shall reign supreme. For every infected you eliminate, you will earn a merit point, which can be exchanged for brain pearls. Of course, merit points can be redeemed for various items, not just brain pearls. If you wish to grow stronger and attain a better life, hunt the infected or even the mutated beasts. With that, Su Yi glanced at Ling Yu. Attention, at ease. Each regiment requires a deputy commander, battalion commander, company commander, and squad leader, temporarily needing 40 personnel per regiment. Aside from those involved in reconnaissance, intelligence, and combat analysis. You may now make your selections. Soon, everyone made their choices. Qi Sha Jun would henceforth operate under military management, which was simpler in the apocalypse. These individuals would serve as the foundation, training new members for Qi Sha Jun. 280 individuals became various ranks within Qi Sha Jun. Aside from the original commanders who became deputy commanders, all others were promoted. 89 individuals were assigned to military intelligence, primarily those with reconnaissance experience or communication skills. The remaining 21 became part of the logistics department. The military intelligence department would be overseen by Ling Yu, while the logistics department would be headed by Yi Ji. However, Su Yi planned to have Mo Xiaohong, who had emerged from the villa stronghold, assist Yi Ji. This arrangement would allow Ling Yu's faction to securely control Qi Sha Jun. Following the restructuring, everyone acquainted themselves with one another before disbanding. However, Those at the battalion level and above were required to remain for a continued meeting. The agenda was to discuss the future implementation of a system crucial for Qisha Jun's development. After deliberation, it was decided that, in addition to merit points, soldiers would receive salaries, which could be used to purchase supplies. Ordinary citizens could also earn wages through work to buy necessities. All resources collected by the military organization would belong to the logistics department, while privately collected items could be retained or sold to the logistics department at fair prices. The specifics regarding wages for various positions had yet to be determined, as such matters required meticulous calculations before suitable figures could be provided. These complexities did not concern Su-yi. After the meeting, he returned to rest, as continuous combat had indeed been exhausting. Ling Yu had numerous tasks to attend to, particularly concerning logistics and intelligence, which required her to gather much information. Upon returning to his dormitory, Su-yi was met by logistics personnel delivering new clothing. After taking a shower, he headed to the balcony to light a cigarette before retiring for the night. Given the frequent assaults from mutated beasts at night, he needed to seize every moment to rest. As he arrived on the balcony, Su-yi spotted LV Ran on the adjacent balcony. Lu Ran, wrapped in a bath towel, was sunbathing her delicate undergarments on the balcony. Upon witnessing this, Shu-yi calmly lit a cigarette. Shu-yi, my promise from that time remains valid. When will you come to fulfill it? With a playful wink, Lu Ran teased him. Coughing, Shu was caught off guard by the smoke, leading to a fit of harsh coughs. Are young women these days so bold? No wonder they say boys must protect themselves when going out. I am quite serious. Not joking at all. However, you seem inexperienced like me. Therefore, I don't mind if you practice with Yuejia before coming to fulfill your promise. Unlimited attempts. Valid for a lifetime. After saying this, Lu Ran cast a flirtatious glance at Shu-yi. He stared at her for a few seconds before averting his gaze. This woman was not jesting. She was earnest. Just as Shu-yi prepared to leap over, the voice of Ding Yin interrupted. Ran, what are you and Shu-yi discussing? Why are you having such a late meeting? I've already taken a nap. Ding Yin stepped onto the balcony, and Shu-yi sighed in relief, grateful he hadn't jumped over, as the embarrassment would have been immense. Oh, nothing, just a casual chat. I should head to rest now. You two continue. With that, Shu-yi flicked the cigarette butt and turned back inside. That night, Lin Yue did not disturb Shu-yi, perhaps preoccupied with tasks late into the night. Upon waking the next day, Shu-yi learned that a dozen infected individuals had appeared outside the shelter and were killed by the watchful soldiers with bayonets. If a dozen infected made it past the barricades, there were certainly more lurking in the streets or on their way to the shelter. Realizing this, Shu-yi immediately ordered the bodies of the infected to be brought into the shelter for display. These individuals had grown accustomed to being protected. Without some stimulation, they would find it difficult to pick up arms and fight for survival. In this society, the rampant self-interest was astonishing. Many were unwilling to take risks themselves, expecting others to sacrifice for them. Thus, Shu-yi had mentioned to Lin Yue that many would need to be abandoned. Chapter 60. I do not want to build a manure machine, for many would be reluctant to take up arms while demanding the continuation of previous food supplies. Those unwilling no longer held value for protection. Why should the soldiers of Qisha Jun risk their lives to gather resources for a group of idle individuals? Those of advanced age who could not wield a knife had no choice. Such people should still contribute in their capacity. After having breakfast, Shui proceeded to the open space in front of the shelter and activated the loudspeaker to summon everyone for a meeting. It took nearly half an hour for everyone to gather, given that nearly 130,000 people crammed into the small area. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen that infected individuals have reappeared outside the shelter. They are evolving, and some are now capable of climbing. As Lin Yu's words fell, the crowd erupted in panic. They feared that the infected would storm the shelter. Moreover, our ammunition was rapidly depleting. We could no longer guarantee the safety of shelter. To survive, one must join the Qisha Jun and take up arms. Those wishing to enlist, please step forward to register your information. After saying this, Lin Yue set down the microphone and surveyed the crowd. I, Wan Ran, want to join the Qisha Jun. I want to take up arms. Wan Ran from the villa stronghold was the first to shout, appearing quite eager. Me too. I want to join. Ma Xiaohong raised her hand in time, not wanting to miss this opportunity to display their resolve. Having spent so many days with Xu Yi, they knew he was reliable. Furthermore, they believed they could handle the infected. Therefore, all the individuals from the villa stronghold stood up. These people were all incorporated into the Bojuan. Lin Yue remarked that these individuals from the villa stronghold were trained by her and could be considered her trusted allies. Gradually, more people joined in, but the total still amounted to fewer than 200. Sisters, if you wish to avoid being bullied and toyed with, join me in the Qisha Jun. The infected are not terrifying. Even someone like me can defeat them. Ding Yin suddenly shouted from the crowd. Soon, the girls who had emerged from the school began voicing their support. Before long, a number of women were persuaded to step forward, ready to enlist. Xu Yi scanned the crowd, estimating around 300 to 400 individuals. Most of them would likely become part of the Wen Tuan. Lin Yue silently observed, hoping more would step forward to join the Qisha. However, after several minutes, only a few individuals came forth. Excuse me, Commander. May I ask what will happen to us ordinary people if we do not join the Qisha? A man stepped forward, sincerely inquiring. Had he finally reached his limit? Lin Yue picked up the microphone again and replied, Nothing will happen. This camp belongs to you. The Qisha will soon withdraw. The moment she spoke, the crowd erupted in outrage. How can you leave? You are soldiers. You should protect us. We are merely unarmed civilians, and during this time, we have been working to reinforce the shelter. How can you abandon us and run away? You cowards. No, you cannot leave. You must stay to protect us. By what right do you do this? You have no qualifications. You must protect us. You cannot be so selfish. Everyone, do not be deceived. They are trying to make us cannon fodder. Joining the Qisha is nonsense. It's a trick to lure us out to face those man-eating monsters. Yes. We cannot join the Qisha. They surely have ulterior motives. We must unite. Lin Yue gazed at the crowd, momentarily at a loss for words. Why were these seemingly ordinary people so confident? However, after a moment, they fell silent. Lu Ran had pulled some individuals out of the crowd. Throw them out of the camp. Those who dare to intrude will be shot. Xiu Yi coldly commanded, observing the men and women dragged forward by Lu Ran. The soldiers of Qisha immediately moved in to seize these individuals, preparing to drag them out. This is murder. Do you have no law? Let go of me. You ruffians, do you know who I am? With a series of gunshots, Xiu Yi transformed them into a sieve. Indeed, I am committing murder. But what will you do about it? You have 3 choices. 1. Join the Qisha and take up arms against the infected. 2. Become laborers. 3. Die. Choose wisely. Do not speak to me of morality or law. The words of Qisha are law. If you disagree, you are welcome to step forward and welcome death. Now begin your choices. To the right, become laborers. To the left, join the Qisha. Regardless of age or gender, make your choice within 3 minutes. Those who remain will be shot. The crowd, filled with rage yet unable to express it, hastily made their decisions. Joining the military was not an option for many. Only about 2,000 opted to join the Qisha, while over 10,000 chose to become laborers. Upon seeing this outcome, Lin Yue was at a loss for words. Out of 130,000 people, fewer than 3,000 joined the Qisha. Yet, they had made their choice, and Lin Yue respected their decision. Even at this juncture, did they still cling to fantasies? In truth, they could have been coerced into joining the Qisha. However, Su Yi held a differing opinion. He wished to select a group of volunteers to join the Qisha army. Regardless of the circumstances, with so many individuals enlisting, the total number of the Qisha army had surpassed 3,000, a significant increase from the previous 500. Additionally, there were 300 security personnel in the camp, primarily comprising former special police, regular police, and grassroots government staff. After excluding 123 grassroots government personnel, the remaining 177 police officers and special forces had all joined the Qisha army, becoming Ling Shuang's subordinates. The security personnel would remain in place, as new recruits could be sought later, but not at this moment. Once the registration for the Qisha army was completed, the members would be assigned to 7 distinct regiments, each incorporating 400 new soldiers, with a Wenshu regiment consisting exclusively of female recruits, while other regiments also included a number of female soldiers. Following registration, they would undergo military training. Su Yi had no intention of overseeing these matters. At the start of the registration, he had already departed the sanctuary with Qin Li, Lu Ran, and Ling Shuang, making their way along the river towards the C-11 industrial park, preparing to hunt the mutated beasts within the industrial zone to clear the area for a new sanctuary. Chapter 61. The hunt for mutated fish. The river water had become increasingly clear. Qin Li observed that the water was much clearer than it had been at the onset of the calamity. The absence of human activity had indeed led to a significant recovery of the natural environment. Ling Shuang echoed his sentiments. Qin Li gazed at the river, stating earnestly, "The river channel is still quite wide. Once we reach the confluence, we can dam it up and set sail." The 4 of them began to move downstream along the river. Su Yi carried a rifle on his back. Earlier that morning, he had spent 40 survival points to upgrade 4 straps, which he handed to Ling Yu and the others, facilitating their carry of their combat knives. Qin Li's sword was too massive to be carried conveniently. In fact, he wasn't particularly fond of the oversized sword he had found. It was heavy but lacked sharpness and was not very practical. This weapon had been crafted by a group of anime enthusiasts, not by him personally. He envied the weapons of Su Yi and Ling Yu. Not only were they aesthetically pleasing, but they were also exceptionally sharp. Unfortunately, Su Yi had no immediate plans to upgrade Qin Li's weapon. One reason was that their friendship had not yet reached that level, and the survival points were quite precious. Su Yi had already considered Ling Yu as his own, and he was willing to spend some survival points for her family. Ling Shuang, Lu Ran, and Qin Li also bore rifles. Lu Ran had 2 bayonets on her, which Su Yi had specifically instructed Qin Li to procure for her, as she had previously only possessed a dagger. While a dagger was sufficient for dealing with infected individuals, it would be utterly ineffective against mutated beasts. She had secured the bayonets to her thighs, and with her long legs, the dual bayonets not only appeared cool, but also exuded a unique beauty. Thus, Su Yi couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Lu Ran seemed to notice his gaze and approach him directly. Su Yi, where did you get that armor? Is it a matching set with Sister Yu's? She inquired, eyeing his armor with a hint of envy, for it appeared quite striking. I acquired it from an ancient tomb. Indeed, it is a matching set. Su Yi candidly revealed the truth. It was evident to anyone with keen eyesight that their armors were indeed a pair. An ancient tomb? Your sword is also from there? How fortunate! Lu Ran remarked enviously, her eyes widening at the sight of armor that seemed to possess formidable defensive capabilities. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, their ease reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse, as if the occasional infected emerging in the river was non-existent. Wait, don't move. Suddenly, Su Yi's expression turned serious, prompting everyone to halt. He swiftly drew a combat knife, adopting a defensive stance. With a splash, a shadow emerged from the water, lunging toward Ling Shuang. However, it was slower than Su Yi. He swiftly dodged and positioned himself in front of Ling Shuang, striking with his combat knife. Mutated fish? Everyone was taken aback, astonished to discover such a creature lurking in the river. The fish appeared grotesque and distorted, an alarming sight. Upon hitting the water, it suddenly launched a barrage of water balls towards them. What kind of ability is this? Qin Li exclaimed, astonished that the mutated fish could attack them with water balls, which struck painfully. At that moment, Lu Ran sprang into action, pursuing the mutated fish. With her 2 military bayonets, she continuously thrust and began assaulting the creature. Soon, the water was stained red. Utilizing her speed advantage, Lu Ran managed to slay the mutated fish. Su Yi retrieved the fish from the water. It was quite large, roughly the size of a small pig, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds. Its fins had become razor-sharp, resembling blades, and its body was riddled with wounds, likely numbering in the hundreds. One could not deny Lu Ran's impressive capabilities. Su Yi severed the mutated fish's head and extracted a transparent brain pearl from within, handing it to Lu Ran. According to the regulations of the Qisha army, whoever hunted the mutated beast would claim the brain pearl as their own. Thus it rightfully belonged to Lu Ran. Is this the brain pearl? Lu Ran inquired curiously as she received it, gently squeezing it to find it somewhat soft, encased in a layer of pliable gel. Su Yi handed the body to Qin Li, stating, indeed. It seems the mutated fish's ability allows it to launch water balls at targets. Such a power should be quite rare. As an evolver, you should be able to acquire this ability. The power to control water. It truly resembles the extraordinary abilities depicted in movies. Lu Ran gazed at her own eyes wide with disbelief. Her own abilities were rather weak. Her physical strength was insufficient, making her prone to severe injury if struck. Additionally, her speed could only be sustained for about 10 minutes, after which she required 2 hours of rest to recover. This was her secret, known only to herself, as she could not reveal her vulnerabilities to others. She was aware that evolvers could gain the abilities of mutated beasts, but she had not anticipated obtaining a brain pearl so soon after joining the Qisha army. Cautiously placing the brain pearl from the mutated fish into her clothing pocket, Lu Ran intended to consume it that evening. An additional ability would provide her with another means of survival. She was quite fond of the notion of controlling water. There shouldn't be many mutated fish, right? Ling Shuang glanced at the mutated fish carcass on Qin Li's shoulder, finding it somewhat disgusting. However, the flesh of mutated beasts was remarkably savory, not only delicious, but also extremely palatable. Su Yi sheathed his combat knife, remarking, it's hard to say. If there are many, we can obtain more brain pearls and the meat of the mutated fish, which will be beneficial for us. After all, its strength is not formidable, considerably weaker than that of mutated rats. Qin Li wholeheartedly agreed with Su Yi's perspective. While the water ball attacks were painful, they were not fatal. At that moment, sounds emerged from both banks of the river. Su Yi noticed infected individuals suddenly appearing on both sides of the riverbank and remarked, the blood here must be exceptionally enticing, attracting numerous infected. Fortunately, the railings along the riverbank are quite high. Su Yi, how did you detect the mutated fish earlier? We were completely oblivious. Lu Ran expressed her curiosity about how Su Yi had sensed the presence of the mutated fish, as they had been happily conversing without noticing anything unusual. It was a kind of instinct, a feeling of impending danger. Perhaps it is the ability of the mutated rat king. Rats are typically very alert, Su Yi explained. In truth, he had not fully comprehended the abilities of the mutated rat. He sensed that it was not merely one power of chi manipulation. There might be additional capabilities yet to be discovered. Therefore, He intended to thoroughly investigate the powers he had acquired after establishing the new sanctuary. Chapter 62. The cargo ship laden with rice, the blood of the mutated fish, flowed downstream with the river, incessantly attracting the infected to the riverbank. Fortunately, the guardrails were sturdy. Otherwise, the infected would have surged into the river, blocking the waterway. Additionally, with continuous dilution, the impact diminished significantly. The four individuals continued to move downstream, at times walking, at others drifting, maintaining a swift pace. After 2 hours, they arrived at the confluence of two small rivers. Let us scout downstream to determine where it would be best to block off the river. One suggested, it is preferable to do so ahead of time. The downstream river was significantly larger, previously frequented by fishing boats. Further along, it became even livelier as another river merged, flowing directly toward the sea. There would likely be more fish downstream, possibly an abundance of mutated fish. After all, due to pollution, live fish were scarce in the river they currently occupied, making the rarity of mutated fish understandable. However, it was uncertain what awaited them further downstream. They might encounter a plethora of mutated fish. As they advanced, a discovery awaited them. A yacht, a stranded yacht. Lu Ran exclaimed with excitement. Let us disembark and walk along the riverbank. The water here grows deeper. Su Yi remarked as he made his way to the river's edge. Although a few infected lingered near the bank, they posed a negligible threat to Su Yi and his companions. Upon reaching the shore, Lu Ran darted forth. Within a minute, the infected along the riverbank fell to her prowess, leaving none standing. She swiftly returned to Su Yi's side. Captain Lu's abilities are formidable. Thankfully, we are allies. Otherwise, it would be quite terrifying. I suspect only the leader could contend with Captain Lu, Qin Li observed, his gaze filled with apprehension. Should Lu Ran acquire another ability, she would become even more challenging to confront. He had gained a significant advantage after obtaining the mutated rat's armor ability, while Lu Ran remained a pure evolver. Once she consumed the mutated fish's brain pearl, her strength would undoubtedly surge. Lu Ran merely smiled slightly, offering no explanation. However, Su Yi surmised that Lu Ran could not use her abilities without limit. Much like Qin Li and Ling Shuang's armor abilities, there were time constraints. Yet, as their strengths grew, they could extend the duration of their powers. In Su Yi's view, the potency of a supernatural ability depended more on the individual wielding it than on the ability itself. If Ling Shuang's armor could defend against all attacks, she could remain invincible, outlasting her opponents. The four soon approached the yacht. Several infected remained trapped aboard, and Ling Shuang swiftly ascended, using her tang knife to decapitate 3 infected individuals. Does anyone know how to operate this? Yi inweeded, as he was not proficient unless he wished to use a sign-in opportunity to acquire driving skills. I can. I learned while in the military, Qin Li replied confidently. As a special forces operative, he was adept in both aerial and aquatic environments. During the calamity, he had served as an instructor for the troops, and his devoted students were part of the 7 Kills army. After placing the carcass of the mutated fish aboard the yacht, Qin Li pushed the vessel back into the river. Once aboard, he inspected the yacht and successfully started the small sightseeing boat. Excellent with this yacht. Once we effectively block the river, we could traverse between locations with ease. The river widens significantly downstream. It is better to block it about 50 to 60 meters from the confluence, Qin Li concurred, finding Su Yi's suggested location suitable. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Leader, should we scout downstream for other vessels? Yes. Let's explore downstream and teach me how to navigate. Su Yi expressed his desire to learn the art of yacht operation. The basic maneuvers were relatively simple, particularly in these stable waters, akin to driving a car. As Qin Li began instructing Su Yi, they set off downstream. After a brief journey of 10 minutes, they spotted another vessel, this time, a small cargo ship, laden with goods and also stranded along the bank. Qin Li maneuvered the yacht closer and leaped aboard the cargo ship. Leader, we have struck gold. It's rice, he exclaimed excitedly after inspecting the cargo. In the apocalyptic world, food was the most valuable commodity, all else paled in comparison. With hunger as a constant companion, there was little room for other pursuits. Hearing Qin Li's words, Su Yi's face brightened with joy. Ling Shuang, join Qin Li. I will attempt to get the yacht moving. As Ling Shuang leapt onto the cargo ship, Su Yi began his attempts to reverse the yacht. Successfully backing away, he adjusted the steering and proceeded forward. With Qin Li and Ling Shuang having dealt with the infected in the cockpit, they checked the power situation of the cargo ship, confirming that all was well. They pushed the cargo vessel back into the river. Were it not for their formidable strength, the two would never have accomplished this feat. After returning the ship to the water, they swiftly leaped back onto their yacht to keep pace with Su Yi. Su Yi, they are following us. Lu Ran urgently alerted. Su Yi immediately increased speed. As both vessels entered the shallow waters upstream, they ran aground. They leaped into the water, searching for large stones nearby to create a makeshift barrier in the narrow section of the river. With their considerable strength, they hurled nearby concrete blocks and large stones into the riverbed, successfully blocking the flow. This form of obstruction would not raise the water level significantly, as the current could still pass through the gaps, but it would prevent both vessels from drifting downstream. This had been their primary objective. They never expected to completely seal the river within an hour with just the 4 of them. After completing the blockage, they set their sights on moving upstream to another river. If all went well, they would reach the nearest steel mill within half an hour. 10 minutes later, they heard sounds resembling gunfire nearby. This indicated the presence of survivors, likely armed and possibly military or police personnel. The 4 hastily disembarked and approached the source of the gunfire. Chapter 63. Those worth saving. They rushed to the entrance of a factory, where a dense crowd of infected loomed outside. Over 20 individuals stood atop the surrounding wall, firing frantically. It was evident that these were starving individuals, gaunt and emaciated. Clad in military uniforms, they were unmistakably soldiers. These individuals had evidently refrained from resorting to cannibalism, or they would not have appeared so frail. Furthermore, their fighting spirit remained strong. Such individuals would be a tremendous asset to the 7 Kills army. Thus, Su-yi resolved to rescue them. Search for food nearby. I will charge in, Su-yi declared, advancing towards the infected. Su-yi, be careful, Lu Ran called out, following closely behind Qinli. Upon Su-yi's arrival, the gunfire ceased as the soldiers were taken aback by his ferocity. His dual blades danced through the air, causing the infected to fall in droves. Commander, am I hallucinating? An ancient warrior is cutting through the infected as if they were mere vegetables. A soldier turned to glance at his company commander beside him, incredulously uttering, "Is it really true?" The commander, trembling with excitement, parted his parched lips and exclaimed, No, it's true. Someone has fought their way in. Brothers, hold on. Help is on the way, just hold on." He shouted back, his eyes brimming with tears. After enduring so many days, hope finally flickered on the horizon. Such a fierce individual must surely carry some provisions, right? They had managed to survive on the water from the factory for so long, but they were truly nearing their limit. Su-yi charged ahead, battling fiercely until he reached the base of the factory's wall, then swiftly climbed to the top. Inside lay over 100 emaciated souls, clearly starved and exhausted. Without hesitation, Su-yi retrieved food and milk from his storage space, even if it exposed his ability. He did not care. Quickly distribute the food. Each person gets a box of milk and a bag of bread, Su-yi commanded. At that moment, those on the wall finally came to their senses. Hurry, help, the commander urgently called, then leaped down. Those who can still move, come forward for food. 1 box of milk and 1 bag of bread per person. No one may take more or eat excessively. It could be fatal. Su-yi shouted as he swiftly opened the milk crates. The bedridden individuals heard his words and opened their eyes, incredulous. Food? Am I dreaming? Someone is giving us milk and bread? Forget it. Even if it's a dream, I must eat, they thought, feeling famished. Discipline. What are you all doing? No snatching. Have you forgotten your own identity? Form an orderly line. Most began to crawl towards Su-yi. He lifted a crate of milk and a crate of bread, delivering them to those unable to move. Minutes later, the only sounds that reached his ears were those of swallowing and chewing. Su-yi felt profound admiration for these individuals. They had endured for days on nothing but water and still maintained their will to fight and their discipline. Though they ate quickly, none took more than their share. Their current condition did not permit overeating, for too much could burst their stomachs. In mere minutes, they finished the milk and bread. "Thank you, hero, for saving our entire company. We owe you our lives," said Lu Tao, kneeling on one knee before Su-yi. They knew all too well that without Su-yi's timely arrival, they would have perished from starvation. The water in the factory had been completely consumed, and there had been no rain during this time. They could not bring themselves to consume the flesh of their comrades. They would rather end their own lives than resort to such horror. Rest for now. There is no rush, Su-yi reassured them, setting aside more food. He then retrieved a walkie-talkie and began calling for Qinli. Since he had revealed his storage space, he might as well gather others to assess the factory situation. Linyu was already aware of his ability, so it mattered little if more knew. Su-yi had grown strong enough to protect himself, no longer needing to guard against others as he had at the beginning. Upon receiving Su-yi's instructions, Qinli and the others promptly abandoned their search and swiftly made their way to the mechanical parts factory, scaling the walls to meet Su-yi. "Major Qin?" the commander called out, testing the waters upon seeing Qinli. "You are Lu Tao?" Qinli immediately recognized him. Qinli informed them of our situation. "We will inspect the factory for any usable resources," Su-yi instructed as he departed with Ling Shuang and Lu Ran. "Where did you find so much food?" Lu Ran inquired with curiosity. "If there were food nearby, those people wouldn't be too weak to stand," she reasoned. "One of my abilities grants me a storage space of several cubic meters. The food is from there," Su-yi explained. "Wow, spatial abilities? That's remarkable," Lu Ran exclaimed, her eyes widening. "So that's how it is," Ling Shuang thought, realizing why Su-yi could seemingly conjure items at will. "ISNT, your speed impressive too? Will you mark it?" Glancing at Lu Ran, his gaze involuntarily drifting to her long legs. He wondered whether her long legs were a result of her speed ability, or if her speed had caused her legs to become so elongated. It seems each evolver possesses unique abilities. I have speed, Qinli has strength, and you have space? Lu Ran observed, convinced that Lin Yu had known of Su Yi's power long before. To her, possessing a storage space in the apocalypse was equivalent to wielding a divine artifact. In the hands of anyone else, such an ability might not have saved the soldiers, nor would it have garnered their gratitude or loyalty. Yet, Su Yi could provide food at will, alleviating their plight. While others feared being trapped, he had no such worries, for he could access sustenance whenever needed. Moreover, he could store powerful explosives in his space, allowing for stealthy ambushes where others would remain unsuspecting. The more she pondered, the more she felt that possessing a storage space was an overwhelmingly advantageous ability, enabling feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, Lu Ran's gaze towards Su Yi grew ever more fervent. Chapter 64, Approaching the Steel Factory. These mechanical parts must be steel. We can repurpose them to forge steel bars for weapon crafting, Ling Shuang remarked, surveying the various sizes of steel blocks within the factory with delight. Su Yi nodded in agreement. These materials could indeed be remelted to create weapons. After all, they could no longer acquire other raw materials. And once the supplies from these steel factories were exhausted, that would be it. Constructing a steel wall required substantial materials, so the more steel they could find, the better. They circled the premises, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. This area was merely a production workshop filled with manufacturing equipment and materials. Beyond that, there were only warehouses and administrative offices, both devoid of anything valuable. Consequently, Su Yi and the others returned near the main entrance. Most of the individuals lay on the ground, still too weak to rise. Upon seeing Su Yi return, Qinli promptly approached him. Boss, it's settled. They are willing to join our 7-kill army, but only under the breakthrough core. Su Yi understood that these individuals felt gratitude for the food that had saved their lives. However, he had not taken command of the 7-kill army. The leader of the breakthrough core was Su Yi's partner. The others had no direct ties to him, leading them to choose the breakthrough core. Su Yi pulled out a cigarette, lit one, and glanced at Lu Tao, saying, "Fine, then they shall join the breakthrough core. I have no objections. What is your situation? When did you arrive here, and how much ammunition remains? If they had sufficient ammunition, they could clear out the infected nearby. We estimate just over 1,000 rounds left. Not much remains. We are from the Airborne Division, dispatched here at the onset of the disaster to deal with a monster. However, we never encountered any monster, only to be trapped by the infected in this factory, resulting in the loss of over a dozen comrades. There should be other survivors nearby. We occasionally hear explosions, likely caused by ordinary people, as we Haven T heard gunfire." After hearing Lu Tao's report, Su Yi's gaze fell upon the excavated grass, speculating that they had initially survived on foraged vegetation. "You should keep these bullets for self-defense. Once you regain your strength, move to the office building over there. Qinli must have communicated with you that our Qi Sha Jun is preparing to relocate here. Therefore, for the next few days, you should rest and recuperate. You have walkie-talkies, right? Please leave one behind. We will take the rest for now." After speaking, Su Yi produced several boxes of instant noodles and a dozen cases of milk. These provisions should suffice for 2 to 3 days. With over 100 individuals, the consumption is indeed substantial. The conditions here are far from ideal, as there is no water or kitchen facilities. Otherwise, Su Yi could have provided some rice for the new members of Qi Sha Jun. After attending to these matters, Su Yi departed with Lu Ran and the others. They needed to find a largest steel company, Yin Tiangang Taichung, a place capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people without difficulty. They had to assess the situation within Yin Tiangang Taichung, eliminate any infected individuals, and incinerate the bodies. Should any mutated beasts appear, they must also be dealt with. "Thank you, boss. With such ample provisions, we should be able to regain our combat effectiveness in 3 to 5 days. Right, brothers?" Lu Tao turned to glance at his comrades. They had been prepared to face death, but unexpectedly, Su Yi descended like a savior. "Yes," the crowd shouted in unison. Observing these stalwart men, Su Yi was moved. "Rest well. I will return in a couple of days to bring you more food." He then leapt over the wall, disappearing from their sight. They struggled to rise and saluted the exterior with a military gesture, lingering for a while before lowering their hands. After breaking free, they swiftly plunged into the river, as they still needed to travel a considerable distance. The land was teeming with infected individuals, numbering in the tens of thousands. Charging through was feasible, but it would deplete their strength. If they encountered a mutated beast midway, it would spell disaster. After more than 20 minutes, Su Yi and his group halted. "Boss, we have reached the designated location. We are only 3 kilometers away from Yin Tiangang Taichung." Qinli glanced at the military navigation device on his arm and reported the situation. Su Yi retrieved a pink box, revealing the figure of a pink drone upon opening it. "A drone. Boss, you actually have a drone. That's fantastic. We were in such a rush when we left that we didn't grab one. If we had, it would have been much more convenient. Qinli was somewhat excited, as the drone's utility for reconnaissance was invaluable. Su-yi smiled faintly, activated the pink drone, and instructed it to ascend. Ling Shuang observed the drone taking flight and remarked with a hint of regret, "This commotion is quite significant. It could easily attract attention. I remember there is a silent model set to launch this year. Our military has received a batch of newly commissioned silent drones as well, but regrettably, our base has been overrun by mutated beasts." Otherwise, Qinli shared her sentiment of disappointment. With their current capabilities, they were unable to venture to the base to gather supplies. Mutated rats and mutated fish were relatively weak among the mutated beasts. This was partly due to their originally smaller sizes and lack of ferocity. In contrast, mutated carnivorous animals were far more terrifying. The last time Qinli faced a mutated dog, had it not been for its injuries and the assistance of a tank, he would have had no chance against it. Thus, when encountering a mutated cat, he decisively chose to retreat, fully aware of his limitations. Moreover, the mutated beasts in the outskirts and wild were even more formidable. He had witnessed a mutated wild boar larger than an elephant, effortlessly demolishing buildings. The animals in urban areas were inherently limited, even in parks. One would find only a handful of small creatures like mice, squirrels, and weasels, with no possibility of encountering any ferocious beasts. Aside from rats, the majority of urban wildlife consisted of pets, cats and dogs, alongside some snakes, turtles, and lizards. Furthermore, not every animal would mutate. If they did, humanity would have long been extinct, as the sheer number of mutated rats alone could have decimated the human population. It appeared that there were indeed survivors within the steel factory, and quite a number at that. They had fortified the walls, indicating that they had found the right place. Su-yi observed the scenes displayed on the remote screen, noting some of the internal conditions of the steel factory. "Yes, they have already spotted our drone." Su-yi noticed someone looking up, prompting him to further advance the drone to assess the interior of the factory. Chapter 65. Someone controls the mutated dog. Su-yi discovered individuals inside beginning to wave their arms, prompting him to zoom in and examine their condition. Though they appeared emaciated, their plight did not seem dire. They likely had some food, albeit limited. Suddenly, the image shook. Someone must have attacked the pink drone. However, the drone's emergency evasion feature allowed it to avoid the strike. Su-yi then saw someone aiming at the drone and discovered they were using slingshots. A group of people wielding slingshots continuously launched attacks. Su-yi maneuvered the pink drone to retreat to avoid their assaults. Suddenly, he spotted a mutated dog of considerable size, akin to a cow, lying on the ground. Two individuals were seated upon it. Wait, are they controlling the mutated dog? Qin Li's eyes widened in shock. A mutated dog can be controlled by humans? That individual must be an evolved being capable of commanding mutated beasts. Such an ability is astonishing. Qin Li felt overwhelmed. Considering the immense strength of mutated beasts, he believed Su-yi was powerful, yet doubted he could single-handedly take down a mutated dog. Su-yi zoomed in for a closer look and was taken aback to find a couple engaged in an intimate act atop the mutated dog. The man utterly absorbed, while the woman appeared to be in agony. Shameless. Ling Shuang's face flushed with indignation, prompting her to kick the ground, splashing water everywhere. Clearly, the individuals within were not virtuous either. Perhaps they had resorted to cannibalism. Su-yi directed the drone away from the scene and began to survey other areas. He then observed a group beating the previously gesturing individuals, compelling them to continue working. Were they digging a tunnel? Qin Li noticed they were transporting dirt, and numerous mounds were nearby. Su-yi zoomed in further and stated, "Indeed, they're digging a tunnel. They likely intend to excavate to another location in search of food. This is a clever strategy. The tunnel probably has many individuals passing soil. Perhaps this is not their first excavation, as there are quite a few dirt mounds." As Su-yi prepared to check other factory areas, he suddenly saw individuals lifting someone from the tunnel. They brought this person directly before the mutated dog, which promptly bit into him. He is still alive. How can they be so inhumane? Ling Shuang's sense of justice flared, and she could not help but kick again, sending water splattering. It seems that these individuals are not benevolent either. They may have feasted on their own kind. Su-yi directed the drone away from the overhead view and began to move toward other positions. Yin Tiangang Tai Chong covers an area of 90,000 square meters, approximately 135 acres. It is not only a steel company, but also a semi-closed micro-society. Once, over 20,000 people lived here, featuring dormitories, schools, hospitals, supermarkets, and various shops. Such a place in the apocalypse serves as a natural sanctuary, as it is enclosed and isolated from the outside world. Su-yi estimated that there were likely several thousand survivors inside, with the leader being the one who could control the mutated dogs. The distance was too great to fly the drone any closer. Su-yi reluctantly prepared to retrieve the pink drone, as he had no intention of revealing his trump card just yet. One must always retain some secrets. Let's find a place to rest, prepare some lunch. and then assault the steel factory this afternoon. Sue glanced at the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and they had yet to have lunch. This residential area is only 300 meters away from us. Although there are some infected individuals inside, they are negligible. Sue swiftly identified their target, a quaint old residential complex nearby. The complex was modest, comprising only 5 buildings, each a mere 7 to 8 stories tall. Judging by the circumstances, it appeared devoid of any survivors. Thus, they proceeded towards the complex. Along the way, they encountered several infected individuals who posed no challenge to them. Wherever they ventured, clusters of infected individuals fell before them. Although the infected had grown slightly stronger than before, they remained no threat to these extraordinary individuals, especially when their numbers barely reached 1,000. Within a few minutes, Sue and his companions entered the complex and approached one of the buildings. It seemed that no one had yet scavenged resources here. The door was still intact. "Let me handle this. This type of lock is quite easy to open," Li cheerfully remarked, sensing the potential for resources within. Li was specially trained and equipped with tools. In mere seconds, he effortlessly pulled open the door. Inside, 2 infected individuals lunged at them, but collapsed before they could get close. Lu Ran acted swiftly, denying the infected any opportunity to advance. Li then dragged the corpses of the infected outside. Upon entering the kitchen, Sue found it well equipped. He turned on the gas stove, which was still functional. He took out the meat of a mutated rat king, preparing to cook. "Allow me. I am quite adept at cooking. If you don't mind, you can assist." Lu Ran volunteered, seizing a chance to earn goodwill. "No, I will handle it. You two can rest," Ling Shuang interjected, eager to keep an eye on Sue in the absence of Ling Yu. After all, her relationship with Sue was not yet solidified, and she wished to prevent Lu Ran from encroaching on that bond. Lu Ran was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed formidable strength, rivaling and perhaps even surpassing Ling Yu. It was prudent to avoid giving her and Sue any opportunities for solitude, as unforeseen circumstances could arise. Sue dismissed these concerns and walked directly into the living room. Li searched the house and found a few packs of cigarettes and some alcohol. "Boss, take these. There's nothing else of value," he suggested, knowing Sue had a storage space for such items. Cigarettes and alcohol had become luxuries in this post-apocalyptic world. In the future, there would be no more grains to brew alcohol or land to cultivate tobacco. Sue took a pack of open cigarettes, tossed one to Li, and stored the rest in his storage space. "Boss, shouldn't we rally more troops to attack them? Just the 4 of us?" Li asked, lighting a cigarette. After all, the steel factory housed many survivors, and the number of evolved beings and extraordinary individuals there remained unknown. Given the uncertainty regarding friend or foe, Li felt that additional manpower was essential. While ordinary individuals might be of little use, the presence of 6 other extraordinary beings would significantly enhance their odds. Sue flicked the ash from a cigarette and replied, "There's no rush. Let's first gauge their strength. This afternoon, I will probe them while you wait outside for support. Generally speaking, eliminating that mutated dog should resolve the issues within. I have some confidence in my abilities, even if I cannot defeat the mutated dog. Escaping should not pose a problem." With Suyi's decision made, Li fell silent, understanding that his role was to execute orders. This made things easier for him, requiring little contemplation. After a while, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Unable to resist, Sue peeked in. Although it was merely the meat of a mutated rat, Lu Ran had worked her culinary magic. She had not only prepared a soup, but also stir-fried meat slices with some pickled vegetables she found in the fridge. Additionally, she had made a delicious braised dish from the mutated rat meat. "Dinner is served," Lu Ran and Ling Shuang announced as they brought the dishes out of the kitchen. "It smells divine. Not only is team leader Lu beautiful, but her cooking skills are remarkable. Who will be fortunate enough to win her affection?" Li remarked, glancing at Sue. However, aware of Ling Yu's presence and with Ling Shuang standing nearby, he refrained from stating it outright. Though unspoken, the implication was unmistakable. Sue remained silent, picking up his chopsticks and eagerly starting to eat. "This is exquisite. The culinary skills are extraordinary, even surpassing those of our unit's cooks," Li exclaimed after tasting the meat. The flesh of the mutated rat king was significantly more nourishing than that of ordinary mutated rats. He felt invigorated after just one bite. After finishing all the mutated meat and rice, they still felt somewhat unsatisfied. As their strength increased, so too did their appetites, a conundrum they currently could not address. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness would diminish. This was also why Sue had not rushed to the steel factory. Only when fully nourished could they maintain peak performance. After their meal, Sue instructed Li to pick locks as they scoured the complex. He focused on collecting rice and flour, along with 2 samurai swords he discovered in one household, which appeared quite sharp. Unless Sue used survival points to upgrade them to super alloys, they would quickly degrade. He stored them in his storage space, as Li found the swords too light and unwieldy. What he truly desired were axes or hammers, more robust weaponry. After securing the steel factory, he could begin forging such weapons. Of course, for convenience, knives and swords were easier to carry and had a minimal impact on mobility. You two stay on the balcony here while I go probe the situation, Su-yi decided, as this position allowed him to observe the periphery of the steel factory with binoculars. His choice caused Lu Rand to furrow her brow in concern. Su-yi, do you truly not need us to accompany you? If we go, we can at least clear a path for you, conserving some of your strength. Ling Shuang added seriously. Indeed, if we go together, we can provide support from the outside. Here, we can only watch from a distance and offer no assistance. Qinli glanced at the infected outside and lamented. If only we had personal flying equipment. Unfortunately, we didn't bring any. Otherwise, I could fly directly to the steel factory and bypass those infected below. Since Su-yi had made his decision, there was no need to persuade him further. Moreover, with two beautiful women already attempting to convince him, it seemed unnecessary for a rugged man like him to add his voice. Personal flying equipment? Su-yi's eyes brightened at the thought, and the image of Iron Man's armor flashed through his mind. With a mere thought, a line of text appeared before him. You may use 1 million survival points to upgrade your armor to Iron Man suit. Damn, 1 million? This system is ruthless. Where am I supposed to find 1 million? Su-yi mentally lamented before preparing to lower his demands and reassess the situation. You may use 100,000 survival points to upgrade your armor with basic flying capabilities. What the heck? Even that costs 100,000? Forget it. I give up. Su-yi completely abandoned the idea, finding the upgrade costs absurdly prohibitive. Currently, his points were limited. A quick glance revealed. Survival points, 5701 sign-in count. 3. 5,000 points seemed substantial, but the cost of upgrading to higher-tech items was daunting. Su-yi realized that while survival points were needed for upgrading materials, the price for enhancements with technological aspects was exorbitantly high. This indicated that knowledge equated to wealth? Bah! System, are you mocking me for being academically challenged? Qin Li and his companions arrived at the balcony, extracting their binoculars to observe the situation at the steel factory. Su-yi, wielding dual blades, dashed out of the community and headed towards an alley. He aimed to conserve his stamina, thus maintaining his combat effectiveness at its peak. The number of infected individuals in the alley was relatively sparse, making it easier to engage if necessary. Moreover, Su-yi was adeptly maneuvering over the heads of the infected, akin to a master of ancient martial arts employing lightness skills. His strength, jumping ability, speed, reflexes, and balance were all exceptionally robust, enabling him to effortlessly tread upon the heads or shoulders of the infected. This skill was learned from Lingyu. Initially, Su-yi presumed it would be challenging. However, upon leaping over the infected, he discovered it was rather straightforward. He felt that any evolved or superhuman being could achieve this feat at their current stage. The infected were still quite weak, with poor reflexes and sluggish movements. To Su-yi, they resembled mere wooden stakes, albeit with varying heights. The personnel at the steel factory quickly noticed Su-yi and began to attack him with slingshots. Donning the hood of his armor, Su-yi charged forward. Too indifferent to evade, his armor seemed capable of absorbing a part of the impact. The steel balls striking him did not elicit pain. Of course, if necessary, Su-yi could utilize his air manipulation ability to create a barrier of air around him to deflect the steel balls. However, he had yet to fully master this ability, having no time to practice. Currently, those attacking him within the steel factory were armed with slingshots. These slingshots possessed considerable power. Su-yi observed steel balls piercing directly into the foreheads of the infected. The inability to kill them likely stemmed from insufficient force. Su-yi swiftly reached the perimeter wall of the steel factory, vaulting over it to enter the premises. He possesses superpowers, informed the leader. Someone shouted loudly, realizing that Su-yi was an evolved being with extraordinary strength. In Chapter 67, Duel with the Mutant Dog, without awaiting a report from the other side, Su-yi charged directly towards a mutant dog. The creature appeared to sense Su-yi's presence, growing agitated. Don Lu, what are you doing? Stop that. If you continue, Daddy shall become displeased, the man on the mutant dog admonished, firmly patting its neck. Leader, a person with superpowers has invaded. Someone with a walkie-talkie exclaimed. The invasion caused panic. Calm down, what's the fuss? It's merely some weakling with a bit of superpower. My Dong Lu has dealt with such individuals before, he said, stroking the mutant dog's head. Good Dong Lu, kill that ignorant weakling, and your strength will increase. With that, he slid off the mutant dog. After all, he was just an ordinary person. While the mutant dog fought, he had to keep his distance and hide. His mutant dog possessed formidable combat prowess. Keep watch. Once the battle concludes, notify me. He then embraced two naked women, retreating into the factory to conceal himself. Unrestrained, the mutant dog immediately perked up, bounding forward towards Su-yi. Mutant beasts favored consuming other mutant beasts, evolved humans and mutants, as it would enhance their own strength. At that moment, on the balcony of the nearest community to the steel factory, 3 individuals were observing with binoculars. The mutant dog had moved, likely having detected Su Yi and was heading in his direction. That mutant dog looks ferocious. Can Su Yi handle it? Ling Shuang expressed her concern. Though she had acquired the ability of the mutant rat, she doubted her capacity to defeat a mutant rat in a one-on-one confrontation. The combat strength of mutant beasts was formidable. Even with a super alloy Tang Dao in hand, she might not gain the upper hand against a mutant rat. This mutant dog was significantly stronger than a mutant rat. Before they could approach, alarms blared throughout the camp. Those stationed on the walls evacuated, seeking refuge. Soon, the ground was devoid of people. Observing this, Qin Li furrowed his brow. This was undoubtedly troubling, indicating that the mutant dog might possess some form of extraordinary ability capable of executing widespread attacks. He had previously dealt with a mutant dog whose combat strength, while fearsome, could be worn down gradually. Let us go support the boss. The situation with that mutant dog may be different. Qin Li decisively chose to descend. Lu Ran and Ling Shuang followed without hesitation, both worried for Su Yi and eager to assist. Let's also attempt to traverse over the infected's heads, avoiding a bloody battle. Once downstairs, Lu Ran remarked before leaping onto the heads of the infected. At this height, it was not difficult for them. Upon jumping, Lu Ran found it easier than she had anticipated. Initially somewhat unsteady, she quickly grasped the technique. Qin Li faced more difficulty. His agility was somewhat lacking. Furthermore, his weight likely exceeded 300 pounds, making it challenging for the infected to bear his strength. With a powerful thrust of his legs, the infected would topple. However, he could utilize this method to navigate atop the infected's heads. As long as the distance was not overly great, he could move successfully. As they approached the steel factory, Su Yi had already encountered the mutant dog. Su Yi noted that everyone within the factory was hiding, yet he remained unfazed. A growl akin to that of a Tibetan mastiff emanated from the mutant dog as it lunged at Su Yi, attempting to bite him. However, awaiting it was Su Yi's dual blades. Such formidable defense and robust muscles. Su Yi had initially believed that he could effortlessly sever the mutant dog's forelimbs with his vibranium battle blade. To his surprise, he was mistaken. His blade merely left 2 wounds on the mutant dog's leg, failing to sever it. The injury elicited a couple of pained howls from the mutant dog, which then began to attack frantically. Its speed was astonishing. Had Su Yi not possessed the dragon step technique, he would surely have been bitten. A creature of such size was surprisingly agile. Su Yi rapidly evaded while continuously slashing with his dual blades, inflicting numerous wounds on the mutant dog. Its defensive strength was indeed formidable. Even wielding a divine weapon, he struggled to gain a significant advantage. Of course, had he been using an ordinary blade, inflicting wounds would have been exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, the mutant dog barked, and Su Yi felt as though struck by a cannonball, sent flying. Was that an acoustic attack? Su Yi rubbed his ears, his head ringing. The mutant dog unleashed another acoustic assault, sending him flying once more, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Without hesitation, Su Yi retreated. The power of this acoustic attack was overwhelming, and he was currently ill-equipped to withstand it. "Oi!" Ling Shuang shouted as she saw him emerge. "We need to go at sound waves." Before Su Yi could finish, the mutant dog barked again behind them. The tremendous sound, accompanied by terrifying sound waves, surged towards Su Yi and his companions. Ling Shuang and the others were violently thrown back, utterly unable to resist. "Split up," Su Yi urged, grasping Ling Shuang's hand. Lu Ran, being swift, would undoubtedly escape. Qin Li not only possesses extraordinary abilities, but is also an evolver, significantly stronger than Ling Shuang. Thus, it is Ling Shuang who is in dire need of Su Yi's salvation. The mutated dog harbored no intentions of letting them escape, continuing its relentless assault. However, Su Yi and his companions were unwilling to engage, as they currently lacked the means to defend against the creature's sonic attacks. At that moment, Su Yi comprehended why the individuals within the steel factory chose to hide. Failure to do so would render them vulnerable to the creature's onslaught. It was evident that Su Yi had become the target of the mutated dog, which had chosen not to pursue Qin Li or Lu Ran, but rather fixated on Su Yi and Ling Shuang. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ran turned back to confront the mutated dog, believing her speed would allow her to strike its throat before it could unleash its sonic attack. However, she grossly underestimated the creature's ferocity. Before she could approach, the mutated dog had already detected her and unleashed a deafening roar. Although this roar was relatively softer and less powerful, it nonetheless sent Lu Ran hurtling through the air. Chapter 68. Repelling the mutated dog with a gasp, Lu Ran found herself atop a wall, spewing blood as the assault had injured her lungs. The infected outside erupted into chaos, as the blood of evolvers and those with extraordinary abilities incited them further, imbuing them with greater energy. She glanced back, noticing that the mutated dog and Su Yi had vanished at the street's end, their whereabouts unknown. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely followed in their wake. "This way." The boss and the others are running this direction. Qin Li been closely monitoring Su Yi's movements, aware that Su Yi intended to draw the mutated dog away to protect them. The principle of reciprocity guided Qin Li's life. Taking risks should not fall solely upon Su Yi. The two swiftly pursued that direction, anxious not to fall behind Su Yi and Ling Shuang. Please put me down. I assure you I'm fine, Ling Shuang said, her cheeks flushed as she looked up at Su Yi. An indescribable feeling welled within her. Being held by a man evoked memories of her father and brother in her childhood, blending a sense of safety with complex emotions that captivated her. Yet, reason reminded her that this man was her niece's guardian. She could not allow Su Yi to hold her like this. Hold on tight. I'm heading upstairs, Su Yi advised as he spotted a building. All right, Ling Shuang replied, clinging tightly to him as their bodies pressed together. Su Yi leaped to the second floor, kicking open the door with a powerful kick before rushing inside. The mutated dog followed suit, yet its large frame became stuck. The creature paused at the building, likely realizing that their leader had entered. Qin Li noticed the mutated dog on the second floor and immediately halted. Over there, let's head to that building. Lu Ran pointed toward a distant structure. Qin Li nodded, swiftly stepping atop the shoulders of the infected as he made his way toward the building Lu Ran indicated. Su Yi retrieved a long and used crossbow, taking aim. Ling Shuang was released, and she raised her weapon to fire. They observed as the crossbow bolt embedded itself in the mutated dog's flesh, while the bullet merely punctured its surface. With a crash, the mutated dog lunged into the building, attempting to bite Su Yi, but was met with the sharp edge of Su Yi's blade. After rapidly firing 2 arrows, he unsheathed his sword and aimed for the creature's head. Seizing the moment before it could unleash a sonic attack, Su Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes. Utilizing his swordsmanship skills, he delivered nearly 100 thrusts within a minute, stripping the flesh from the dog's face. It was terrified. The mutated dog quickly retracted its head and bolted back into the street, colliding with numerous infected as it fled toward the steel factory. Su Yi refrained from pursuing. Having sustained injuries from the sonic attack, to chase now would be unwise. Boss, how are things on your end? Are you all right? Qin Li's anxious voice crackled through the intercom. All is well. I have repelled the mutated dog. I sustained minor injuries, nothing serious. What about you? Su Yi glanced at Ling Shuang, noticing her flushed face. We're fine. We'll be there shortly, Lu Ran responded. That's a relief. Stay safe, Su Yi concluded, pocketing the intercom. He approached Ling Shuang, placing his hand on her forehead as he inquired, Have you been injured? Is it a burst capillary on your face? No, not at all. Ling Shuang jumped back, startled. In that moment, Su Yi realized why her cheeks were flushed. It was embarrassment. Wasn't she supposed to be a straightforward person? How could she feel shy? Su Yi rubbed his chest, feeling the lingering effects of the sonic attack. The power of that ability was formidable. If it could be mastered, it would be unparalleled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glanced towards Lu Ran and Qin Li, who were approaching from a distance. Ling Shuang had suffered little due to her distance from the attack. Initially, she had merely been knocked back, landing awkwardly, although her backside ached. She felt too shy to rub it. I wish we could acquire multiple abilities. If so, humanity would not be at a disadvantage, she lamented. Su Yi nodded, agreeing with her sentiment. If individuals could harness multiple abilities, humanity could indeed turn the tide against the infected and mutated beasts. Unfortunately, it seemed they were limited to a single ability. Yet, that may not be the entire truth, for they had only just begun to explore the potential of the mutated creature's brain pearls. Perhaps they had yet to grasp the true intricacies of these pearls. If they could acquire enough pearls, Su Yi could begin experimenting to see if he might gain multiple abilities. Additionally, whether the mutated dog possessed a brain pearl within its head remained an open question. Lu Ran, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Su Yi inquired upon her entrance, recalling her attempt to attack the mutated dog and witnessing her being thrown back by its sonic attack. Lu Ran smiled sweetly at Su Yi, assuring him, I'm fine, just a slight shock. It won't affect me. Su Yi exhaled in relief. Noticing the motorcycle helmet she held, his eyes brightening. The most vulnerable target during a sonic attack is the head. Eyes and ears can bleed, and repeated assaults could lead to deafness or blindness. Wearing the helmet would likely mitigate some of the sonic damage. It seemed the mutated dog's sonic assault, much like your armor, had limitations in terms of duration or frequency. While my own strength is commendable, it is the sonic attacks that pose a challenge. With this helmet, I should be better equipped, Su Yi thought, taking the helmet into his possession. He would not allow Lu Ran to take any risks, as her abilities were still inferior to his. Everyone has sustained minor injuries. Let's rest. You should have noticed that our self-repair capabilities are quite robust, Su Yi said, preparing to ascend the stairs in search of a room to rest, while also hoping to scour the building for supplies or perhaps a chance to sign in. After all, he still had 3 opportunities to sign in. If a suitable location could be found, his strength could rise once more, ensuring greater confidence in facing the mutated dog the following day. Chapter 69. Lu Ran's new ability within the confines of the building. Su Yi and his companions found little of value, only discovering some loose grains of rice. After selecting a room, Su Yi promptly laid down on the bed. It is during rest that one's self-healing abilities are at their peak. Ling Shuang was in the adjacent room, and it was uncertain whether this was a deliberate choice. Lu Ran and Su Yi had procured some mutated meat, preparing to utilize the brain pearl of a mutated fish shortly thereafter. She felt her strength was insufficient to aid Su Yi, and she lacked even the opportunity to fight alongside him. This situation was intolerable for Lu Ran. In the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Without power, one is destined to be manipulated. Only by acquiring formidable strength can one pursue their desires. She yearned to seize her destiny in her own hands. With increased prowess, she could seek out her parents, her family, even if they were no longer present. She longed to return, for otherwise, her heart would remain in perpetual unrest. After simmering some mutated beast meat in a pressure cooker, Lu Ran retrieved the brain pearl of the mutated fish. She placed it in her mouth and bit down. A warm current surged into her stomach and spread throughout her body. The pain was indeed intense, as if her bones and flesh were being torn apart. This torment lasted nearly an hour, and once it subsided, the meat in the pressure cooker was also ready. Lu Ran hastily began to eat, and only after her hunger was satiated did she regain some strength. Her skin was covered with a dark, muddy layer. This condition had not been mentioned by Su Yi. Searching through the wardrobe for clean clothes, Lu Ran made her way to the bathroom. After half an hour of washing, she stood before the bathroom mirror. To her astonishment, her skin had become noticeably more delicate, prompting her to touch and admire her reflection. She appeared more enchanting and aesthetically pleasing than before. She had not anticipated such a second metamorphosis. This brain pearl was truly extraordinary. Delighted with her transformation, Lu Ran focused her thoughts, and the water in the basin began to coalesce into a small sphere that floated upwards, swirling around her. She realized she could create more and envelop a target, potentially suffocating them. While her offensive capabilities were currently inadequate, this did not diminish the promise of her newfound ability. With proper utilization, it could yield remarkable results. Lu Ran was exceedingly content with her powers, recognizing that her water manipulation technique could continually evolve into novel offensive strategies. After donning her clothes, Lu Ran felt slightly awkward with her new, larger figure. However, she believed Su Yi would surely appreciate this change, as men tend to favor larger attributes. She quickly descended to the lower level, eager to see if Su Yi had awakened. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted Su Yi standing on the balcony, smoking. She approached him, asking, "So, have you mastered any abilities?" Su Yi, sensing her presence, deduced it was Lu Ran. "Water manipulation," she replied, leaning against the balcony and tilting her head to glance at him. Upon seeing Lu Ran, Su Yi's pupils involuntarily contracted. Her transformation was significant. The brain pearl could enhance beauty and physique. The changes in Lu Ran's figure were striking, making it impossible for Su Yi to overlook. Yet, he wondered why Ling Yu and Ling Shuang had not experienced similar alterations. Was it possible that only those who evolved could undergo such transformations? Indeed, much like Qin Li, whose physique had drastically shrunk, appearing significantly more normal than before. Su Yi felt a twinge of envy towards the evolved individuals, recognizing their advantages. Without the system, he would have been unable to compete with them. Unfortunately, the number of evolved beings was exceedingly limited. Could one create something from nothing? Su Yi was curious whether Lu Ran could conjure water from thin air. Not entirely from nothing, she clarified. There is moisture in the air, and I can condense it. However, it is quite challenging. As she spoke, Lu Ran extended her hand, her fingers twitching. After a few minutes, a tiny droplet of water materialized. "This is my limit," she said, slightly breathless. "It truly demands a lot of energy." "That's a commendable ability," Su Yi reassured her. "I believe our powers can be honed through consistent practice, allowing us to grow stronger." He continued, "Do you feel that using this ability leaves one particularly drained? Not physically, but mentally?" Lu Ran quickly nodded. Having just experienced such a sensation, Su Yi shifted his gaze from Lu Ran's figure, continuing his analysis. "This ability is likely linked to our energy, or perhaps our mental fortitude. We could refer to it as spiritual energy or telekinesis. It should be something we can cultivate, utilizing this ability to enhance both its duration and potency." Lu Ran wholeheartedly agreed. Her cheeks flushed as she responded, "I find your reasoning compelling. The concept of telekinesis is intriguing. The stronger our telekinesis, the more powerful our abilities. Henceforth, we should consistently employ our powers to elevate our telekinesis." "Excellent. When we next contact the military, we should share this intelligence. I wonder if any among them have acquired extraordinary abilities." Su Yi flicked the ash from a cigarette, greedily inhaling the air. He detected a faint, fragrant aroma, likely emanating from Lu Ran. Perhaps it was a transformation resulting from her absorption of the brain pearl of the mutated fish, a change she might not even realize. The two conversed on the balcony for a time, and soon Ling Shuang joined them. Below, the infected congregated, their heads tilted back in a grotesque display. Above, the three shared laughter, creating a stark contrast. All right, it's getting late. We should prepare dinner. Ling Shuang concluded their pleasant exchange and urged Lu Ran to accompany her to the kitchen. Lu Ran's culinary skills were impressive, and Ling Shuang wished to learn a thing or two. Su Yi observed the time remaining before dusk, deciding to venture outside to scout for a suitable location to sign in. There's a community hospital over there. I'll check it out and return shortly. Ling Shuang's head peeked out from the kitchen, inquiring, shouldn't you bring Qinli along? No need. Only the infected are outside, and they pose no threat to me. Oyi replied confidently. Clad in armor, he was assured that even if he stumbled into a horde of infected, he would remain unscathed. Just be careful and return quickly, Ling Shuang cautioned, feeling an inexplicable unease that she could not quite articulate. Chapter 70. Signing in at the community hospital without mutated beasts. The infected posed little threat to Su Yi. By the time they reacted, he had already reached his destination. The infected here seemed quite agitated, Su Yi noted, observing their excitement. This typically indicated the presence of survivors within the hospital. He leaped down, drawing his dual blades. With swift, precise strikes, heads flew as his prowess with the blade sharpened. This was a testament to the skills he had acquired from the 7 kills technique, which he had successfully integrated into his swordsmanship. Su Yi realized that the system provided merely the fundamentals. True strength required relentless learning and training to continually enhance one's abilities. After dispatching the infected at the hospital entrance, Su Yi charged inside and secured the glass doors. Without electricity, these automatic doors could not open or close on their own. Once he pushed the doors shut, he effectively isolated the outer infected. He then raised his firearm, ready to shoot. With no one else around, Su Yi felt free to utilize his weapons without reservation. With each precise shot, an infected individual collapses, succumbing to the power of the firearm. Hunting down these infected proves immensely gratifying, as one can eliminate 100 in mere minutes. Su Yi, while reflecting on this, diligently reloads his weapon. The magazine he possesses is limited, accommodating only 100 rounds, and he has chosen to carry a modest supply, primarily due to the scarcity of ammunition within the Qisha army. Su Yi is also reluctant to reveal his ability to upgrade nail gun ammunition to rifle rounds using survival points. With 10 survival points, he can enhance 100 nail gun rounds into rifle ammunition. Thus, he decisively expends 100 survival points, resulting in a substantial upgrade to 1,000 rounds. Alternating between 2 firearms allows for the barrels to withstand such rapid fire. Soon enough, the 500 to 600 infected in the hall are thoroughly eradicated. Hello, are there any survivors inside? I have cleared the infected outside. Su Yi knocks on the door, aware that this area is particularly swarming with infected. This location houses a rescue room. Yes, there are people. Wonderful. Someone has come to save us. It must be the military. An excited voice responds from within, suggesting that the speaker is of considerable age. Following this, sounds of items being moved can be heard. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi circles the hall and approaches the medication room. This area serves as a preparation space for nurses, a sort of storage room for injections and medicines. System. Sign in. Su Yi's purpose for visiting the hospital is to complete his sign-in. He feels that this location warrants his attempt. Ding. You have obtained a rapid recovery potion. Survival points, 100. Upon hearing the notification, Su Yi's eyes brighten. The rapid recovery potion enables swift healing of injuries. Even severe wounds can be treated expeditiously. Such a valuable item feels akin to an extra life. No wonder it grants 100 survival points. Upon exiting the medication room, the door to the rescue room swings open. Oh, so many infected. The hall is overrun. It's terrifying. A nurse cautiously peeks out, her face a mask of fear, followed by several others who also emerge. Su Yi is taken aback to find more than just 1 or 2 survivors inside. Have you consumed human flesh? Yes. You are the one who saved us, having slain so many infected. Is it just you? A male doctor, appearing to be in his 40s and clad in a white coat, struggles to believe that Su Yi single-handedly dispatched such a multitude of infected. Indeed. How many survivors are there? How have you endured this time? Su Yi notes their relatively healthy appearance, prompting his skepticism. There are 7 of us. 2 doctors and 5 nurses. A woman in her 30s quickly responds. We have survived on glucose and other nutritional injections. Do you have food? We haven't eaten in quite some time. A nurse gazes longingly at Su Yi. Had he not appeared, their energy-supplying injections would have soon run out. I have a box of snacks. Let me fetch it for you. With that, Su Yi turns back to the medication room, retrieving a box of snacks from his storage space to offer to the survivors. Doctors and nurses are vital for any shelter, as injuries are inevitable when hunting infected. In such moments, medical professionals are indispensable. Su Yi inspects the area, finding no corpses or remains. indicating that they have indeed refrained from cannibalism. Such individuals maintain their principles and are worthy of salvation. Please eat. I shall explore other areas to see if there are more survivors. Su-yi states before heading toward the pharmacy. In the hall, there are two pharmacies, one for traditional medicine and the other for Western medicine, each separated and functioning as distinct spaces. Both doors are ajar, revealing numerous scattered medicines within. Su-yi steps into the Western pharmacy, preparing to sign in first. System. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received a basic body enhancement potion. Survival points, 30. A basic body enhancement potion? I did not expect to acquire this from the pharmacy. Su-yi had anticipated receiving a rapid recovery potion, but was surprised by the basic enhancement potion instead. This item holds less significance for him, as he has already utilized an intermediate enhancement potion. However, he could bestow this basic potion upon others if he so chooses. It is likely suitable for ordinary individuals, but for evolved beings like Lu Ran or Qin Li, it would likely hold little value. Ling Yu and her companions. Not being evolved, merely gained abilities from the brain pearl, so it may have some effect on them. After all, the primary function of the brain pearl is to grant them capabilities, while bodily enhancement is a secondary benefit. The enhancement potions rewarded by the system differ significantly. Su-yi's previous use of such a potion rendered him stronger than Ling Yu after she acquired her abilities. Hence, he believes the basic body enhancement potion would be suitable for Ling Yu. Moreover, at this moment, he is only willing to grant it to her. Su-yi exits the Western pharmacy and enters the Eastern pharmacy. With no markings indicating a sign-in, he surmises that he can register here. Curiosity piqued. He wonders what reward awaits him. System, sign in. After mentally reciting this, Su-yi awaits the outcome. Ding, you have obtained 1 Pei Yuan Dan. Survival points, 80. Pei Yuan Dan. Su-yi's pupils constrict. He did not expect to receive this. He has previously consumed Pei Yuan Dan, which significantly enhanced his strength upon absorption. This item is even more potent than the basic body enhancement potion. Additionally, taking it now would still yield effects. Furthermore, the last time he signed in, he received a Pei Yuan Dan for 70 survival points, and now it has increased by 10. The same applies to the basic body enhancement potion. The survival points gained have also risen. Does this imply that as his strength increases, the value of these rewards escalates as well? After contemplating, Su-yi promptly retrieves the Pei Yuan Dan and swallows it whole. With this Pei Yuan Dan, Su-yi's strength is certain to experience another enhancement. After consumption, he feels a warm current flowing through his abdomen, an exceptionally pleasant sensation. He glances at the light screen to check his data. Survival points, 5,771 sign-in attempts. 0 his sign-in attempts reset once more. Yet Su-yi has only explored the first floor of this hospital. Exiting the Eastern Pharmacy, he returns to the rescue room. The patients have not eaten anything, and they are quietly discussing amongst themselves. Upon noticing Su-yi's presence, they immediately fall silent. Why aren't you eating? Are you concerned about the food? Su-yi directly inquires. The female doctor adjusts her glasses and quickly explains, No, it is just that we have been using acid suppressants, and we cannot consume a large amount of food at once. Su-yi nods, remarking, Indeed, a true professional. Stay here. I will explore upstairs to see if there are any other survivors. Let us accompany you. We can be of assistance, the male doctor offers, grabbing a steel pipe fashioned from a handheld 4-pole. Su-yi smiles slightly, satisfied. Very well. Such an attitude is essential for survival in the apocalypse. My name is Luo Ding. What is yours? Luo Ding tightens his grip on the steel pipe as he steps out of the rescue room. The others follow suit, arming themselves similarly. Oui, my name is Zhang Yuan, and these are my companions, Li Xiaoxia, Zhao Wan, Yi Ping, Yi Lulu, and Sun Xuanan. Allow me to introduce the nurses of varying ages beside me. Su-yi glanced over. The oldest appeared to be in her 40s, while the youngest seemed to be a newcomer in her internship, as indicated by the label. It is imperative to remain silent, regardless of circumstances, for the infected are particularly sensitive to sound. Furthermore, if an attack is necessary, aim for the infected's head, as this is the sole method to eliminate them. Su-yi added, after some contemplation, the bones of the infected have become brittle. With sufficient force, you could pierce their skulls with a steel pipe. Having said this, Su-yi drew his combat knife and proceeded towards the staircase. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, you shall open the door. The door to the stairwell was shut, secured by a wooden stick. Behind the door, a series of clattering noises indicated the presence of infected individuals. Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances and stepped forward to unlock the door. As the door opened, the infected inside were caught off guard, allowing Su-yi to swiftly enter and dispatch them with precision, severing their heads as one would chop vegetables. Within a minute, dozens of infected lay beheaded at the staircase entrance. Su-yi, are you alone? Do you have no companions? Zhang Yuan, picking up on the hint, quickly approached Su-yi and whispered her inquiry. I do have companions, but they are stationed at the municipal government. You must hold your ground in this hospital for a while. My people will gradually establish a new sanctuary at the steel factory. Su Yi explained while ascending the stairs, cutting down any infected that attempted to approach him. Are there no survivors at Yingang? Zhang Yuan inquired, her shock evident. Her husband was among those at Yingang, and she had been eager to gather information but hesitated, fearing Su Yi's demeanor. However, having tested the waters, she realized Su Yi was open to communication and pressed on. Yes, there are likely a few thousand people, but they're under control. For now, I cannot take that place. Even if we resolve the situation inside Yungang, they may not have the courage to emerge and clear the infected from the streets. If you wish to leave here, you must wait until the main force of our 7-kill army relocates here. At that time, we will cleanse the nearby districts. Su Yi then charged onto the second floor. The fire door was closed, and the corridor within swayed with infected, though the door was locked from the inside. Su Yi was undeterred. With a powerful kick, he broke it open. Witnessing his strength, Luo Ping's eyes widened. Su Yi, how can you be so strong? Su Yi continued his assault while explaining. You may not be aware that humans have evolved. Those who have evolved possess immense strength. Additionally, animals can mutate into monstrous beasts. Some of these mutated creatures develop brain pearls that grant humans extraordinary powers, transforming them into superhumans. Su Yi's words sparked interest among the medical staff present. Outside, the infected posed a threat, yet in Su Yi's presence, they seemed utterly powerless. Naturally, the staff yearned to harness such power, for with it came the right to survive. Su Yi cleaved his way through, discovering that the entire outpatient department had fallen, with no survivors remaining. However, a few had perished in the examination rooms, their bodies distinct from those of the infected. The corpses of the infected resembled dried husks, resisting decay, while the human bodies were prone to decomposition. Su Yi then led them to the third floor. The third and fourth floors belonged to the laboratory, where the infected were fewer. On the fifth floor, in the pediatric ward, they encountered numerous infected children. After a thorough sweep, they still found no survivors. The sixth floor was the obstetrics ward, connecting to another building, which housed the inpatient department. However, the passageway door had been shut, indicating that the building they occupied was now devoid of infected, all having been dealt with by Su Yi. As dusk approached, Su Yi resolved to leave. Is there a blood bank here? He inquired before departing. Blood could serve as bait to attract the infected, allowing for efficient cleansing of streets. If large machinery were available, deep pits could be excavated to lure the infected in and bury them. Plasma would serve as an excellent lure. Chapter 72, with the Hound God present. What is there to fear? Happy New Year. No, we are merely a community hospital without a blood bank. Only a small supply of emergency plasma stored in a blood storage room on the basement level. It has its own power supply, and the plasma should still be usable. Upon hearing Luo Ding's information, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you shall remain here. Tomorrow, I will deliver some supplies to you. Additionally, I will return for the plasma. If all goes smoothly, I will attempt to lure the nearby infected away with it. With that, Su Yi descended the staircase. Luo Ding and the others exercised restraint, not attempting to persuade Su Yi to stay. They returned to the lobby and locked the door to the emergency room. Having spent considerable time there, they were confident in the door's resilience. Su Yi exited the hospital, dispatching a throng of infected as he closed the glass doors behind him. One cannot deny the quality of glass produced in this country. It rivals that of China on Earth. Su Yi then leapt atop the heads of the infected, swiftly making his way towards the building where Qin Li and the others were located. After a short while, he successfully entered the premises. Boss, how did it go? Are there survivors in that hospital? Qin Li asked with concern, for the 7-kill army had only 5 medics, and he hoped some medical personnel had survived to join them. As Su Yi entered, he replied, 2 doctors and 5 nurses survived. They have sustained themselves with various nutrient solutions and are in decent condition. Furthermore, their mindset is positive, making them suitable for joining the 7-kill army. I have yet to inspect the inpatient department. There may still be survivors there. Once we secure the steel factory, we will search the inpatient department thoroughly. At that moment, Ling Shuang emerged with dinner. Su Yi, go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. After the 4 shared their meal, they discussed the tasks for the following day. Su Yi would continue to hunt mutated dogs, while Qin Li and Ling Shuang would search for materials suitable for blocking the waterways. LV Ran, possessing speed abilities, would provide agile support, swiftly arriving to assist Su Yi or Qin Li when needed. They then retired for the night, not requiring a watch, as they were all highly alert. Should any intruders dare approach, they would respond quickly. Moreover, Su Yi doubted anyone would possess the audacity to invade. As they rested, a factory within the steel plant remained brightly lit. Due to the clean energy transformation, many factories now had their own photovoltaic power systems, ensuring a steady supply of electricity. Yingang, too, boasted its own photovoltaic system with ample power supply. The face of the mutated dog was stitched with threads to prevent its skin from peeling away. Now, the entire head of the mutated dog had swollen, resulting in a significant transformation in appearance. It emitted a low whimper, appearing quite pitiful. Beside it stood a man, gently stroking the creature's neck, offering solace. Master, those individuals seem to be evolved beings, all remarkably powerful. What should we do now? Indeed, they managed to escape successfully and even injured our hound god. If they attack again tomorrow, what shall we do? With the presence of the dog god, what is there to fear? We, the adherents of the dog god, need not concern ourselves with those so-called evolvers. The dog god has triumphed over them once, and it shall do so again. Any other evolvers attempting to seize this place will simply be devoured by our dog god. Indeed, our dog god is invincible. At that moment, the man referred to as the leader pressed his hand down, and the nearly 100 individuals in the factory fell silent. Impatiently, he inquired, "How is the tunnel excavation progressing? Have we reached the riverbank yet?" Immediately, someone responded, "It will be done soon, within 2 days at most." 2 days? That is far too long. We must reach the riverbank by tomorrow. Issue a strict order for them to work tirelessly day and night. Once the tunnel is complete, we can escape to Jiangshin Park, which will be our domain. The river is abundant with fish, alleviating our concerns regarding food. During this period, he had been taking his mutated dogs to fish in the river. Otherwise, the people in the steel factory would have long since run out of supplies. Venturing elsewhere to gather resources was perilous for him. The river, however, offered relative safety. Although mutated fish resided within, they posed no threat to his mutated dogs and would not provoke them. He had already blocked the bridge leading to Jiangshin Park and cultivated rice there. Once the tunnel was completed, he could relocate the steel factory workers and resources to Jiangshin Island. Though Jiangshin Park was not large, it could comfortably support thousands of inhabitants. Do not remain idle. All of you must go and dig the tunnel. Anyone caught slacking will be fed to the dog god. His words sent a shiver through everyone present. These mutated dogs required a human to consume each day. Thus, they hastily departed the factory, ready to commence their labor. Once they had all left, the leader seized 2 women and indulged himself once more. His name was Jia Ximping, an ordinary man who had previously idled away his days at the steel factory, living off his parents' pension. Apart from being lazy, he was also rather unattractive. And at the age of 40, he had yet to find a wife. Who could have anticipated that amidst the global catastrophe, his dogs would transform into mutated creatures, remaining as loyal as ever? In this way, Jia Ximping turned his fortunes around. With the aid of his mutated dogs, he gathered a multitude of workers, establishing the dog god sect. Each day, he required the company of several women, indulging in fleeting encounters without repetition. Some of these women were willing, while others were coerced by their families. Those unwilling were compelled to work, digging tunnels in exchange for food. Though insufficient, it was enough to stave off starvation. Despite the world's collapse, some individuals maintained their principles, unwilling to sacrifice their dignity for mere survival. However, many others became Jia Ximping's vicious dogs, joining him in tormenting former colleagues and abusing their wives and daughters. Those who entered the underground tunnels had no intention of genuinely working. They merely feigned compliance while capturing women previously toyed with by Jia Ximping for their own amusement. In truth, they held Jia Ximping in contempt. Though envy simmered beneath the surface, they too longed for a powerful, mutated dog, enabling them to act without restraint. By night, the seemingly tranquil world concealed countless sordid affairs. Chapter 73. The Frenzied Mutated Dog. The following morning, Su Yi awoke to find Lu Ran had prepared breakfast. Not only did she cook porridge from mutated rat meat, but she also made fried meat strips. Such a meal was a first for Su Yi since the apocalypse. It was not just him. Qin Li and Ling Shuang praised the breakfast as well. After their meal, Su Yi and the others rested briefly before Ling Shuang and Qin Li commenced their actions. Su Yi observed from the balcony, wishing to assess the situation within the steel factory. He noted that the workers continued to excavate the tunnel and transport earth. They used wheelbarrows to remove the soil from the tunnel, but it was unclear where the tunnel led, as the guards on the wall were absent today. Lu Ran, standing behind Su Yi, curiously remarked, "We will soon find out. I will take care of that mutated dog." With that, Su Yi donned his helmet and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground, he made his way toward the steel factory. As he entered, he immediately heard the howls of the mutated dog. It was agitated, clearly frightened. Su Yi chuckled coldly, not rushing into action. The mutated dog was evidently intimidated by him, panicking upon detecting his scent. The louder the barking, the more timid the creature often was. Many animals tend to bluff in such a manner. Su Yi sprinted toward the tunnel's exit, where he encountered a worker and pressed his knife against the man's throat. "Where does your tunnel lead?" "To the river. The new excavation is directed toward the river." A worker replied earnestly. The news of Su Yi's incursion into the steel factory had spread among them. "The river? Oh, you idiot," puzzled. "Why dig toward the river?" "Jiangshin Park. Our leader wants to take us to Jiangshin Park. He claims it is safe there." In an instant, Su Yi understood. He recalled visiting Jiangshin Park with his classmates during his university days. Spanning a few acres, it could easily accommodate thousands of people. However, Sui believed Jiangxing Park was not a safe haven. If mutated beasts grew stronger, the mutated fish would soon attack the park as well. Are there other routes? Oyi Josua Li Ingweeded. Yes, there's one leading to the nearby community, Yuntian Yueguang. Sui sheathed his blade and released the worker. This man was merely a victim. There was no need for harm. The mutated dog continued to bark, but Sui was unsure if it was employing sonic attacks. The distance made it difficult to ascertain. He decided not to wait any longer, as the Peiyuan Dan in his abdomen needed combat to accelerate absorption. Additionally, as long as he could protect his head, he was not overly concerned about his physical injuries. He possessed a rapid recovery potion that would restore him instantly. Thus, he merely needed to endure the mutated dog's sonic attack, after which it would meet its demise. Now, Yua, what on earth are you doing? Jia Shunping snapped. Having just been roused from dreams of becoming the ruler of the world, surrounded by thousands of beautiful women, he was irate, just as he always was when disturbed. Suddenly, the mutated dog turned and bit Jia Shunping's arm, severing it entirely. Jia Shunping was initially stunned. You're my dog. How can you bite me? I am your master. The next moment, as he stared at the blood gushing from his severed arm, excruciating pain consumed him. Several women screamed upon witnessing Jia Shunping's arm bitten off by the mutated dog. It hurts so much. You wretched dog, how dare you bite me? You dare to bite me. I will. The mutated dog flicked its tail, sending Jia Shunping flying. Then, it bolted away, sensing the danger posed by Sui. It had intended to intimidate Sui with its barking, hoping he would flee. However, it did not anticipate Sui would return to the steel factory. Jia Shunping had struck it, igniting its fury and unleashing its primal instincts. Stop. You belong to me. You cannot run. Jia Shunping shouted, fully aware that without the mutated dog, he was nothing. He attempted to pursue, but the mutated dog had already dashed out of the factory. Sui observed as the mutated hound charged forth, instinctively tightening his grip on the battle knife, preparing to engage in a fierce confrontation. However, to his astonishment, the creature did not lunge at him. Instead, it veered off in another direction, fleeing. Momentarily taken aback, Sui quickly pursued it. The mutated hound posed the greatest threat within this steel factory. Eliminating it would render the remaining challenges trivial. Lu ran, proceed directly into the factory. The mutated hound has fled. Call Qin Li to take control of the factory while I pursue the hound. Regardless of the circumstances, the hound sustained injuries yesterday, and its retreat today indicates it recognizes its inability to contend with me. It is highly probable that its sonic attacks have yet to fully recover. I must seize this opportunity without hesitation. The creature may possess a brain pearl, and its sonic capability is formidable. I cannot afford to let it slip away. If I miss this chance, I may never encounter it again. The hound darted swiftly, escaping the factory and heading towards the park. Sui, undeterred by its speed, kept pace while simultaneously firing shots. As long as he could disrupt the hound's velocity, he deemed the expenditure of ammunition worthwhile. Suddenly, an explosive crash echoed as the hound was tripped, colliding into a storefront, its body partially embedded within. Seizing the moment, Sui sprinted forward. Just as the hound prepared to bolt again, Sui leaped beside it, striking down at one of its hind legs. The sharp blade of his knife cleaved into the hound's bone, eliciting a piercing howl as it turned to snap at him. Oyi deftly evaded, soaring upwards to deliver a kick to the hound's head, readying his knife for another strike. The hound jumped in retaliation, colliding with Sui. In the air, Sui was momentarily caught off guard, but he remained unscathed. As the hound lunged at him again upon his landing, Sui positioned his dual knives before him. Springing towards the creature, he aimed for its neck, knowing that a wound there would significantly diminish the hound's threat. Suddenly, the hound emitted a sharp bark. Unleashing a sonic attack, Sui's body was hurled backward as if struck by a cannon, crashing through a glass door and landing inside the shop. Fortunately, his helmet provided some protection. Nonetheless, he felt disoriented, his ears ringing as he staggered outside. With one of the hound's hind legs injured, its speed had considerably diminished, allowing Sui to quickly catch up. His own speed remained unaffected as he focused on the previously wounded leg, delivering a powerful slash that severed it completely. The hound howled in agony, turning to bite at Sui, but it was met with the unyielding blade of his vibranium knife. One of its eyes was pierced by his right blade, while the left severed its nose. The hound, now desperate, continued to thrash, its hindquarters pressed against the ground, front legs propping up its body, eyes gleaming with malice as it lunged at Sui, but its bites met only air, with its leg severed. The hound's fate was sealed. Sui circled behind the hound, launching attacks against its body. As the number of infected individuals in the vicinity grew, Sui found himself with insufficient space to maneuver. He attempted to store the hound in his storage space, but living creatures could not be contained. Additionally, he noticed the infected were consuming the hound's flesh, their sharp claws tearing off chunks to devour. Gradually, Both Su, Yi, and the hound shifted their focus to the infected. Su, Yi aimed to exhaust the hound through the infected, planning to claim its corpse once it had perished. A warm current from the nourishing pill in his abdomen continuously replenished Su, Yi's strength, and he felt his power slowly increasing. Soon, he cleared a substantial area, and the hound lay on the verge of death, overwhelmed by the infected, emitting mournful cries. Su, Yi charged forward, dispatching several infected before leaping onto the hound, delivering a decisive strike that severed its head, which he then stored in his storage space along with its body. Suddenly, Su, Yi noticed the infected becoming more agile, one even evading his attack and fleeing. Could it be that consuming the mutated beast's flesh enabled them to evolve rapidly? This was troubling news. Su, Yi wielded his dual blades against the infected, realizing that if they gained strength from the hound's flesh, they could not be allowed to survive. As he fought, he observed that they indeed differed from the others. Their movements were less rigid, and their attacks significantly stronger. Nevertheless, they were not overpowering, and within a matter of minutes, Su, Yi eliminated them all, save for the one that escaped, which he could no longer track. It would require slaying thousands of infected to eradicate every last one, a daunting task for a single individual. Thus, he opted to leave the street, confident that even if one grew as formidable as the hound, he could still defeat it. However, this incident made Su, Yi acutely aware of the increasingly dire challenges that lay ahead for humanity. It was imperative for people to grow stronger, otherwise, the crises they would face in the future would become insurmountable, making survival ever more difficult. After a brief interval, Su, Yi returned to the interior of the steel factory, where a multitude of workers had gathered, some emerging from the tunnels. He approached the crowd, holding the hound's head aloft. Its massive size, akin to that of a cow, weighed several thousand pounds. Though Su, Yi possessed considerable strength, lifting such a heavy object proved challenging, and he preferred not to reveal his storage space in front of ordinary people, making the head a suitable trophy to display. He tossed the hound's head to the ground and removed his helmet. "Boss, you are incredible. You took down such a powerful mutated hound," Qin Li exclaimed, astonished by Su Yi's swiftness in resolving the threat. "Was that the bite of the hound on your arm?" Su Yi glanced at Jia Xinping, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Indeed, he was the hound's former master, a man notorious for his misdeeds, having abused many women and used workers to feed the hound. Ling Shuang spoke through gritted teeth, "Then let us kill him." Su Yi regarded the situation indifferently and replied, "Do it." Without hesitation, Ling Shuang drew her knife and plunged it into Jia Xinping's chest. "I offer you all a chance. Anyone among you who followed this scoundrel and abused workers, step forward. Those who have wronged women, come forth as well. Those who step forward may have a chance to live. Those I expose will meet only death." As Su Yi's words echoed, several individuals crumpled to the ground, while a few silently stepped forward. They have become adversaries to the ordinary workers. Failure to step forward guarantees exposure. At that juncture, there would be no room for retreat, and death would be inevitable. These four individuals do not appear to be benevolent figures. Their capability to slay the mutated hounds indicates that their strength surpasses that of the beasts. If they cannot contend with the mutated hounds, one can only imagine their chances against the even more formidable evolved beings. Stepping out presents a flicker of hope for survival. Thus they resolve to seize this opportunity. A countdown of 10 seconds ensues, initiated by Su Yi, who is evidently dissatisfied with the pace of these individuals. No sooner had Su Yi uttered his command than numerous figures surged forth from the crowd. These four are not known for their mercy. To them, killing a man is akin to slaughtering a chicken, without a flicker of hesitation. "Excellent," Su Yi mused with a slight smile, addressing the throng. He continued, "You may commence your denunciations, naming those who have wronged you since the onset of the apocalypse. Remember, it must be post-apocalypse. Previous grievances do not count." As soon as Su Yi concluded his statement, several individuals from the crowd collapsed, clearly those harboring a sense of luck. Chapter 75, Decisive Measures. The order to kill was executed without a hint of hesitation. Qin Li entered to drag the culprits out, personally delivering their demise. Such tasks were not to be left to Su Yi. Allowing him to intervene would be a gross dereliction of duty. Spare me, I was wrong. Grant me another chance," pleaded one among the crowd. Yet, Lu Ran seized him, swiftly ending his life. Another voice rose, accusing. "He tormented my 7-year-old daughter." In response, more voices emerged from the crowd. "I did not. I truly did not after the apocalypse. I've been digging daily, how could I?" The leader stipulated that only post-apocalyptic actions count. The individual hastily defended himself. "You too, step aside. Scum should congregate with scum." Su Yi suppressed the urge to kill him, directing him to a different area. The removal of such scoundrels is straightforward. It is far more beneficial to leave the arduous tasks to them. Working them to death would be ideal. With the current desolation, a multitude of hands is needed. The steel mill is equipped with numerous forklifts and loaders. but they were initially employed to transport steel and reinforce the walls, exhausting their fuel. To get them operational again, one must gather gasoline and diesel. You continue digging the tunnels. Anyone daring to slack off will be executed. Su-yi ordered these individuals to commence tunnel excavation. Reaching the water's edge is indeed a commendable plan, as it would alleviate the urgency of clearing the infected from the streets, allowing the Chisha army to directly access the steel mill from the riverbank. Once the scoundrels entered the tunnels, Su-yi selected a dozen individuals who evidently bore grudges against them to supervise. With these individuals overseeing, the scoundrels would have no chance to slack off. Well, that issue is resolved. Now, on to the next matter. Su-yi surveyed the surroundings. Excluding the recently dealt with 264 scoundrels, over 3,000 survivors remained. They appeared gaunt, indicative of their recent hardships. Food must be quite scarce. What sustenance have you been consuming during this time? Su-yi had already dispatched Lu Ran and Qin Li to investigate nearby, seeking signs of cannibalism among them. We have been subsisting on fish and rice porridge. One meal a day, a middle-aged man stepped forth. Though visibly anxious, he struggled to maintain composure. Where did the fish come from? Oyisu uintet. Catching fish in these times is no easy feat. It is the hound god. No, it is that monstrous dog that leads its master to fish at the island in the river, catching hundreds of pounds at a time. The employee cafeteria has several large freezers filled with fish caught from the river. Additionally, there are some rice reserves stockpiled by our factory, as well as other supplies, all hidden by those scoundrels. They must be aware. Su-yi glanced back at Ling Shuang, instructing her, go check it out. Ling Shuang promptly complied. She too did not wish for these individuals to survive by consuming their own kind. In such a case, they would not deserve to remain. With over 3,000 individuals, the thought of exterminating them troubled her. After Ling Shuang departed, Su-yi continued his inquiry. What is your name, and what was your occupation before the apocalypse? Su-yi sensed that this man was likely a managerial figure. In response, he said, I am Zhongping Cheng, formerly the scheduling director of the factory. Oyi nodded, then remarked, it appears you held considerable influence in the factory. Thus, I entrust you with a task. I require weapons, knives, bows, arrows, long spears, and other cold arms. This should pose no challenge for you, correct? Rest assured, as long as the workers are willing to labor, we will ensure 3 meals a day and additional compensation. Zhongping Cheng nodded vigorously, excitement evident in his voice. You can count on us. We can certainly produce weapons, modifying some equipment within a few days. And then we can commence production. This is an opportunity to showcase his capabilities, and Zhongping Cheng is determined not to let it slip by. His family is alive, and he desires a better life for them, to allow his children to live as they did before the apocalypse. This chance has fallen into his lap, and he intends to seize it wholeheartedly. Excellent. I am quite satisfied with your response. I hope I have not misjudged you. Additionally, our Chisha army is preparing to enlist soldiers. Those who join the Chisha army will receive better treatment. Naturally, this entails wielding swords and confronting the infected. My people will soon arrive. At that point, you will have the opportunity to enlist. Having finished speaking, Su-yi surveyed the frail survivors. All heads bowed in silence. Given the option to continue working at the steel mill, why would they venture into peril? Most of their former colleagues have perished, bitten to death by the infected. Now, to ask them to take up arms against monsters? Unthinkable. They would rather starve than confront those creatures. The agony of being devoured by a monster is unbearable. Even digging tunnels seems more palatable than facing the monsters. Seeing their demeanor, Su-yi recognized their lack of courage to confront the creatures. This cannot be blamed on them. After all, they were once ordinary people. Moreover, they still manage at least 1 meal a day, having yet to experience true despair. These workers still possess value, as they retain certain skills. By securing the steel mill and surrounding factories, a solid sanctuary will be established. This city surely harbors other survivors, perhaps some with numbers exceeding Su-yi's group. After all, it is a vast city with a dense population. Su-yi has encountered survivors in many areas. Once the Chisha army's refuge is stabilized, they will begin searching for additional survivors. Those unwilling to join may find acceptance elsewhere. Some deranged individuals may even prefer consuming their kind. In this apocalypse, Su-yi is prepared for anything. He does not seek to challenge these ordinary people. If they had resorted to cannibalism, they would not conceal it. Qin Li and the others could easily uncover the truth. A few minutes later, Ling Shuang returned to Su-yi's side. They spoke the truth. Indeed, there are many frozen fish and some rice and flour. Currently, no suspicious items have been discovered. After receiving Ling Shuang's report, Su-yi nodded. Once Qin Li and the others return, and if all is well, they will settle these individuals. As soon as the tunnel is operational, the personnel from the Airborne Corps will be brought in to oversee them. Just the 4 of them would find it challenging to monitor these thousands of individuals. Thus, reinforcements from the Airborne Corps are necessary. The personnel of Luhong, Tuan are not far from here. If the tunnel leading to the riverbank is opened, It will allow the members of Luhong Tuan to access the steel factory through this passage. With the support of Luhong Tuan alongside his own strength, Su Yi would be able to manage any attacks from other mutated beasts. At that time, Qin Li and the others could return to the municipal government to relocate the Qisha army and ordinary citizens. Chapter 76. The situation at the community hospital boss. Everything is fine. I have inspected the area and found no abnormalities. Moreover, I discovered their storage location for supplies, which is abundant enough to sustain the people here for 2 to 3 months. Therefore, there is no need for them to resort to cannibalism. I found no irregularities unless they are exceptionally well concealed. However, I find that unlikely given the ample supplies, said Lu Ran, who had returned to Su Yi's side after acting separately with Qin Li. Su Yi nodded, satisfied that as long as they had not resorted to cannibalism, they had not crossed their moral line. Zhong Changping, where is everyone staying during this time? Su Yi inquired directly. Currently, this place is the property of the Qisha army. The former employee dormitories belong to the Qisha army, and Su Yi plans to use them to accommodate the soldiers. For the ordinary citizens, the vacant factory buildings can be refurbished for habitation. The factories in that area can accommodate our large numbers. Zhong Changping understood that he must not cause trouble for Su Yi at this moment, so he did not intend to improve the living conditions of his fellow workers. Improvement would come through diligent work. Su Yi cast a contented glance at Zhong Changping and continued, among you, who can cook? I need 30 of you, and 20 for miscellaneous tasks. Yes, for the miscellaneous tasks, women are preferred. My wife can cook, she is capable, and my son can handle the miscellaneous tasks. Zhong Changping quickly asserted, seeking to secure an opportunity for himself while gauging Su Yi's attitude towards the matter. All right, you can select the personnel. Those who are slacking off should be thrown out to feed the infected, Su Yi remarked, granting Zhong Changping the authority, signaling that those who ingratiate themselves and serve him could gain certain power and benefits. Before long, 50 individuals were selected, primarily women, with only a few men. Su Yi surmised that these men were indeed chefs. He entrusted these individuals to Qin Li, as the kitchen must be overseen by his own people to ensure reliability. Today, Su Yi aimed to ensure everyone had a hearty meal. Starting tomorrow, to continue enjoying ample food, they would need to work. Despite discovering a small cargo ship laden with rice, there was not enough to sustain over 3,000 people for 3 days. Thus, supporting these individuals would not be an easy task. Collecting food and supplies would be their primary focus going forward. Without food, there is no future. Only with a stable food source can they discuss development. Once everyone had departed, Su Yi split the skull of a mutated dog. Indeed, there was a brain pearl, making the effort worthwhile. He extracted a yellowish brain pearl from the dog's head and stored it in his spatial compartment. Su Yi did not neglect the dog's head either, planning to cook it for the soldiers of Luhong Tuan, an excellent nourishment. Let us take a stroll, then head to the kitchen for some cookware. We shall prepare a pot of dog head soup for the members of Luhong Tuan, Su Yi said to Ling Shuang as he set off. The steel factory encompasses iron smelting, steel manufacturing, rolling mills, raw material plants, fuel depots, various warehouses, and a research center. Additionally, there is a living area, which includes dormitories, recreational centers, and supermarkets. This place is truly remarkable, far more desirable than the municipal center, resembling a small society where everything is available. Ling Shuang strolled along the quiet streets, genuinely expressing her appreciation. In this locale, she felt a sense of security. Su Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Ling Shuang's sentiments. Indeed, this area did not exhibit the signs of devastation. However, the streets were deserted and the shops stood empty. Compared to the outside world filled with infected individuals, this place was remarkably tranquil, devoid of the foul stench that permeated the outside. The corpses had been incinerated, leaving the interior of the steel factory relatively clean. Su Yi and Ling Shuang quickly completed their circuit on shared bicycles and checked the cafeteria, where Qin Li was supervising the chefs and helpers bustling about, preparing lunch. Su Yi and Ling Shuang collected some large pots and promptly left the steel factory. Once outside, Su Yi stored the items in his compartment and swiftly made his way to the processing plant where Luhong Tuan was located. Upon arrival, Su Yi set up a large pot, dealt with the mutated dog's head, and prepared a substantial pot of soup. It was not that Su Yi was reluctant to use the dog as meat. Rather, they had gone a long time without food and could not hastily consume greasy substances. Furthermore, the soup made from the dog's head contained slightly less energy, which would be more beneficial for them. They were in a state of weakness. Too much nourishment could harm them at this stage. Although everyone received only a small bowl, each person was delighted. After such a long time without the scent of meat, they were naturally eager. They learned through conversation that Su Yi had resolved the situation at the steel factory, which brought them great joy. Once the tunnel was opened, they could be relocated to the steel factory. After sharing lunch with them, Su Yi departed with Ling Shuang, as they needed to gather food from a nearby supermarket to deliver to the survivors at the hospital. The steel factory indeed had a considerable amount of supplies, but they were hoarded by Jia Shenping and his group, preventing the ordinary workers from accessing them. The supplies for Lu Hong Tuan were sufficient for the next few days, alleviating immediate concerns. However, the community hospital was in dire need of supplies. Yesterday, Su Yi had only provided them with a box of food, which would not last more than 2 days. Given the current situation, it was challenging for Su Yi to allocate personnel to clear the streets of infected individuals. He had observed in the morning that the streets were teeming with infected, estimating their number to be in the hundreds of thousands. Such a vast number could not be cleared in one go. Finding a sufficiently large area to contain these infected individuals was a challenge. The steel factory was insufficient. With so many infected, any enclosure would be inadequate against their push, unless, of course, they could dig a sufficiently deep pit. However, burying hundreds of thousands of infected individuals was no small task and could not be accomplished in the short term. Therefore, the only option was to send them some food to help them endure for a while longer. Su Yi and Ling Shuang soon spotted a small supermarket by the street, collecting some instant noodles and similar items before heading to the hospital. With time on their side, Su Yi planned to clear the inpatient department to see if any survivors remained. In the apocalypse, doctors are even more scarce than usual. Gaining one more would be advantageous. Upon arriving at the community hospital, Su Yi and Ling Shuang discovered a corpse in the hall, with bloodstains covering the floor. The blood had not yet dried, indicating the person had died not long ago. Chapter 77. The one who sends you to hell is Su Yi. The individual, not clad in a white coat, had lost their head, yet their physique appeared relatively youthful, suggesting they were not one of their own. However, the operating room door stood ajar, and the survivors who should have been hiding inside were absent. Moreover, the corpse's head appeared to have been forcibly torn off. The strength required to decapitate someone like that is considerable. An ordinary person would be incapable of such a feat. Su Yi suspected that the one who killed this person was likely an evolved individual or a superhuman. As for mutated beasts, that possibility seemed low. They typically attack by biting rather than tearing heads off. Let us head upstairs and search. Su Yi felt a sense of unease and said, "Stay close to me. The adversary may be an evolved being. We should head straight to the top floor. It could be survivors from the inpatient department." Contemplating a possibility, Su Yi decided to ascend to the top floor. The two moved with remarkable speed and reached their destination within mere breaths. Upon arrival, Su Yi noticed that the corridor door was ajar. Indeed, drawing his combat knife, he inhaled deeply and advanced toward the end of the hallway. Ling Shuang, placing her trust in her firearm, raised her rifle and followed Su Yi closely. "Eat, I demand you eat. This is all flesh, succulent meat. Consume it all. Waste not a morsel. If you refuse, I shall feed your remains to the dogs." A voice rang out, filled with menace. "Damn it, you wretched creature, what expression is that? Do you wish for death?" A loud slap echoed as Su Yi and Ling Shuang approached, prompting them to quicken their pace. Bursting through the door at the end of the corridor, Su Yi beheld a group of individuals. Luo Ding, Zhang Yuan, and several others were bound, their arms tied behind their backs and legs restrained with tape, rendering them immobile. A diminutive figure, resembling a gorilla, was perched atop a boy, forcefully shoving a bloodied piece of flesh into Zhang Yuan's mouth. It was apparent, without doubt, that this flesh had been severed from a person lying on the ground. Su Yi observed not only Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan, but also a total of 7 individuals, alongside around 10 others who had been brutalized by this gang. Particularly, the women had suffered grievously, their breasts cruelly mutilated. "Stop! Release them, or I shall open fire," Ling Shuang shouted, aiming her weapon at the assailants. Upon hearing her command, the group turned, their expressions rife with disdain. There were 7 of them, all appearing quite young. "Hey, I fancy your knife and your clothes. Hand them over, and I might spare your life." The gorilla-like figure's eyes glimmered with excitement. Her nails were alarmingly long, and her hands bore scaly patches. Moreover, her gaze was serpentine, instilling a chilling unease. "A pack of beasts, may you perish," Su Yi declared with disgust. Ling Shuang hesitated for a moment, then fired her weapon. Indeed, they were no longer human, unworthy of such a title. Humanity could never stoop to such cruelty against its own kind. These beasts had forfeited their right to exist. The rifle erupted in a flurry of bullets toward the assailants. Ling Shuang's marksmanship was razor-sharp, capable of delivering fatal shots with each pull of the trigger. Yet, the bullets did not strike their targets. The gorilla-like being caught them all, then flung them back toward Ling Shuang. Su Yi slipped forward, positioning himself in front of her. Chi manipulation. A shield of air materialized before Su Yi, deflecting the incoming bullets. His expression grew grave, for the 6 adversaries before him bore shimmering scales, indicating they were either enhanced beings or evolved entities, perhaps even a combination of both. "Retreat," Su Yi commanded, though he did not turn to leave hastily. Engaging in combat here would inevitably endanger Luo Ding and the others. "Attempt to flee, and you will regret it. Dare to shoot at us. and you will meet your demise. Seize them, cut off the women's upper parts and the men's lower parts, and drag them back to feed the great serpent. Their flesh could yield additional brain crystals for it. From their words, Su-Yi gleaned vital intelligence. Their abilities seemed tied to the consumption of a mutated serpent's brain crystal. To Su-Yi's astonishment, it appeared that the brain crystal could continue growing. This could potentially be utilized to forge a formidable army of enhanced beings. It seemed imperative to leave one of them alive. To the balcony, Su-Yi instructed Ling Xuan, and they dashed toward that direction. Among the 7 beasts, only one could be allowed to survive. Ling Xuan unsheathed her combat knife, accelerating alongside Su-Yi toward the balcony. Moments later, they emerged onto the hospital's balcony. Here, Su-Yi discovered several corpses, their flesh evidently sliced and marred by numerous knife wounds. These little beasts deserved death. Ling Xuan could not contain her emotions, her eyes reddening. This was her first encounter with such brutality. She had never imagined that creatures could be so cruel. Kill, kill, kill. Now, a singular word resonated in her mind. Look at their confidence. TSK, they probably think us weak. In the past, no one cared about us. That has changed. No one dares to look down upon us any longer. Those who do will face our wrath. So what if they possess abilities? We do too. Suddenly, Su-Yi sheathed one knife and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it. Little wretch, have you not heard that villains perish from excessive chatter? As he spoke, Su-Yi cleaned his ears and pointed his combat knife toward the adversaries. Let us show them the power bestowed upon us by the snake god. The gorilla woman roared in rage, and her 5 companions screeched, lunging towards Su-Yi and Ling Xuan. Remember, the one sending you to hell is Su-Yi. In your next life, do not be reborn. I shall slay every one of your kind I encounter. With that, Su-Yi charged forth with his combat knife drawn, delivering a horizontal slash that cleaved one beast in 2. Trash! Su-Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, which transformed into a streak of light as he darted toward another monster. They were not truly enhanced beings, but rather monstrosities. When unleashing their abilities, their heads had already transformed into snake-like forms. This was entirely different from the transformations Ling Xuan and others underwent with mutated rat armor. Su-Yi dispatched one with a swift stroke, causing the gorilla woman's expression to shift dramatically. Though she had encountered evolved beings before, they paled in comparison to Su-Yi. How can this person be so powerful? She thought, licking her serpent-like tongue, her eyes brimming with desire. Consuming such a strong individual would undoubtedly enhance her own strength. She and her companions had already devoured 2 evolved beings, reaping great benefits. Compared to Su-Yi, Ling Xuan found herself struggling. The relentless onslaught forced her to fend off 2 attacking beasts. Yet, she was unable to slay them. Simply evading harm from these monstrous creatures was her utmost limit. She felt her own weakness keenly. Ling Xuan cried out, summoning additional strength to her hands. She realized she could not always rely on Su-Yi for salvation. He could rescue her once or twice, but what if he were not by her side in the future? Left to be killed, tormented, and devoured by monsters? She could not remain so feeble. She had to grow stronger, to become formidable. Kill! Ling Xuan's blade grew increasingly fierce, forcing the 2 attacking beasts to retreat. Meanwhile, Su-Yi, cigarette in mouth, confronted a monster head-on. With a swift thrust, Su-Yi's combat knife pierced the creature's abdomen, pushing it aside, effectively cleaving it in half. Another monster leaped onto Su-Yi, its claws frantically raking at his head. Had it not been for his chi manipulation shielding him, he would have certainly sustained injuries. Su-Yi yanked the creature off him, slamming it to the ground. Boom! With a forceful stomp, Su-Yi drove the monster's body deep into the balcony, completely submerging it. Simple and brutal, these youthful monstrosities possessed no combat skills. This battle was not even close. It was a one-sided domination. As Su-Yi propelled his adversary onto the balcony, his battle blade was not idle, cleaving through the opponent's skull with precision. He then leaped forward, charging towards the gorilla woman. Both she and her companion beneath her had sensed the danger and turned to flee, for Su-Yi's strength was overwhelmingly superior. However, they were already lagging behind. A spear appeared in Su-Yi's grasp, and he hurled it with force. The spear pierced through the creature beneath the gorilla woman, pinning it to the balcony. The tremendous inertia sent the gorilla woman careening backwards. Su-Yi did not pause. He sprinted towards her with urgency. Such a merciless beast could not be allowed to escape. She was more detestable than the infected, who had lost all semblance of humanity, reduced to mere instincts of slaughter and consumption, devolved into some primal form devoid of language. This wretched creature, however, still possessed the ability to speak, yet engaged in deeds of the devil. No, please, I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Do not kill me. The gorilla woman pleaded as Su-Yi closed in. Yet, he paid her no heed. She had to perish. She was undoubtedly the most vicious among them, a perpetrator of heinous acts. Her speed was remarkable, making it challenging for Su-Yi to pursue her. Soon, She leaped from one balcony to another. Without hesitation, he followed suit, vaulting to the opposite balcony. In midair, he glanced back to see Ling Shuang had dispatched one of the creatures, rendering the remaining one no longer a threat. This brought him a sense of relief. Su Yi understood that the gorilla woman likely intended to lead him to the lair of the giant serpent she had mentioned. Curiosity piqued. He pondered the nature of the relationship between the gorilla woman and the serpent. Previously, the mutated dog, Su, he had slain had retained loyalty to its former master, thus granting Jia Shen an opportunity to intimidate his colleagues. The chase across numerous balconies lasted for over 10 minutes, with some gaps exceeding 5 meters. Yet nothing could impede Su Yi's relentless pursuit. He was determined to send her to hell. Upon reaching a balcony, he spotted the gorilla woman darting into the stairwell. Had he finally cornered her? A cold smirk graced his lips. He knew she intended to lead him to the giant serpent's nest. However, Su Yi remained unfazed. No one could protect the gorilla woman. She was destined to die. Hissing echoed ominously, the sound of the serpent resounding loudly. Undoubtedly, the giant serpent was of considerable size. Su Yi swiftly descended to the lower level and entered a courtyard, where a massive python lay coiled. The serpent's girth was akin to that of an automobile. "Kulme, come and kill me," the gorilla woman taunted, standing beside the colossal serpent, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. Su Yi regarded her with unwavering resolve. He was not afraid. Within his storage space lay the last rocket of the Qisha army, capable of amplifying its power using survival points. However, this was his most formidable attack method, one he would not employ lightly. With a firm step, Su Yi charged towards the gorilla woman. His Dantian still had not fully absorbed the Peiyuan Dan, enabling him to unleash his mightiest Qisha spear and the technique he had mastered, the Tanlang kill. The long spear he had wielded on the balcony was one he had disassembled from the iron gate at the villa stronghold with Ling Yu. The overlord spear remained in his storage, but he had no intention of utilizing it just yet. His body propelled forward like an arrow released from its bow, aiming directly at the gorilla woman. With a shriek, she attempted to escape, not anticipating Su Yi's tenacity, completely disregarding the giant python. The serpent reared its head, hissing menacingly, a foul wind assaulting Su Yi's senses. "Beast, you have surely devoured many humans. Today, I shall deliver your reckoning," he declared as he closed in on the python, thrusting his twin blades towards its form. To his dismay, his blades were halted by the serpent's tough skin, failing to penetrate. Its defensive capabilities were as formidable as he had anticipated. With his initial attempt thwarted, Su Yi circled behind the python, pursuing the gorilla woman once more. The serpent could wait. The gorilla woman had to be eliminated first. The gorilla woman, taken aback by Su Yi's relentless pursuit, swung her sharp claws in defense. Her claws were as hard as metal, yet they paled in comparison to the vibranium. Consequently, her talons were swiftly diminished by Su Yi's strikes. Seeing this, panic seized the gorilla woman as she fought while retreating. The python, too, turned its head to bite at Su Yi, trying to ensnare him. Unfortunately for the serpent, Su Yi possessed the dragon dance step, allowing him to evade its numerous attacks with agility. Under the onslaught of Su Yi's strikes, the gorilla woman bore numerous wounds. "Quickly, bite him, you worthless creature, bite him to death," she shouted, dodging frantically. Aware that her strength paled in comparison to Su Yi's, she understood that her demise loomed close. The only chance to alter this outcome lay with the python. If it could ensnare Su Yi, he would surely perish. Regrettably, the python's bulk rendered it sluggish. Its strength could not keep pace with its size, leaving it to await the gorilla woman's offerings. With its size, it could easily dominate this city at its current stage. "Grow your serpent crystal faster," the gorilla woman wailed, alternating between laughter and tears, resembling a madwoman. Her wounds multiplied, blood flowing profusely. Suddenly, she leapt onto the python's head, where a crystal the size of a quail egg sprouted. The gorilla woman swiftly consumed the crystal and dashed towards the exit. Su Yi, resolute, pursued her. She could not be allowed to escape. Upon bursting outside, she leaped to the building across, navigating through air conditioning units, swiftly reaching the balcony. Su Yi followed closely, but as he arrived on the balcony, the gorilla woman unexpectedly launched an attack. Were it not for Su Yi's agile evasive maneuvers, he might have been wounded. He noted her heightened aura, her attacks becoming sharper and more ferocious. Furthermore, her previously severed claws had regrown, undoubtedly due to the red crystal's influence. Su Yi felt the pressure mounting. The gorilla woman's strikes were both lethal and frenzied, each move imbued with malice. His chi mastery was still lacking, leading to diminishing defenses. The frenzied battle raged for half an hour, leaving numerous claw marks upon Su Yi's body. Had he not severed the gorilla woman's claws again, his injuries would have been far worse. Simultaneously, his body had been hurled away countless times. Yet, the gorilla woman fared worse. One of her wrists had been severed by Su Yi, and she bore countless wounds. She was now barely holding on. "Your end is nigh," Su Yi taunted, seeking to provoke her into a misstep. There was still a giant python to contend with. He would not allow it to survive. Perhaps the madness exhibited by these individuals, their loss of humanity, was linked to the crystal sprouting from the serpent's head. Su Yi would certainly not take the risk of allowing anyone to attempt that kind of crystal. Should any adverse effects arise, it would tantamount to harming others. I want to tear you apart. The female gorilla, filled with wrath, charged towards Su Yi's lower lane. In a swift maneuver, Su Yi performed a somersault, leaping over her head. Simultaneously, his weapon sliced through the air behind the female gorilla. She allowed a horrific scream as she collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi lunged forward and struck, severing her jaw, blood gushing forth, rendering her incapable of uttering a sound. Su Yi continued his assault, cleaving off her other arm. She shook her head frantically, seemingly pleading for mercy. Without hesitation, Su Yi approached and severed her legs. The female gorilla succumbed to her agony, inching closer to death, and Su Yi felt a sense of vindication. Savor the essence of death. Relish in this despair. With that, Su Yi leaped gracefully onto an air conditioning unit. Soon after, he paused on the second floor, needing a moment of respite. Otherwise, he feared he might dismember the female gorilla completely. The warmth in his abdomen had significantly diminished, indicating that the Pei Yuan Dan had nearly been absorbed. Su Yi retrieved a piece of cured meat prepared by Lu Ran, made from the flesh of the mutated rat king, a delicacy exclusive to him. After such an extended battle, Su Yi's stamina was severely depleted. To confront the enormous mutated python, he needed to regain his strength. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Ziz's Su Yi, can you hear me? The voice of Ling Shuang crackled through the walkie-talkie. I hear you. I'm fine. No need to worry, Su Yi replied. That's good. Have you managed to resolve your situation? I've taken care of things here. A few doctors are in the operating room assisting the injured. I hope they can save them, Ling Shuang said, her tone tinged with emotion. It was evident that she could not bear to see others suffer and be mistreated. Su Yi found this quite understandable. Given her background as a police officer, having a sense of justice was only natural. A lack of such conviction would be rather unsettling. Individuals like her were invaluable to the sanctuary, for humanity needed people endowed with a strong sense of justice to continue the legacy of civilization. With someone like her in a managerial position within the sanctuary, Su Yi felt a sense of security. I still need to deal with a mutated giant python, which may take some time. Stay at the hospital. I will call for your assistance if needed. Su Yi had no intention of bringing Ling Shuang along, as her abilities were rather average, and her presence would not significantly aid him. The walkie-talkie fell silent, and Su Yi speculated that Ling Shuang might wish to find him but refrained from inquiring about his whereabouts, perhaps out of concern for disrupting him. After finishing the cured meat, Su Yi pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. While it might not alleviate stress, he felt that smoking one would provide a psychological reprieve. He was well aware that it was a form of self-suggestion. Once he finished smoking, Su Yi retrieved the Bawang gun from his storage space. My friend, this is your first appearance after being dormant for thousands of years. Using its blood to awaken you should suffice, he remarked, stroking the gun's body before leaping to the ground. Upon landing, Su Yi gripped the long gun in reverse, embodying the stance of an ancient general as he charged forward. The giant python seemed to sense the impending danger. As Su Yi entered, its gaze sharpened. Tailing Sha. The gun's movements were almost imperceptible, the actions appearing slow, yet each shot pierced through the air with a roar, akin to a wolf's growl. The force of each shot was astonishing. The python did not evade, attempting to lunge at Su Yi. However, the Bawang gun struck its body, leaving numerous bloody wounds. The creature sought to retaliate but found no opportunity as Su Yi's long gun effectively thwarted its attacks, continuously inflicting injuries. The giant python let out a series of anguished cries, retreating further back. It was no match for Su Yi, as his Tanling Sha was significantly overpowering. With over 30 blood holes, the python gradually lost its vitality. Su Yi gripped the gun, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. His shooting technique, though unadorned, had drained all his strength. At this moment, he was not yet able to wield the Qisha gun freely. Its power was truly formidable. Only due to the absence of immediate threats did Su Yi dare to use the Qisha gun. The Pei Yuan Dan in his abdomen had been entirely absorbed and could no longer provide energy. Ling Shuang, she called from the balcony, having heard the commotion and come to investigate. Su Yi raised a hand in a V sign, too fatigued to lift his head. A giggle escaped Ling Shuang as she wiped away her tears, clearly moved. A python the size of a small car. That's terrifying. You killed such a fearsome beast. You are incredibly strong, yet also exceedingly dangerous. Ling Shuang quickly descended the stairs to Su Yi's side. Help me sit down. My muscles are stiff. Su Yi was not trying to show off. His muscles had genuinely stiffened. The after effects of the Qisha gun were too severe. Using it without sufficient strength was indeed harmful. Ling Shuang hastily assisted Su Yi in sitting down and quickly wiped her tears, fearful of him noticing. Light me a cigarette, slowly. After Sui settled, he spoke again. Ling Shuang silently retrieved his cigarette, lit it, and brought it to his lips. We should process the corpse. I believe the meat is still edible. The flesh of mutated beasts is valuable, Sui mused, considering the potential to take it back. However, the python was too large. Even if his storage space were emptied, it would not accommodate it. I contacted Qin Li on the way here. He should be at the hospital by now. I asked him to come and help carry some of it. Ling Shuang explained, aware of Su Yi's storage space but recognizing its limitations. Sounds good, Su Yi agreed. The storage space is still too small. It seems I must acquire additional storage capacity. Although I cannot demand too much. Having at least 100 cubic meters would be necessary. Ling Shuang had marked her path on the way, so after contacting Qin Li via the walkie-talkie, he followed their markers to reach them. Su Yi's condition had improved slightly, but he still lacked the ability to move freely. Qin Li was taken aback upon seeing the giant python's corpse. Boss, you are incredible. You actually killed such an enormous python. His eyes shone with admiration. A creature of this size would have compelled Qin Li to take a detour. He possessed neither the strength nor the skill to confront it. It was merely good fortune. Its size rendered it unwieldy. Had it been more agile, I would not have dared to provoke it, Su Yi replied candidly. Ling Shuang found it somewhat challenging to slice through the python's body. She needed Su Yi's weapon to dismantle it with ease. There's a brain pearl, but it's larger than the others. I wonder what abilities it possesses. Ling Shuang swiftly severed the head of the mutated giant python and extracted the brain pearl. Su Yi noticed that this pearl was a pale pink hue, which he promptly placed into his storage space. He now possessed a brain pearl from both the mutated dog and the giant python. Outside the iron gate, a throng of eager, infected individuals pressed against it, reaching out as if yearning for the python's flesh. After the meat was sliced, Qin Li shouldered several hundred pounds of python meat and returned. This meat needed to be transported to the hospital and stored in the cold storage there. As there was no way to traverse from the community hospital to the steel factory via the balcony, they could only proceed on the ground. On the ground, they could manage to carry dozens of pounds, but with weights exceeding 100 pounds, movement became impossible. Ling Shuang remained by Su Yi's side, fearing for his safety. Qin Li ran back and forth 7 or 8 times before Su Yi regained his mobility. However, he noticed that he did not experience any muscle soreness, which could be regarded as a blessing. Once he was able to move, Su Yi stored the remaining flesh of the mutated python in his spatial storage and returned to the community hospital with Ling Shuang. Upon seeing Su, Luo Ding and Zhang Yuan were overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Had it not been for Su Yi's timely intervention, they would surely have been mercilessly slaughtered by those beasts. Su Yi learned that among the survivors, there were 5 doctors, 9 nurses, 3 patients, and 9 family members of patients. These individuals were primarily located in the inpatient area, subsisting on nutrient solutions, snacks, and fruits brought by visitors. Compared to Luo Ding and the others, those in the inpatient area were considerably more fortunate. Their misfortune lay in encountering that group of inhumane beasts, but they had managed to preserve their lives, which was a stroke of luck amidst their hardships. Su Yi left enough food behind and transported the flesh of the mutated giant python using his spatial storage. This meat certainly could not remain there, so he made several trips to transfer all of it back to the steel factory. Additionally, Su Yi took away 40 blood bags from the hospital. Before departing, he instructed Luo Ding and the others to gather the intravenous supplies from the hospital. Once everyone was relocated to the steel factory, Su Yi planned to have each person donate blood. The blood bags had significant utility, and Su Yi thought it prudent to stockpile some for himself. Luo Ding and the others wished to accompany him, but lacking sufficient strength, they could only remain at the hospital. Outside the hospital, Su Yi and Qin Li reinforced the hospital's main gate by pushing several vehicles against it. Once completed, they returned to the steel factory. Upon their arrival, they received splendid news. The tunnel had been successfully connected to the riverbank. As night fell, Su Yi decided against hastily relocating the airborne unit overnight. Instead, he relayed the information to Lu Tao via intercom, advising him to prepare for the transfer the following morning. Su Yi, once the airborne unit was relocated to the steel factory, could we then return to the refuge? After 2 days outside, Ling Shuang remained deeply concerned for Ling Yu and the others. Although the camp was staffed, the absence of a formidable presence like Su Yi made it perilous in the event of an attack by mutated beasts. While the refuge could send one-way text messages to inform Su Yi, there was a possibility that they might not have the opportunity to relay any messages at all. Chapter 81. The Joy of Warehouse Check-in Indeed. Tomorrow I will return to the municipal building with Lu Ran, while you and Qin Li will remain here. This vicinity is rife with mutated beasts, necessitating someone to stand guard. Su Yi, while smoking, gazed at the starry sky. It was still early evening, yet the stars were already visible. Perhaps due to the absence of light pollution and industrial contamination, the night sky appeared remarkably clearer. Ling Shuang nodded. expressing no dissent towards Su Yi's arrangement. This location had been seized through Su Yi's daring efforts, during which he had incurred injuries. Should they lose the steel factory to an attack by other mutated beasts, all efforts would have been in vain. At that moment, Zhongping arrived, running towards Su Yi. Reporting, Commander, we have cleared out 2 warehouses. Understood. Expedite the weapons matter and find a way to enhance their strength. Su Yi instructed Zhongping to organize the warehouses for check-in purposes. Clearly, a warehouse was far more beneficial than a storage room. Who knows how much storage space one might gain from signing in at a warehouse? By midnight, Su Yi would have the answers. After dinner, Su Yi and Lu Ran retired for the night. The watch duty was temporarily entrusted to Qin Li and Ling Shuang, with each taking turns to guard half the night. If any situation arose, Su Yi and the others would naturally respond. At midnight, Su Yi was awakened by the system's notification. Glancing at the screen, he rose. Su Yi, survival points, 5,771 check-in times. Su Yi had instructed the clearing of 2 warehouses so he could check in consecutively. Su Yi resided on the 2nd floor. Thus, he opted to leap from the balcony rather than traverse the stairs. The streetlights, powered by solar energy, maintained proper illumination during the night. Boss, is something amiss? Qin Li, stationed on a rooftop, hurried to Su Yi's side. No, I merely woke up and decided to take a stroll. How does the night seem? Is it relatively peaceful? Yi inwided. Qin Li expressed some concern, stating, it's not entirely peaceful. There are some sounds outside, likely from mutated beasts. Perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of infected individuals nearby, they are unable to breach our defenses just yet. Su Yi listened attentively, indeed detecting some noises. This was quite normal, given the proximity to the park area. In truth, the number of mutated beasts had always been substantial. It was merely that their encounters had been infrequent. Su Yi surmised that their limited range of activity contributed to the reduced likelihood of encounters. You should rest. I will handle things here. Ling Shuang will wake shortly, allowing you to sleep soundly. Su Yi dismissed Qin Li to rest and proceeded toward the warehouse. The warehouse had been meticulously cleared, devoid of any clutter. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Acquired 100 cubic meters of storage space. Ding, survival points 200. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Yi's eyes lit up. Acquiring 100 cubic meters in one go was exceptionally rewarding. Previously, he had accumulated merely 10 cubic meters through numerous check-ins, yet now he had received 100 cubic meters at once. Such a vast disparity was astonishing. He hurriedly dashed out of the warehouse and made his way to the second one. Naturally, the more storage space, the better. Su Yi wished he could carry an entire world with him. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Acquired 100 cubic meters of storage space. Ding, survival points 200. To his surprise, despite the second warehouse being twice the size, the rewards remained unchanged. Was the limit for a single acquisition capped at 100? Or did the rewards diminish with repeated check-ins at similar locations? He understood that questioning the system would yield no meaningful answers, leaving him to ponder it gradually. Presently, he possessed 210 cubic meters of storage space, a significant increase of 200 cubic meters, allowing him to carry a substantial amount of supplies. Now, he could carry resources equivalent to an entire truckload. If it were all food, it could sustain him for half a year. After confirming his survival points once more, Su Yi noted, Su Yi survival points, 6,171, check-in times, 0. Following this, Su Yi took a stroll around the steel factory. Ling Shuang had already risen to take over the watch when Qin Li went to rest, so after his round, Su Yi returned to continue his slumber. The next morning, it was Lu Ran who knocked on the door to awaken Su Yi. After breakfast, the 4 of them entered the river channel through the tunnel, heading towards a factory where the airborne unit was stationed. They fought their way through, clearing a small passage to facilitate the smooth entry of the airborne unit into the river. The airborne unit possessed combat capabilities, ensuring a safe passage as everyone successfully entered the river. I truly appreciate the robust infrastructure of our nation. Otherwise, those infected would have stormed into the riverbank. Lu Ran remarked, observing the infected individuals along the shore. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing that if the railing along the riverbank were not sufficiently high and sturdy, those infected could easily surge into the waterway. All right, you all return to the steel factory. Lu Ran and I will head back to the municipal center. Su Yi felt that there was no necessity for him and Lu Ran to return to the steel factory. After parting ways, Su Yi and Lu Ran swiftly arrived at the confluence of the river. Upon inspection, they found that both boats remained, and the supplies aboard were still ample. However, Su Yi decided to store the mutated fish from the yacht's refrigerator into his storage space, as it would preserve them even better than the refrigerator could. Subsequently, Su Yi and Lu Ran moved upstream. Although the water level had risen somewhat, it was still far from navigable. They had yet to find suitable materials, otherwise they could have completely blocked the river, allowing the water level to rise to a navigable height. Traveling upstream was time-consuming, and they encountered sporadic infected individuals along the way. As they approached the municipal center, Lu Ran curiously inquired. Su Yi, are we going to move everyone to the steel factory this time? Having seen the stored supplies, she realized that carrying 100 pounds each would make it impossible to transport all the supplies in one go. Let's try our best. Our current situation does not favor managing two shelters too far apart. Moreover, the conditions at the steel factory are superior, and it requires a substantial workforce for construction and agriculture. For now, we will temporarily abandon the municipal center. Their current strength was limited, and the distances between the two locations made it unrealistic to manage both. The municipal center was only suitable as a small outpost, and the focus should remain on the steel factory. As they were conversing, they suddenly heard the sound of cannon fire. Boom! Su Yi and Lu Ran's expressions changed. You are faster. Return to provide support, Su Yi instructed, and they both quickly began to run. Chapter 82. The unyielding 7 Kills Army. Lu Ran sprinted with all her might, reaching the municipal center in under 3 minutes. The outer walls had already been breached. A mutated giant python was attacking the camp, while the members of the 7 Kills Army were firing frantically. Thanks to a cannon and a tank, they managed to fend off the python's assault. However, the newly joined members of the 7 Kills Army were in disarray. They had only recently begun training, and most were armed with kitchen knives, lacking proper weaponry. They were merely ordinary people without any supernatural abilities. It was entirely natural for them to be frightened. The fact that they had not fled in panic was a testament to their bravery. Before them stood Ling Yu, Ling Chun, Yi Ji, Su Rui, Chu Jun, and Meng Chi Tong. Meng Chi Tong had received the last mutated rat's brain pearl after blocking 2 attacks from Ling Yu, thus becoming a supernatural being. Had it not been for these 6 standing in front and repelling a wave of the mutated python's attacks, the newcomers would have long since fled in terror. Commander, what should we do? This mutated snake is too powerful. We might not be able to hold it off, Chu Jun asked, glancing at the chink in his large knife with concern. Although they had withstood 1 wave of attacks, each had sustained injuries. The python's tail was too strong, whipping like a lash to strike its targets. Every one of them had been hit. Frankly, without their armor, they would likely have lost their combat effectiveness. Fight! Ling Yu's response was a single word. Fight. Retreating would mean disaster for the 7 Kills Army, resulting in many casualties. Therefore, apart from combat, there was no other option. All right, then let us fight to the bitter end. Ling Chun stood beside his daughter, the first to support her. Fight to the death. Do not retreat. Chu Jun and the others still had courage. They roared and charged forward. With the tank and cannon out of ammunition, hand-to-hand combat became their only recourse. Fight to the death. Do not retreat. Everyone shouted in unison, raising their weapons as they charged towards the giant python. The python, struck by their attacks, let out a wail and thrashed its body, knocking several people aside. Nevertheless, they did not falter. Those who were knocked down quickly rose again to charge at the mutated giant python, attacking it. They understood that each attack would inflict damage on the python, granting their comrades a slightly greater chance of victory. Hold on, Su Yi is almost here. Lu Ran's words resonated in their ears, invigorating everyone. Do not force it, just entangle it. Lu Ran urged again, then, gripping her dagger, she charged at the mutated giant python. However, she soon realized that her dagger felt as if it were thrust against a wall, failing to pierce the python's tough hide. Yet, she observed that the weapons of the Ling family could indeed breach the python's skin. All of their weapons had been provided by Su Yi. A sudden understanding dawned on Lu Ran. She was certain that Su Yi harbored other secrets. His own weapons were equally formidable. If only she could persuade Su Yi to procure weapons for her, her strength would undoubtedly surge. Upon realizing her attacks were ineffective, Lu Ran began to experiment with a new offensive approach. She contemplated controlling the python's blood, reasoning that blood was also a liquid and should be manipulable with her water control technique. If she could control the opponent's blood, she could easily take its life. Thus, this water control technique could evolve into an exceedingly powerful supernatural ability. However, due to the inherent danger of blood, she dared not experiment with her own. Therefore, this remained merely a theory. When Lu Ran's military dagger struck the mutated giant python, she attempted to control its blood. Yet, she found herself unable to perceive anything. After a brief contact, she quickly retreated to a safe distance, or she would have been struck by the python. She then launched another attack, this time targeting the python's wounds. Water control. Lu Ran aimed to manipulate the python's blood. If she could not control what flowed within its body, surely the liquid seeping from its wounds could be controlled. It turned out that Lu Ran's hypothesis was correct. She could indeed control the blood. However, it was significantly more strenuous than controlling water. Thus, it posed no substantial harm to the giant python. After a brief contact, Lu Ran quickly withdrew. Then, she witnessed Ling Yu being struck by the mutated python's tail. Without hesitation, Lu Ran dashed forward and embraced Ling Yu, dissipating her momentum. Thank you. Ling Yu expressed her gratitude. Had it not been for Lu Ran's timely intervention, she would have sustained severe injuries. Such injuries could influence many matters. even affecting her relationship with Su Yi. After all, the two had yet to reach their final milestone. This milestone was not to be underestimated, as it held considerable significance for their relationship. Do not force it. Su Yi is almost here. He just hunted a mutated snake the size of a small car yesterday. This one will surely be a trivial task for him, Lu Ran clarified, then continued her assault against the mutated giant python. Her objective was to entangle the creature, preventing it from breaching the camp and harming the ordinary soldiers. Ling Yu glanced towards the river. If Su Yi were to return, he would undoubtedly approach from that direction. As Ling Yu looked towards the river, others continued their relentless attacks, with no one pausing. If they halted, the python would target one individual to attack. Only through continuous assault could they prevent it from fixating on a single target. He is here. Su Yi has arrived, Ling Yu exclaimed as she spotted a familiar figure, her eyes sparkling with hope. Su Yi, upon seeing the mutated giant python, immediately drew his spear. To be honest, Su Yi harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes. He had always been particularly averse to them. As Su Yi encountered the colossal serpent, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Accelerate, accelerate, gripping his long spear. Su Yi charged towards a gigantic python. As he drew near, he leapt into the air, bringing the spear down forcefully at the creature's vulnerable spot. Boom! The strike landed squarely on the python's vital point, sending blood splattering and dust swirling. The massive serpent let out a harrowing cry, its head and body writhing in agony. Su Yi's spear had severed through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. Despite their relentless assaults, they had failed to inflict any harm on the python, yet Su Yi's singular strike had rendered it incapacitated. The disparity in their capabilities was astonishing. As they gazed at the nearly severed head of the serpent, a wave of shock washed over them. Chapter 83. Consuming the brain pearl of the mutated snake, be careful, Ling Yu exclaimed as the python's head lunged towards Su Yi. Without hesitation, she dashed forward and drove her blade into the ground, pinning the serpent's head down. Yi, are you alright? She leapt down from the serpent's head and rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. I'm fine, just a bit of muscle stiffness. A few hours of rest will suffice, Su Yi replied with a smile. That last strike had nearly depleted all his strength. It was reminiscent of the previous day's ordeal, though more severe. Today, a single technique from the greedy wolf kill had drained him entirely. This condition seemed to be a lingering consequence from yesterday, and it was evidently more severe than Su Yi had anticipated. Do not worry, this is not an injury. Merely a side effect of my ability, he reassured Ling Yu, who was clearly concerned for him. Upon hearing his words, Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief and promptly lifted Su Yi into her arms. Fortunately, Su Yi's thick skin prevented any awkwardness in the situation. Soon, Ling Yu transported him back to the command room, where a comfortable massage chair awaited. After ensuring Su Yi was settled, Ling Yu attended to the aftermath of the chaos, as the camp had been ravaged by the mutated python, leaving several individuals injured. Half an hour later, Ling Yu returned with the others to see Su Yi. Yi, that mutated python had a brain pearl, a pale green one. She presented the shimmering pearl to him. This is for you, as you were the one who defeated it. I still have 2 more brain pearls in my possession. Su Yi believed that Ling Yu needed the brain pearl more to enhance her own strength. Even if she could not gain a new ability, it would still bolster her prowess. As the commander of the 7-kill army, her strength must remain formidable. Without hesitation, Ling Yu accepted the pearl, understanding that rejecting it would seem as if she were distancing herself from Su Yi. Su Yi, the steel factory has been secured. When shall we begin the relocation? Ling Yu inquired, positioning herself behind him and gently kneading his shoulders. We will organize the entire personnel for relocation immediately. By the end of the day, everyone must be moved to the steel factory. We can transport some supplies, while the remainder will be shipped, Su Yi replied, enjoying Ling Yu's massage. Their return today was solely to facilitate the relocation of the entire 7-kill army. It was evident that Lu Ran had not informed Ling Yu of this decision, only that Su Yi had successfully captured the steel factory. Although she was just a university student, she had already learned to consider the feelings of those in higher positions, which pleasantly surprised Su Yi. Ling Yu perked up at his words. This location was becoming increasingly unsuitable as a refuge, not only due to the rising number of infected individuals, but also the relentless onslaught of mutated beasts. The mutated rats had only just been dealt with when the gigantic python appeared. Delaying further could result in even more formidable mutated creatures emerging. I will make arrangements and strive to depart within 2 hours, Ling Yu declared, promptly heading out to coordinate the logistics. The appearance of the mutated python had terrified the camp's inhabitants. Had they known of a safer sanctuary, they would have eagerly set out immediately. Lu Ran also assisted. As relocating over 10,000 people was no simple task, it required meticulous organization and planning, especially regarding the supplies each individual needed to bring. Everyone sprang into action, with no one remaining idle. Even the injured began preparing. The only one at leisure was Su Yi. After struggling to light a cigarette, he began to focus his mental energy, seeking to hone his abilities. Though his muscles were stiff and his power drained, his mental prowess remained intact. Furthermore, the severe aftereffect of the greedy wolf kill prompted Su-yi to take his abilities more seriously. He began experimenting with whether he could utilize the chi manipulation technique to attack targets. Merely being defensive felt ineffectual. Su-yi held firm to the belief. Offense is the best defense. Thus, he endeavored to reshape the air around him into a blade. With his mental energy, he attempted to control this air blade, swinging it fiercely. However, to his dismay, he discovered that the air blade, upon striking an object, merely nudged it slightly before dissipating, failing to inflict any substantial damage. After repeated attempts, Su-yi was unable to achieve his desired outcome. He also noted that the range of his chi manipulation technique was quite limited, extending only half a meter. Beyond that distance, he lost control over the air. After half an hour of exertion, Su-yi was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained. However, he noticed his muscles had relaxed considerably. Contemplating, he retrieved the brain pearl from the mutated python from his storage space. The brain pearl from the mutated dog had the potential to grant sonic attack abilities, and Su-yi believed that using it himself would squander such a rare power. He had not sensed any particularly unique abilities from the mutated python. Taking the pink brain pearl from the mutated python, he placed it in his mouth and bit down. A fragrant liquid flowed into his stomach, a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. Every cell felt as if it had been pampered. The lingering effects of the greedy wolf kill were instantly alleviated. This revelation surprised Su-yi. The brain pearl could indeed resolve the aftereffects left by the greedy wolf kill. Simultaneously, he felt his mental energy surging back to fullness. Just minutes after the soothing sensation took hold, Su-yi felt as though his body was being torn apart. This familiar sensation led him to wonder if he might gain a new ability. Though the pain was excruciating, Su-yi felt a surge of joy. He had only experienced such torment during his first consumption of a brain pearl, which had granted him powers. Thus, he suspected he might be on the verge of acquiring another ability. Commander, what is happening? A soldier from the 7-kill army rushed in, panicking. I consumed the brain pearl. Su-yi struggled to maintain control, attempting to master the pain coursing through him. However, he faltered. The sensation of his entire being shredded was unbearable. Before long, Lu Ran burst into the command room, followed closely by Ling Yu and other commanders of the 7-kill army. Upon learning that Su-yi had consumed the brain pearl, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief, as they all understood the experience. Simultaneously, anticipation filled the air. Would Su-yi gain another ability? Chapter 84. The new power of Neo Patillon upon realizing that Su-yi had ingested the brain pearl. Ling Yu arranged for a large pot of meat from the mutated snake to be cooked, and then led everyone away to facilitate the relocation of over 10,000 individuals. The senior members of the 7-kill army could not be absent. They needed to ensure the arrangements were executed efficiently. More than an hour later, Lu Ran set off with her Wensu Tuan, escorting a group of ordinary people. Each individual carried a moderately light bag of supplies to ensure they could manage the trek to the steel mill. After all, traversing through water is quite arduous, especially for those who are already undernourished. The ordinary folk were safeguarded by 7 divisions of the Chisha army, rendering their journey relatively secure. By the time Su-yi regained his senses and the sensation of pain subsided, only Ling Yu and a few regular soldiers from the Chisha army remained at the camp. The others had already embarked on their journey to the steel mill, with those at the forefront nearing their destination. Once Su-yi had recovered, he immediately seized the flesh of the mutated snake and began to feast. Ling Yu quietly stood by, refraining from disturbing him. After Su-yi had satisfied his hunger, he wiped his greasy hands contentedly. Have they all relocated? Su-yi pondered, sensing an unusual stillness in the camp, and surmised that everyone had indeed moved. Ling Yu nodded, offering him a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth before responding, yes, they have relocated. Now, it's just us here along with some supplies. Oui, Pidasit squeezed Ling Yu's hand and remarked, it seems you have adapted well to your role. You are doing splendidly. Ling Yu forced a bitter smile. She had been thrust into this position rather abruptly, having only recently become the commander. Su-yi, as for these military supplies, particularly the satellite communication vehicle, we cannot dismantle everything just yet. Without this communication vehicle, we would lose contact with the military headquarters. The remaining personnel are primarily responsible for the communication vehicle, as well as the tank drivers and artillerymen. They are quite difficult to extract from the river. I will attempt to see if I can place it into the storage space, Su-yi declared as he approached the communication vehicle. Given that his storage space had expanded to 200 cubic meters, the vehicle size was well within capacity. With no one inside, Su-yi pressed his hand against the satellite communication vehicle, and it vanished instantly. Ling Yu stood frozen, astonished at the sheer magnitude of Su-yi's storage space. Do not waste space, Go retrieve some items to fill the vehicle, Su Yi instructed, retrieving the communication vehicle from his storage once more. It consumed over 100 cubic meters, and there was still some space left. Go, you all, bring some mutated beast meat from the freezer, Ling Yu promptly organized. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. The ability to possess a storage space was profoundly shocking and revolutionary for them. Carrying a communication vehicle supplies made survival exceedingly manageable. Su Yi, has your storage space truly expanded to such a size? Ling Yu entwined her arm around Su Yi's shoulder, leaning into him. Indeed, as one's strength increases, so too does the capacity of the storage, Su Yi explained. By the way, Su Yi, what new ability did you just acquire? Ling Yu was immensely curious about the nature of Su Yi's newfound power. She wondered if he could indeed attain a second ability, thus becoming even stronger. Ling Yu felt increasingly inadequate, aware that the gap between her and Su Yi was widening. If she could gain a second ability, she might have a chance to catch up with him. For her, being by Su Yi's side brought her more joy than any position as a commander of the Qixia army. However, without strength, she felt unworthy to be near him. Following him would only render her a burden. In this world, no one favors a liability. I possess a rather peculiar ability. I can condense a type of crystal. When consumed by ordinary people, this crystal grants them a portion of my abilities. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Ling Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This ability is extraordinarily powerful, she exclaimed, thoroughly astonished by Su Yi's new power. A single person can create an entire squad? Su Yi was amused by Ling Yu's reaction and playfully pinched her nose. Such a marvelous occurrence is not without its drawbacks. I must consume copious amounts of mutated beast flesh to condense even a small quantity of that crystal. Furthermore, the effects of this crystal are considerably inferior to that of a brain pearl, and it is not permanent, lasting only a short while. The exact duration remains unknown to me. Su Yi felt as though he had become a furnace for elixirs, producing a batch that could enhance other strength. Nevertheless, this ability was indeed quite extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to label Su Yi as a human alchemical furnace. After all, this power caused no harm to Su Yi himself. It merely required him to consume additional food, utilizing the surplus energy to condense the crystal. This was still remarkable and impressive. Ling Yu gazed at him with unabashed admiration, considering him the most formidable individual. Su Yi, if one consumes the crystal you have condensed, can they acquire the ability of your storage space? If so, that would be incredible. Ling Yu mused, her imagination ignited by the thought of Su Yi's power, which she believed was unparalleled in this world. Su Yi shook his head. After all, the storage space was not his innate ability, but rather a gift from the system. His true power lay solely in his mastery of qi manipulation, which lacked combat prowess. Thus, even if others utilized his ability crystal, they would only gain a diminished version of his qi manipulation. The primary function of the ability crystal was to enhance an individual's strength, speed, reaction time, and similar attributes. Su Yi produced a crystal, the first he had condensed after consuming several pounds of mutated snake flesh. Its precise effects required testing. The previous group of small creatures had derived strength from a similar crystal belonging to the giant python. However, unlike the mutated giant python, Su Yi harbored no brutal or bloodthirsty emotions, thus ensuring no adverse effects for users of the crystal he produced. The ability crystals he created bore no side effects, and as Su Yi's strength grew, the efficacy of the newly condensed crystals would similarly improve. From this perspective, his ability was indeed formidable and influential. Hence, Su Yi felt quite satisfied with his new power. Moreover, this directly evidenced that an individual could possess multiple abilities rather than being limited to just one. However, acquiring two or more was no easy feat. Su Yi suspected this was related to the strengths of the mutated beasts and perhaps the potency of the abilities themselves. These matters could only be verified through experience. Mere speculation would yield no results. Chapter 85. Ling Yu's extraordinary new ability. Is this the ability crystal? How beautiful! Ling Yu exclaimed, taking a crystal that resembled a ruby, her face filled with disbelief. It was indeed stunning and resplendent. Once we arrive at the steel mill, you should try the brain pearl of the mutated snake to see if you can gain a new ability, Su Yi suggested, wrapping his arm around Ling Yu's waist to draw her closer. After sharing a tender moment, the others had already filled the communication vehicle with mutated beast meat. Su Yi stored the vehicle in his storage space, instructing them to bring the tanks and artillery into the hall for concealment. There remained many supplies that would require returning here for transport. Although the tanks and artillery were devoid of ammunition, they could still prove useful in the future. Furthermore, all other vehicles were to be hidden as well. This location was not to be completely abandoned. It might still be utilized later. Once these tasks were completed, Su Yi and the others set out for the steel mill. By the time they departed, Lu Ran had already led her group into the tunnels of the steel mill. The entrance was guarded by personnel from the Airborne Corps, and members of the Qixia army gradually entered the steel mill, successfully reaching their destination. Su Yi and Ling Yu arrived at the steel mill in the afternoon. On the journey, they consumed some provisions to satisfy their hunger. The steel factory provided a sense of security for everyone, its imposing walls appearing particularly robust, which instilled a profound sense of stability among the ordinary people. The arrangements for these individuals were not a concern for Su Yi and Ling Yu, as they had pressing matters to attend to. Su Yi and his companions resided in a secluded courtyard, originally a row villa for the factory's leaders. In their possession was a brain pearl from a mutated canine, endowed with the formidable ability of sound wave attacks. As for the one belonging to Su Yi, its capabilities remained a mystery, although its coloration suggested it possessed some power. He offered her the choice to select one and test its efficacy. Begin your consumption. I will prepare some meat from the mutated serpent in the kitchen. Su Yi found the meat of the mutated serpent quite delectable, tender and fragrant, with a sweet broth. He intended to cook extra for himself as well, knowing he could absorb excess energy into ability crystals without gaining weight. Thank you for your efforts, Ling Yu said, planting a kiss on Su Yi's cheek before producing the brain pearl from the mutated python. This pale green pearl appeared larger than the mutated rat pearl she had previously consumed. The other, a dusty yellow pearl, was given to her by Su Yi, possessing the power of sound wave attacks. Ling Yu contemplated briefly before placing the mutated python's brain pearl into her mouth. She suspected that the serpent's ability was rapid regeneration. For Su Yi had nearly crushed its head, rendering it seemingly incapable of attacking him. Yet, astonishingly, it had turned to strike, despite sustaining significant damage. The mutated python appeared unfazed, showcasing an impressive regenerative capability. Moreover, the brain pearl Su Yi had initially provided her was also effective for him, perhaps even more so. Upon biting into it, a warm sensation flooded through his body. With only Su Yi present, she audaciously allowed herself to express her pleasure. Of course, such actions were not devoid of the intention to entice him, for she had long desired to fully surrender herself to him. Hearing her sound stirred a restlessness within Su Yi. After a brief moment, Ling Yu began to scream in agony. Su Yi returned to the living room to witness her suffering. Although gaining power was exhilarating, the process was excruciating. After enduring over 2 hours of torment, she finally calmed down. The two then feasted on a large pot of mutated python meat. After their meal, Su Yi gazed at Ling Yu with curiosity. While her appearance remained unchanged, her aura had noticeably intensified, revealing her newfound strength. I believe I have acquired the ability of rapid healing, she stated, drawing a dagger from her leg and slicing her fingertip. Moreover, it seems I can control it. Watch. As she wiped the blood from her finger with a piece of paper, Su Yi observed the wound closing swiftly. This ability is truly extraordinary, he exclaimed, grasping Ling Yu's hand, filled with no regrets for having given her the brain pearl. Had it not been for her, he might have been bitten by the python, which likely possessed venom that could have been fatal. Ling Yu, as his woman, possessing such rapid healing capabilities, was undoubtedly a boon. The stronger she became, the less he needed to worry about her. Would you like to utilize the ability of the mutated canine? The sound wave attack is quite powerful, he suggested. Ling Yu expressed her satisfaction with her new powers, relieved that she need no longer fear injury, especially minor ones that could be healed swiftly. Additionally, her overall strength had escalated. She suspected she might also have acquired resistance to toxins. When individuals gain abilities, there's often a vague awareness that informs them of the nature of their powers. Su Yi shook his head, responding, there is no rush. We have yet to fully master our abilities. Furthermore, an individual's psychic energy is finite. Having multiple powers is not necessarily advantageous. Ling Yu nodded in agreement, remarking, indeed, after acquiring a second ability, I too have sensed this. Only now do I realize what my first ability truly is. She winked playfully, and Su Yi felt a heightened allure in her demeanor. Even the fluttering of her eyelashes seemed captivating. Realizing his distraction, he quickly shook himself awake. Is it related to psychic energy? He speculated. Ling Yu nodded enthusiastically, explaining, yes, in that regard, my psychic energy is rather potent and can amplify others' emotions. It feels quite mystical. I'm still unfamiliar with this ability and may discover more applications. The nature of these abilities is more intricate than we imagine. Our current understanding is woefully inadequate. Su Yi concurred with Ling Yu's insights, recognizing that this clarity emerged after he acquired his second ability. Perhaps it was only after their psychic energies reached a certain level that they became aware of previously unnoticed aspects. After conversing for a while, they embraced, now free from external disturbances, allowing them to pursue their desires unreservedly. Chapter 86. The True Purpose of the Iron Hand Gang. Su Yi, Ling Yu, have you had a chance to rest? Upon hearing the familiar voice from outside, Ling Yu's skin flushed a delightful pink. Here she comes, she said, hastily retrieving her undergarments and dressing in a flurry. Ling Shuang, what brings you here? Su Yi asked, his expression darkening with annoyance. They had been on the verge of intimacy, and this interruption fueled his ire. Outside, Ling Shuang sensed Su Yi's irritation, her ears turning crimson. She quickly explained, "Another shelter wishes to negotiate a business deal with our Qisha army, and only you can make the decision." "Understood. We'll be there shortly," Su Yi replied, his anger subsiding as he glanced at Ling Yu, now fully clothed. The audacity of another shelter seeking to trade with them piqued his curiosity. What kind of business could they be proposing? What strength and resources did they possess for such a negotiation? It was only the 20th day since the global catastrophe, and Su Yi had been in this world for merely 13 days. For another shelter to approach them for trade so soon was indeed remarkable. However, Su Yi was aware that there were stronger individuals out there. The evolved beings appearing from the onset undoubtedly included formidable entities. Perhaps they had discovered brain pearls long before. After all, Su Yi arrived on the 7th day of the calamity. In the preceding 7 days, many powerful individuals could have emerged. Notably, in these 13 days, those around Su Yi had also grown significantly stronger. Theoretically, continuous consumption of brain pearls could lead to perpetual enhancement. Evidently, it had been proven that humans could obtain multiple abilities, not just one. Once they were prepared, Su Yi and Ling Yu opened the door. Outside, Ling Shuang leaned against the wall, her face still flushed. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she was not entirely naive. She had guessed what Su Yi and Ling Yu might have been engaged in. "How many are they, and what is their strength?" Su Yi inquired with an air of seriousness. After all, such matters were best approached with composure. Ling Yu, feeling Su Yi's calmness as he held her hand, took a deep breath to steady her emotions. "There are 10 of them, claiming to be evolved beings, and their aura is quite formidable. They are in the square, and our people are monitoring them," Ling Shuang explained swiftly. 10 individuals, all of whom are evolvers? Su Yi furrowed his brow. This level of strength is rather formidable. It is important to note that Su Yi's side only has 2 evolvers, with the remaining 10 being merely abilities users. "Let us go and meet them," Su Yi said, exchanging a glance with Ling Yu before they proceeded outward. This represents a significant trial for the Qisha army. Fortunately, Su Yi had employed the brain bead today, completely eliminating the lingering effects left by the greedy wolf kill. Moreover, his combat prowess had seen considerable enhancement. While he could not boast of overwhelming strength, he felt confident in facing 3 evolvers of Qin Li's caliber with ease. Before long, Su Yi and his companion arrived at the square. The abilities users of the Qisha army were already present, accompanied by a multitude of ordinary soldiers armed and vigilant at the periphery. The atmosphere was palpably tense, a sensation Su Yi could perceive even from a distance. Upon their appearance, the gazes of those present immediately fixated upon Su Yi and Ling Yu. When stepping out, Ling Yu had donned a mask, well aware that her striking appearance could invite unnecessary complications. Lu Ran, upon returning to the municipal center today, had also worn a pink mask as a precaution. The aura emanating from the leader of the Qisha army was undeniably powerful. "Greetings, I am Lin Xiaoyi. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Lin Xiaoyi extended her hand towards Su Yi, a gentle smile adorning her face. "Su Yi," he responded, grasping her hand briefly. He could sense the formidable presence she exuded, significantly stronger than anyone around him, instilling a sense of danger within Su Yi, even more than that of mutated beasts. The other 9 individuals also radiated considerable strength, surpassing many within the Qisha army. Qin Li and Lu Ran appeared somewhat inferior in comparison. Ling Yu. She merely stated her name without extending her hand to Lin Xiaoyi, as she believed only Su Yi should touch her. "Now, may we address your intentions?" "Our commander is present," Qin Li inquired with evident displeasure. The intrusion of these individuals, coupled with their injury of several patrolling soldiers, left Qin Li feeling quite irate. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, as he had been forced back in just a few moves. "We require women, gasoline, batteries, whatever you have in abundance. We can exchange food for these items, and you may also voice your demands. Anything that our Tai Shou gang possesses is available for trade." Lin Xiaoye's gaze lingered on Ling Shuang, as she was the only one present without a disguise. Lu Ran had concealed her face entirely beneath a mask, making her appearance indiscernible. The more beautiful a woman, the more valuable she is. If she is an evolver, she is worth 100 ordinary women. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoye's words, Ling Shuang's expression shifted noticeably, clearly realizing the implication directed toward her. Su Yi stepped in front of Lin Xiaoye, obstructing her line of sight. "I apologize, but we possess none of what you seek, nor do we require trade to acquire anything. If needed, we can gather resources ourselves." Given the formidable strength of the opposing party, Su Yi was reluctant to provoke an immediate conflict. He remained uncertain of the true capabilities of the Tai Shou gang. Confronting these 10 evolvers was already a daunting task, and he could not assume they represented the entirety of the Tai Shou gang's strength. Weakness, it seems, was his greatest hindrance. Su Yi had initially believed the Qisha army to be quite powerful, likely the strongest sanctuary among all survivors in Yuntian City. However, he now recognized the error in his assumptions. There undoubtedly existed forces within this city akin to the Taisho gang, perhaps even more. His initial 7-day lapse following the disaster had cost him dearly. 7 days could alter the course of many events. Within the Qishao army, only Qin Li had awakened on the first day. Lu Ran awakened on the 5th day and had taken several more days to realize her own status as an evolver, missing out on significant time as well. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Lin Xia chuckled lightly. I apologize, but this area is entirely within the territory of our Taisho gang, and all resources belong to us. If you wish to collect anything, you may do so, but a tax is required. What do you mean a tax? 6/10? This is outrageous. Qin Li erupted, his muscles tensing as he prepared for a confrontation. What give you the right to demand such a thing? Su Yi scoffed, his hand producing the Overlord Spear as he launched an attack. In a world where the weak are bullied, this reality remained unchanged whether before or after the catastrophe. If one is not powerful enough, others will not hesitate to impose their will, even to the extent of taking one's life. The members of the Taisho gang were clearly not here to engage in genuine negotiation. Their pretense of business was merely a facade. Their true aim was to exploit the Qisha army, rendering it subordinate to their iron-fisted control. To relinquish 60% of their resources would leave little for the Qisha army, while the Taisho gang would bear no costs whatsoever. Accepting such terms now would pave the way for future demands of 90%. Thus, this proposition could not be entertained. Demonstrating strength was the most prudent course of action. As Su Yi initiated his assault, Lin Xia was not taken aback. They had calculated that Su Yi's group lacked sufficient strength. Such tactics were not new to the Taisho gang. No gathering point willingly paid taxes. Those who resisted were swiftly subdued. By rallying some and suppressing others, they could firmly establish control over any gathering. With a might to dominate, they could dictate terms at will. Disagree? Then die. Those willing to perish have mostly met their end by now. The survivors are those who refuse to embrace death. Compared to dying, enduring hunger and the absence of women are tolerable. Lin Xiaoye's intent in meeting with the leader of the Qisha army was primarily to assess their strength. If Su Yi proved formidable, they would pursue a genuine partnership. It was clear to Lin Xiaoye that Su Yi, Ling Yu, and their companions posed no threat to them. However, after Su Yi fired his weapon, Lin Xiaoye felt regret. The scent of death permeated the air, compelling him to retreat with utmost urgency. Yet, he was a moment too late. He could only manage a slight evasion, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The spear pierced through his shoulder, missing his heart by a mere inch. Seek death. The other 9 individuals surged toward Su Yi in a bid to rescue Lin Xiaoye. However, they quickly regretted their decision, for Su Yi's spear was remarkably elusive. His speed astonishing. Su Yi single-handedly repelled them, inflicting wounds upon several adversaries. Retreat. Lin Xiaoye, clutching his shoulder wound, made a decisive choice and ordered a withdrawal. Should they fail to retreat, they would surely perish here. Su Yi proved far too formidable, surpassing even their leader in strength. The 9 individuals reacted swiftly, hastening to follow Lin Xiaoye as they fled the steel factory. From Su Yi's strike to their escape, not even a minute had elapsed. Do not pursue. Su Yi cautioned as he observed Qin Li and the others preparing to chase after them. They were simply not a match for those individuals. It was crucial to remember that Su Yi had activated the greedy wolf kill, resulting in only a few minor injuries, none of which could be deemed severe. Furthermore, the after effects were already manifesting. Should they pursue, Su Yi would be rendered unable to assist, unless he was willing to consume the rapid-acting healing potion, which was meant for life-threatening situations. He could not afford to use it in this instance. Even if they did pursue, what could they truly achieve? Master, are they formidable? Qin Li pondered, recalling the aftereffects experienced by Su Yi when he hunted the mutated snake. The fact that Su Yi did not permit them to pursue likely indicated the emergence of such aftereffects, leading to concerns about their ability to confront those 10 evolved beings. Indeed, they were exceedingly strong. In a one-on-one confrontation, each of them surpassed both Yu and Lu Ran. Our strength is woefully inadequate. We must enhance our capabilities post-haste. They likely remain unaware of the value of the brain pearls, presenting us with a unique opportunity to outpace them. At dawn tomorrow, we shall commence the extermination of nearby mutated beasts, striving to acquire as many brain pearls as possible to bolster our own strength. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, everyone stood tall with renewed resolve. Without strength, one becomes susceptible to oppression. Such individuals will undoubtedly not be limited to a single group. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Li remarked, we are uncertain of the whereabouts of the Iron Hand Gang. We could request the military to deploy reconnaissance satellites to survey the vicinity and eliminate them. This Iron Hand Gang poses a significant threat. Their existence undoubtedly endangers our survival. Once we attain sufficient strength, we must eradicate or assimilate them. Su Yi nodded in agreement. Sheathing his long gun, although his muscles were somewhat stiff, he was still able to move. As he approached the satellite communication vehicle, he stated, "Let us contact the military now. We have additional intelligence to share and hope to obtain more insights from them. They are exceedingly strong. Even the leader of the 7-kill army is formidable, his aura seemingly inferior to ours." In a dim room, a bald man allowed another to stitch up the wound on his abdomen while he spoke. Lin Xiaoye pressed against the bleeding hole in his shoulder, filled with hemostatic cotton. His complexion was pale. The wound inflicted considerable pain, sapping him of more than half his combat capability, necessitating at least 1 to 2 weeks for recovery. This was fortunate, given that he was an evolved being. Otherwise, full recovery could take several months. The intensity of one's aura does not always correlate with their strength. While a stronger aura typically indicates greater strength, this is not universally applicable. Today, we were careless, and we nearly paid the ultimate price. That Su Yi possesses combat prowess surpassing even that of our leader. Despite the brevity of his assault, he could undoubtedly have eliminated half of us. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoye's words, everyone nodded in agreement. They had previously attacked in a group of 9, yet not only had they failed to injure Su Yi, but he had also managed to injure several of them. Had the confrontation persisted, it was almost certain that someone would have perished at Su Yi's hands. After all, there were others on Su Yi's side. Regardless of their weakness, a coordinated effort could inflict harm upon them. With Su Yi's collaboration, the annihilation of half their ranks would be quite feasible. Perhaps, in a desperate struggle, the Iron Hand Gang might still emerge victorious. However, they were unwilling to sacrifice half, or even more, of their members, for no one desires death. The stronger one is, the less inclined they are to embrace mortality. In a desperate fight, one's own life is often at stake. Thus, during their retreat, none hesitated. "Deputy Leader, what shall we do now? Should we concede, or return to gather reinforcements to seize this place?" Another inquired, clutching his stitched abdomen with a furrowed brow. This question resonated with the others present. Chapter 88. New intelligence from the military. Lin Xiaoye extracted a partially smoked cigar, which someone promptly lit for him. "We have sustained injuries to 7 or 8 members already, and now we have lost several more. They have suffered no casualties and possess firearms, even more advanced weaponry. These individuals evidently have military backing and are not from the same faction as those who previously occupied this area." After speaking, Lin Xiaoye took a deep drag from his cigar. This particular cigar had medicinal properties, alleviating pain, a luxury he typically refrained from indulging in. "Is that how it will be?" A bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. A crimson mark adorned his neck, a reminder of how close he had come to being pierced by Su Yi. His animosity toward Su Yi was palpable, fueling a desire to eliminate him at once. Lin Xiaoye regarded the man, causing him to lower his gaze. Satisfied, Lin Xiaoye continued, "No, it cannot simply be accepted. Since the establishment of the Iron Hand Gang, we have never endured such a loss." He surveyed the group once more and added, "The 7-kill army's strength seems to be limited, as they lack the courage to pursue us. Our miscalculation has led to this setback. We shall leave 2 individuals to monitor them while the rest return to tend to their wounds. When all members of our gang have recovered, it will be the end for the 7-kill army. This location is too advantageous. It rightfully belongs to the Iron Hand Gang." Ultimately, Lin Xiaoye selected 2 uninjured individuals to closely observe the movements of the 7-kill army. While Lin Xiaoye and his associates deliberated, Su Yi and his team successfully established contact with the military. "Su Yi, Ling Yu, it is a pleasure to see you again. The intelligence you provided has proven invaluable. We now have over 30 ability users within the military. We appreciate your significant contributions to the survival of our Huaxia race." Su Yi regarded the enthusiastic General Liu on the screen and replied calmly, "This is a battle for human survival. Such information should not be hoarded. We also have several pieces of intelligence to share. Please proceed." "We are recording." General Liu responded eagerly, confident that Su Yi's disclosures would benefit humanity. "First, Ling Yu and I have acquired a second ability. The Brain Pearl should enable us to obtain even more powers. However, upon gaining the second ability, the first will be diminished. Second, regarding mental strength or telekinesis, the potency of our abilities is directly linked to mental power. The stronger the mental force, the mightier the abilities. Continuous use of our powers can refine our mental strength. Perhaps the military can explore ancient martial arts from our Huaxia to experiment with cultivating mental strength and discover methods for enhancement." Su Yi believed the military possessed resources they lacked and might indeed find a technique to cultivate mental strength, thereby augmenting their abilities. After all, the stronger the mental force, the more potent the abilities. In any case, this is a path worth pursuing. "Very well, we will begin our research immediately and utilize supercomputers for simulation." "Su Yi, Ling Yu, we bear unfortunate news. We are losing control of the satellites, and the specific cause has yet to be analyzed. Communication may soon be disrupted. Should that occur, I urge you to unite with other shelters to ensure the survival of more humans." Our military will devise a plan to reclaim the cities and gradually restore the nation. You may continue to expand and reclaim surrounding cities, as you possess the authority for self-governance. If conflicts arise in the future, the resolution will depend on superior combat prowess. Su Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing General Lu's words. General, does the military have any conclusions regarding the cause of the global disaster? Su Yi had long been curious about the reasons behind the global catastrophe that unleashed this bizarre virus upon the world, as no information had been disclosed thus far. Our investigation suggests that it is a peculiar virus. However, its complexity is unprecedented, and it contains strange substances. Therefore, we have yet to discover a solution. It is plausible that this virus does not originate from our planet, but may have extraterrestrial origins. General Lu's response caused Su Yi to take a deep breath. Thus, the loss of control over our satellites could imply the existence of extraterrestrial enemies? As soon as Su Yi's words fell, the occupants of the communication vehicle held their breath in shock. Ling Yu, in particular, tightened her grip on Su Yi's hand. Humanity has been utterly devastated by this virus, struggling to compete for survival against both the infected and mutated beasts, making existence exceedingly arduous. If formidable external adversaries still exist, what chance does humanity have to endure? General Lu remained silent for a moment before responding. We lack definitive evidence to support that claim. The personnel aboard the space station have not detected any external threats. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility. Su Yi sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere at the military headquarters, as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone. After all, survival for humanity has become increasingly precarious, with lives being lost daily to the infected or mutated creatures. Just as a flicker of hope for survival and strength emerged, they were confronted with the possibility of even more formidable foes. Perhaps the virus merely interfered with communication devices. If there were truly external enemies, they would have manifested by now, and the space station should have observed them. Su Yi sought to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere while expressing his own hypothesis. Humanity's current technological capabilities are insufficient to combat this virus, and it remains uncertain whether it affects human technological products. Indeed, your theory is quite plausible. Our experts have posited similar notions. We are diligently researching this virus, and once we decipher it, we will make the findings public without delay. Su Yi engaged in further conversation with General Lu before severing the connection. The intelligence he provided needed to be disseminated for the awareness of others. All right, everyone, stop wearing those long faces. That so-called external enemy may not even exist. Even if it does, we are no longer ordinary humans. Perhaps we can contend with them, relying on our own strength. Our most pressing task now is to enhance ourselves and bolster our capabilities. Tomorrow, all the ability warriors shall mobilize to hunt down mutated beasts. We aim for each individual to possess 2 abilities, thereby expanding the ranks of the Qixia army with more ability warriors. Su Yi found the term ability warriors used by the military to be quite fitting. Each one of them is indeed a warrior, tasked with battling both the infected and mutated beasts. Chapter 89. The Power of Sonic Attack. LV Tao, you stay. Su Yi produced the brain pearl of a mutated dog and handed it to LV Tao. Upon receiving the brain pearl, LV Tao became visibly excited. Is this really the brain pearl? Although he had heard about it, this was his first encounter with a mutated beast's brain pearl. Yes, just bite it open. I will have someone prepare some mutated beast meat for you. As Su Yi now possessed 2 abilities, acquiring a third might not necessarily enhance his powers. It could even diminish his strength. It is better to master what one already possesses than to seek more and risk losing control. Additionally, the Qixia army's strength was severely lacking. The Taisho gang had 10 evolved individuals, which was enough to cause Su Yi concern. Furthermore, these 10 might not represent the entirety of the Taisho gang's combat capability. Therefore, the number of ability warriors in the Qixia army must be increased. Numbers equate to strength. This is no mere adage. If the Qixia army had 30 ability warriors, even the 10 evolved from the Taisho gang would hesitate to engage them in battle. Hence, Su Yi presented the mutated dog's brain pearl. Not for his own use. If LV Tao kept his promise, he would remain steadfastly loyal. Su Yi believed that LV Tao was a person of loyalty and valor. Thus, he took this gamble. LV Tao placed the brain pearl in his mouth and bit down. Moments later, he cried out in pain. Su Yi instructed Qin Li to keep watch and had Yi Ji prepare a substantial quantity of mutated dog meat for LV Tao. Now, in addition to the ability warriors, ordinary members of the Qixia army could also consume small amounts of the mutated beast meat. Eating such meat could enhance the physical constitution of ordinary individuals, gradually granting them greater strength and speed. Su Yi also planned to consume copious amounts of meat that night to condense some ability crystals for testing their effects. The emergence of the Taisho gang instilled Su Yi with unprecedented pressure. Previously, he could effortlessly deal with mutated beasts, even swarms of mutated rats. but the Taisho gang's members left him feeling overwhelmed. Thus, he sought to rapidly enhance the Qisha army's strength so that he could confidently venture elsewhere. Oi, do you think the Taisho gang will attack us? Should we bolster our defenses tonight? Ling Yu asked with concern. After all, the Taisho gang possessed numerous evolved individuals, while their own ability warriors were far too few. Should the enemy launch a surprise attack, the Qisha army would be in peril. Su Yi, while pulling out a cigarette, replied, "Yes, we must strengthen our defenses and deploy more soldiers. Currently, evolved individuals cannot ignore the damage caused by firearms. We should resolve what we can with guns." Qin Li immediately stepped forward, saying, "Boss, leave it to me to arrange." Su Yi nodded, indicating for Qin Li to proceed, as he was more familiar with these matters than Ling Yu. "I'll go learn a bit," Ling Yu volunteered. Accepting the position of commander necessitated a sense of responsibility. She needed to understand enough to avoid being easily misled in the future. Su Yi felt a sense of gratification witnessing Ling Yu's maturity. He preferred to focus on enhancing his combat prowess rather than delve into such matters. Thus, he began practicing his chi manipulation technique, while others followed suit, honing their abilities and keeping an eye on LV Tao. After more than an hour, Yi Ji arrived with a group, delivering the prepared mutated dog meat. Everyone paused to partake, knowing that consuming the meat of mutated beasts could elevate their strength. Hence, they seized the opportunity without hesitation. Once Su Yi began eating, he could not stop, astonishing everyone with his remarkable appetite. It was only through Ling Yu's explanation that they learned of Su Yi's capacity to condense ability crystals. Su Yi calculated that for every 10 pounds of mutated beast meat consumed, he could condense 1 ability crystal. In a single sitting, he could consume 30 pounds, yielding 3 ability crystals. Upon witnessing the crystals Su Yi produced, everyone was left in awe. Remarkably, Su Yi's abdomen showed no visible change, as if the 30 pounds of meat had not been ingested at all. After condensing 3 ability crystals, Su Yi found himself unable to consume more meat. "Su Yi, don't you ever feel nauseated from eating so much meat?" Although astonished by Su Yi's abilities, LV Ran felt no envy. As someone who often managed her figure, she had no desire to be a glutton or to eat meat daily. Su Yi lit a post-meal cigarette, smiling slightly as he replied, "Not at all. Rather, it is quite pleasurable. This must be a gift of my ability." LV Ran pulled out a lollipop, unwrapping it as she remarked, "That sounds delightful. If I ate like that for a few days, I would likely abstain from meat for years." Su Yi chuckled silently, choosing not to respond, instead looking at the now pausing LV Tao. "So how do you feel?" Su Yi inquired with curiosity. After all, the mutated dog's ability was sonic attack, and he wondered if LV Tao had successfully acquired this power. LV Tao first saluted before stating, "It feels quite mystical. It seems like when I open my mouth, I can harm others." Su Yi flicked the ashes from his cigarette and retrieved a noise-canceling helmet from his storage space, placing it on his head. "Everyone step back. Let me test LV Tao's sonic attack." Upon hearing Su Yi's command, the others quickly distanced themselves. "Let us go." Su Yi assumed a stance, eager to ascertain the true power of LV Tao's sonic attack. LV Tao squeezed his neck and suddenly shouted, "Roar." Su Yi was suddenly pushed back a considerable distance, a clear testament to the potency of Lu Tao's sonic attack. Lu Tao appeared somewhat weakened, his body swaying slightly. This wave of assault drained a significant amount of his energy, catching him off guard. Indeed, the power was commendable, likely equivalent to 1/3 of a mutated canine strength, surpassing my expectations. Su Yi removed his helmet and shook his head, still hearing a ringing in his ears. Compared to Lu Ran's water manipulation technique and his own chi control, Lu Tao's ability exhibited far greater offensive capability. This experience led Su Yi to contemplate the categorization of supernatural abilities. It seemed that his and Lu Ran's powers belonged to the psychic realm, while Lu Tao's could be classified as sonic, and the abilities of Ling Shuang and her peers fell under the defensive category. In the previous world, such abilities did not exist. They could gradually establish a knowledge system surrounding these powers, continually refining it. This knowledge could assist humanity in better understanding and harnessing supernatural abilities. Chapter 90. The initial experience with ability crystals, how marvelous. This is the sensation of possessing supernatural abilities. "Commander, I feel as if I have acquired immense power." As though I could accomplish numerous feats, Lu Tao expressed with excitement. However, he soon expressed a tinge of regret, stating, "Alas, this sonic attack can only be used once. I am uncertain when I will be able to wield it again." It is entirely natural to feel such emotions upon first mastering extraordinary power. Gradually adapting will ensure that your strength only intensifies. Su Yi tossed Lu Tao a pack of cigarettes as a reward. Though Lu Tao's sonic attack was a one-time use, its area effect was quite formidable. "Su Yi, I have selected the personnel," Ling Yu announced as she approached Su Yi with 5 individuals. Su Yi glanced over and recognized them all. Mo Xiao Hong, Mo Xiao Lu, Wan Ran, and Sun Hui were among those Su, Yi, and Ling Yu had trained at the villa outpost, making them some of their more trusted allies. The last was Ding Yan, a classmate of Su Yi. Su Yi nodded and produced 5 ability crystals. These ability crystals can be regarded as a diluted version of brain beads. Upon use, you will gain certain enhancements. However, they are not permanent and will last only for a limited time. I am uncertain of the exact duration. If you choose to consume them, you must accompany us tomorrow to confront the mutated beasts. Of course, your roles will primarily involve surveillance and handling the remains of the mutated beasts. This process may also require confronting infected individuals. This could be considered a military achievement, granting you priority access to the brain beads of mutated beasts, allowing you to become supernatural warriors. As he spoke, Su Yi surveyed the 5 individuals. Thank you, boss. I am willing to brave any danger for you. Wan Ran stepped forward eagerly, as Su Yi had anticipated, and took 1 ability crystal. I am willing to. Mo Xiao Hong chimed in, not to be outdone, and advanced to claim her own. The others followed suit, with no one hesitating. The opportunity to grow stronger was not one they wished to miss. After enduring numerous challenges over the past days, they had come to understand that strength was the only reliable condition for survival. Rejecting the chance to grow stronger was a fool's errand. Countless individuals would envy this opportunity. Wan Ran placed the crystal in his mouth and soon felt it melting rapidly. What a marvelous sensation. This must be what they call melting in the mouth. It was warm and quite pleasant. The others shared Wan Ran's experience. After consumption, they felt warmth spreading from their abdomens throughout their bodies. Soon, 20 minutes had passed. They all felt comfortably warm, with no pain. Observing their expressions, it appeared they were relishing the experience. Has the warm sensation faded? Does that mean it has worked? Wan Ran inquired curiously, glancing at Su Yi. Su Yi replied, it should be. Do you feel anything else? After a moment of contemplation, Wan Ran responded, I feel an abundance of energy coursing through me, as if it is inexhaustible. Additionally, my hearing and sense of smell seem to have intensified. I can detect a faint, foul odor. The air around me feels peculiar, almost as if I can manipulate it. Ding Yan interjected with a differing sensation. I share that feeling. It is quite fascinating. Mo Xiao Jun remarked, raising his hand. Yes, indeed. I feel it too. Wan Ran exclaimed with excitement. Mo Xiao Hong and Sun Hui also expressed similar sentiments, indicating that they all had acquired Su Yi's Qi control technique, albeit in a diluted form. They attempted to manipulate the air to form a shield, but were unable to succeed. Ling Shuang, come and assess their combat capabilities, Su Yi called out, knowing that her moderate strength and extensive combat experience made her the ideal candidate to test Wan Ran and the others. Ling Shuang removed her battle knife and handed it to her sister-in-law, Yi Ji, before stepping into the arena. Come on, unleash your full strength without holding back, and do not worry about injuring me. With that, Ling Shuang assumed a fighting stance. Su Yi could tell that Ling Shuang was seasoned, despite having gained combat experience himself. He still lacked her finesse. Apologies, Wan Ran said as he launched himself at Ling Shuang. She did not evade, as it was essential to gauge his strength without dodging. Wan Ran, lacking any formal martial arts training, relied solely on brute force. Moreover, he clearly had yet to adapt to his newfound strength and speed. Missing several strikes and nearly falling over, mere strength was insufficient. They required combat training and other forms of training. Su Yi observed as Wan Ran was knocked to the ground, rubbing his forehead. Ordinary individuals, upon gaining power, often lack the combat prowess to match. This was the primary reason Su Yi could single-handedly contend with 10 evolved beings. They possessed power but lamentably lacked combat skills. Had Su Yi consumed another cultivation pill that day, he could have easily taken down at least 5 of them. Their attacks were reliant on instinct and simplistic techniques, rendering them grossly inferior compared to Su Yi's greedy wolf kill. Su Yi merely lacked the power to wield greedy wolf kill effectively. Otherwise, dispatching 10 foes would be trivial. Soon, the others engaged Ling Shuang as well. After a round, Su Yi gained a rough understanding of their capabilities. They possessed 1/3 of Ling Shuang's strength and speed, which is not overly weak. However, due to their lack of combat technique, even in unison, they would struggle to defeat Ling Shuang. Not wishing to discourage them, Su Yi refrained from having them team up against her. Instead, he recruited an ordinary combat expert from the 7 Kills army to spar with Wan Ran. Utilizing his strength and speed, Wan Ran defeated the combat expert in mere minutes. Su Yi realized he needed to select individuals with rich combat experience for the ability crystals in the future. Allowing these 5 to use them was not a loss, as they were all trustworthy and reliable. As the hour grew late, Su Yi suggested everyone should rest now. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, we will head out to clear the mutated beasts in the vicinity. Noting the time, he encouraged everyone to get some rest. The safety of the shelter had been entrusted to the elite of the 7 Kills army, and unless the Iron Hand Gang or other mutated beasts launched a surprise attack, they should not encounter any issues. A good night's rest would ensure they faced the mutated beasts in optimal condition. Chapter 91. Upgrading the drone, you should rest too. I have eaten too much and find myself unable to sleep for the time being. I wish to practice my chi control technique. He persuaded Ling Yu to rest. Yet he remained uneasy about the members of Tai's Ho gang, prompting him to seek an opportunity to survey the vicinity. After all, he possessed the Jingshin drone, capable of utilizing its infrared lens to detect any nearby targets, ascertaining whether anyone was concealed in the area. Ling Yu obediently nodded and then left with Ling Shuang. The upper echelon of the Qixia army resided in the row houses, while the ordinary soldiers were accommodated in the dormitory area of the former steel factory. Those communal quarters have been transformed into double occupancy rooms, with surplus iron beds relocated to two large warehouses that had been cleared out the previous day. Currently, survivors from the city center have been settled in these two warehouses. Women were assigned to a separate dormitory building, which offered slightly better conditions, accommodating 8 individuals in a single room. Security teams patrolled each location, ensuring a significant degree of safety. The Qixia army was able to maintain a commendable order, and no incidents of abuse against ordinary citizens had occurred. After surveying the area, He noted that everyone had been well accommodated. Naturally, many ordinary individuals were discontented. Some officials and former wealthy merchants were particularly dissatisfied with their current circumstances, yearning to restore their former status and lifestyle from before the apocalypse. He observed that some of them were attempting to rally others, seemingly making promises to them. Upon noticing this, he instructed the security team to keep an eye on these individuals. Currently, he was not in a hurry to address them, as a considerable labor force was still needed to accomplish various tasks, as long as their actions did not disrupt stability. He had no immediate plans to take action against them. It was advantageous for some nefarious characters to band together. When the time came to deal with them, he could address them all at once, sparing himself the effort of sifting through them individually. After completing his circuit, he ascended to the rooftop of a factory building. The elevated position afforded him a superior vantage point. He retrieved the box of his Jingshin drone and opened it, grasping the drone's battery. He was immediately struck by the idea of an upgrade. The options presented were to use 500 survival points to upgrade the battery to a micro-graphene super battery, enhancing its capacity fourfold, or to spend 1,500 survival points to upgrade it to a radioactive isotope battery, which would provide a year of continuous use. After a moment of contemplation, He chose the former, as upgrading both batteries with the latter option would be prohibitively expensive. The two batteries retained their original shape, yet their power capacity had quadrupled. Previously, the battery allowed the Jingshun to fly for 4 hours. After the upgrade, it could now soar for at least 16 hours, if not longer. The upgrade to the batteries alone cost 1,000 points, but he was still not satisfied. After installing the upgraded batteries, he turned his attention to the drone's body. He encountered another upgrade option, to use 2,000 survival points to enhance the drone with visual cloaking, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, he opted for the upgrade. With the cloaking system in place, he would no longer need to worry about being detected by anyone, including the mutated avians that, according to military intelligence, roamed the skies with formidable aggression, capable of evading even fighter jets. Ensuring the drone's safe operation through visual invisibility was crucial. Although the 2,000 points seemed steep, he felt the investment was justified given the technological limitations of the world. Even if it had cost 20,000 points, he would have deemed it reasonable. With the invisibility system installed, he sought to enhance the drone's communication range, allowing him to survey the surroundings freely. An option appeared, to use 5,000 survival points to extend the drone's maximum transmission range to 35 kilometers. The cost was outrageous. Originally, the transmission distance was 20 kilometers. Now, an increase of merely 15 kilometers demanded 5,000 points, more than double the cost of the cloaking system. This was simply unacceptable. After some consideration, he decided to forego other upgrades. The drone had already undergone significant transformation. He would henceforth refer to it as Yinkong. Activating Yinkong. He noticed changes to his remote control interface. A cloaking state button appeared, allowing him to engage the invisibility feature with a simple click. Additionally, the display indicated a battery life of 18 hours. However, he discovered that the transmission range had been halved to 10 kilometers. He furrowed his brow, suspecting that the reduction was not due to the cloaking feature, but rather the virus affecting military control over satellites. This raised questions about whether the virus had similarly impacted Yinkong's transmission distance. Once the invisibility function was activated, He observed the drone gradually becoming transparent. This effect likely employed a form of projection technology, explaining its invisibility to the naked eye. Now understanding the cost-effectiveness of the upgrade, He realized that while the technology was not particularly complex, it had not been executed with such perfection in this world. Even the signal lights were undetectable, a truly remarkable feat governing Yinkong. Su Yi directed it to ascend higher and began surveying the surroundings. Upon activating the thermal infrared lens, he clearly discerned the external situation. The infected appeared as patches of gray and black, though indistinct. However, he spotted 2 individuals on the balcony of a nearby building. Only 2 remained? That building was situated in an old neighborhood where Su Yi and his companions had once stayed, leading him to surmise that these 2 were indeed members of Tai's Ho gang. He wondered if others were hiding within the building. If it were only the 2 of them, they could be dispatched under the cover of night. Every enemy eliminated meant 1 less to contend with. With only 2 adversaries, it would pose no challenge for Su Yi, Ling Yu, Lu Ran, and Qin Li to take them down. Contemplating this, Su Yi maneuvered Yin Kong back. With 1 more upgrade, he could ascertain the exact number of individuals present.